The villainous mage possessed by an evil deity, who was supposed to be a cataclysmic force, found himself transformed into an ordinary, powerless person the moment he crossed over. Viktor Craven, the infamous antagonist in the game, met an untimely demise, his soul dissipating in an accident, and his body was taken over by an average player for ire. Unexpectedly, this abrupt transition not only failed to grant him any special advantages, but also thrust him into a dire predicament. At the Duchess's daughter's banquet, he was inexplicably branded as a confessor to a minor. Even his sister, Leah, glared at him with intense disdain, as if he were the most despicable being in the world. Viktor sat in the study, silently enduring his sister's tirade. His mind raced, trying to extract useful information from her one-sided scolding. His obsidian eyes scanned the contents of the newspaper, and his handsome face, now, felt like his greatest burden. Because of an inexplicable confession, he found himself in such a perilous situation. The Duchess' private soldiers could storm his estate at any moment, and he had no clear understanding of his current circumstances. Fortunately, despite her seething anger, Leah had pulled some strings to secure him a position as a professor at the academy, temporarily alleviating the crisis. However, the danger was far from over. Viktor knew well that he would face more adversaries. His fiancée, Gwen, the strongest knight in the game, could turn into his mortal enemy at any moment. Adding to the already complex situation, a one-eyed crow perched in the corner of the desk, bringing an eerie twist to the scene. Amidst Viktor's whirlwind of thoughts, the crow suddenly spoke. "Hello, I am the evil deity Harbika." Habika. Viktor was momentarily stunned, as memories from the game flooded his mind. This deity existed only in the game's lore, mentioned solely in the storybooks of collection quests, and no one had ever seen its true form. According to legend, Habika's appearances were always accompanied by natural disasters and calamities, with the most severe event causing the world's population to be halved. "Of course, you can also call me by my current name, Vega." The crow, who introduced itself as Vega, elegantly placed a wing over its chest and bowed. Viktor maintained a stoic expression, but internally, he was extremely cautious. Players knew that being entangled with a god was never a good thing, especially with an evil deity from the background story. He couldn't help but wonder why a god that never appeared in the game's plot would seek him out now. Vega opened its beak and croaked in a raspy voice, "You are not Viktor. Your soul is not filthy enough." Its single eye fixed on Viktor, trying to catch any sign of panic, but was disappointed to find his expression unchanged. "Gods can see through souls," it added. "But that's all right, I came here to find you." Vega shook its feathers, and a long, black feather fell onto the table, instantly transforming into a black piece of paper. White lines twisted into words, resembling a demonic contract. Viktor frowned as he read the contents, internally grumbling. "Just arrived in this world, and I'm already signing 2 contracts in one day. I'm a power leveler, not some desperate worker." He took the paper and said mockingly, "Aren't you a god? Down on your luck?" The contract was outrageous. The signer had to provide the crow with food, shelter, and even help build a church to gather followers for this evil deity. The contract claimed that the more followers it had, the stronger it would become. However, there was no mention of any reward for the signer. Viktor looked at the crow, which was elegantly preening its feathers. If he ignored its single eye, it could almost be mistaken for a noble bird. "Most of my power is sealed, so I need someone's protection," Vega explained. "If you take this deal, you'll gain a god's friendship." "It's worth it." "A god's friendship?" Viktor thought. "What good is that?" Sensing his thoughts, the crow added lightly, "It could save your life." "Deal." Viktor signed his name on the contract without hesitation. He wasn't worried about being tricked, as gods always kept their word, even evil ones. The moment he signed the contract, he felt a subtle connection with the crow, as if he could locate it with a mere thought. The crow perched on Viktor's shoulder, continuing to preen. Remembering Leah's words, Viktor couldn't help but mock himself. Keeping a crow as a pet is indeed a tasteless choice. But since the contract was signed, he might as well treat it as a pet. After all he had to do was provide food and shelter. As for the church, he could build one later with money. He turned to the other contract, which also required his signature. It was an invitation from the Advanced Magic Academy, offering him a teaching position and the title of professor. This reminded him that although Viktor was a villain, he was also a magical prodigy. While countless aging wizards struggled at the 2nd tier, he had reached the 3rd tier by the age of 20. Viktor silently recited, and a game interface appeared before him. Name: Viktor Kravina. LV: 39. HP: 10001000. MP: 49004900. Standard stats for a Glasscannon mage. This confirmed his suspicion. He had indeed transmigrated into the game world. A 3rd-tier mage corresponded to levels 3039 in the game, and further tiers followed this progression. According to the background story, Viktor had made no progress for 9 years, and his reputation as a prodigy had long been forgotten. But after transmigrating into Viktor's body, he discovered that this guy had been hiding his true strength. His experience bar was already full, ready to easily break through the third-tier barrier and become a fourth-tier archmage. Viktor stared at the contract in front of him, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Although this teaching offer had dubious origins, thanks to the efforts of his sister and fiancé, the protection it offered from the Magic Academy was indispensable. With this safeguard in place, the Duke wouldn't be able to trouble him so easily, at least not without a legitimate reason. He scoffed, thinking, a teenage daughter being confessed to by a scoundrel? That excuse won't hold water. Is your daughter never supposed to get married? Having made up his mind, Viktor picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract with a flourish. He instructed a servant to deliver the contract to the Magic Academy, then rose and headed towards the mansion's backyard. Vega, perched on his shoulder, finally stopped preening and curiously asked, "Where are you going?" Without looking back, Viktor replied, "I'm starting as a teacher at the academy tomorrow. I need to practice my magic to avoid getting rusty. Take me with you," Vega said excitedly, continuing to chatter away. They arrived at the training grounds, where towering stone monoliths stood. Viktor looked up at these massive targets, feeling a bit surprised. The scene was strikingly similar to the magic stones in the backyard of a player's house in the game, used for skill practice. Seeing his pause, Vega misinterpreted it as intimidation by the targets due to lack of practice and started explaining, "Magic, you see, requires a lot of skill. You need to learn how to cast it efficiently, how to make it more powerful." The raven puffed up its feathers, proudly adding, "If I had the power, I'd show you some high-level magic myself." Viktor remained silent, letting the bird continue its tirade. He glanced at his skill list, feeling quite satisfied with his current state. As the final boss of the game's second part, Kingdom's Chaos, he knew his abilities inside and out. Years of acting as a proxy player had made him intimately familiar with every move Viktor could make. While Vega was still prattling on about the intricacies of magic, Viktor suddenly raised his hand, and a black lightning bolt shot out, hitting the target with a bang. This was a first-level spell, Black Thunder Spear. Viktor's face remained impassive, as if it was routine. Next, he unleashed a series of second and third-level spells, lighting up the stone with marks and illuminating the entire backyard with magical brilliance. Vega was left speechless, staring in awe. Looking at his nearly depleted MP, Viktor grumbled, "The boss's stats are so weak. Just a few spells and I'm out of mana. A player with a bunch of gear would have thousands of mana points and wouldn't worry about conserving it. You cast spells without drawing magic circles?" Vega asked in surprise. Viktor ignored the question. In the game, mages were known as spell machine guns, where players only needed to press hotkeys, wait for a short casting time, and the spells would fire off instantly. For a seasoned proxy player like him, casting spells was second nature. Just as Viktor was about to leave, Vega spoke up, "Hold on, your method of casting spells is fascinating. Can you cast a few more?" Viktor thought, "You think this is a fireworks show? Cast spells on demand?" At that moment, he noticed Vega's single eye glowing with a bright blue light, enveloping him in an instant. He felt as if an invisible string had connected him to the raven. Quickly pulling up his status screen, Viktor was stunned. MP 995099999999. He looked down at Vega, thinking, "I need to report this. This bird is cheating." A few hours later, with only a tenth of his mana left, Viktor finally gave up on the idea that had been draining his energy. Exhausted, he leaned against the wall, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, he truly believed that Vega was indeed a god. Vega nodded in satisfaction, its black feathers glimmering faintly in the sunlight. Tilting its head, it seemed intrigued by Viktor's efforts. "Quite interesting," Vega said in its characteristic raspy voice. "Perhaps I should let you continue for a few more hours, so I can better understand the secrets of your spellcasting." Viktor's facial muscles twitched slightly in silent protest. Seeing his expressionless face, Vega decided to relent. "That's enough for now," it said. "What are you planning to do next? Spend the whole day in this backyard?" Vega's deep eyes bore into Viktor, as if trying to uncover more of his secrets. "Going to the market to buy some supplies," Viktor replied flatly, the raven on his shoulder refusing to leave. "I'll follow you and see what you end up buying," Vega declared. With a sigh, Viktor called for a servant to prepare the carriage. The carriage slowly rolled into the bustling market, and Viktor stepped into a material shop. Shelves were filled with a variety of items, and he headed straight for the counter. "What can I get for you?" The shopkeeper greeted him warmly. Viktor tapped the counter lightly, his voice clear but soft. "Lizard man tails, harpy feathers, beetle shells. 1 bag of each of these 30 materials." "Got it." "Quite the generous customer," the shopkeeper replied enthusiastically, quickly gathering the requested items. "That's 30 bags in total. Would you like someone to deliver them to your home? Viktor shook his head and rubbed the ring on his hand. In the blink of an eye, all the materials disappeared. The shopkeeper's smile widened even further. Haha, you must have some extraordinary treasure. Please come again. As Viktor left, an employee approached the shopkeeper. Boss, who was that guy? The shopkeeper gave him a light tap and said sternly, don't ask. Anyone with such a high-grade storage ring must be someone important. Only Viktor knew that he didn't have a storage ring at all. The ring on his hand was purely ornamental. He had simply stored the materials in his player-specific inventory, a trick even Vega couldn't decipher. Vega flapped its wings and croaked in its raspy voice near Viktor's ear. Viktor listened quietly, focusing on the various craftable items appearing before him. He had bought all those materials to create essential early game tools. According to the game's design, every player, regardless of their class, had access to an extensive and specialized crafting book. Naturally, Viktor, as a player, could summon these screens at will. Satisfied with his haul, Viktor returned to his residence. He headed to the basement, rummaging through a pile of glass bottles in the corner. What are you planning now? Vega asked with a hint of unease, its instincts telling it that Viktor was up to something again. The god's intuition was spot on. Viktor began mixing various materials, his hands glowing with light as crackling sounds grew louder. What are you doing? Stop it. Are you trying to blow up the basement? Vega exclaimed, hopping around anxiously. Viktor ignored the outburst, working even more fervently. After a burst of bright light, the once empty bottles on the table were filled with red liquid. Vega looked at the numerous healing potions, grumbling, you really are something else. Making healing potions like you're about to blow up the entire basement. Viktor chuckled, gazing at the potions with satisfaction. Healing potion small, restores 300 HP each. The tangible representation of these numbers was the most reassuring thing for him. Vega's single eye glimmered blue as it stared at the potions. The red liquid darkened, indicating stronger healing effects. It hopped from Viktor's shoulder to the table, uncorked a bottle, and took a sip. After a moment of daze, Vega smacked its beak and looked at Viktor. Did you really make this potion yourself? Viktor nodded in acknowledgement. Vega fell into thought. What's with this guy? The potency and effectiveness of these healing potions can rival the lower-tier healing magic of the goddess of healing. Does he have some hidden divine power? On second thought, Vega realized that having someone with such skills could be beneficial, considering they had already formed a pact. Having a capable alchemist wasn't a bad deal at all. Have you considered selling some of these? Vega suddenly asked. With this quality, you could make a fortune. Viktor shook his head, declining the suggestion. These were for his own use, and he didn't need the money right now. With that, Viktor's hands glowed blue again, as he proceeded to create a batch of mana potions using the same method. Every time Viktor crafted a new tool, Wagia couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Viktor's nimble fingers danced in the air, as if weaving invisible magic that eventually solidified into tangible miracles. This ability to create tools with bare hands was something even master craftsmen found hard to match. Wagia couldn't help but wonder, had Viktor awakened a rare and unparalleled creation magic? Though drawn to this human soul, Wagia found Viktor increasingly hard to understand as time went by. As a mage, the importance of mana potions clearly outweighed that of healing potions. Despite having an infinite mana cheat, Wagia knew that help was never free. Viktor was oblivious to this cost, so he decided to stock up on mana potions himself. After all, self-reliance was always better. As Viktor focused on mixing potions, a system notification suddenly chimed. Crafting skill upgraded, current level, LV2. With the level up, Viktor paused and looked at the new options in the crafting menu. He glanced at Wagia on the table, his eyes filled with meaning. Caught off guard by Viktor's sudden gaze, the crow felt a bit flustered until Viktor broke the silence. You're basically a crow, right? Wagia was momentarily speechless and could only let out a puzzled huh? Before it could react, Viktor had already plucked a jet black feather from its body. Magical creature feathers and 6 magic stones. I need magic stones, Viktor muttered to himself, recalling the rare properties of magic stones. They could record, store words, and even hold magic. However, the magic within them would gradually dissipate. Attempts to make them into magic bombs had failed due to this. Given their exorbitant cost, it was more practical to make a few real bombs instead. With all the materials finally gathered, Viktor began the synthesis process. Under his control, various materials turned into liquid threads, quickly solidifying. Soon, the outline of a glove emerged, with several transparent magic stones embedded in it. Finally, a fingerless glove materialized in front of Viktor. Seeing this, the crow trembled in astonishment once more. You can synthesize gear with your bare hands? Viktor ignored its exclamation, focusing intently on the glove before him. The flawless magic stones on the glove sparkled, as if waiting to be imbued with power. A system prompt appeared. Mage's Hand, Level 2 crafted item, capable of storing 6 different types of magic, allowing for rapid activation without casting time. This tool was undoubtedly essential for mages in emergency situations, and a must-have for early-stage players. Viktor began infusing the glove with magic. As different types of magic were injected, the originally transparent magic stones changed colors one by one. When all the stones had taken on various hues, he finally stopped. Having witnessed the entire process, Weijia was no longer easily surprised but couldn't help asking, "It can store different types of magic? And no casting required? Care to explain how you made such an incredible item?" Its single eye burned with a blue flame, clearly eager to learn this technique. Viktor simply shook his head and replied, "Classified? How stingy." Weijia grumbled, secretly frustrated. A mighty dark god, having to ask a human for knowledge if its peers knew. It would be a laughingstock. Viktor's silence was a way to protect his player secrets. He understood that if this bare-handed crafting technique were to be exposed, it could attract unwanted attention. For his own safety, he had to be cautious. Just then, a voice interrupted their thoughts. "My lord, Miss Gwen is here." Gwen walked gracefully, surrounded by her servants. Viktor extended his hand gallantly, inviting her into the meeting room. As they walked side by side, Gwen's gaze casually swept over Viktor, noticing the pitch-black, one-eyed raven perched on his shoulder. The door to the meeting room closed slowly, and with a glance from Viktor, the servants discreetly left. The room was instantly filled with a subtle tension as only Gwen and Viktor remained. They each took a seat, the air thick with an unspoken unease. Gwen broke the silence coldly. "Did you receive the Academy's invitation?" Viktor tapped his fingers lightly on the table and replied, "I did." The room's atmosphere plummeted to a chilling cold as soon as the words left his mouth. Viktor silently speculated about Gwen's attitude. Although they were engaged, he vividly remembered that in the game. It was this very woman who ultimately killed him. He felt that Gwen seemed to have no feelings for him. Yet, it was undeniable that she had helped him. The professor's invitation from the Academy was undoubtedly influenced by the Dellen family. This complex relationship left Viktor feeling deeply perplexed. He realized that if he could improve his relationship with Gwen, he might avoid that tragic end. Viktor waved his hand, summoning 5 bottles of blood-red life potion, placing them in front of Gwen. "Please accept these," he said, his tone carrying a hint of earnestness. Gwen glanced at the potions indifferently, showing no intention of accepting them. Seeing her proud demeanor, Viktor sighed softly and continued, "This is a token of gratitude for your help. I heard from Leah, and I don't want to owe you a favor." His deep, dark eyes met Gwen's. Gwen turned her head away, biting her lip as if struggling internally. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "Did you confess to the Duke's daughter yesterday?" Viktor fell silent. Yesterday's events seemed like a lifetime ago. Today, he felt like a different person. Gwen, seeing his silence, blushed with anger and scolded, "Viktor, how could you do such a thing? The Duke's daughter is only 17. How could you make a move on a minor girl?" Viktor's heart sank, realizing that the matter had already caused a stir. As a knight with a strong sense of justice, Gwen naturally couldn't tolerate such behavior. He knew that if not handled properly, this could become the catalyst for the complete breakdown of their relationship. Taking a deep breath, Viktor solemnly said, "I hope you understand. I do not have feelings for the Duke's daughter." Gwen glared at him, her tone filled with distrust. This matter has already become widely known. Looking into Gwen's eyes, filled with anger and helplessness, Viktor heavily promised, "I will handle this matter properly and ensure that the rumors do not continue to plague us." He understood that this scandal not only affected the Clavinna family but also implicated the Dellen family, with whom he was engaged. The Dellen family had helped him, in part, to protect themselves. Gwen hesitated, feeling that Viktor seemed somewhat different, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Finally, she stood up and silently accepted the potions. As she was about to leave, she turned back and said, "If you need help, come to me. I'll help you." With that, she left without looking back. Viktor exhaled deeply, and the one-eyed raven, Vika, on his shoulder couldn't help but quip, "Who was that?" "My fiancée," Viktor replied, spreading his hands helplessly. Vika looked at him with pity, preening its feathers with its beak, muttering, "She's very perceptive. Her gaze is terrifying, like she could see right through me. Good thing I just look like an ordinary raven." Viktor chuckled softly, thinking that this one-eyed raven was anything but ordinary. The next day, Viktor arrived at the Royal Academy of Magic as scheduled. The academy lived up to its name, with students mostly being the offspring of wealthy and noble families, along with some exceptionally talented commoners who earned tuition-free opportunities in exchange for future service to the royal family. Standing before the Grand Academy gates, Viktor recalled the scenes from the game. He remembered a massive library here, a sanctuary for mage players to learn spells of various tiers. Viktor decided to go there to enhance his magical knowledge. Though his own magic was already quite formidable, as a former player, Possessing more magical skills would undoubtedly provide him with greater security. Yesterday, Viktor had received his employment contract. Now, as an official high professor at the Royal Academy of Magic, he was embarking on a new journey. On his first visit to the academy, Viktor took the initiative to meet the dean. After a brief greeting, the dean assigned him to teach the academy's best class to test his abilities. Leaving the dean's office, Viktor relied on his memory to find the Mage Tower, also known as the Trial Tower. This place is where players undergo daily trials to gain substantial experience points. The Mage Tower stood tall, piercing the clouds. Its structure was covered with various magic arrays, and its top was shrouded in a shimmering haze, hinting at boundless mysteries. As Viktor approached and lightly touched the barrier, he felt a slight tremor of magic within him. Identity verified. Welcome back to the Mage Tower, Professor Viktor. A voice announced as a swirl of black mist enveloped him, instantly transporting him inside. The interior of the tower was vastly different from its exterior. Powerful magical stones were scattered around, and books were neatly arranged. The floor was spotless, clearly just cleaned. Suddenly, a gasp came from behind him. Turning around, Viktor saw a woman with shoulder-length hair and luminous yellow eyes staring at him. Her cheeks flushed. "You must be Mr. Viktor?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Viktor nodded in acknowledgement. "I'm Henny, your teaching assistant." She handed him a lecture script. "You just need to memorize this before the afternoon class and follow it for your lecture." Viktor glanced at the script and said, "Thank you." Henny, flustered, quickly left the office. Viktor mused to himself. The academy has planned everything meticulously. Although he was a powerful third-level mage, no one at the academy knew his true knowledge. Even though he had secured a professor position, it was primarily because of his magical talent. If he were incompetent, the professor's position wouldn't have been his, despite the nominations from two major families. Now, he just needed to deliver the lecture using the provided script flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. Our Royal Academy's professors are definitely not mediocre. Viktor picked up the script again, studying it carefully. If there's a ready-made resource, why not use it? The noon hours passed quickly, and the afternoon sun shone even brighter. People from various circles eagerly awaited the young professor's debut at the Royal Magic Academy, curious to see if this long-dormant genius was merely a product of the academy's hype. Viktor entered the classroom, having thoroughly memorized the lecture content. Initially, he planned to cover just part of the material to get through easily. However, as he scanned the classroom, his gaze fell on a blonde enchantress in the front row, and he changed his mind. 17-year-old Erica Ducroix, the most talented student the Royal Magic Academy had seen in years, hailed from a prestigious family. She was the daughter of a duke, second only to royalty. Viktor hadn't expected that the girl he had a run-in with a few days ago would be his student. Erica noticed him too, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Perched on his shoulder, Vega whispered, "That's the little beauty from yesterday's headlines. Quite pretty, isn't she? Let me see. Wow, she's already a second-level mage at such a young age. Impressive." Vega's presence in the classroom was allowed because the Royal Magic Academy permitted pets and did not restrict their types. The dean himself kept a watermelon with eyes, so a one-eyed crow wasn't considered unusual. Viktor cleared his throat and addressed the students. "I am Viktor Klavina, a professor at the Royal Magic Academy, and now your teacher. Today's lecture will cover the impact of array composition on advanced magic systems." As the lecture progressed, Viktor found his rhythm. Time flew by, and 40 minutes later, he glanced at the clock. It was already 4 p.m. "Class dismissed," he signaled. Feeling relieved that the class had gone smoothly without any questions, making it a perfect session. Just as Viktor was about to leave, Erica in the front row raised her hand, smiling. "Professor, I have a question. Could you please answer it for me?" Viktor's face darkened slightly. As expected, trouble was here. Erica's challenge arrived as expected, and Viktor was well aware of it. Just as he was contemplating his response, the bell rang at the perfect moment. Viktor gave Erica a polite smile, hinting that they could discuss her questions in the next class. His lecture had been flawless, and there was no need to stir up trouble now. However, Erica wasn't about to let him off easily. She aggressively pressed on. "As far as I know, professors are obliged to answer students' questions. Unless, of course, your title is just for show, in which case you don't have to answer." Her provocation not only failed to annoy those around them, but also sparked their curiosity about Viktor's response. Viktor rubbed his temples and sighed. In this place teeming with industry professionals, his feud with Erica was no secret. Rumors of him flirting with underage girls were widespread, and the onlookers were eager to see how this confrontation would unfold. Viktor realized that if he handled this poorly, he would be the headline news tomorrow. He didn't want to become a laughingstock, but he also couldn't afford to lose face in front of everyone. Deciding to teach Erica a lesson, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "This is my class, my rules. If you think you can use my title to guilt-trip me, forget it." He looked up, his eyes filled with disdain. I refuse to answer your question. Just as he finished speaking and turned to leave, the surroundings blurred and flickered with blue light. When he regained his senses, he found himself back at the podium, staring at a faintly glowing blue magic circle on the floor. A teleportation array, Viktor thought in surprise. She actually set this up at the door. Erica watched Viktor with a smug look, as if waiting for him to panic. She taunted, "This is my question. If Professor Viktor can't answer it, you won't be able to leave." The people around them widened their eyes in shock. Whoa, is this teleportation magic? A genius student from the Royal Academy of Magic can set up a teleportation array without anyone noticing? A second-tier mage is this powerful? The astonished murmurs filled the room. Viktor's heart sank. He had inherited the previous Viktor's rank and magic abilities, but not his knowledge. He could use magic, but he didn't understand its principles, much like knowing how to use a lighter without understanding its mechanics. Erica had inadvertently struck his Achilles' heel. Just then, Vega's voice echoed in his mind. "Follow my instructions." Viktor's confidence surged, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Well, I guess I'll give an extra lesson then." He pointed to the deconstruction pattern of the teleportation magic and explained to Erica, "You just need to disrupt the weak connections between these small arrays. It's quite simple." As he spoke, he traced a series of runes in the air with his finger. The runes fused into the core of the magic array, and streams of light flowed towards the smaller arrays. The array began to destabilize, and its glow dimmed. Erica's face grew tense, and sweat beaded on her forehead. She could feel the connection to the array weakening, and no matter how much magic she poured into it, she couldn't stop the array from disintegrating. Eventually, her connection to the array was completely severed. Viktor snapped his fingers, and Erica's hairpin instantly appeared in his hand. "I'll borrow your hairpin for a moment." Erica was stunned, watching helplessly as her hairpin was taken. The dull teleportation array suddenly lit up again, this time under Viktor's control. He effortlessly manipulated it, transporting a flower pot from the window to the podium and moving the clock from the wall to the ceiling. The entire classroom seemed to be his playground. Finally, he switched Erica's seat from the front row to the back. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly amazed by Viktor's magical prowess. Viktor quickly took advantage of the situation, swiftly inscribing a rune. After a series of intricate maneuvers, the teleportation array was restored to its original state. He gently placed Erica's hairpin on the podium and turned to her, saying, "All right, you can try again now." Erica glared at him resentfully and attempted to activate the array once more. The hairpin on the podium vanished, neither returning to Erica's hand nor appearing in Viktor's. With an impassive expression, Viktor remarked, "Congratulations, your hairpin has been transported to another dimension." Erica was stunned. No matter how she manipulated the magical array, the hairpin never reappeared. Viktor, however, continued unfazed. "There is another way to solve this array." He snapped his fingers, and his mage hand emitted 6 beams of light, illuminating 6 magical arrays in the air simultaneously. The surrounding students gasped. "Multiple casting? 6 at once? How is that possible?" "Nothing's impossible. Viktor is a Tier 3 mage. The genius professor of the Royal Academy of Magic, facing off against a prodigious student. This is worth watching." Viktor waved off the praise and calmly said, "You can simply suppress it." With that, his mage hand clenched gently, causing the 6 arrays to glow brightly. Under the immense magical pressure, the teleportation array cracked and then vanished. Erica's hairpin was gone for good. She stood there, head down, her body trembling slightly, her expression unreadable. Viktor chuckled softly, ready to leave, and said, "Remember this, Erica. It's a lesson from your teacher, with a small added reprimand. I'm busy and like to finish on time." He walked out of the classroom, indifferent to the ensuing chaos. Just as he exited, a burst of noise erupted behind him, but it no longer concerned him. Viktor returned to his office to pass the time until the final school bell rang. Remembering the library, he decided to see if there was anything of interest. He teleported directly from the Mage Tower to the library, which looked exactly like his memories from the game. Casually picking up a book, a dialogue box suddenly appeared before him. "Would you like to learn level 1 magic? Rolling fireball? Required materials: flame flower, harpy feather." Viktor realized why he had previously bought so many materials. These materials could not only be used to craft items, but also to learn magic in the library. Learning magic required money, but as a wealthy lord, Viktor didn't mind. This was a loophole in the game mechanics. The materials were meant to be obtained by defeating neutral monsters outside, but he could simply purchase them in bulk from the store. Seeing that it was still early, Viktor went on a learning spree in the library, mastering almost all the beginner-level spells on the first floor until he exhausted all his materials and most of his money. By dusk, the golden sunlight streamed into the library, casting a yellowish glow on the floor. As it grew darker, an unusual light suddenly shone from deep within the library. Curious, Viktor followed the light and found his teaching assistant, Henny. At that moment, Henny was engrossed in writing at a desk, pen in hand, scribbling furiously. Viktor could even hear her muttering, "I'll have Professor Viktor use this topic for tomorrow's lecture." Viktor noticed that Honey was engrossed in her work and couldn't help but walk over. Sensing someone approaching, Honey looked up warily and pushed her glasses up her nose. Upon recognizing Professor Viktor, she quickly stood up to greet him. Viktor, unusually showing concern, asked, "Aren't you tired?" He knew that Honey's work was assigned by the school, but her academic level was high enough for her to be a teacher at the Royal Academy of Magic. Having someone so talented work as an assistant not only invited external criticism, but also made him feel guilty. "I'm not tired." Honey shook her head firmly. "It's an honor to prepare lessons for you, Professor." Viktor thought to himself that this adorably naive girl would have been completely exploited by his former self. He used to be someone who would cling to anything advantageous. In fact, with Vega around, he didn't even need an assistant. Seeing that no one else was around, Viktor decided to let this little lamb off the hook. He carefully chose his words, trying to maintain a cold demeanor. "You don't need to write my speeches anymore." Honey was stunned. Her body swayed, nearly losing her balance. She thought she had made a grave mistake and that Viktor was going to fire her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she trembled. "Professor, I can spend more time perfecting your speeches. Please don't abandon me. I can be a good assistant." Viktor frowned, not expecting such a reaction. He had only meant to let her rest earlier and allow her to independently demonstrate her talents in the academy. But Honey seemed solely focused on staying as his assistant, as if facing unemployment. Vega flapped his wings and explained in his ear, "You know why? This kid is just a magic apprentice, not even at the threshold of becoming a mage." Viktor suddenly understood, feeling a sense of regret for Honey's talents. In the magical world, an apprentice was equivalent to a novice from levels 1 to 9. The Royal Academy of Magic never kept idle people. The basic requirement to become a teacher was to be a mage. No matter how outstanding Honey's knowledge was, as long as she hadn't become a mage, she wasn't qualified to teach. From Honey's perspective, Viktor realized how hurtful his words had been. She was just an assistant. If even he didn't need her, she would face two outcomes: waiting for the next professor's assistant vacancy or leaving the academy and becoming unemployed. If she ended up jobless, no one would blame the academy. They would simply think she wasn't capable enough. She had devoted her life to learning, only to find herself without a future. But Viktor wasn't one to comfort her, being a notoriously petty villain. He coldly said, "All right, I take back what I said earlier. Honey, you're doing well and haven't made any mistakes. I'll continue to use you until you're completely worn out. So, don't overwork yourself before that happens." Honey was overjoyed, nodding excitedly, "Professor, I won't let you down." Viktor, curious, asked, "With your abilities, why do you settle for being just an assistant?" Honey hadn't expected Viktor to ask about her background. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly composed herself. "I graduated from the Royal Academy of Magic, but I never became a first-level mage even by graduation. So, I stayed at the academy and volunteered to be an assistant." The rest of the story became clear. Other professors already had their preferred assistants, and although Honey had the capability, she lacked the talent, making her an unattractive choice. It wasn't until the academy hired the infamous genius mage Viktor that she got the chance to work with him. After hearing her explanation, Viktor nodded and patted her shoulder. "Keep up the good work. Since the academy allowed you to stay, they won't treat you unfairly. I'm new here. Can you show me around the academy?" Honey hastily agreed and quickly tidied up her desk. Viktor thought to himself that he hadn't really explored the school since he arrived, so this would be a good opportunity to take a proper look around. Viktor said one thing, but he knew better in his heart. He had lost count of how many times he had been in this game. He knew the secret garden behind the dean's office like the back of his hand. Silently following Henny, he feigned the demeanor of a newcomer, nodding along to her introductions. Gardens, lawns, training grounds, these places were as familiar to him as his own palm lines. When they reached the front of the arcane hall, Viktor paused. Inside, there was a commotion, like students arguing. He frowned, suddenly understanding why school administrators liked to patrol the hallways. He pushed open the door and walked in. Erica stood in the center of the arcane hall, looking panicked. Her golden hair was in disarray, and anxiety gleamed in her eyes. In front of her, a red teleportation circle was flickering. The surrounding students were furious, their accusations flying. "Erica Ducroix, you did this. You sent Jack away. You privileged brat. Are you targeting us on purpose? Bring Jack back. Apologize right now." It turned out that during a teleportation magic practice, a student named Jack had accidentally stepped into Erica's circle and vanished instantly. This mishap had ignited long-standing tensions between the noble and commoner factions among the students. Erica kept her head down, repeatedly trying to restore the teleportation circle, but the clamor around her made it impossible to think straight. She was frustrated, recalling the earlier incident in class and the precious hairpin that had been teleported away. Now, another innocent student had gone missing due to her mistake. Viktor stood at the doorway, silently observing everything. He saw the panic in Erica's eyes and heard the student's angry accusations. As an experienced player, he knew this situation required immediate intervention. But before taking action, he couldn't help but wonder, is this another part of the game's storyline? Or is this world far more real than he had ever imagined? Erica bit her lip, her face reflecting a mix of anger and helplessness. Clenching her fists, her voice trembled slightly. I can't do it. It was my magic that went wrong, and I don't know how to bring him back. Her words did nothing to calm the crowd. Instead, they only fueled the anger of the surrounding students. Their faces were filled with rage and disappointment. Someone shouted, "You made our friend disappear, and you won't even apologize?" Another student pointed at Erica, their voice laden with pain and resentment. "Nobles are a menace. You've finally shown your true colors. Your lives matter, but what about ours? What do you take us for?" Erica lowered her head, her golden hair falling over her face, concealing her expression. She clenched her fists tighter, her nails nearly digging into her palms. A wave of frustration and helplessness surged within her. "Viktor," she cried out silently in her heart, "why am I not as good as you? I should be able to do what you can so effortlessly." Erica knew she shouldn't resent others, but every time she saw Viktor, she couldn't suppress these feelings. Viktor excelled in every way, whether it was knowledge or magical talent. Even her family praised his abilities, and he was recognized as a genius among the nobles. Once the seed of jealousy is planted, it grows like a stubborn weed, difficult to eradicate. Erica felt a deep sense of powerlessness and defeat. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly broke the tension at the doorway. "Are you all so idle?" The setting sun cast its rays through the doorway, illuminating Erica's exquisite face with a blood-red glow. Everyone turned their eyes toward the source of the voice. Viktor leaned against the doorframe, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his coat. A peculiar raven perched on his shoulder, its black feathers glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunset. Viktor's eyes were indifferent, as if the commotion around him was of no concern. He glanced around the room, taking in the charged atmosphere, and a mocking smile played on his lips. "If you want to write a report, go ahead and keep arguing in front of me." Viktor's presence was as imposing as a mountain, silencing everyone in the room. The students held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Once the tension settled, Viktor spoke. "Now, tell me what happened." A student from the front row mustered the courage to speak. His voice trembling, "Erica used her noble status to humiliate us. One of our classmates was trapped by her magic and has disappeared." The other students immediately echoed his words, their voices rising in agreement. Hearing this, Erica's face turned red as she hurried to defend herself. The room quickly descended into chaos. "Silence!" Viktor's angry roar brought the room back to quiet. He rubbed his temples, thinking how arguments were always such a headache, no matter the world. "Is this true, Erica?" Viktor demanded impatiently, his brow furrowed. Erica took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and explained, "I didn't mean to humiliate them. While I was practicing magic, that unlucky student accidentally walked into my misfired teleportation spell and disappeared." The surrounding students clearly didn't believe her, but they didn't dare to voice their doubts in front of the professor. Vega whispered quietly in Viktor's ear, "I've checked. The teleportation circle sent the student to another dimension. No worries, I'll handle it." With that, its single eye glowed, and a wisp of black smoke drifted from under its wing. Viktor understood immediately and activated his mage hand. 6 magical circles appeared in the air. Erica watched in shock, amazed at how effortlessly Professor Viktor could perform such a high-level multicasting spell. From behind, Vega gently added runes to the circles. 6 delicate black runes gradually merged into the formations. The entire array emitted a red glow, blending with the sunset and illuminating the entire arcane hall. The light was so intense that everyone had to shield their eyes. As the light faded, a voice broke the silence. "Is this the arcane hall? I'm back." The missing student looked around in disbelief, tears welling up in his eyes. "I really made it back." The crowd slowly opened their eyes and saw the familiar face. The commoner students erupted in cheers at their friend's safe return. Erica stood frozen, stunned by how easily Viktor had reversed her botched spell. "Is this the power of a third-tier mage?" she muttered to herself. Seeing the situation resolved, Viktor turned a cold gaze to Erica. "Apologize." Hearing this demand, Erica felt indignant. She acknowledged Viktor had corrected her mistake, but she hadn't done it on purpose. It was the unlucky student's fault for stumbling into the spell. Besides, her upbringing taught her that nobles never apologize to commoners. Viktor noticed her reluctance and sneered, "Refusing to apologize for your mistakes? lacking in both skill and character. Is this the Decroy family upbringing? These words resonated deeply with the commoner students, who despised nobles who abused their status. Seeing their professors standing up for them, their eyes lit up with hope. Erica seethed with anger, but knew she couldn't lash out. Viktor was right. She was at fault. She couldn't let her family be shamed by her actions. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and gracefully bowed to the unlucky student. I apologize for my mistake. The students were stunned into silence, seeing the proud noble bowing and admitting fault. The unlucky student, Jack, recovered from his fright and awkwardly accepted the apology. I also share the blame. If I had paid more attention, this wouldn't have happened. Viktor raised an eyebrow, finally satisfied. An apology alone isn't enough. Since you made a mistake, you should set an example. He glanced at Erica and said, "Come to my office." Erica bowed her head in silence, but followed him. The two left the room under the watchful eyes of the students. As soon as they were gone, the students erupted into excited chatter. "Oh my goodness, this guy is so handsome," a student exclaimed, drawing the attention of nearby classmates. They curiously eyed the newcomer who had just demonstrated an astonishing 6-layer spell. "Looks like a teacher? Must be new around here," another student speculated. "Wow, a multi-layer spell, and 6 layers at that. That's the most I've ever seen," an excited magic enthusiast explained. "How can he be just a regular teacher?" someone questioned. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd piped up, "He's from my class. That's the new Professor Viktor. He gave us a lecture this afternoon." "A professor? No wonder he's so powerful, but he's so young." The crowd was amazed. "I wonder when Professor Viktor's next lecture is? I definitely want to sign up," a student eagerly said. Viktor, now walking away, couldn't hear the students' chatter. He strode ahead with Erica following behind, accompanied by his assistant, Henny. The trio soon arrived at the Mage Tower, where they were teleported to Viktor's office after identity verification. With a flick of his finger, a small magic circle appeared in the air, and Erica's hairpin suddenly materialized in Viktor's hand. He handed the hairpin to Erica, his tone calm. "Keep track of your belongings. Don't let this happen again." Erica was stunned. She never expected him to return it voluntarily. She bit her lip, took the hairpin, and lowered her head, her expression complicated. Viktor sat down, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. The defiant Erica stood before him, looking like she was about to be reprimanded. Viktor spoke slowly. "Listen, Erica, whatever conflicts we had before, this is the Royal Magic Academy, not a place for your antics. I'm the teacher, you're the student. Adjust your attitude accordingly. Magic is dangerous. If you can't control it perfectly, don't cast it in public." This time it was just a simple teleportation spell. What if you were practicing a powerful area effect spell? Erica remained silent, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her fear. If she truly lost control, the consequences would be dire. Viktor continued, "You said something right in class, Erica. As a teacher, it's my duty to answer students' questions. But you must genuinely seek knowledge, not create trouble." With that, Viktor began demonstrating the principles of teleportation magic and more advanced array formations to Erica. "Watch closely. I'll only show this once." Runes and magic circles danced at his fingertips, and Erica immediately focused, observing intently. Viktor showed how to teleport objects to another dimension and retrieve them. Then, he assigned Erica homework. "Master this and write a report. Submit it to my assistant tomorrow morning." Erica nodded silently and left the office. Henny, who had witnessed the whole exchange from the corner, said after Erica left, "Professor, you're really kind. Nothing like the rumors." "But I don't like Erica." She had heard about the classroom incident and knew Erica had been trying to cause trouble. Without looking at her, Viktor replied calmly, "If you were a teenager and got hit on by a man almost 30, you'd probably harbor similar resentment." Henny was shocked. "That really happened?" Viktor chuckled, patting her head as he stood up. "Bring Erica's notes and speech to me tomorrow." With that, he teleported out of the office. Erica got off the carriage and saw her father, Duke Levi, standing at the gate. They shared the same blonde hair and eyes, bound by blood. Time seemed to have left no mark on Levi's face. "Dear, why are you back so late?" Levi greeted her with a smile, but it faded as he noticed Erica's gloomy expression. "Erica? What happened? Did someone bully you at school? Tell me and I'll make them pay." Erica stopped him. "It's fine, father. No one bullied me. I just met Viktor. He's become a professor and started at the academy today." Levi straightened up, his expression turning fierce. "That scoundrel. I'll have the Royal Magic Academy fire him tomorrow." Though it was just an empty threat to comfort his daughter, Levi knew that Viktor's exceptional talent and status as a Tier 3 mage meant he had now fully aligned with the royal family. Unless the king intervened personally, no one would dare to touch him. Unaware of the intricacies, Erica hurriedly protested. "No." She recounted the day's events, and the Duke's expression softened slightly. Erica continued. I really can't compete with him. Erica returned home and told her father, Levi, about the dispute in the lecture hall today, but she didn't mention the conflict with the commoners. Levi listened and nodded understandingly, gently comforting her. In that case, study magic diligently under Viktor's guidance. He managed to become a third-level mage by the age of 20, which is quite impressive. But you are my daughter, and I know your talent very well. Learn from his strengths and then surpass him. I believe you can do it. Erica obediently nodded in agreement and quietly returned to her room with the servants. Watching his daughter leave, Levi sighed deeply. Even though Erica suffered under Viktor, he couldn't intervene. As a duke, his every action had to serve the nation. This position did not allow any impulsive behavior. Neither the empire nor the title of duke permitted it. I'm sorry, Erica, he murmured softly. Late at night, Viktor returned to the garden, exhausted. Just as he stretched his body, a servant hurried over with a message. Master, your sister requests your presence in the study. Viktor frowned, thinking that nothing good comes from such late visits. Pushing open the study door, he found Leah waiting in a chair, her eyes blazing with anger. What is it? Viktor asked. Leah sprang to her feet and slammed a bill of expenses onto the table, making it tremble. Take a look yourself, she shouted angrily. Viktor glanced at his sister and picked up the bill. It detailed his expenses, a large sum for purchasing materials and another that mysteriously disappeared. Of course, Viktor knew exactly where the money went to buy materials and for learning magic, the latter being a privilege exclusive to players, which Leah couldn't possibly track. Leah stood up, jabbing a finger into Viktor's chest, and demanded fiercely, is the family really short on money? The territory's income has been unstable lately, and you're still spending lavishly? Do you want to drain the last drop of blood from this land? Explain yourself. Viktor calmly glanced over the bill and gently placed it on the table. He looked up at Leah and asked, Leah, what are the sources of income for our territory? Hearing this, Leah tilted her head and squinted at Viktor. Her expression was as if she were looking at a fool, and a mocking smile played on her lips. A lord who doesn't even know his own territory's income sources? She chuckled, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Though Viktor indeed had no idea, it didn't stop Leah from mocking him. She straightened up and, in a lecturing tone, said, Listen carefully. Our Kravenna territory mainly makes money from selling grain and minerals. As Leah explained, Viktor gradually understood the situation. The Kravenna family's lands were fertile, surrounded by lush forests, and located about a day's drive from the capital. Its prime location made it the empire's second most prosperous town. More importantly, the Kravenna territory possessed a rich vein of minerals, which could still be mined for over 50 years. The favorable geography, fertile land, bountiful harvests, and the family-owned mineral resources made it nearly impossible for the Kravenna family to be poor. However, Leah's tone suddenly grew serious. But recently, the mineral output has decreased significantly, and it's not yet the season for harvesting grain. The grain we've been selling was stored from last year. She faced Viktor, anger in her voice. We still need to ensure there's enough grain for our territory's consumption. We can't sell it all. Income is very low right now, and you're still spending money like this. Viktor merely nodded, his face revealing no emotion, maintaining his calm demeanor. This reaction infuriated Leah even more. She stared at Viktor in disbelief. Do you have any remorse at all? After a brief moment of thought, Viktor stroked his chin and replied, hire a few mages and purchase a shop in the most bustling area of the capital. Open a mage's supply store. Leah immediately flared up at this suggestion, her voice rising. Viktor, didn't you listen to a word I said? Do you think such shops are rare in the capital? Even if you open one, what difference would it make? Do you think your name is more significant than all the other merchants? Viktor, do you even know how to do business? Leah grew increasingly agitated. She thought about how she had been managing the territory since their parents died, maintaining it for over a decade. Despite Viktor's wastefulness, she never complained. But now, this clueless Viktor wanted to meddle in the family's business. What was he thinking? Her voice carried a hint of grievance. Seeing that words wouldn't calm Leah, Viktor said nothing more. He simply waved his hand, and dozens of blue potions suddenly appeared on the table before them. Leah was stunned, her anger dissipating as she stared at the ocean blue potions. What is this? She asked, blinking in disbelief. No one had ever seen such magical potions before. Mana-stirring items existed, but they were rare and extremely expensive. The market had only seen healing potions, which were vastly different from the instant health potions used by players in games. The latter instantly restored health, unlike the slow-acting real-life counterparts. This was the difference between game items and reality. Essentially, bringing a game item into reality was like having a cheat code. Even a small instant mana potion could become a legendary artifact. Viktor didn't explain. He simply instructed. Seeing is believing. Find a few mages, have them cast spells until they're exhausted, and then let them drink one of these. You'll know what to do. Although Leah was full of doubts, she took all the potions. Oh, by the way, Viktor suddenly asked, do you have any help? Hearing this, Leah sneered. Well, our great lord is finally showing some concern for his subordinates? Viktor paid no mind to her sarcasm. Their strained sibling relationship was partly due to his inaction. He simply repeated his question. Seriously, have you ever hired any guards for your caravans? Leah snorted. No, I don't trust others. So, all of Kravena's business has been handled by you alone, Viktor frowned. Isn't it dangerous? The territory may be close to the capital, but it's still a full day's journey. Leah was surprised that her unreliable brother was showing concern for her, but this concern made her feel a bit uneasy. She leaned against the table, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, and awkwardly looked away. Leah shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the medicine bottle in her hand. Our Klavena family has its own trade routes. When we encounter bandits, we just show them our family crest, and they back off. We've never really faced any danger. Viktor nodded, and then removed the mage's hand from his right hand. Leah, listen carefully. This trip to the capital to open a shop is no ordinary task. Valuable items can attract unwanted attention. Wear this. It will help you handle unexpected situations. Leah set down the medicine bottle and hesitated slightly as she took the glove. Viktor explained, don't worry about it. It's just a little mage tool that will automatically fit your hand. Though Leah's concerns were not about the fit, she said nothing more and silently put on the fingerless glove, still warm from Viktor's hand. As she touched the gemstone on the glove, a wave of resentment rose in her heart. As a merchant, she knew these were priceless magical stones. Viktor had embedded 6 of them into a single glove. Despite her inner grumbling, Leah surprisingly refrained from scolding Viktor. She followed his instructions, opening her palm and aiming it at him, noting how beautiful the green stone in the center was. Suddenly, the green gem glowed faintly, and a magic circle quickly formed in Leah's palm. A fierce gale instantly filled the study, papers rustling wildly. The whirlwind grew larger above the magic circle. Viktor swiftly constructed a teleportation circle in the air. As the storm reached a certain size, it was sucked into the teleportation circle and vanished. Seconds later, a loud cracking sound echoed from afar. Leah was stunned. Viktor calmly explained, second-tier magic, gale storm, powerful enough to level a mountain. He tapped the desk, and the magic circle in the air dissipated. Leah stood frozen, her arm rigid. She had never imagined she could unleash such powerful magic. Viktor recharged the glove and continued to instruct, be mindful of the usage. Each gem can only be used once. Come back to me for a recharge when they are depleted. Realizing the value of the equipment, Leah wanted to say something, but swallowed her words. Finally, she awkwardly muttered a thank you and hurried out. After the door closed, the raven on Viktor's shoulder spoke up. Don't you feel any regret giving such a thing to someone else? Viktor replied nonchalantly, it's just a tool I can make anytime. I don't need it for now. The raven fell silent, contemplating how to convince Viktor to make one for it as well. The next morning, just as Viktor was about to leave, a servant informed him that a lady claiming to be his assistant was here to see him. Feeling a bit puzzled, Viktor nonetheless had the servant bring her in. When he saw Henny's haggard face and prominent dark circles, he couldn't help but ask, what's with this look? Didn't you get any rest? Henny seemed to snap out of a daze and replied, no, Professor. I forgot to sleep last night. I was writing a draft all night. Viktor felt at a loss for words at this explanation. When Erica brought the notes, I remembered you said to deliver them to you. So I brought them along with the speech draft. Viktor looked at the obviously exhausted Henny standing before him and found himself at a loss for words, unable to scold this innocent girl. After a moment of silence, he asked gently, have you had breakfast? Henny shook her head, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. She had rushed over early in the morning without getting enough sleep or eating. Viktor sighed softly, waved to a servant by the door and instructed, take her to have breakfast, then arrange a room for her to rest. Henny responded in a fluster, about to decline but caught Viktor's unyielding gaze. Eat something and then rest, he said, his tone gentle yet commanding. Henny immediately wilted, lowering her head like a defeated eggplant, and obediently followed the servant out of the room. Viktor had originally planned to go to the academy in the morning, but after seeing Henny, he changed his mind. His classes were in the afternoon, so he decided to spend the morning reviewing Erica's assignments and his speech draft in the study. Sitting at his desk, Viktor graded Erica's work while thoughtfully asking, Vega, what do you think of that child? Vega was taken aback for a moment before realizing Viktor was referring to Henny. Cautiously, it asked, what do you mean? Viktor stretched, his fingers rhythmically tapping the speech draft on the desk. He turned to look at Vega, his eyes narrowing with a hint of slyness and danger. Didn't you say you wanted me to gather followers for you? He said slowly. This kind of naive, sweet girl is the easiest to manipulate. Viktor sat in his study, with sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow on the books. He absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the desk while listening to Vega's incessant chatter. You think gaining followers is just about talking? They have to be genuinely devoted for it to work, Vega said anxiously. Viktor chuckled softly, a sly glint in his eye. Genuine devotion? I'm not worried about being convincing. Vega let out a dissatisfied grunt, squinting at Viktor. Perhaps you're even more cunning than the previous Viktor. Flattery will get you nowhere, Viktor replied, turning his attention back to the speech in front of him. He glanced at Vega, who was dozing off on the desk. The Raven, ever since bonding with him, seemed to have forgotten their mission to revive the Dark God. In just a few days, Vega had noticeably gained weight, making it heavier when perched on Viktor's shoulder. Since Vega wasn't in a hurry, Viktor didn't bother to stress about it either. He continued correcting Erica's assignments and reviewing the day's lesson plans, spending a quiet morning. Around noon, Viktor stepped out of the study and ran into Henny, the assistant, rubbing her eyes. Awake? Get ready, we need to leave, Viktor reminded casually. Henny, startled like a frightened deer, instantly woke up and replied, No problem, Professor. I'm ready. Viktor nodded and instructed the servants to prepare the carriage for the Royal Academy of Magic. As they sat in the carriage, Henny kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with Viktor, sneaking glances only occasionally. Her heartbeat quickened, and sweat beaded on her forehead as she realized she had spent the night at the infamous nobleman's house, making her increasingly anxious. Viktor noticed Henny's unease and considered saying something but decided silence might be better. The entire ride was wordless until the carriage came to a stop. We're here, Viktor announced. Henny sighed in relief, gathering her courage to say, Professor Viktor, the dean asked to see you when you arrive. Viktor nodded and headed straight to the dean's office, with Henny following closely behind. After teleporting to the mage tower, Viktor knocked on the dean's door. Once permitted, he entered with Henny. Dean, I heard you wanted to see me, Viktor said directly. The dean, an elderly, portly man adorned with magical trinkets, epitomized the traditional mage. As the Academy's strongest mage, a fourth-tier holy mage, he had reached this legendary status 2 decades ago. The dean slowly set down his cup and pen, leaning back in his chair. Professor Viktor, I heard about what happened in your class yesterday. Viktor frowned, surprised that Erica's challenge had reached the dean's ears. You handled it well, the dean smiled, but don't you think you were a bit too strict? Over time, this might lead to dissatisfaction among the students. Viktor shook his head, responding calmly, if I don't enforce discipline, they won't learn to respect their teachers. Moreover, he is Viktor, a man who never lets a slight go unavenged. The dean quickly agreed with his point of view, nodding approvingly, yes, respecting teachers and valuing education is a good principle. No wonder you're called a genius mage. The dean rummaged through his desk and handed Viktor a piece of parchment. By the way, the reason I called you here today is because of this. It's an invitation for a lecture we're sending out from the Academy. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to add. Viktor took the parchment and began to read it carefully. The dean, with a kindly smile, explained, I trust you understand, Professor Viktor. At our academy, lecturers with a professor title are required to conduct a lecture every month. We plan to promote your lecture course to the public in a month, inviting all kinds of mages and industry professionals, and record it using Magistone. Viktor grasped the dean's intention. The dean continued, so, I hope you can perfect the lecture content within this month. The academy will provide you with a hall that can accommodate thousands. Professor Viktor, do you have any suggestions? Viktor understood clearly that this was the academy's preparation for the upcoming enrollment season. A young third-year mage professor would undoubtedly be a powerful draw for outstanding new students. Despite his poor reputation, strength and capability were what truly mattered. If this lecture were successful, the negative news would naturally dissipate. Thinking of the recent newspaper articles and his promise to Gwen, Viktor realized that the romantic history of a powerful professor was irrelevant, even if he had indeed flirted with the Duke's daughter. More importantly, this lecture would bind his professorship closely with the Royal Academy, creating conditions for him to accomplish more in the coming years. So Viktor nodded in agreement. I have no issues. Let's proceed as the Academy planned. The dean smiled with satisfaction and turned to Henny, who stood beside Viktor. How about this assistant? Are you satisfied with her work? Viktor glanced at Henny and replied, having such a competent assistant is my honor. With that, he turned and left with Henny. Henny followed Viktor, feeling elated. The professor's praise made her feel that her efforts had not been in vain, and her steps became lighter. In the afternoon, Viktor conducted his class as usual. This time, there were no industry professionals observing. After yesterday's incident, no one expected to find any amusement from Viktor. He explained the knowledge points, and the students took notes diligently. Even Erica, who usually caused trouble, focused on her notes. When the class ended, Viktor organized his materials and announced, class dismissed. Erica, Remember to come to my office. In his office, Viktor handed back Erica's corrected notes, pointing out some mistakes. For where you are now, it's still too early to use teleportation magic easily, but your direction isn't wrong. Erica listened attentively, and the harmonious atmosphere made it seem as if Viktor had never flirted with her at her birthday party. After the explanation, Viktor said, "That's all for today." Erica tentatively asked, "If I have questions in the future, can I still come to you for guidance?" Despite her distaste for Viktor, she had to admit that his knowledge was top-notch, far exceeding that of her father's private tutors. Any difficult point became simple under Viktor's explanation. Viktor thought for a moment and replied, "It depends. I have a lot of work myself, but if I have time, then of course." Naturally, this was just a polite response. Viktor was always punctual about leaving work and never procrastinated. Just as he finished speaking, Viktor felt a sensation. The hand of the mage had been activated. As the source of the magic, he could sense that Leah was using it. Viktor was secretly surprised that it was used so soon after giving it to Leah yesterday, but he wasn't too worried about her safety. His gaze turned to the window as he pondered the distance between the source of the magic and the capital. After a moment, he resolved to investigate personally. Standing up, Viktor turned to Erica and said, "I have some matters to attend to. Remember to close the door when you leave." Before he finished speaking, his fingers traced a complex rune in the air. In an instant, a teleportation circle glowing with blue light formed beneath him. The next second, Viktor vanished, leaving Erica alone in the room. Erica stood there, stunned for a moment, then realized the absurdity of Viktor's words. She muttered to herself, "Since when does the Mage Tower have doors?" Indeed, everyone at the academy knew that the interior of the Mage Tower relied entirely on teleportation magic, with no ordinary doors. Shaking her head, she began to prepare to leave as well. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the capital, a fierce battle had just ended. Leah stood amidst the scorched earth, her gaze fixed on the charred corpses. Her expression was solemn, while the other mages around her trembled with fear and awe. These mages had witnessed Leah unleash a powerful second-tier spell, incinerating the attackers in an instant. They were filled with confusion. If Leah possessed such formidable power, why did she need their assistance? Frowning, Leah's eyes swept over the carriage bearing the Kravina family crest. Despite the family's protection, they were still attacked, leaving her puzzled. Shaking her head, she set these questions aside for now. She had already notified Miss Gwen, and reinforcements would arrive soon. The group waited in place. 10 minutes later, a team of knights clad in cold iron armor, riding white horses, appeared on the horizon. Leading them was Gwen, who immediately spotted Leah sitting alone on a roadside stone. Gwen quickly dismounted and ran to Leah's side, asking with concern, Leah, are you all right?" She grasped Leah's hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Leah smiled and softly replied, "Me? Of course, I'm fine. But those bandits who attacked our caravan didn't fare so well." She gestured to the side, and Gwen noticed the charred corpses nearby. Gwen frowned as she examined the bodies. Even as a seasoned knight accustomed to death, the gruesome scene unsettled her. Her gaze shifted between Leah and the other mages, trying to deduce who was responsible. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought crossed Gwen's mind. Half joking, she asked, "Did you kill these bandits?" "Don't mind me, Leah. I'm just joking." Leah looked Gwen straight in the eye and calmly replied, "If I said yes, would you believe me?" Gwen was taken aback, momentarily unsure how to respond. "It was me." Viktor's voice suddenly broke the silence, snapping Gwen out of her thoughts. Gwen looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that Viktor had appeared at the scene without her noticing. His perpetually stern face showed no emotion, as if dealing with a group of bandits was just a routine task for him. Gwen nodded in acknowledgement, knowing full well that as a third-year mage, Viktor's reputation preceded him, and handling such small fry was indeed a piece of cake. "What are you doing here?" Gwen turned her head, frowning slightly. She was puzzled. If Viktor was here, why had Leah specifically called her over? At that moment, Gwen noticed Leah fiddling with a crystal that shimmered with a rainbow of colors. As the colors gradually faded, Gwen's eyes caught sight of a similar crystal hanging at Leah's waist. She suddenly realized that these must be magical devices they used for long-distance communication. Viktor maintained his indifferent expression and explained calmly, "My family's caravan is near the capital. I'm here to meet them and took care of these bandits along the way." Gwen accepted the explanation without question. She turned to her knights and issued orders, "Examine the bodies and see if there are any identifiable ones. Conduct an identity check and report back to me." "Yes, ma'am." The knights immediately set to work, inspecting the scene. Gwen then turned to Leah and advised, "Stay safe. Contact me immediately if there's any danger." With that, she prepared to leave with her knights. As Gwen walked away, Leah's face puffed up in frustration, resembling an angry dumpling. She had hoped to impress Gwen, only for Viktor to swoop in and steal the credit. Displaying wealth invites trouble. And you know that better than anyone, Viktor said nonchalantly. Leah calmed down instantly. She realized that, even though the caravan was full of their own people, revealing that her magic relied on an artifact could attract unwanted attention. As a shrewd merchant, she was well aware of human greed. Yeah, I get it. Leah nodded in agreement. Viktor was pleased with his guidance, feeling a sense of accomplishment as an older brother. He approached Leah and extended a finger. The previously dim crystal flashed red, recharging its magic. After completing this, Viktor turned to leave. Leah, however, hesitated and asked, "Why did you really come?" "I don't buy what you told Gwen." Viktor turned back, his expression unchanged. "I sensed you using magic and got curious." Leah felt a mix of emotions. Viktor had never shown concern for her before. She couldn't help but wonder, what's gotten into him today? Did someone knock some sense into him? Sensing her thoughts, Viktor continued, "The caravan attack might be linked to one of my enemies. I have too many to pinpoint who exactly." "Be cautious," Leah sneered, finally finding a chance to retort. "Oh, so you do know you're not well liked?" She had her suspicions about the bandits, but chose not to share them with Viktor. "Have you tested the potion?" Viktor suddenly asked. "Yes, the mages tried it and said it works wonders," Leah replied. Surprised, exhausted mages felt rejuvenated after drinking just one bottle. "Even though I'm not a mage, I can see how impressive this is. This trip isn't just for the mineral trade. I've already scouted a shop in the capital," Leah continued. "There are many adventurers, especially mages. Selling this in a bustling area will definitely be a hit." Viktor admired Leah's initiative, but didn't show it. "If you run into trouble in the capital, I might not be able to help. Contact Gwen more often," Viktor advised. Leah tilted her head, drawing out an "oh" as she eyed Viktor suspiciously. "You don't know?" Viktor frowned, signaling Leah to stop playing games. "In a few days, Gwen will be on a mission. She won't be back for at least half a month," Leah said, observing Viktor's reaction. "And you, her fiancé, didn't even know? Maybe she should start preparing to remarry." Viktor hadn't known about this. To be honest, he couldn't even define his relationship with Gwen. "Where is she going?" Viktor asked, his tone as flat as if he were asking about a stranger. Leah was disappointed to see no change in Viktor's expression. She fiddled with her mage's hand, replying offhandedly. She said she's going to Mount Vesuvius. Even though it was an extinct volcano, the locals reported strange noises coming from the mountain. The emperor sent her to investigate whether the volcano might erupt and to develop a contingency plan in advance. When Viktor heard the name, he paused slightly, memories flooding back to him. That place was far from an ordinary extinct volcano. Deep within the magma beneath the crater lurked a massive monster, the neutral world boss that appears in the first part of the game's storyline. Its power was formidable, and as a world-class boss, it was a challenge eligible for all players on the server. It had an incredibly high level and thick health points, far surpassing any ordinary boss. Viktor recalled that this boss would awaken a year and a half later. At that time, the game had only been online for 6 months, and most players were around level 20. While this boss was an astonishing level 50, players couldn't even break through its defenses. When the boss awakened from the volcano, the nearby towns were instantly flattened. The Imperial Knights sent to deal with it were effortlessly crushed, and they ultimately had to turn to the players for help. It took players 3 whole days, countless deaths, and respawns to finally whittle down the boss's last bit of health. Viktor was part of that battle. He vividly remembered staying up 3 nights in a row, logging in every day to chip away at the boss's health with other players. Every time he recalled it, he felt a surge of excitement. In the end, the generous rewards compensated every player who participated in the fight. Even though he later challenged that dungeon multiple times with different classes, he could never replicate the sense of despair from that first encounter. Now, Viktor was curious to see what the boss looked like before it woke up. Players had named it the Inferno Beast. It resembled a gigantic furnace, burning everything in its path and turning the ground to ash. Viktor decided to visit Gwen tonight and see if he could join her on the investigation mission. Noticing that Viktor had fallen into deep thought after hearing the story, Leah impatiently waved her hand. "Are you daydreaming? As a professor at the Magic Academy, why are you wandering around? If you have nothing better to do, go home." Viktor snapped back to reality and nodded. A magic circle appeared at his feet, and he vanished in an instant. Leah sighed helplessly as she watched him leave. That guy. Always leaving without a second thought. Several mages huddled nearby were stunned. They had just witnessed the legendary head of the Clavinna family casually using teleportation magic, a feat more impressive than anything their own boss could manage. Leah quickly turned her attention back to work, directing her subordinates to inventory the goods. After confirming that nothing was missing, she breathed a sigh of relief. She quietly instructed her subordinate next to her, "Go investigate the recent activities of the Duke family." Her eyes suddenly sharpened. When has the Clavinna family's caravan ever been ambushed? Leah had long been suspicious of the Duke. Recently, The only one who had a grudge against Viktor was the Duke's youngest daughter. As for Viktor's old enemies, they were either buried or exiled, and the rest wouldn't dare provoke the Klevina family's caravan. No one but the Duke would dare to defy this rule. We've always collected protection fees from others. Even in the capital, we can't let these locals bully us. Leah resolved silently. Meanwhile, Viktor teleported back home, quickly changed into a different outfit, and instructed the servants to prepare a carriage for his visit to the Delin family. Gwen had just finished her day's work and returned home. Eager to unwind, she removed her armor and cumbersome clothes, slipping into a hot bath prepared by the servants. She stretched out and enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation, letting out a satisfied sigh. Just as Gwen was about to doze off, a servant knocked on the bathroom door. "Miss, you have a visitor," Gwen lazily asked. "Who is it?" The servant replied, "It's Mr. Viktor." Thud. Startled, Gwen slipped and fell into the water. Viktor sat inside the carriage, waiting for the servant's notification. Suddenly, he heard Vega's low, chattering voice. "Are you interested in that dormant volcano?" Viktor glanced at the raven perched on his shoulder. Vega was struggling to groom its glossy feathers, its overly plump body preventing its beak from reaching its back. "How did you find out?" Viktor asked. Vega lifted its head confidently and said, "Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to see this fiancé of yours." Viktor didn't respond, silently acknowledging Vega's deduction. Time ticked by, and while Viktor remained patient, Vega soon grew restless. "Why hasn't anyone come to fetch us yet?" the raven asked impatiently. Viktor closed the magical book in his hand, the pages rustling softly. He replied calmly, "Imagine if you were a beautiful woman, alone at home, and someone wanted to see you at night. This person is your fiancé. What would you do?" Vega tilted its head, pondering for a moment, then croaked, "Dress up nicely and present myself in the best possible way? I get it. She's putting on makeup for you, and you're patiently waiting for her." "Wrong," Viktor said expressionlessly. "She would think such a person is crazy and find it annoying." Vega was clearly unconvinced. "Why? All those romance novels say otherwise. Maybe you don't understand women." "It's you who doesn't understand, Gwen," Viktor replied, turning his gaze towards the Delin family's courtyard gate. "This esteemed knight has never seen herself as just a woman." Viktor silently admitted to himself that he didn't really understand Gwen now, either. But he believed that Gwen probably hated him at this moment. After all, no woman would like a man who always wore a stern face, was petty, and had done so many wrong things. This engagement was likely a stain on Gwen's life. This also explained why she never married after Viktor's death. "Get ready, we're going in," Viktor whispered to the raven on his shoulder. Vega immediately assumed the demeanor of a docile pet, lazily standing still. Moments later, a maid approached the carriage, respectfully informing Viktor that Miss Gwen was ready and inviting him in. Viktor stepped out of the carriage and followed the maid through the gate to the meeting hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Gwen. She sat on a soft sofa, not particularly dressed up, just wrapped in a thick bathrobe, looking like she had just finished bathing. But even without makeup, Gwen's exquisite and perfect face was enough to captivate any man. "It's late. Why are you here?" Gwen's tone was calm but carried a hint of distance. Viktor sat down opposite her without hesitation, getting straight to the point. "I heard you're going on a mission and will be gone for half a month." Gwen nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I leave in a week. Can I go with you?" Viktor requested. Gwen's reaction was subtle. She first seemed puzzled, then frowned, as if repeatedly confirming she hadn't misheard. Finally, she leaned back, a look of disbelief on her face. Gwen rubbed her forehead and lowered her head, repeating to confirm. "Repeat what you just said. Can I go with you?" Viktor repeated without hesitation. Gwen exhaled softly, as if doubting whether Viktor had lost his mind. "Why? Without a good reason, I can't take you along." Viktor explained. "I know the terrain of the surrounding mountains very well, including the weaknesses of the magical creatures there. With me, you can complete the round trip in just 7 days." Gwen didn't lift her eyes, seemingly weighing Viktor's value, or perhaps not taking his words seriously at all. Viktor was about to further emphasize his usefulness when Gwen spoke first. "I want the truth." Viktor's gaze turned cold as he slowly said, "You used your ability on me." As a knight born with a sense of justice, Gwen Delin had displayed a unique talent. Since childhood she possessed a heart of justice. If she wished, she could clearly discern whether someone was lying. Gwen could control this ability at will, and she usually wouldn't use it lightly. However, at this moment, she chose not to believe Viktor. This made Viktor realize the extent of Gwen's dislike for him, to the point where she had to use her heart of justice to judge his words in a conversation. "I don't trust you," Gwen said bluntly, without further explanation. Suddenly, Viktor smiled, as if relieved. He thought for a moment and then spoke again. "There's a kind of magical creature in Mount Vesuvius that produces a unique crystal. I need that crystal to create magical artifacts." Victor's eyes glimmered with intense desire, as if he could already see the precious crystal shining in his hands. Victor quietly cast a first-level spell self-suggestion. This simple yet ingenious hypnotic technique could temporarily enhance one of his abilities at random. Facing Gwen's sense of justice, all he had to do was speak what he believed to be the truth, even if that truth was fabricated on the spot. As a mage, Victor was well-versed in using a flexible moral compass and a sharp mind to achieve his goals. Gwen finally looked Victor in the eye, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. It seems you do know that Volcano well, or you wouldn't say such things. To achieve your goals, you even managed to use the Royal Knights as your personal escort. Truly, you are selfish, Victor. Surprisingly, Victor didn't put on his usual poker face, but instead nodded with a smile. I'll take that as a compliment. Gwen had no doubt about Victor's self-interest, as it was his usual way. She also knew that Victor would only become more persistent in achieving his goals. Weighing her options, she decided to agree. I'll request a mage to accompany us. Meet me on that day. Seeing Gwen agree, Victor responded politely, thank you, Gwen Knight, for your willingness to help, even someone as selfish as me. I will have everything arranged within the week. No need to see me out. With that, he stood up and left. Gwen nodded as she watched him leave, but Victor's rare smile kept replaying in her mind. She pondered, does Victor really smile like that? Back in the carriage, Victor leaned back calmly, his dark eyes seemingly staring into the void. The Raven asked curiously, are you angry? Why would you think that? Victor countered, Vega, I've seen your poker face long enough. Just a hunch. You wouldn't smile like a blooming chrysanthemum unless there was some strong emotion, the Raven explained. Victor pondered for a moment. His upbringing made him want to be a good person, but being labeled as selfish by someone so righteous made him nauseous. Yet, he wasn't exactly angry. In the following days, Victor taught at the academy during the day and buried himself in his basement at night, researching magical potions. With enough materials, he could produce over 100 bottles daily, all of which he handed over to Leah for sale. Leah mentioned that once the store was renovated, these potions would be put on the shelves, initially selling only this type to establish the shop's reputation. Victor foresaw that these consumables would be snatched up once they hit the market. So he suggested to Leah a scarcity marketing strategy, limiting sales to 50 bottles a day. As a businesswoman, Leah immediately grasped the concept's benefits. At the academy, while pondering lecture topics, Victor made a decision to have Henny sit in on his classes, ostensibly to gain experience. Erica, on the other hand, came to his office every night with an increasing number of questions. Though Victor found it somewhat tiresome, Vega patiently answered each one. To keep Vega from incessantly chattering in his mind, Victor relayed all the questions to Erica, using the opportunity to brush up on his own magical knowledge. Through this process, Victor gradually realized that Erica was indeed a genius. The complex topics that baffled him were easily understood by Erica, who always seemed to have countless questions. Victor couldn't help but marvel. With her talent and hard work, who else but Erica would top the exams? Time flew by, and soon it was the 6th day of his agreement with Gwen. As usual, Henny quietly followed Victor, preparing to sit in on today's class. Just as they reached the classroom door, Victor suddenly turned to her and said, today, I want you to go in and teach this class with your knowledge. Henny was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Professor Victor, I can't do it, Henny said, her head bowed, unable to meet Victor's gaze. Her voice was filled with anxiety and hesitation. Victor gently placed his hand on Henny's shoulder, feeling her small frame tremble slightly. He spoke in a calm but firm tone. Listen to me, Henny. The reason I've had you observing these past few days is so you can learn how to conduct a proper class. Henny looked up, her eyes full of worry. Professor, I'm afraid I won't do well. And it might affect your reputation. Victor chuckled to himself. Reputation? Did he even have one? Although the thought was somewhat self-deprecating, he truly didn't care much about it. He patted Henny's back lightly, trying to soothe her nerves. Go on, Victor finally said in a commanding tone. He knew that no matter what he said, this naturally timid girl would never agree voluntarily. Henny took a deep breath and, steeling herself, pushed open the classroom door. The once noisy room fell silent instantly, and the students looked puzzled as they saw Henny step onto the podium. The professor has something to attend to today, so I'll be taking over the class. Henny's voice grew softer and softer until it was barely audible. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chatter. The students began questioning loudly. No way. She's just an assistant. How can she take over? Even if the professor allowed it, does she have his expertise? We want Professor Victor to teach us. If our grades drop, can you even take responsibility? Henny felt overwhelmed by the barrage of doubts, her eyes darting around in panic, wishing she could disappear. Oh no, Professor Victor, I can't do this. I really can't. Please come back. Quiet. The sudden voice startled Henny. She looked up cautiously to see Erica, who had stood up from the front row. Magical ripples surrounded Erica, and a complex sigil floated in front of her. Henny recognized it as a silencing spell, capable of rendering all within its range, except the caster, unable to speak. Assistant Henny, please continue, Erica said calmly. Henny felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. She remembered speaking ill of Erica when the professor first arrived, yet now Erica had come to her rescue. Henny silently vowed to share the exam scope with Erica next time. With Erica's help, the classroom finally quieted down. Henny took a deep breath to steady her emotions and mustered the courage to start the lesson. The material she was covering had been prepared in advance and was thoroughly familiar to her. Before long, Henny found her rhythm, and her teaching became increasingly smooth and confident. The students' initial skepticism gradually turned to surprise. They realized that Henny's teaching pace was impeccable, almost as if Professor Viktor himself were lecturing. Slowly, everyone became engrossed in her lesson, and the classroom was filled only with her explanations and the soft sound of pens on paper. Suddenly, Henny paused. The next part of the lesson required demonstrating a spell second-tier magic, Star Shatter. She realized that she had prepared the lesson from Viktor's perspective, given that he was a powerful third-tier mage. Meanwhile, Viktor had been leaning against the door outside, listening to everything happening inside. Erica's assistance had surprised and pleased him, while Henny's performance was exactly what he had anticipated. He had hoped that the pressure from the students would help Henny grow quickly, but now it seemed this approach might backfire. However, having Henny teach the class was a necessity. He was leaving town with Gwen the next day, for a week at the shortest, possibly up to half a month. To keep his position as a professor, the students' lessons couldn't be interrupted. Despite her timidity, Henny was more than capable. She had written the textbook Viktor used for his lectures. Viktor hoped Henny could overcome her fear and realize she was entirely capable of teaching these students effectively. Henny suddenly realized she had inadvertently set a trap for herself. As an apprentice mage, she knew the theory behind this spell but didn't have enough magical power to cast it. After a brief moment of panic, she quickly calmed down and turned to Erica. Erica, could you demonstrate this spell for everyone? Henny knew it was a gamble, betting that Erica would help her once again. Fortunately, she was right. Erica, with an expressionless face, walked up to the podium and took the spellbook from Henny's hands. The detailed principles of the star fragmentation spell were so well documented that Erica barely needed to think. She just had to visualize the magic array to easily cast it. Raising one hand, Erica attempted the spell for the first time. Star fragmentation, she murmured. Mysterious ripples appeared in the air, and brilliant morning stars materialized out of nowhere, sketching the outlines of the magic array like a stunning artwork. However, just as the array was about to take shape, the starlight abruptly vanished. While the students were still puzzled, the wooden mannequins in the classroom were suddenly pierced by countless tiny spikes, leaving them riddled with holes in an instant. These spikes seemed to appear out of thin air, striking with fierce intensity. Witnessing this, the students gasped, their hearts skipping a beat. This attack spell was truly insidious. With Erica's demonstration, the students learned much faster. The classroom soon buzzed with lively discussions, and they didn't even notice that the silencing spell Erica had cast earlier had worn off. Henny breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged smiles with Erica. The class ended in a focused yet relaxed atmosphere. When the bell rang, there was no trace of dissatisfaction on the students' faces. It was clear they had gained a lot from the lesson. Their respect for Henny also grew day by day. No wonder she's Professor Viktor's assistant. She teaches even better than some lecturers. Yeah, Professor Viktor's assistant is indeed outstanding. Henny approached Erica and sincerely thanked her. Thank you, Erica. Without you, I would have totally embarrassed myself in this class. Erica smiled and waved her hand dismissively. It was nothing. Henny leaned closer to Erica's ear and whispered, I really don't understand why the professor insisted I teach this class. It's clearly his job. Erica also felt puzzled upon hearing this, but she knew that questions alone wouldn't solve the problem. Since she had planned to visit Viktor's office to inquire about today's events, the two decided to go together to seek answers. Meanwhile, Viktor was leisurely sitting in his office, sipping coffee and flipping through a spellbook. Having confirmed that Henny had adapted, he had secretly returned to slack off. The rustling of pages added to the tranquility of the twilight. However, peace is always fleeting. Notified by the Mage Tower, Viktor agreed to Henny and Erica's teleportation request. As the residual light of the teleportation spell faded, the two young and beautiful girls appeared before him. Professor, Henny's voice was still timid, as if Viktor might swallow her whole at any moment. Viktor didn't look up, continuing to flip through the pages, and casually asked, Today's class went well. How do you feel? Henny exhaled in relief, clutching her chest. Thanks to Erica, it went smoothly. If there's a next time, I definitely won't be so scared. Feeding the bird, Vega. Erica turned and gave Henny a glance. Only then did Henny remember her purpose for coming. She wasn't here to receive praise from Viktor. Professor, why did you have me teach this class? Viktor closed his book and placed the finely bound volume on the desk, calmly replying, I needed to go out for a bit, and I required some time. Henny showed no reaction, but Erica, who was feeding Vega, suddenly trembled, spilling birdseed on the table. Hey, little girl, if you're going to feed me, do it properly, Vega protested, but Erica clearly ignored him, straining her ears to listen closely. Viktor continued, so I wanted to test you, to see if you are capable of handling the responsibilities of our class teacher. Henny stood there, stunned. Professor, you were testing me? Viktor nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. You did well. I believe you have the potential to become an excellent lecturer. Professor, I. Overwhelmed by the unexpected praise, Henny couldn't hold back her emotions and began to cry. Meanwhile, Erica still stood by, her face full of confusion. What? Viktor is leaving? Erica's voice carried a hint of surprise and disappointment. She stood by the classroom window, the fading sunlight casting a confused glow on her face. How long will he be gone? Erica looked down at her magic textbook, a swirl of emotions rising within her. These twilight hours after class had always been a precious time for her to absorb knowledge. Viktor's departure seemed to take away her entire reason for being there. Though she knew it was just for a few days, Erica couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. Yet, deep inside, another voice cheered, Great, that jerk is leaving. Out of sight, out of mind. Taking a deep breath, Erica forced herself to adjust her mood. She shrugged, trying to convince herself that even without Viktor's guidance, she was still the genius mage. At that moment, Viktor turned his head, his gaze settling on Erica. So, what's today's question? Hurry up and ask, so I can finish teaching you and call it a day. His words cut through Erica's fragile composure like a sharp knife. She lowered her head and slowly walked towards Viktor, pulling out the questions she had prepared. However, she found herself distracted, her thoughts drifting. As night fell, Leah pushed open the door to Viktor's study. The shop is finally renovated, she said, her voice tinged with fatigue. For the past few days, Leah had been handling the shop's affairs in the capital, staying there instead of returning to their territory. Viktor closed his book, ready to discuss pricing with Leah. Leah got straight to the point, 1,000 geos. She explained that while this price wasn't cheap for consumables sold in the capital, it was very reasonable. This potion is definitely worth the price, she added. If we can sell 50 bottles a day, that's 50,000 geos. The cost is just one fruit, which, though rare, only costs about 10 geos. This is a huge profit. Viktor nodded in agreement. The price was within his expectations. Any more expensive, and it wouldn't be worth it. Any cheaper, and it wouldn't do justice to its incredible effects, he said. Oh, and make sure to limit sales to 2 bottles per person per day. Leah frowned, puzzled. Why? The potion is already expensive. At first, we might not even have buyers, and now you want to limit sales? Aren't you afraid of stockpiling unsold goods? Viktor patiently explained, in the beginning, it's better to earn less and spread the word about the potion's effects. Later on, as more people know about it, we'll earn more. Leah listened, her eyes sparkling with surprise and admiration. I'm starting to think you're more of a businessman than I am, she said, feeling like she was truly seeing Viktor for the first time in years. She yawned and casually asked, Oh, by the way, are you really going to that volcano with Gwen? Yeah, Viktor replied briefly. All right then, Leah muttered, waving her hand. Don't die out there, or I'll have to spend money on your funeral. I'm going to bed. With that, she patted her cheeks and left the study. After Leah left, Vega looked up, his eyes regaining a human-like glimmer. Isn't your sister concerned about you? I thought you two didn't get along. We don't, but things have improved recently, Viktor said, summoning a blue potion from thin air and twirling it in his hand. How did you manage that? Vega asked. Viktor placed the blue potion on the table and said calmly, because I know how to make money. At dawn, Viktor leaned against the carriage, feeling bored as he waited for Gwen to come out of her house. His eyes scanned the mansion's front gate, and suddenly, the door opened. Gwen emerged, holding a slender silver sword, clearly ready for her morning practice. As she stepped over the threshold, she noticed Viktor's carriage and paused, surprised. Viktor nodded at her. Gwen thought to herself, why is he here so early? Feeling it was impolite to leave a guest waiting outside, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Care to join? Viktor glanced at the slim silver sword in her hand and replied indifferently, I'm a mage. Gwen's cheeks turned red, and she looked away, murmuring, Oh, before adding, come inside. She then quickly walked towards the training ground to start her practice. Viktor, still bored, stood by the training ground, watching her intently. Gwen swung her silver sword, performing her daily nightly routine slashes, blocks, and various combat techniques on repeat. Feeling Viktor's gaze, she felt a bit uneasy and explained, Knights have to train every day, day in and day out. I didn't ask, Viktor responded coldly. Thus, one watched while the other trained, and the scene fell into silence. After finishing her morning practice, Gwen, drenched in sweat, was about to grab her water bottle when Viktor casually remarked, drinking water right after intense exercise isn't good for you. Gwen put the bottle down, thinking that if she drank, Viktor might start nagging. She wondered what was up with him today. Could he be feeling unwell? Soon it was time for breakfast. Gwen hesitated for a moment before asking, have you eaten? No, Viktor answered curtly. Then join me, Gwen invited. Viktor immediately moved, entering the mansion without changing his expression. Gwen followed silently, trying to judge Viktor's character. Despite his actions and words, she found nothing dishonest about him. She muttered, strange, shaking her head and dismissing her unfounded suspicions. In the dining room, Viktor ate gracefully with a knife and fork, while Gwen occasionally glanced at him. As much as she hated to admit it, Viktor was indeed quite handsome. Watching him eat made her appetite grow. His every move exuded noble elegance, making Gwen feel her own eating manners seemed crude in comparison. She felt a bit disheartened and confused. Why would such an elegant nobleman do something as tactless as confessing to the Duke's underage daughter? However, she quickly dismissed the thought, recalling that Viktor had promised to handle the situation. After breakfast, Gwen changed into her silver knight armor, making her skin look like polished jade, resembling a Valkyrie emerging from ice. Viktor, watching her lead a white horse, asked, do I need to ride a horse too? Gwen suddenly remembered that Viktor was a mage and couldn't possibly walk long distances. She was hesitating whether to offer him a ride on her horse when Viktor had already instructed a servant to bring another horse suitable for long journeys from the stables. Seeing Viktor mount the horse skillfully, Gwen was surprised. So, you can ride. You don't look like a novice. Viktor didn't respond, merely sitting silently on the horse. Gwen was right. He wasn't a novice. In fact, he could be considered a pro in the game. He had even ridden dragons. They set off, Gwen leading the way to report to the Knight's Order, with Viktor following behind. The journey was silent, and Gwen felt the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. She glanced back at Viktor, who maintained a calm expression. Their eyes met briefly before Gwen quickly looked away. Viktor, unfazed, continued to enjoy the scenery. Upon arriving at the Knight's Order, the assembled knights were ready to depart, standing in neat rows awaiting Gwen's command. Seeing Gwen at the front of the formation, Viktor was reminded of the powerful and perfect Grand Knight Commander in the game, equally spirited and valiant. Gwen, as usual, had the knights trained first. After the training session ended, she stood on a high platform, her gaze sweeping over the neatly lined up knights. The mage we requested to accompany us has been found. Some of you may already know him, Gwen announced, stepping back to signal Viktor to come forward. Viktor walked to the front with a measured pace. In an instant, the name Viktor Klavina flashed through the minds of all the knights. His notorious reputation was well known. No self-respecting knight of justice was unaware of him. Each one loathed this villain, eager to teach him a lesson. However, when Viktor appeared before them, the knights' attitudes shifted dramatically. They straightened their backs instinctively, a flicker of fear in their eyes. The presence of a third-rank mage was suffocating. If Viktor decided to go on a killing spree, who could stop him? Perhaps Grand Knight Gwen could try, but rumors had it that she was engaged to Viktor. This thought made the knights even more respectful. Viktor scanned the respectful knights with a blank expression, feeling somewhat stifled inside. He had expected to encounter some defiant individuals, giving him a chance to showcase his power and establish dominance. But now, it seemed he had overestimated the need. His notorious reputation alone was intimidating enough. Perched on his shoulder, Vega remained silent for a moment before quipping, were you really looking forward to such an absurd development? Just wanted some fun, otherwise it's too dull, Viktor responded internally. Gwen began counting the knights again, preparing to announce their departure. Suddenly, a young voice called out. A small boy, carrying a sword almost as tall as he was, stumbled towards them. Gwen, you forgot your sword, the boy shouted, the hilt obscuring his vision. Unexpectedly, he tripped over a rock and fell heavily to the ground. Ah, he cried out, as the silver sword flew from his grasp, its tip aiming straight at Viktor. The knights gasped in shock. This silver sword had strong magical resistance. If Viktor couldn't dodge, it could be fatal. Just as they were about to warn him, Viktor extended his hand. What's he doing? Using magic? The knights thought in horror. No, Gwen shouted urgently. It has strong magical resistance. Despite her warning, Viktor remained still. Under everyone's terrified gaze, he grabbed the sword's end and, with a swift turn, easily pulled it back. The move was so smooth and fluid that it left the knights dumbfounded. Viktor casually twirled the sword, leaving the knights staring in astonishment. What the heck? Gwen's prized sword is being played with like a toy by him? Is he really a mage? The knights thought, their minds reeling. Gwen was equally stunned, her body still in the pose of trying to stop him. She blinked, unable to speak for a long moment. Viktor played with the sword for a while before handing it back to Gwen, saying humbly, "It's been a while since I handled one of these. Just had a bit of fun." "Sorry." Gwen stared at Viktor, recalling their conversation from that morning, and said with a hint of resentment, "You can use a sword." Viktor shrugged, expressionless, and replied, "I'm a mage." Of course, he added in his mind, a full-time mage. Seeing the collective shock on the knights' faces, Vega glanced at Viktor. It seemed to understand Viktor's intention, because showing off felt really satisfying. Gwen took the silver sword, sheathed it, and stopped paying attention to Viktor. She then commanded the knights, all knights, mount up, move out. Meanwhile, in a newly opened shop in the city, Leah eagerly oversaw her store. To promote it, she had invited many industry experts. However, the results were less than ideal. She sat in the store, observing the passing mages. Some seemed tempted by the magical potions displayed outside, but upon seeing the price tags, they hesitated. "So expensive," nearly every passing mage remarked. Leah wasn't worried. She believed that once someone discovered the true value of these potions, everything would turn around. However, things didn't go as she hoped. Instead, trouble came knocking. "Is this the place?" Leah looked towards the voice, seeing several burly, tattooed men outside the door. She yawned, thinking, "Here we go again, troublemakers." Leah touched the mage's hand on her wrist, a gift from Viktor. For some reason, in moments like these, she found Viktor quite likable. At least in his territory, no one dared to mess with Klavina business. A cold female voice came from behind. "Need me to drive them away, Miss Leah?" "Absolutely not." Watching the approaching thugs, Leah's face lit up with a mischievous smile. "If we drive them away, who will help us make a name for ourselves?" Outside, a voice shouted, "Smash it up!" The burly man outside the door grabbed a weapon and began smashing Leah's shop in a frenzy. The wooden doorframe splintered with a loud crack, and the glass windows shattered with a crash. Even the magical potions displayed at the entrance weren't spared. Blue liquid flowed from broken bottles, pooling on the ground in a shimmering, golden puddle. The air was thick with the scent of money. Leah, however, remained unusually calm in the face of the chaos. She sat gracefully in her chair, leisurely observing the vandals' actions. A worried voice came from behind her. "Miss Leah, shouldn't we stop them?" The shop assistant clearly understood the value of those potions. Losing even one bottle was heartbreaking. Leah shook her head slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "It's fine, let them smash. The more they break, the more they'll owe." She knew very well that these thugs were just pawns sent by someone else, and there was no way they could compensate for the damages. But she seemed to have a different plan in mind. When the destruction reached a certain point, Leah decided it was time to act. She gently stroked the mage's hand on her right hand and was about to get up when suddenly a commanding voice rang out from outside. "What do you think you're doing?" Leah was momentarily taken aback. A good Samaritan? She looked outside and saw a blonde girl exuding nobility standing by a carriage, glaring at the tattooed men. Leah scrutinized the familiar face and quickly deduced her identity. The Duke's daughter? Erica Ducroix, the Duke's daughter, was known for her exceptional talent and illustrious reputation. Some believed her future achievements would surpass those of the once-renowned genius, Viktor. Leah thought to herself, Erica showing up here to act benevolently would surely stir up some news. In reality, Erica hadn't thought that far ahead. After Viktor left, she was disappointed with the other teachers at the academy, feeling they were inferior to her. On her day off, she decided to relax and stroll around the city. She had overheard a servant mention that the Klavina family had opened a shop in the Eastern District, which piqued her interest. Despite the long journey, she was driven by curiosity about what Professor Viktor's family might sell, prompting her to take a carriage there. When Erica saw a group of men vandalizing a shop bearing the Klavina family crest, she instinctively felt anger. "What do you think you're doing?" Her sharp voice echoed down the street as she stepped out of the carriage, the epitome of a high-born lady. Passers-by gasped, "It's Erica Ducroix." The beautiful and kind young lady was famous, known to everyone. She often helped the poor and stood up against tyranny. The leader of the thugs recognized Erica and immediately shouted to his accomplices, "It's the Duke's daughter. Run." The group scattered in panic. Leah signaled to her assistant, and in a flash, the shop was empty. She then stepped forward with a smile to greet Erica. "Miss Erica, thank you for your help. I'm just a weak woman. I was so scared when this happened. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." As Erica listened to Leah's tearful recounting, she carefully observed the stunning woman before her. Leah was tall and slender, with exquisite features and a mature charm that made the young Erica feel somewhat inadequate. Erica was about to say there was no need to thank her, but her eyes were suddenly drawn to something in Leah's hand. Was that Viktor's glove? She distinctly remembered the special glove embedded with magic stones that Viktor had worn when he first arrived. Although the difference in hand size made it hard to be sure, seeing that glove on this woman's hand filled Erica with doubt. Erica stared at the woman in front of her, her mind racing. Is she related to Professor Viktor? This thought stirred a sense of sympathy within her. Those people clearly targeted Viktor's notorious reputation, yet this innocent girl suffered the consequences. Glancing at the scattered fragments and spilled potions on the ground, Erica decided to take action to soothe the woman's emotions. Clearing her throat, she spoke with a tone of apology and sincerity. I'm sorry for what happened here in the capital. I will fully compensate you for today's losses in the name of Duke Roy. Please tally up the damages to these items, and if there are any left, I'll buy them all. Leah was taken aback by Erica's generous offer. Placing one hand on her chest and the other gently touching her cheek, she smiled meaningfully. The Duke Roy family's knack for winning people over, she mused. No wonder she's the Duke's daughter, even at just 17. Leah tilted her head slightly, her tone probing. Miss Erica, just to confirm, you really intend to compensate me? You should know, the price isn't cheap. Before Leah could finish, Erica had already summoned her maid to prepare the payment. Leah watched her with a smile, slowly naming the price, 1,000 G. Erica thought the price was steep for most people, but seemed reasonable to her. She was about to signal her maid to pay when Leah added, 1,000 GO per bottle. This statement hit everyone present like a hammer, leaving them stunned. The maid's hand paused mid-motion, and Erica wondered if she had misheard. Even passers-by couldn't help but exclaim, are you kidding? 1,000 GO for one potion? Is your bottle filled with liquid gold? The maid quickly calculated the total cost, her expression growing more shocked by the second. Erica also looked troubled. Although this amount was just a month's allowance for her, spending it so frivolously made her hesitate. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Viktor was so Teddy was a downright swindler. As Erica hesitated, Leah spoke again with a hint of reluctance. Though I'd love to let you compensate me, the head of the family said that each person can only buy 2 bottles a day, no more. This limited sales rule surprised Erica and piqued her curiosity. She picked up an unbroken bottle and asked, what does this do? Leah smiled and explained. It restores magic power. Erica looked at the potion in disbelief. She had never heard of a potion that could directly restore magic power. Despite the broken fragments on the ground making her hesitant, her strong interest in anything magic-related eventually won over her doubts. She thought to herself, since I've already promised to compensate, I might as well spend the money and settle things with Viktor. Having made up her mind, Erica said solemnly, I am a student of Professor Viktor Kravina. Since I've witnessed the damage to his shop, I can't just stand by. I will compensate for the potions' cost plus the labor to make them, but I have one condition, I want to buy all the remaining potions. Leah raised an eyebrow and checked the remaining potions on the shelf, finding only 10 intact. She recalled Viktor saying that no one could replicate the potion's formula except him, so she agreed. Since Miss Erica is so generous, I won't refuse. The broken potions will be 300 GO each, including labor and cost, and the remaining ones are at the original price. Deal. Erica agreed readily. After the transaction, Leah handed the 10 potions to Erica's maid and took the compensation and potion money. Watching Erica's departing figure, Leah couldn't help but marvel. Spending a fortune just because she's Viktor's student? I wonder what kind of spell that heartless man cast on this young lady. After Erica left, Leah took out another 50 bottles of potion from the shop, still priced at 1,000 GO each, and continued selling them. The passing mages nearly fainted at the sight. So you had more stock all along. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a gruesome scene was unfolding. The thugs who had smashed the shop lay scattered, half dead, in the corners. Their bodies were covered in wounds, a pitiful sight. A cloaked figure, face half covered, revealing only a pair of green eyes, held a wooden sword pointed at the head of the tattooed leader. The man lay on the ground, his limbs broken, in excruciating pain but too scared to pass out. Who sent you? The masked figure asked coldly. The tattooed man, desperate to survive, screamed. It was Duke Levi. Duke Levi. Thud. The wooden sword struck down, granting the man his wish as he passed out. The masked figure grabbed the man's ankle and slowly dragged him out of the alley, disappearing into the night. Splash. The icy water hit the man's face, jolting him awake. He gasped for breath, eyes wide open. The sound of his rapid breathing echoed in the dark, damp basement. He tried to struggle but found his limbs securely fastened to a frame, his body racked with pain. A masked figure set the basin down, crossed her arms, and leaned against the wall. Clad in a cloak, only her piercing green eyes were visible, coldly observing the man. He recalled earlier, it was this agile woman who had taken down all his comrades. Awake? Good, let's have a chat. A female voice broke the silence. The man turned toward the sound and saw a woman sitting in a chair, idly playing with her nails. On the table before her lay an array of terrifying instruments, and she wore a peculiar glove encrusted with gems. They say, a wise man knows when to submit, she chuckled softly. I believe these tools will loosen your tongue. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead as he struggled frantically, to no avail. He blurted out, I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Smack. The masked woman slapped him hard across the face. I haven't even asked yet. What are you so eager to say? Leanne, the woman with the pliers, laughed as she toyed with them. The slap brought the man back to his senses. Enraged, he shouted, do you know what you're doing? Kidnapping. Torture. You'll be arrested. Leanne stood up, her eyes icy. So what? When you die like a stray dog on the street, who will care who killed you? The man struggled even more violently. Damn it. How dare you do this? What gives you the right? Leanne coldly replied, because I have money. The man's words caught in his throat. After a moment of silence, he tried to threaten her. So what if you're rich? My brother is Viktor, a noble and a third-tier mage. Leanne tapped the pliers against the table, unimpressed. Given that you know you're dealing with the Klevenar family, you should have been prepared. Now, who sent you? The Duke. It was the Duke who ordered us, the man shouted desperately, even giving an address. That's our hideout. You can find him there. He paid us a lot to wreck your family's shop today. I'm not lying. You have to believe me. The masked woman leaned in and whispered to Leanne. He said the same thing before. Could it really be the Duke? Leanne sneered. A poor attempt at framing. If he hadn't been so insistent, I might have suspected the Duke. But his certainty makes me doubt it even more. The man's brief hesitation didn't escape Leanne's notice. She chuckled softly, then said, her eyes narrowing, did you really believe that? I was bluffing. Judging by your reaction, it clearly wasn't the Duke. I knew he wouldn't stoop to such petty tactics. The man started to speak, but Leanne cut him off with a wave. Enough. Finish him off, Leon. Don't forget to harvest his organs. They can still fetch a price. And clean up his accomplices too. Leave no one behind. Leanne patted the man's face, her smile devilish. He trembled all over, struggling in terror. With a flick of her wrist, a bottle of blue potion appeared in her hand, glinting under the light. Such a pity. Even selling all your organs wouldn't match the value of a single item from my family's shop. She grinned, waving the potion before his eyes. This 1,000 geo potion is worthless to me, just like you. Crash. The bottle shattered against his face, blue liquid mingling with blood as it dripped down his numb cheeks. You're insane. You're a madwoman. Let me go. Let me go. The man's voice trembled, eyes wide with fear. His face contorted from the mental and physical torment. Leanne laughed again at the sight of his expression. A beautiful smile, yet it penetrated the heart like a demon. Leah turned away and yawned in the man's bloodshot gaze, saying calmly, let's wrap this up quickly. Yes, the man responded in a low voice before leaving the room. Hours later, Leon silently slipped into Viktor's study through the window. Viktor was not present. Only Leah was there, focused on the recent accounts. Leon pulled down her hood, revealing short, pale blonde hair and elongated ears, distinctive features that marked her as an elf. Miss, everything's been taken care of, Leon reported softly. Without looking up, Leah's voice carried a hint of a smile. Thank you for your hard work. My pleasure, Miss Leah. Leon continued. I gathered quite a bit of money from them and even raided their hideout. They recently received a significant amount, around 5,000 geo. Leah took the money pouch Leon handed over, weighed it, and placed it aside. That's quite a sum. So, the man wasn't lying. Leon couldn't help but ask, are you sure it wasn't the Duke who ordered this? Leah paused and then laughed. She closed the ledger and looked up at Leon. Did you believe it too? Even if the Duke's suspicion is minimized, it doesn't clear him entirely. We've just added another suspect, but the Duke's animosity towards us remains. Perhaps someone is stirring up trouble between Kravina and the Duke to benefit a third party. Or maybe the Duke simply dislikes us. After all, there's no need for the capital to have two of the youngest third-tier mages. Though Leon didn't understand the intricacies of noble schemes, she asked the question that concerned her most. Why didn't you continue interrogating him? He wouldn't have told us anything because he doesn't know who the mastermind is, Leah said, flicking the money pouch, making the geocoins clink. Using money for transactions shows that he's not an important member, so he can only insist it was the Duke. Leah added, why do you think the Duke's daughter returned to the East District and just happened to run into those who were trashing our shop? And then, she spent a fortune compensating us for the broken potions? Leon frowned, recalling how Erica had paid over 10,000 geo in compensation, still finding it hard to believe. Can someone really be that kind-hearted? I'm skeptical of her story, Leah said, spreading her hands helplessly. I've lived with Viktor for over a decade. I know him inside out. Though he has a talent for magic, teaching others is far from his forte. He probably relied on teaching assistants' notes for his lectures at the academy. Erica claimed to be his student, but what could Viktor have possibly taught her? Meanwhile, far away in the town of Sanchel, Vega sneezed. Viktor glanced at him, thinking it odd for a raven to catch a cold, but he had no time to dwell on the peculiar bird. They had arrived at a small town at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, which had only one inn. The knights didn't mind roughing it, sleeping by their horses at the stable. But Gwen, being a woman and their respected captain, deserved a proper rest. Similarly, Viktor, as a mage, needed a comfortable environment to restore his mental energy. So, the two approached the inn, intending to book 2 rooms, only to face an unexpected situation. Is there really only 1 room left? Gwen asked anxiously, and Viktor found her lack of composure amusing. The innkeeper explained apologetically, "Knight, I wouldn't dare lie to you. There's truly only 1 room left, and it's a double bed. Besides, seeing you two together, you must be a couple, right? Sharing a room shouldn't be a problem." Gwen was about to protest further when Viktor spoke up first. "We'll take it." Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. Gwen and Viktor stood at the doorway, scanning the sparse interior. The small room contained only a large bed, 2 chairs, and a table. "Why did you agree to this?" Gwen couldn't help but ask. "We should have asked more questions, or waited a bit longer." Viktor glanced at her, his tone calm but with a hint of warning. "Remember why you're here. This isn't a vacation." Hearing this, Gwen shook her head, forcing herself to stay calm. However, the thought of spending the night in the same room with a man, with just 1 bed even though it was large, made her uneasy. "I'll sleep on the floor," Gwen suggested, frowning. Viktor nodded. "That's fine." Gwen was taken aback. As a knight, she was used to sleeping in her armor in various places. But Viktor's quick response left her feeling inexplicably annoyed. She didn't understand why she felt this way. After all, she knew that as a mage, Viktor was more delicate and should sleep on the bed. After a day of long travel, Gwen suddenly became aware of the sticky feeling inside her armor. She longed for a bath. During long missions, she could usually endure it, but this time, perhaps because there was a man in the room, she started to worry about whether she smelled bad. Gwen patted her cheeks, trying to shake off her distracting thoughts. She knew that given the size of this inn and the time, it was impossible to get a hot bath. But the sweat on her body was hard to ignore. What if she really did smell? Caught up in her worries, she forgot she was still in her armor, every movement accompanied by the clinking of metal. Meanwhile, Viktor was using magic to check the surroundings and set up a soundproof barrier at the door. After ensuring there was no danger, he turned to see Gwen looking distressed. "Why haven't you taken off your armor yet?" Viktor asked, frowning. Gwen hesitated, her face flushing slightly. Viktor sat down in a chair, rubbing his forehead. "You want a bath? In a place like this?" He looked around. "There's not even a partition here, let alone a bathroom." Gwen felt even more embarrassed. She had just mentioned it offhandedly and was already planning to sleep in her armor, uncomfortable as it might be. As a knight, she knew she could endure the smell until she got home. At that moment, she missed her warm bathroom and cozy bed. Suddenly, a soft green light appeared in front of Gwen. She looked up to see Viktor's hand drawing an intricate magical formation on the floor. The green light began to overlap, creating complex patterns. In an instant, a low-level wood-carving spell took effect. Vines sprouted from the magic circle on the floor, intertwining to form the shape of a bathtub. The spell even polished the exterior, making it smooth and glossy. Gwen stared, wide-eyed, at the bathtub that had suddenly appeared, blinking in surprise. Viktor didn't stop there. Blue and red magical circles spun between his hands, alternating in brightness. The air in the room began to heat up. He clapped his hands together, merging the 2 circles into a new formation. Dual casting? Gwen watched in awe at the high-level technique, witnessing multiple spell casting for the first time. The air grew humid, and water materialized from the magic circle, heating up upon contact with the red circle. In an instant, the water temperature rose sharply, and steaming hot water filled the bathtub. Gwen was utterly stunned, watching the scene unfold before her. Is this magic? She had seen mages before, but never anyone who could cast spells as effortlessly as Viktor. At that moment, she realized just how convenient magic could be. "If you trust me, go ahead," Viktor said, snapping his fingers. A small black formation appeared on his ring, and a black mist emerged, creating a curtain that separated their spaces. They couldn't see each other. Seeing Viktor finish, Gwen felt a wave of emotion. Having a mage as a companion on missions made Gwen feel quite comfortable. Viktor's considerate actions warmed her heart, and she felt her sense of justice beating strongly within her chest. She slowly immersed herself in the bath, the warm water soothing her weary body. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Vega glanced up, casting a disdainful look at Viktor, who was engrossed in his book. I can't believe you're wasting your energy on something so trivial, she mocked. Unfazed, Viktor pulled out a blue potion from his pocket and drank it in one gulp, instantly restoring his depleted mana. In a foreign land, he had to remain vigilant and in peak condition at all times. Setting the empty bottle aside, he calmly replied, "You don't understand." "You're right, I don't," Vega retorted, mimicking his tone. "I've never seen you care so much about a woman before." Shaking his head, Viktor's mind wandered to the game where he had encountered Valkyrie Gwen, a formidable opponent who fought with unmatched ferocity. She was the toughest boss he had ever faced, and if it could be avoided, who would want to become her enemy? Just as he was lost in thought, rustling noises came from the next room. As a normal man, Viktor couldn't help but feel distracted, unable to focus on his book. Irritated, he considered setting up a soundproofing spell but worried Gwen might notice. In the end, he cast a minor self-suggestion spell to calm his restless mind. "Hey, I washed my clothes too. Could you?" Gwen poked her head in, but Viktor had already activated a spell. A warm, red wind magic circle glowed behind her, enveloping her in comforting warmth. "Thanks, I can dry them now," Gwen said, embarrassed, and withdrew her head. Viktor struggled to maintain his composure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "By the way, don't you need to take a bath?" Gwen asked again. Viktor, irritated, rubbed his forehead and replied coldly, "I have a windwarding spell on me. I won't get dirty. If you want me to use the water you've bathed in, I'll come over right now." He just wanted Gwen to get dressed quickly. "I'm sorry, I got carried away." Gwen apologized quickly. Viktor kept reminding himself to stay calm. "I was thinking, maybe I need a bed. Otherwise, my freshly washed clothes will get dirty." Gwen made another request. "Gwen," Viktor finally snapped, "I'm not your parent. You need to understand that I can't take care of everything for you." In the end, Gwen slept soundly on the only bed, while Viktor sat expressionlessly in a chair. He had eventually used a sleep spell on Gwen and moved her to the bed. Viktor reflected on the cold and ruthless Gwen he knew, the Valkyrie who carried out royal orders like a merciless killing machine. But the Gwen before him had not yet reached that level. Though she was aloof, she still retained human emotions. She would question the innkeeper about the room, make cautious requests after receiving help, and apologize for her mistakes. Her demeanor was not as tough as he remembered. "She isn't the Gwen I know," Viktor murmured. Looking at the sleeping Gwen, the thought lingered in his mind. The next day, Gwen stood at the front of the formation, directing the knights. "Today, we're investigating the volcano. If you notice anything unusual, don't act rashly. Report it immediately." The knights noticed that Gwen seemed more spirited and even looked cleaner and more organized. They had no idea what had transpired the previous night, but they saw Gwen glance at Viktor with a knowing smile. Viktor, seeing that Gwen had the troops ready, turned to leave. "Viktor, where are you going?" Gwen asked. "We can escort you to your destination, or you can travel with the knights." "No need," Viktor said, glancing at the distant, dormant volcano. He knew a massive creature lurked there, and his heart was heavy yet excited. "I'll be moving separately for now." Gwen frowned at Viktor, puzzled. They had traveled together all this way, so why the sudden need to split up and act separately? If he didn't need the protection of the knights, what had been his purpose in tagging along until now? Viktor calmly explained, "I need to reach the volcano crater ahead of you." Under Gwen's sense of justice, lies stood no chance. Viktor indeed planned to go to the crater, reminding Gwen of his initial reason for joining them. She probed cautiously, "Is the creature you mentioned at the volcano crater?" Viktor was silent for a moment, the image of the formidable beast flashing in his mind. He replied carefully, "In a way." Gwen was curious about his ambiguous answer but didn't want to pry too much into his privacy. Considering this was an extinct volcano and Viktor seemed familiar with the terrain, there shouldn't be much of a problem. She nodded in agreement. "I'll find you all once I'm done," Viktor promised. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue magic circle shimmering with starlight appeared at his feet. With a flash of blue light, his figure vanished instantly. Watching a living person disappear before her eyes, Gwen felt a bit dazed. A knight who had witnessed their conversation walked over, teasing, "Commander, did you two have a fight last night?" Gwen turned to defend herself. "No, it's not what you think." But the knight continued on his own, "It's normal for couples to argue. My wife and I argue all the time, but our son is already 8. A fight at the head of the bed is resolved by the foot of the bed. There's no overnight grudge." Gwen's face flushed red as she snapped, "Enough. Let's move out." With that, she hurried away. The knight muttered to himself, "Huh? Commander Gwen, I didn't say anything wrong." Sigh, young women these days, so sensitive. "I must have hit a nerve." Gwen couldn't hear him anymore. Her face was burning. She knew there was nothing special between her and Viktor. Just as she would never fall for Viktor, Viktor couldn't possibly like her. Mounting her white horse, Gwen felt a pang of sadness. Unless something unexpected happened, she would eventually marry Viktor. The marriage between their families had been arranged long ago, and as the second daughter, she had no power to change it. Gwen didn't want to marry, especially not to Viktor, who had left a terrible impression on her before. How could I marry such a jerk? She thought, but she couldn't help recalling the events of the previous night. Viktor had behaved like a perfect gentleman, even giving up the only bed for her without her noticing. When she woke up, she found Viktor sitting in a chair, engrossed in a complicated magic book, having stayed there all night. She felt guilty, but Viktor explained that mages had special ways of resting and only needed a quiet environment. She couldn't help but wonder, was he still the same jerk? Gwen, who aspired to be an absolutely just knight, had never truly hated anyone, not even Viktor. I must have been pretty quiet last night. She shook off her thoughts, raised her silver sword and commanded, "Move out." Meanwhile, a rain of blue light fell from the sky, forming a teleportation circle in midair, and Viktor's figure emerged from it. He opened his eyes to find the surroundings completely different. The area was desolate, with only a few charred rocks standing alone on the slope. He was now halfway up the volcano, well ahead of the night squad. This was the furthest distance the teleportation magic could reach. Getting to the summit in one go was still unrealistic. After confirming that no one else was around, Vika, perched on Viktor's shoulder, asked, "Why did you choose to separate from them? The knight's route should coincide with yours. Following them would eventually lead you here." Viktor gently stroked its head, explaining, "I don't need their company. There are things I need to investigate alone. There's no need for anyone else to know." Vika found it strange. Viktor seemed to have planned this for a long time. Recalling his interest when he first heard about Mount Vesuvius, Vika couldn't help but suspect he knew something. Man and birds set off on the path up Mount Vesuvius, the once active volcano standing silently before them. Mount Vesuvius became dormant after that eruption, turning into a dead volcano. For centuries, the towns at its base flourished. Over time, the volcano's surface developed a cracked, ashen landscape dotted with weathered volcanic rocks. This barren land was almost devoid of vegetation. After centuries of peace, people no longer feared another eruption. Viktor was climbing the several hundred-meter-high volcano. As he neared the summit, the intense presence of fire elements became more palpable. Vega, beside him, felt it too and gave Viktor a sidelong glance, thinking, "Interesting. I wonder what goes through your mind. You actually found a calamity." Viktor's face remained expressionless, but Vega knew he had long sensed something special here. Calamity was the historical term for the furnace beasts. There were 6 calamities in total, each corresponding to a different magical element: wind, wood, fire, earth, water, and lightning. Sealed within Mount Vesuvius was the fire calamity guillotine. It was as immense as a deity, its entire body engulfed in furnace flames, appearing like a demon of fire. The name Calamity came from the chaos and disasters they inevitably caused upon appearing. Their power was so overwhelming that living beings were terrified at the mere mention of them. To any creature, the existence of a calamity brought nothing but harm. Gazing at the slumbering guillotine beneath the volcano's crater, Vega curiously asked, "It's sleeping peacefully here. What do you want with it?" "To collect some early interest," Viktor said, standing at the edge of the crater, peering into the bottomless pit. Scorching air burst forth, and the heat was suffocating. His gaze suddenly turned steely and determined. The fierce mountain winds intertwined with the searing air, whipping his coat. At this moment, standing at the highest point of the volcano, even Vega's voice became a distant murmur. "Hey, are you planning to jump down from here?" Vega asked, but Viktor didn't respond. After a moment of silence, Vega asked again, word by word, "You are not seriously going to jump, right?" But his question was in vain. Viktor simply said, "Hold on tight," and leaped into the 100-meter-deep crater. "You could at least ask my opinion," Vega cried out, clutching Viktor's coat with its beak. At that moment, it even forgot it had wings. The red, rocky landscape whizzed past, and with a final flash of white light, the two vanished into the air. When Vega opened its eyes again, it found itself in an entirely different space. Darkness surrounded them, with only the faint outline of the floor visible beneath their feet. "It's so dark. Viktor? Viktor?" it called out. Viktor was right behind it and picked it up, placing it on his shoulder. Just as Vega was about to ask Viktor to light a fire for illumination, a deafening snore echoed through the darkness, nearly bursting the crow's eardrums. "Damn, who's snoring so loudly?" Vega's words trailed off as it saw the source of the snore, rather, the colossal being sleeping right in front of them. How could one describe this presence? It was like a towering pillar, so massive that it inspired awe and fear. The fire calamity guillotine lay before them. Cold sweat formed on Vega's head, and its feathers seemed to glow brighter. "Kid, are you seriously thinking of challenging it?" "Don't be ridiculous. I'm just an ordinary bird now. I can't help you at all, Vega said in terror. Viktor didn't look at it. Instead, he ignited a small flame at his fingertips, illuminating the path ahead and revealing the true form of the giant beast. Don't say that. You're my greatest ally in defeating it. In the next instant, the beast's snoring abruptly stopped. Two enormous red eyes opened, glowing like giant bulbs. It looked down at the two ants before it and let out a deafening roar that echoed throughout Mount Vesuvius. RRRRR. Scorching lava dripped from Guillotin's massive body, splashing into the volcano's crater and sending geysers of molten rock several meters high. The appearance of this monstrous beast shrouded the sky above the volcano with burning black clouds, flickering with sparks amidst the ash. Prolonged exposure to intense heat had turned its hard armor into a dazzling crimson, and its countless fangs seemed poised to devour everything on the volcano. Guillotin let out a thunderous roar that made the entire Mount Vesuvius tremble. Vega, link with me, Viktor shouted. What? Link with you? Vega hovered in the air, his voice filled with terror. Are you kidding? Do you really want to fight that thing? I'm not looking to get killed. Vega was on the verge of breaking down, filled with regret. If he had known Viktor was this crazy, he would never have signed the contract with him. He worried that following Viktor could lead to an untimely demise, shattering any hope of resurgence. We've come this far. There's no other way but to link. Reluctantly, Vega extended a wing and touched Viktor's forehead. Instantly, a clear connection formed in Viktor's mind. Link established with the dark deity Harbika, synchronization successful. Viktor saw a raven icon appear in his status bar, signifying the link was complete. Vega flew around his ear, constantly urging, "Why don't you use our link to boost your teleportation magic and get out of here? Don't say I didn't warn you." However, Viktor ignored Vega's suggestion to flee. Instead, he felt a rush of excitement as he sensed the crater's scorching heat. Run? Viktor smirked arrogantly, which confirmed Vega's suspicion that he was utterly insane. In fact, Viktor had long wanted to challenge this calamity. Ever since he heard the name Mount Vesuvius, he knew he had to come. Everything was as he had expected. The Inferno beast Guillotin was sealed at the deepest part of the crater. This was an alternate dimension where their battle, no matter how intense, would hardly affect the outside world, a perfect natural arena. After Guillotin was first defeated, it was resealed in this space, becoming a dungeon-like challenge. Now, in its sealed state, its strength was similar to that in the dungeon. Viktor looked at the monstrous beast that blotted out the sky, his heart filled with confidence. He had defeated this creature countless times before. Now, he was using a more powerful version of himself, with superior skills. Additionally, he had Vega as a formidable ally. Viktor wasn't lying. Vega was indeed an invaluable asset. The infinite mana Vega provided was especially advantageous for a mage. Vega's single eye began to glow with a blue light, and Viktor felt a surge of ocean-like magical energy within him, with his mana bar skyrocketing. 10,000, 20,000. It quickly hit the game's maximum limit. Viktor LV 39. HP 1,000. MP 99999999999. With this much mana, I can do it, Viktor thought to himself. Guillotin was still shaking off its drowsiness, its massive rocky armor restricting its movement. It would take some time for it to break free, giving Viktor the perfect opportunity to prepare. Viktor raised his hands, constructing a magical array in the air. Intricate circles filled the surroundings, and Vega, hovering above him, marveled at the endless formations rotating and arranging themselves. Viktor didn't stop there. He threw several transparent crystals, embedding them in 6 points around the crater. Viktor, are you planning to use the entire volcano as your battleground? Vega exclaimed. Viktor didn't answer, but the smile on his face revealed the truth. The entire volcano was soon covered in obscure runes, and countless arrays rotated in the sky. The 6 crystals connected, causing the runes to emerge, with countless lines linking, bending, and jumping. A massive magical array formed like a lid over the crater. With a flick of his fingers, various colored and shaped spells turned into magical wheels, surrounding Guillotin. Viktor glanced at Guillotin's status bar, seeing numerous debuffs like freezing, poisoning, vulnerability, and agitation attaching to the beast. With a light stomp, dozens of beams of light shot from the array into Viktor's body. He felt a surge of chaotic power coursing through him, increasing his attack, enhancing water attribute attacks by 7 levels, and boosting fire resistance. The buffs exceeded his expectations, making his muscles feel stronger, his reactions sharper, and he could even see every drop of lava falling from Guillotin. Viktor looked up, and the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Towering above him, the ancient creature Guillotin suddenly displayed a health bar, stretching 100 meters long, enough to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary people. However, thanks to the buffs enhancing his perception, Viktor could clearly see the end of the health bar V50. At that moment, a phrase often used to praise top-tier players echoed in his mind. Show me your health bar, and even if you're a god, I'll kill you. Gul'dan's eyes glowed a fiery red, illuminating the entire sky. As it activated, the surrounding environment became instantly more perilous. The temperature soared, and intermittent flames appeared in the air. Heat waves swept across the volcano, a calamity known as scorching earth, triggered by Gul'dan. The crow on Viktor's shoulder timely reminded him, scorching earth. Although Viktor had already sensed it, he still nodded symbolically to Vhagar. His fingers moved slightly, and 10 identical blue magic circles appeared at his fingertips. In an instant, a blue castle slowly materialized in midair, its center emitting waves that swept across the sky and earth. This was a Tier 3 spell sanctuary of the tides. Meanwhile, Gwen led her knights up the mountain. She casually struck down a monster and examined its corpse closely. The crab-like creature had a shell of scorching rock, and even in death, its pincers continued to snip at the air. Suddenly, the shell cracked, and a red crystal rolled out. Gwen quickly picked up the glowing crystal, recalling that Viktor had mentioned needing these crystals for crafting magical items. Everyone, listen up. When you encounter these monsters, make sure to collect these crystals, Gwen announced loudly, displaying the red crystal in her hand. The knights responded in unison. Yes. Gwen thought to herself that since Viktor had helped her a lot last night, collecting these crystals would be a way to repay him. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the mountain top, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Gwen looked up sharply to see a plume of black smoke rising from the volcano's crater. Did you hear that? That roar? She asked seriously. However, the knights looked at each other, shaking their heads. One knight even said, Commander, you might have heard wrong. That was probably just the noise from the volcano spewing ash. Gwen remained unconvinced, puzzled. Could it be that only I heard it? What on earth was that? Suddenly, she remembered that Viktor had mentioned going to the volcano's crater. All knights, head to the crater immediately and find Viktor, she ordered decisively. The knights quickly formed up and marched toward the volcano's crater. However, their search yielded no results. They only found the temperature around them rising abnormally. Split up and search, Gwen commanded again. The knights divided into 5 teams to search, but they all returned empty-handed, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Commander, all 5 teams found no trace of him. The horses can't take the heat anymore and have to rest halfway up the mountain, reported a knight. Sweat covered Gwen's forehead, and she felt a bit dizzy. Could this dormant volcano really be about to erupt? She shook her head, too exhausted to think further. Just as Gwen was about to lead her team down the mountain to rest, a pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the volcano's crater, shooting straight at her. Everyone, get down, she immediately ordered. The knights quickly dropped to the ground, and even the horses obediently knelt on the mountainside. After the fire pillar dissipated, only sparks remained on the ground, the intense heat making it hard for everyone to breathe. Gwen grew increasingly perplexed. How could the crater spew out something like this? However, there was no time for deeper thought. The volcano might erupt. Quickly evacuate the townspeople below, she commanded with a wave of her hand, and the knights hurried down the mountain toward the town. Staring at the increasingly restless volcano, Gwen felt a surge of anxiety. Viktor, where are you? At this moment, Viktor was at the bottom layer of the volcano, within the sealed dimension. With his hands in his pockets, his trench coat flapped in the scorching air currents. A thought flashed through his mind. Back then, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what an opponent was. Suddenly, a tremendous pillar of fire shot towards him. Unfazed, Viktor watched as a barrier rose from the magic circle beneath him, effortlessly deflecting the attack. With the support of countless magic circles, he moved like a phantom, weaving and teleporting as if riding the waves. To him, the colossal boss was nothing more than a larger, more entertaining toy. Gul'dan slowly lifted its body, carrying a small mountain on its back. Lava spewed from its form, mixed with stones that surged forward. The stones passed through Viktor's body as if striking a water curtain, leaving no trace. With a sound like flowing water, the original Viktor vanished without a trace. In the next second, the real Viktor appeared behind the beast, a spear forged from flowing water materializing in his hand. He struck Gul'dan's weak spot with precision. Under the elemental counteraction, Gul'dan roared in pain, spewing even more lava and fury. Viktor, with his impeccable dodging skills, easily avoided the deadly attacks. He knew Gul'dan's moves inside out, predicting each attack in advance. When Gul'dan plunged its claws into the ground to summon fire pillars beneath Viktor, he had already raised a water curtain to effortlessly neutralize the threat. Seeing Viktor handle the situation with ease, a look of unwillingness flashed in Gul'dan's eyes as it let out a long howl. Despite the prolonged battle, Viktor remained at ease, while Gul'dan's health had only dropped by a fraction. Witnessing all of this, Vega couldn't help but ponder, can someone who can fight on par with the calamity really be human? Abandoning further thought, it shouted, "Hey, it's been hours. Are you planning to keep fighting?" Viktor paused, recalling the first time he encountered Gul'dan in the game, battling alongside players for 3 days and nights. "Let's go for another 3 days," he said, cracking his knuckles, eager for the exhilarating fight. Viktor then unleashed a series of spells. Jelvis's Ice Storm, Death Ritual, Still Water. Countless magic circles shimmered in the air like stars beneath a dark cloud. Vega, witnessing this, was utterly shocked. Damn, this guy is a monster. This isn't the power of a mere third-tier mage. The multicolored attacks continued to wear Gul'dan down, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble under the immense pressure. Gul'dan felt a needle-like pain, angrily lashing its tail and slicing off half the volcano's peak. Viktor stepped into a black array and vanished into the dark mist, reappearing at the intact volcano's peak to continue his assault. Gul'dan's throat glowed as it formed a sun-like fireball, which exploded against the nearby mountainside. Rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. Viktor cleverly swapped places with a prelayed ice shell, letting the decoy absorb the attack and dissipate into steam. He precisely calculated his dodge distance, allowing the debris to merely brush against his clothes, leaving him unscathed. Finally, Viktor clasped his hands together, and a giant door radiating white light appeared behind him. At his command, the White Spirit's curse was summoned. Instantly, the entire volcano was enveloped in white mist. Blinded by the mist, Vega shouted in panic, "Viktor! Viktor! I'm still here. Don't let your summon attack me." It knew all too well the horrors of the White Spirit's curse. Gul'dan, ensnared by the mist like a spider's web, futilely swung its massive claws. Skeletal, pale arms reached out from the mist, grasping at Gul'dan, heralding an even fiercer battle to come. Gul'dan's head was gripped tightly by invisible hands, pulling him forcefully towards the door. However, the massive weight of the lava demon made him immovable, rendering Bai Ling's efforts futile. The white door began to shake under the tremendous force, on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a bizarre head emerged from the door. It was Bai Ling's head, or something resembling it. 7 eyes circled its surface, each gaze making Gul'dan feel intensely dizzy. Bai Ling's body struggled out next, its lower half entwined like 3 giant serpents, obscuring the molten lava at the volcano's base. The skin on its neck suddenly split open, and a third arm forcibly emerged. Immediately, it pulled out its own spine, transforming it into a sharp bone blade, which it used to slash through Gul'dan's rocky armor. Viktor watched the white door crumble inside, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. This summoned creature was tough, but not as strong as him, and it acted so recklessly. Taking advantage of Bai Ling's struggle, Viktor quickly cast dozens of weakening spells on the beast, preparing for the next round of attacks. He retrieved materials from his bag and began crafting magical items on the spot, tossing them at the boss. Though the effects were minimal, he consoled himself that something was better than nothing. Soon, Gul'dan's health bar dropped by about 10%. Suddenly, the flames in its eyes burned brighter, and the lava on its body flowed rapidly. Its hands were enveloped in fierce flames, and sharp rocky spikes grew from its tail. Viktor's eyes lit up with a familiar thrill, recalling the excitement of past battles. In this form, Gul'dan's defense increased significantly, and its abilities were enhanced. This was the true reason it was called the Furnace Beast. Flames turned into lava, covering the entire ground, leaving Viktor with no place to stand. Even Bai Ling shrieked in response to the harsh environment. "If there's no place for me to stand, I'll make one myself," Viktor said, drawing a precise square in the air. With a snap of his fingers, a high-density ice block formed from condensed water vapor appeared, floating in midair. He stood firmly on the ice block and continued casting spells. Meanwhile, Mount Vesuvius outside was in a startling state. Most knights had already gone to the town at the foot of the mountain to evacuate the people, leaving Gwen and a few knights halfway up, closely monitoring the volcano's unusual changes. As Gwen had intuitively predicted, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. They looked up to see the volcano's surface turning crimson, with steam rising from the crater, revealing its true inner nature as if its outer shell had peeled away. "Captain, the crater is as hot as a red-hot iron plate," a knight exclaimed. Gwen's expression was grave as he immediately ordered, "Quick, report to the capital immediately. Request reinforcements." The knights nodded in agreement and sprinted down the mountain, preparing to use magical crystals to contact the capital. Switching scenes to the Duke's mansion, Erica sat on her bed, staring blankly at the blue potion bottle in her hand. She felt as if her years of knowledge had become useless. She used to think that spending so much money on these potions was a waste, but now she had only one thought. How could this thing only cost 1,000 geos? As she was lost in her thoughts, she heard a servant's voice outside the door. "Duke, shall I inform the young lady that you have returned?" Erica, like an excited fawn, dashed out of the room. However, Duke Levi's reply caught her off guard. No need. Tell her I'm going on a trip and won't be back for a few days. Standing at the door, Erica heard everything and stopped in her tracks. Duke Levi saw his daughter and gave a bitter smile. Erica, the Emperor has issued a task requiring urgent support. She asked in confusion. Father, you're a duke. Why do you have to go personally? Duke Levi beckoned her closer, gently stroking her hair as he explained. My dear, this is no small matter. All third-tier mages in the capital must go, and second-tier mages are naturally included. Because you are younger, you won't be summoned by the royal family. Erica suddenly remembered Viktor, who had gone on a mission a few days ago. He was also a third-tier mage. Now that her father had been summoned as well, Erica's heart was filled with questions. She looked at Duke Levi, urgently asking, are they going to the same place? What exactly is happening there? Why do they need so many mages? Before Duke Levi could respond, Erica resolutely declared, I'm going too. The Duke's expression turned serious at her words. He shook his head and said, no, you're still young, and you need to focus on your studies. Erica, undeterred, retorted, I'm not that young. I'm a second-tier mage now. If all the second and third-tier mages from the capital are leaving, the academy is no exception. Do you expect me to find the headmaster to teach me personally? She knew well that as the only fourth-tier grand mage within the capital, the headmaster would not leave easily. His presence was crucial to deter the hidden threats in the city. As for others, Erica confidently believed that aside from Viktor, no one else at the academy could instruct her. The Duke pondered for a moment, Erica's words making him thoughtful. Indeed, she was already 17 and would come of age next year. He couldn't shield her forever. She would remain a fledgling bird if he did. Erica had her own dreams, and at the right time, he needed to let her spread her wings. Overprotective love should not become the chains that hinder her soaring ambitions. All right, Erica. The Duke finally spoke. I will allow you to accompany me. Taking a deep breath, he continued to explain. We are heading to Mount Vesuvius. The Royal Knights have sent out a distress signal. To be precise, Mount Vesuvius is likely to erupt. Natural disasters like volcanic eruptions can only be stopped by mages. The unusual activity of Mount Vesuvius has heightened vigilance throughout the empire. The volcano spewed a column of fire hundreds of feet high, a rare event in any era. If the lava flow stretches for miles, it would not only cause significant economic damage to the capital, but also threaten the safety of many living beings near the volcano. The capital quickly responded by summoning all available mages within the city. The Imperial Army continuously dispatched teams of mages to Mount Vesuvius, including Duke Levi and his daughter Erica. After nearly a day's journey, the team finally arrived at their destination in the early morning hours. The exhausted mages rested on the spot, with tension palpable around the camp. Due to the evacuation efforts by the knights, the residents and livestock of Sanchez town were moved outside the town, creating a scene of chaos. Villagers watched the influx of soldiers and mages into the town, speculating and confused. Duke Levi was among the last groups of mages to arrive. As soon as he got off the carriage, several mages from other noble families greeted him warmly. An elderly noble with white hair and a cane approached Duke Levi and said, It's been a long time, Duke Levi. We haven't met since the last royal summons. Long time no see, Mr. Baker, Duke Levi responded politely. Baker's gaze shifted to Erica, and he praised, This must be your daughter. She is truly graceful. It seems the academy was right. She has already reached the level of a second-tier mage. Although Erica knew these were just polite exchanges among adults, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased hearing praise from such a renowned mage. Duke Levi looked at his daughter with pride in his eyes. At that moment, a silver-haired figure appeared before them. It was Gwen, the second daughter of the Dellin family and the current captain of the Royal Knights. She walked up to the mages with a serious expression and reported, Esteemed mages, since the volcano's abnormal activity yesterday, it has remained relatively stable. Hearing this, the mages breathed a sigh of relief. The elderly noble relaxed his grip on his cane and patted his chest. Erica stood beside her father, curiously observing Gwen. Duke Levi quietly introduced her. This is the current captain of the Royal Knights. Erica nodded, somewhat surprised that the captain was a woman. Although Erica did not know Gwen, Gwen had heard of this magical prodigy. Looking at the beautiful blonde girl in front of her, Gwen thought, So this is Duke Levi's daughter? No wonder Viktor was so impulsive in his confession. Duke Levi asked, Captain Gwen, what exactly happened with the volcano? Gwen began to briefly report the findings of the Knights' investigation since their arrival at the volcano. Gwen's account left Beck and the other third-year mages utterly speechless. The thunderous roar from halfway up the mountain, the sudden rise in volcanic temperature after the Knights' investigation, and the eruption that shot flames 100 meters high, all of this was beyond their comprehension. The mages exchanged bewildered glances, unable to find words. Duke Levi, too, was deep in thought after hearing Gwen's story. equally puzzled by these bizarre occurrences. Gwen added that the accompanying mage they had sent ahead to investigate the summit had gone missing. This revelation left everyone present in shock. Erica suddenly asked about the identity of the missing mage. Gwen replied, "You all should know him. It's Viktor Klavina." At the mention of Viktor's name, the mages erupted into a frenzy. Several mages who had past grievances with Viktor seized the opportunity to denounce him, convinced that he was behind the incident. Viktor was notorious, and many eagerly joined in the disparagement. Despite his own confusion, Duke Levi urged everyone to remain calm. Let's not jump to conclusions. The most important thing now is to prevent the volcano from erupting and minimize any potential damage. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the volcano's summit, clearly heard by all. The mages collectively turned their gaze to the peak, struck silent. Could that sound really have come from some kind of creature? Suddenly, commotion drew everyone's attention. An elderly woman was trying to break through the knight's blockade to enter the stronghold. She shouted, "Someone has angered the volcano god. It's over. We're all doomed." Duke Levi signaled for the woman to be let in. She hobbled forward on her cane. The Duke gently inquired about this volcano god she spoke of. The surrounding mages scoffed, dismissing it as the ramblings of a madwoman. However, the old woman's demeanor changed, and she began to recount an ancient legend with a mysterious air. Hundreds of years ago, a fiery demon was sealed beneath the volcano, angering the volcano god and causing an eruption. For centuries since, the volcano had remained peaceful. Now, with the volcano stirring again, it must mean the volcano god's wrath is returning, about to break free and set the world ablaze. The mages dismissed this as mere folklore, but Duke Levi's expression grew grave, as if he sensed something familiar in her words. At that moment, Erica looked towards the summit, thoughtfully touching her chest. She said to her father, "Father, I want to go to the peak. I feel like there's something up there." Duke Levi firmly refused. "Erica, I can grant you many things, but this is not negotiable." Undeterred, Erica pleaded, "Father, I'm already a second-tier mage, capable of handling myself." Duke Levi's stance remained unyielding. "Unless your power surpasses mine, I will not allow you to set foot near the crater." Facing her father's resolute opposition, Erica fell silent. She knew it was an impossible demand. Her father was a seasoned third-tier mage with over 30 years of experience. Everyone says that if a new fourth-tier archmage were to emerge, it would undoubtedly be Levi Ducroix. Hearing this, Erica felt a pang of bitterness. She knew that she couldn't even surpass Viktor, let alone leap 2 tiers to reach the fourth. However, at that moment, a sudden tightness seized Erica's chest. Amidst the deafening roar, she caught a faint voice saying, "It hurts." This discovery made her heart clench with unease. Meanwhile, Duke Levi had already begun issuing decisive orders to the mage squad. The volcanic activity grew more intense, the ground trembled continuously, and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur. The third-tier mages quickly formed a formation, while the second-tier mages provided support, taking turns channeling magical energy. Their objective was clear: to draw a powerful magic circle before the volcano erupted, summoning a war spell strong enough to cover the entire Mount Vesuvius. Any magma about to erupt or anything emerging from the volcano would be completely obliterated by the magic circle's power. The scene shifted instantly to Viktor's battlefield. Vega stared at Viktor with a dazed expression, unable to believe that he was finally injured. Viktor's condition was indeed dire. His cloak was half-burned, and the places on his body that had been hit by magma were still ablaze. Shockingly, this was the first time Viktor had been injured after an entire day of intense combat. Vega could only describe Viktor as a monster, facing a calamity akin to a natural disaster. He had managed to hold his ground for an entire day, even wounding it. In contrast, Vega had suffered significant injuries from merely a moment of distraction, grazed by a staggering pillar of fire. If he had been hit directly, there wouldn't even be bones left to find. Realizing the dire situation, Vega began to persuade Viktor, "Why don't we call it quits? While you still have enough magic, let's teleport out of here." Although he knew Viktor wasn't one to give up easily, his condition was indeed worrying. Viktor didn't respond directly. As he cast a fire resistance spell on himself to stop the burns, he agilely dodged another towering pillar of fire. He said in a deep voice, "If I leave now, this beast will instantly break out of Mount Vesuvius. That would be a true catastrophe. Vega, do you understand?" After speaking, Viktor remembered that Vega was a dark deity and added, "Sorry, I forgot you probably don't care about that. But I do." He discarded his tattered, completely ruined cloak, letting it drift into the magma and disintegrate into sparks. Viktor continued, "I'm not trying to be a hero, but I also don't want this unstoppable beast to break free and have the world label me as the destroyer." Gul'dan's health had already been reduced by a third, a testament to Viktor's prowess. He firmly believed that if he could break the beast's defenses, there wasn't a boss he couldn't kill. Viktor continued to stare at the enraged Gul'dan with unwavering determination, even feeling more exhilarated. Only in such high-intensity battles did he truly feel alive. It's just one injury. I haven't lost yet, Viktor muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Because this was a battle that put his pride as a stand-in warrior on the line. The mages summoned from the capital gathered halfway up the volcano, forming a circle around Mount Vesuvius. They raised their arms, and threads of magic intertwined, gradually creating a massive magic formation. The glowing spectacle spanned miles, covering the entire area. The magical spikes on the volcano's surface reacted to the formation, causing the magical chains to stir and jingle, penetrating deeper into the volcano. Runes appeared on the formation, making it more solid and expansive. Second-tier mages stood behind the third-tier mages, continuously channeling their magic. When the first group of second-tier mages exhausted their power, the second group immediately took over. Once rested, the first group returned to duty, maintaining a relentless cycle. A dozen third-tier mages focused intently, beginning to chant an incantation. God of the abyss, weep in pain. Gather the world's cold. Benevolent yellow god, plead. Sing the sorrow of the underworld. Erica, despite being the Duke's daughter, received no special treatment and was assigned to the second-tier mages. After evacuating the populace, the knights guarded the mages, slaying any approaching monsters. The longer the spell was cast, the stronger the effect of the formation covering the entire volcano. Duke Levi, a third-tier mage, worked tirelessly to stabilize the formation, aiming to delay the eruption. If the formation could last a day, it would surely prevent the eruption entirely. An hour later, the second group of mages took over. Erica stood behind her father, chanting softly and channeling her magic. Duke Levi, casting spells, observed his daughter with silent pride. When the third group of mages stepped in, Erica didn't step down. She secretly drank a bottle of blue potion, feeling instantly revitalized. Duke Levi was both surprised and pleased, marveling at his daughter's impressive mental strength. Another hour passed, and the fourth group of mages took their positions. Erica continued to channel her magic, drinking another potion. Duke Levi and the surrounding third-tier mages were astonished, amazed by Erica's incredible talent. 5 hours later, the first group of the second round returned to find Erica still in place, radiating magical energy. They asked in surprise, "Don't you need to rest?" Erica, feeling smug, silently thanked Professor Viktor for the potion that kept her going. As she basked in her pride, Duke Levi's thunderous roar snapped her back to reality. "Erica, go downstairs and rest." Her father's furious roar echoed like thunder, causing Erica to shudder. It was the first time she had seen her father so enraged at her, and fear gripped her heart. She instinctively hunched her shoulders and left quietly, head bowed. Despite the scolding, Erica's reputation had already spread among the second-tier mages. She perked up her ears and overheard the whispers around her. Who can understand that lunatic? The first time I went downstairs, she was still up there. When I came back the second time, she was still there. I heard she's the daughter of Duke Levi. Her mental strength might already rival that of a third-tier mage. Even Viktor might find it hard to compete with her. These secret praises filled Erica with a sense of pride. Especially being compared to Viktor made her overjoyed. However, her rationality quickly extinguished her pride. She knew very well that without those magical potions, she wouldn't have been able to sustain herself for so long. Thinking about how those potions were made by Viktor, the previous compliments suddenly felt jarring. Erica had to admit that she was far from being on Viktor's level. She might never be able to match him, no matter how hard she tried. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from Mount Vesuvius. Rocks crumbled, ash flew, and the sky was torn apart by blazing red light. The entire mountain began to tremble, and magma churned restlessly within the volcano. "Look, what's that?" A knight pointed to the sky where high-temperature raindrops were falling. The fiery rain hit the vicinity of the volcano's mouth, causing the rocks to explode like bombs. All the mages and knights immediately went on high alert. The mages quickly began drawing temporary magic circles to counter the crisis, while the knights started enchanting their armor and silver swords. Is the volcano about to erupt? Suddenly, Erica heard a voice in her mind. "It hurts, it hurts." The voice seemed to come from the top of the volcano, and Erica was eager to investigate. She guessed that maybe Professor Viktor was up there. Erica recalled the mage's slanderous words about Viktor. She didn't want to believe that Viktor was behind the impending eruption, but the current situation was indeed suspicious. Viktor's disappearance and the imminent eruption were too coincidental to ignore. "I must find a way to get to the top of the volcano," Erica resolved, her gaze falling on the nearby knights guarding the protective formation. She noticed the only female knight among them, Gwen. This beautiful knight exuded a cold and distant aura, as if she were a warrior forged from ice. Erica had heard that she was the current captain of the Royal Knights. Erica decided to seek Gwen's help, but directly asking to go to the volcano's mouth would certainly be rejected. She paced back and forth, thinking, and suddenly had an idea. Feigning urgency, Erica rushed to Gwen. Night Gwen, I need to use the restroom. Can I leave for a moment? No, Gwen replied firmly. I must ensure everyone's safety. Miss Erica, please bear with it. Ugh, cold and rigid night. Only knows how to follow orders, Erica muttered, puffing her cheeks in frustration. But her anxiety grew. The voice from the mountain and Viktor's disappearance seemed to be sending her a message. She had to leave and get to the top. Just then, Duke Levi suddenly appeared beside her and gently patted her shoulder. Eek! Erica jumped in fright, like a startled rabbit. Duke Levi said sternly, my dear, give me an explanation. Duke Levi silently appeared behind Erica, placing a hand on her shoulder. Erica jumped in surprise, her heart pounding as she turned to see her father's stern face. She inwardly cursed herself, thinking her plan to sneak out had been exposed. As she fumbled for a way out, Duke Levi asked, explain to me how you managed to endure on the magic circle for so long? Hearing this, Erica let out a sigh of relief, her tense expression easing. She playfully moved behind her father and whispered mysteriously, it's because I have a special item. An item? Duke Levi raised an eyebrow, curious about this mysterious object that had boosted Erica's mental strength. Erica proudly declared, it's something from Professor Viktor. What? Viktor's? Duke Levi was momentarily stunned. He knew of Viktor's reputation as a young genius who had become a professor at an early age, but he hadn't expected Viktor to create something that could enhance mental strength. What puzzled him even more was how Erica had gotten her hands on it. Was Viktor trying to curry favor with her? A wave of anger surged within Duke Levi. He clenched his teeth, thinking, damn Viktor, you're still after Erica. He wanted nothing more than to find Viktor and teach him a lesson. However, Duke Levi suddenly sensed something was amiss. Erica had always disliked Viktor. Why was she now speaking of him with such pride? Could Viktor be trying to win over his daughter? As Duke Levi's suspicions grew, Erica pulled a small blue vial from her back. What is this? Duke Levi asked, intrigued. It was the first time he had seen such a blue potion. Erica excitedly explained. This is from Professor Viktor's shop, and it only costs 1,000 geo. Duke Levi breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a regular purchase, nothing more. But then, he quickly realized, wait, Erica, how much did you say this cost? Erica puffed out her chest and proudly repeated, 1,000 geo. Duke Levi sighed inwardly. When did he raise such a spendthrift daughter? He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, and forced a smile. I don't recall ever teaching you to waste money. Erica immediately retorted, I'm not wasting money. Your mental strength isn't enough to sustain the magic circle anymore, is it? Duke Levi nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the support of numerous second-tier mages, his mental strength had been nearly exhausted, forcing him to rest. This was a common problem for all mages. Without sufficient mental strength, no magic could be performed. Erica opened the vial and handed it to her father. Try this. Duke Levi frowned at the blue liquid, feeling resistant. It looked like industrial waste filled with dye. How could it possibly taste good? Hurry up and drink it, Erica urged. Duke Levi, suppressing his discomfort, downed the potion in one go. Instantly, a faint blue glow enveloped him, and his mental strength was partially restored, enough to continue casting spells. The fatigue washed away, and he felt rejuvenated. Duke Levi rubbed his forehead, astonished by the potion's effect. As a high-ranking mage who had been at the 3rd tier for over 30 years, he understood the true value of such a potion. Taking advantage of the deserted surroundings, Duke Levi swiftly stashed away the empty bottle and crouched down to shield Erica. Leaning close to his daughter's ear, he whispered urgently, we can't let this get out, at least not now. Tell me, how many bottles do you have left? Erica furrowed her brow and started counting on her fingers. She recalled, I bought 10 bottles, used one for experiments at home, for casting spells, and you drank one. Her eyes lit up, so, there are 4 left. Duke Levi gripped her shoulders firmly, his expression serious. We must keep this secret until we return to the capital. If word gets out now, it could attract malicious attention. You can't handle this on your own. Give it to me and I'll take care of it. Erica pouted and shook her head in defiance. No way, I spent a lot of my allowance on these. I'll double your allowance when we get home. Duke Levi promised immediately. Deal. Erica agreed cheerfully, thinking to herself, I can always get more from Professor Viktor back at the academy. He'll probably help me out. Feeling like she had struck a good bargain, Erica happily handed over 3 bottles. If it weren't for her father insisting she keep one for self-defense, she might have given them all. Duke Levi carefully cradled the bottles as he left. Watching her father's comical retreating figure, Erica couldn't help but laugh. The Duke quickly returned to the hillside, resuming his position to continue releasing magic. A few resting third-year mages couldn't help but ask, "Your Grace, don't you need to rest?" Duke Levi turned and smiled. "My mental strength is still sufficient. You all take a break. I can maintain the array." The mages exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "First it was your daughter standing here for 5 hours, and now it's you? Is everyone in the Du Croy family a monster?" Meanwhile, Erica was brimming with excitement. If it weren't to get her father out of the way, she wouldn't have given up the potions even if her allowance was doubled 10 times over. Now, she planned to reach the mountain peak, and her only option was to go through Gwen. Erica approached Gwen, feigning shyness. "Sister, I really can't hold it any longer. We're both girls. You understand, right?" she pleaded with teary eyes. After a moment's thought, Gwen blushed slightly, seeming to grasp Erica's meaning. She hesitated and asked, "Is it that time of the month for you?" Out of consideration for Erica's dignity, Gwen finally nodded in agreement. Erica almost jumped for joy but remembered her excuse and continued to act pained. Gwen, however, said, "For your safety, I'll accompany you." Erica deflated but didn't give up. As long as she had a chance, she could still escape. The two reached a secluded area and finally found a rock that offered some cover. Erica, thinking quickly, blushed and asked Gwen to step back, saying she was shy. Gwen, though puzzled, complied and moved a few steps away. Erica crouched behind the rock, pretending to lower her pants, but looked up only to meet Gwen's eyes. Embarrassed and annoyed, she yelled, "Can you turn around, please?" Gwen sighed and turned around. In that brief moment, a blue light flashed. Sensing something was off, Gwen spun back around to see a teleportation array forming with Erica stepping into it. "Tell father I'll be back safely." Erica waved and smiled. Gwen rushed forward to stop her, but it was too late. Erica vanished in an instant. Gwen stood there, stunned, muttering to herself, "Teleportation magic? Where could she be going?" Suddenly, she remembered Erica's earlier questions, and a name flashed through her mind: Viktor Kravena. She looked up sharply towards the mountain peak, and in the next second, a gust of wind rose beneath her feet as she sped towards the summit with incredible speed. "Phew, I finally made it out," Erica sighed in relief, a joyous smile spreading across her face. She knew that using conventional methods would never shake off Gwen. That's why she had prepared in advance, secretly brewing a teleportation spell. In the moment Gwen let her guard down, Erica didn't hesitate to activate the spell. She felt fortunate, recalling the techniques Professor Viktor had taught when he first came to the academy about properly using teleportation magic. Though she couldn't leap dozens of kilometers like a third-year mage, a few kilometers were more than enough for her. Erica thought to herself that Gwen probably believed she had teleported far away. Instead of directly teleporting to the mountaintop, she cleverly crossed several kilometers along the mountainside, effectively circling to the other side. The surroundings remained desolate, but Erica paid no mind and headed straight for the volcano's peak. As she ascended, the temperature around her soared. Before long, Erica was drenched in sweat, with steam rising from the rocks due to the intense heat. Higher up, the ground was littered with shattered rock fragments caused by thermal expansion. Despite her anxiety, Erica pressed on, casting several heat-resistant spells on herself. As a mage, she knew that this abnormal phenomenon was due to the rampant fire elements within the volcano. "It's definitely not just a simple volcanic eruption," Erica muttered to herself. "How could an ordinary volcano produce such dense magical elements? Only by reaching the summit can I uncover the truth." She scoffed at those old mages who only knew how to use magic to isolate everything. Yet she couldn't help but think of Viktor, the youngest third-year mage, still unmatched. Is the volcanic disturbance really caused by Viktor? As Erica pondered, the sound of breaking rocks suddenly came from behind her. She spun around to see a fiery red hedgehog emerging from the ground, weak flames flickering around its body as it charged at her. A second-level magical creature, a fire hedgehog. Erica reacted swiftly, instantly forming a magic circle in her hand. Second-tier spell, water cannon. Before she finished speaking, a massive water projectile spun in her palm and then shot out. The fire hedgehog was sent flying dozens of meters, landing on its back with its flames completely extinguished, looking like a lump of charred coal. Erica could hardly believe it. This was her first time defeating a magical creature in the wild. "I'm not that weak after all," she thought proudly. However, as she continued to climb, the number and strength of the magical creatures increased. Initially, she could handle them with ease, but she soon found herself struggling. Erica gradually realized something was wrong. These creatures were far stronger than described in the academy textbooks. Another fire hedgehog burst out from the ground, and this time, Erica had to exert considerable effort to defeat it. Compared to the previous one, this hedgehog had sharper claws, more vigorous flames on its back, and a noticeably more aggressive demeanor. These creatures have been enhanced? The thought flashed through Erica's mind. The The dense fire elements around them evidently made them stronger. She knew this was no coincidence. Though her curiosity urged her to press on, the terrifying heat made Elika feel dizzy, and the increasingly powerful creatures made her hesitant. Even her magic was becoming less effective against the scorching flames. Elika paused to rest, contemplating how to reach the summit. Suddenly, she remembered the single bottle of magic potion left in her backpack. Looking at the potion in her hand, and then up at the mountaintop, inspiration struck. I've got it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Gwen was relentlessly pushing towards the peak, ignoring the searing heat around her. Her silver sword, like a blade of ice, effortlessly cut down one magical creature after another. Gwen muttered to herself, first Viktor, now the Duke's daughter. Why do they all like to court trouble? Despite her complaints, deep down, Gwen was eager to find Viktor. She desperately wanted to confront him and ask, is the volcano's abnormality you're doing? This thought was driving her nearly insane. Gwen's fists were poised, ready to deliver a powerful blow to Viktor at any moment. However, she was torn inside, knowing her duty was to protect all mages and residents. Viktor, you just wait, she muttered to herself, swiftly cutting down the creatures blocking her path as she raced towards the mountaintop. Soon, a new obstacle emerged before her. Molten lava spewed from cracks in the volcanic ground, as if the volcano itself was bleeding. The intense heat forced Gwen to retreat to a safe distance. She stood there, staring at the peak, urgently contemplating her next move. Meanwhile, Vhagar witnessed a staggering sight. The shell of the fire calamity, Gul'dan, was peeling away, revealing a body covered in wounds, with lava pouring out like blood. What a terrifying creature, Vhagar murmured, his gaze locked firmly on Viktor. In the sky, 5 magic circles swirled, continuously casting third-ear spells: rainstorm slash, sandstorm, and mudslide. On the ground, the volcano's crater churned with lava, and molten rock began seeping from its walls. Viktor remained relentless, persistently applying various negative effects to Gul'dan. As the damage accumulated, Gul'dan's movements became sluggish, and it no longer had any chance of even grazing Viktor. Vhagar watched in shock, barely noticing the burning feathers on his body. He began to ponder. If Viktor truly won, he would undoubtedly be the strongest human Vhagar had ever encountered. In fact, even without victory, Viktor's displayed strength was already beyond imagination. The crux of this battle lay in the fact that Gul'dan needed only a single hit to win, while Viktor required countless successes to emerge victorious. Yet, Viktor was turning this seemingly impossible task into reality. Over 3 days and 2 nights of intense combat, Gul'dan managed to graze Viktor only once. In contrast, Viktor moved with ease throughout the battle, as if Gul'dan's attacks were slowed tenfold in his eyes. Some attacks he dodged effortlessly without even needing to teleport. Instead of weakening him, his injuries seemed to fuel his determination, making his magic even more fluid. Finally, Gul'dan entered a weakened state. This calamity, deemed unbeatable by humans, was being pushed to the brink for the first time. Its health dropped to 30, its shell no longer glowed, and its power and speed significantly diminished. Vhagar watched in astonishment, thinking Viktor had the battle in hand. However, Viktor did not relax. His expression grew even graver as he muttered, "That attack is coming." Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and the entire volcano shook violently. The ground began to crack, and the flow of lava momentarily halted. A colossal figure erupted from the layers of magma, Gul'dan's eyes blazing like twin suns, radiating intense heat. Pillars of fire shot skyward, melting the surrounding rocks. Countless firestones, wrapped in lava, rained down like a meteor shower. Recognizing the move, Viktor whispered, "Wrath of the Flame Severance." Vhagar, dodging the falling firestones in the air, cursed as he watched the massive fire pillar about to break through the crater. "Fire calamity. You son of a bitch, how do you dodge something like this?" "Dodge?" Viktor sneered. "I never planned on dodging." In the nick of time, Viktor's eyes shone with a brilliant blue light. A terrifying magical aura enveloped the entire base of the volcano. An enormous phantom castle appeared out of thin air, seemingly ready to suppress the entire crater. The castle lit up with multiple giant magic circles, preparing to face the impending ultimate attack. Buzz buzz buzz. 3 layers of barriers rapidly formed a spell array, weaving a massive network in the sky. The intricate patterns intertwined, eventually creating a colossal arc at the center, resembling a blooming sacred tree bud. Even suspended midair above a volcano, Vega could feel the overwhelming power. The enormous spell array descended slowly, piercing through layers of dark clouds, as if revealing a clear blue sky in an instant. All creatures, except for Viktor, were crushed under the immense pressure. The gigantic guillotine's feet sank deep into the ground, and it struggled to even lift its head. Vega was knocked off balance by the force, landing right on Viktor's shoulder. War magic! Vega exclaimed. When the hell did this get set up? The sight of the massive spell array falling from the sky left Vega speechless. The lava-encased firestones disintegrated into dust before the war magic, vanishing in an instant. Perched once more on Viktor's shoulder, Vega could only mutter inwardly, "Isn't a war spell array supposed to require a group of mages to cast? This maniac can do it alone? That's insane." The next moment, a pillar of fire rising from the ground collided fiercely with the arc in the sky. The clash of these two cataclysmic forces rendered Vega deaf to all surrounding sounds. He could only see the blinding light waves and feel the overwhelming aura. The powerful shockwave tore through the air, shattering the mountain and triggering a violent collapse. In the midst of this chaos, Vega vaguely heard Viktor's chant, the words seemingly resonating directly in his mind. Magic Imperial Capital, the fall of the Ark of Revelation. With a thunderous clang, a blinding white light shot up into the sky, enveloping everything in its path. A blue array appeared out of nowhere at the summit of the volcano, and a figure gradually became tangible within it. It was Erica. She had managed to extend the casting range of the magic array without disrupting it, the most effective method she could think of at the moment. Erica knew well that the biggest difference between a second-level mage and a third-level mage when using teleportation magic lay in their mana reserves. She had to drink a potion to restore her mana just to barely cast a long-distance teleportation array. Now, Erica stood at the volcano's summit, facing the steaming crater. The temperature at the top far exceeded human limits. The moment she landed, the intense heat made her dizzy and disoriented. If not for the precast anti-heat spell, she might have fainted on the spot. Patting her chest to steady herself, Erica looked down, still shaken. She quickly clasped her hands together, and a white array spun in her palms, emitting a chilling aura. She used this temperature-regulating spell on herself, barely managing to fend off the surrounding heat. With that done, Erica finally had the strength to survey her surroundings. The summit was barren, with only the rocks around the crater glowing red as if they had just experienced an eruption. The intense heat distorted the air, making her vision blurry. Erica had hoped to find answers at the summit, but the scene before her was far from promising. The oppressive heat made her dizzy and weak. She realized she needed to leave immediately, even if it meant descending just a short distance. Her hands began to glow faintly, and the outline of a teleportation array started to form. Suddenly, her heart wrenched painfully. The array dissipated instantly, and a low, mournful cry echoed from the crater. The excruciating pain struck her heart, forcing Erica to her knees, which were instantly burned by the scorching ground. What is happening? Erica struggled to utter, feeling an invisible grip on her heart. The mournful cry, audible only to her, persisted. In a daze, the volcano began to shake, and a surge of molten lava shot out from the crater. The slow-flowing, red-hot lava looked like the volcano's blood to Erica, and it was about to become her executioner. Gritting her teeth, Erica made a swift decision in the face of death. She released all her remaining mana to form a barrier, attempting to block the advancing lava. She wasn't ready to die, especially not in such a senseless way. However, her dwindling magic was insufficient to maintain the barrier. Lava started to seep through, inching closer to Erica's legs. Her body trembled uncontrollably. At that critical moment, a beam of white light suddenly shot out from the crater. Erica, momentarily forgetting the imminent danger, stared intently at the light. What is that? Meanwhile, in the town of Sancher and on the volcano's midslope, mages and knights noticed the violent activity of the volcano. This is a sign of an imminent eruption, a mage shouted, though everyone could already deduce this from the spewing lava. All the third-level mages wore grim expressions, ready to unleash powerful war magic to suppress the volcano at Duke Levi's command. Confidently, Duke Levi was about to give the order, even considering having Erica continue to channel mana to him. "Erica, can you hold on?" he asked out of habit but received no response. Turning around, he realized Erica was nowhere to be seen. "Erica? Erica?" Duke Levi called out anxiously, searching the base but finding no trace of her. How could she disappear at a time like this? He grew increasingly agitated, fearing Erica had ventured to the dangerous summit. Unwilling to believe she was so reckless, he continued searching the midslope, hoping to find her. All the mages waiting to release their spells stood dumbfounded, eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. The abrupt halt of the magic array by Duke Livy left everyone bewildered. "Duke!" Several third-level mages rushed forward anxiously. "If we don't activate the array now, the volcano will erupt completely. We won't have enough time." Duke Livy whirled around, almost shouting, "No! We absolutely cannot activate the array." Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. An elder mage mustered the courage to ask, "Your Grace, what exactly is happening?" Duke Livy took a deep breath, his voice heavy. "Erica is missing, The news hit them like a sledgehammer, leaving everyone frozen in place. If Erica was at the summit, the powerful magic pressure from the activated array would tear her to shreds instantly. However, not activating the magic would turn the volcanic eruption into a catastrophic tragedy. Duke Livy's eyes were filled with anguish, his heart torn. If he had to make a choice, he would rather sacrifice his honor and status, even forsake the innocent lives, to bring Erica back safely. The crowd pleaded with him to make a decision quickly. Even a second ahead of the volcanic eruption could prevent the disaster. But as the leader of the magic array, without Duke Livy's command, the array remained stagnant. Amid this tense standoff, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from the volcano's crater, shooting straight into the sky. Everyone was drawn to the spectacle, staring in shock at the sky. Almost instantly, the sky cleared, and gentle moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the astonished faces below. Then, rain began to fall like sprites after a storm, pouring down on the mountain and the flowing lava. As if by magic, Mount Vesuvius lost all its momentum. The intense heat rapidly dissipated, and the entire volcano emitted steam like molten iron doused with cold water. No one felt the heat anymore. Instead, they shivered in the sudden downpour. The flowing lava gradually solidified, and the volcanic rocks returned to their original black color. A mage muttered in disbelief, "The eruption of Mount Vesuvius stopped?" Rain soaked Duke Livy's hair as he squinted up at the sky, his expression complex. Near the summit, Gwen raised her head as raindrops fell. Seeing the moonlit sky, she breathed a sigh of relief. The white light had been very close to her, and she had felt its terrifying power. With the path now cleared of molten lava, she stood up, gripped her silver sword, and resolutely headed for the summit. At the top, Erica stared blankly at the sky, her mind a void. She had been the closest to the magical force, and it was undoubtedly beyond human capability. Kneeling in the rain, she closed her eyes, letting the water drench her. At this moment, all crises seemed to vanish. Under the astonishing magic, the volcanic eruption felt like a divine joke. Its erratic behavior had everyone believing it was about to blow, only to halt abruptly at the climax. Tears mingled with rain on Erica's face as she realized how close she had come to dying on that volcano, possibly leaving no remains. She almost paid a heavy price for her pride and arrogance. While Erica was lost in her emotions, her sobs attracted a flame hedgehog. In the torrential rain, it emitted steam, blending perfectly with the environment. It bared its fangs, mere inches from Erica. One leap, and it could sever her throat. Erica, with her magic depleted and spirit exhausted, had no strength left to resist. Engulfed in sorrow, she remained oblivious to the imminent danger. In the next moment, the flame hedgehog lunged at her with a terrifying screech. Erica finally reacted, but was too weak to respond. She closed her eyes in despair, thinking, "I'm going to die. Father." At the critical moment, with a roar, a searing fire serpent shot past Erica's cheek, striking the flame hedgehog with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the creature turned to ash, leaving no trace behind. Erica stood frozen, forgetting to cry as she stared blankly at the scene before her. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind her. "I should have taught you. A mage must always prioritize their own safety." She spun around to see Viktor staggering. "Professor, you." Erica's voice was filled with joy, but before she could finish, she noticed molten lava flowing from Viktor's body. The scorching liquid dripped onto the ground, instantly cooling and releasing swirling steam. In the next moment, Viktor's eyes closed, and he leaned forward, collapsing towards the edge of the volcano. Erica snapped out of her daze and rushed to his side. She reached out to touch him, but the intense heat made her gasp in pain. "Viktor, what's happening to you?" "Viktor." Ignoring the potential severe burns to her hands, Erica quickly encased them in a thin layer of ice, using the last of her magic. She gritted her teeth and struggled to lift Viktor. The searing heat penetrated the ice, burning her hands, but she persisted in supporting his body. Suddenly, Erica's burned legs gave out, and with a thud, they both crashed to the ground. Fortunately, the volcano had cooled, or they might have been charred to a crisp. A wave of frustration washed over Erica. She despised her arrogance and her current helplessness. Everything she had learned at the Magic Academy seemed useless now. Yet, she stubbornly tried to lift Viktor again and again. Despite being burned by his high temperature, Erica loathed her own weakness, but she did not regret climbing to the summit. If it weren't for her, who would have noticed Viktor's severe injuries? He would surely have died here. So, she kept trying, getting up, falling, getting up again and falling again. Even though she could only move a few meters, she persisted. Without magic, she had to rely on her physical strength. Viktor had saved her. Now it was her turn to save him. "Young lady." A sudden voice startled Erica. She looked around, searching for the source, but the mountaintop was empty. except for a one-eyed raven standing by the volcano's edge, Viktor's pet, his constant companion. Erica had even fed it before. Suddenly, Erica's eyes widened. Despite the pouring rain, the raven's feathers remained perfectly dry, as if untouched by a single drop. Its feathers were sleek and mirror-like, standing out in the rainfall. The one-eyed raven opened its ugly beak, a blue light shimmering beneath its single eye, exuding an aura of wisdom. It spoke, "Do you really want to save him?" Erica stared blankly at the raven before her, momentarily unable to react. This entirely black raven had just spoken. She blinked, confirming she wasn't hallucinating. The raven, which introduced itself as Vega, gracefully folded its wings across its chest and bowed like a gentleman. This strange behavior left Erica even more puzzled, and she couldn't help but stare at it, filled with questions. "Allow me to introduce myself briefly, Miss," Vega said in a low, raspy voice. "I am the Dark God, Habika." Dark God Habika? Erica repeated the unfamiliar name softly. She racked her brain for any mention of such a deity in the Empire's history, but she was certain she had never heard of it. Sensing her confusion, Vega continued, "Of course, even if you don't recognize me, it's fine. You may call me by my current name, Vega." It paused, its single eye fixed on Erica. "Now, allow me to ask again. Do you truly wish to save Viktor Kravina?" This question struck Erica like a bolt of lightning, snapping her out of her shock. At this moment, she didn't care about Vega's identity or whether it could fulfill its promise. Like grasping at the last straw of hope, she nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with determination. Vega closed its eye and let out a soft chuckle. "The ritual isn't over yet. To save him, I need your strength." It opened its eye again, staring directly at Erica. "Devote yourself to me, become my follower, and I will help you achieve your wish." As soon as Vega finished speaking, a black magic circle spread across the ground like a living creature, rapidly forming beneath Erica's feet. An eerie black aura rose from the edges of the circle, surrounding her. Erica had never seen such bizarre magic before, and the unfamiliar ritual filled her with unease. Is it because it's a dark god? Erica wondered silently. However, she had no other choice. If becoming a follower of a dark god was the price to save Viktor, so be it. She nodded without hesitation, her voice firm. "I agree. I will follow you and become your follower." Vega looked at Erica with satisfaction, a gleam of arrogance in its single eye. It glanced at the unconscious Viktor and thought to itself, "To think a girl would go to such lengths for you, Viktor. You've truly gained something precious without realizing it." Suddenly, a thick fog emanated from Vega, infusing the magic circle on the ground. The black circle began to writhe wildly, its edges sprouting countless tiny tendrils that danced on the ground. Then, a blinding light enveloped Vega and Erica. In the next moment, the light shattered like a broken mirror, and the circle vanished without a trace. Erica opened her eyes and examined her body, searching for any signs of change. However, everything appeared normal, without even a single mark. She looked at Vega in confusion. "Is that it? Will this save Viktor?" Vega squinted, saying nothing. It knew that this simple ritual was far from a true contract. It was merely a one-sided connection of faith. To form a proper contract, one would need to sign a formal agreement like Viktor had. Before saving him, Vega suddenly spoke. "I need to ask you a question. Why are you here? Why are you at the volcano's summit?" Erica hesitated before deciding to tell the truth. "I heard the volcano crying out. It said it was in pain." Vega observed Erica with interest, as if it had instantly understood everything. It squinted, its tone carrying a hint of enticement. "And now? Can you still hear anything?" Erica frowned and shook her head. "I can't hear anything now." That's to be expected, Vega thought, recalling the harrowing scene. When the final magic arc plunged into the volcano's depths, the flowing lava and fire pillars seemed to freeze in an instant. The arc consumed everything, including Gulitin. In its prime, Gulitin could have easily withstood such an attack. But at that time, it was already gravely injured, its body flowing with lava, its once formidable defense nearly gone. In the end, Gulitin turned into lifeless rocks, crumbling within the volcano and entering a forced slumber. It was a slumber, not death, because calamities never truly perish. As long as magical elements exist in the world, calamities will continue to survive. As for Viktor's current state, to put it simply, he wasn't actually injured. Witnessing the fierce battle between Viktor and the fire disaster, Vagar couldn't help but marvel at Viktor's seemingly invincible power. However, he also realized that Viktor was in a dangerous state known as magical overload. For 3 days and 2 nights, Viktor tirelessly fought against Gul'dan with the help of Vagar's magic. Though this power came from Vagar, it had its limits. Normally, magical consumption wouldn't reach a critical threshold, but Viktor's combat style was anything but ordinary. At the last moment of his mana depletion, The magical link between Vhagar and Viktor was abruptly severed. Astonishingly, this still wasn't enough to bring Viktor down. Even more shocking, before Gul'dan fell into slumber, Viktor forcibly extracted a chunk of Gul'dan's magical essence and merged it with his own. This explained why Viktor's body now appeared to be flowing with molten lavahi, was struggling to assimilate the violent foreign magic. Vhagar knew all too well that after exhausting his own mana and then forcibly absorbing such immense external energy, Viktor was bound to fall unconscious. However, he wasn't overly concerned, believing that a few days of rest would suffice for recovery. At this moment, Vhagar's attention shifted to the young girl before him. He looked at Erica with great interest, pondering. A girl who can converse with disasters probably has no idea of her own extraordinary value. As Vhagar was silently celebrating this unexpected surprise, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Someone's coming? Vhagar alertly looked towards the hillside, and with his extraordinary vision, he saw a silver figure. Recognizing the newcomer, Vhagar decided not to reveal his identity just yet. To avoid trouble for himself and Viktor, he quickly flapped his wings and flew to Viktor's side, grabbing Viktor's collar with his beak. Meanwhile, Vhagar's voice still echoed in Erica's ear. You saved Viktor. I'll make sure he knows that. Little girl, until we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Vhagar's body began to expand, and the pitch-black raven transformed into a magnificent giant black-feathered eagle. He picked up Viktor, beat his wings powerfully, and soared into the sky. The fierce wind roared, blowing away the surrounding debris. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Erica's sight. Erica stared blankly at the sky, watching the dark figure grow smaller and smaller until it vanished. Viktor, she murmured. Latecomer Gwen arrived only to find an empty scene, missing her chance to question Viktor. She could only see the black and the sky gradually disappearing, her expression turning unusually grim. Viktor? What on earth is going on? She muttered, then noticed Erica. Erica, covered in burn marks, knelt on the ground, managing a faint smile at Gwen. As if using her last bit of strength, she suddenly collapsed. Gwen hurried over, carefully lifting Erica into her arms. Looking up at the sky again, she saw nothing but the relentless downpour of rain. Everyone was relieved that the volcano did not erupt. A villager stood still, silently gazing at the large raindrops falling over the town of Sanchez. Suddenly, a joyous shout erupted from the crowd, instantly igniting the villagers' elation. Cheers rang out one after another. Thank goodness! No disaster! Heavens! The gods have blessed us! No, it was the mages from the capital who saved us. The timely rain seemed like a miracle, dispelling all the looming threats. However, the returning mages and knights, though their frowns eased, felt an increasing heaviness in their hearts. They remained silent, like puppets on strings. Unaware of the truth, the townspeople emerged from the safe zone, returning to their familiar homes and expressing their heartfelt gratitude to these heroes. Yet, no mage could proudly respond with, "You're welcome." In reality, they hadn't saved the innocent residents and had barely escaped the volcano themselves. The magical formation was never activated. If the volcano had fully erupted, all the mages sent from the capital would have been reduced to ashes in the apocalyptic lava. In the pouring rain, the villagers gradually returned to their homes. The army began escorting the mages back to the capital. Duke Levi stood alone in the storm, letting the fierce wind lash against his face. As the last group of mages prepared to leave, Count Baker glanced at Duke Levi from a distance and shook his head. He said with a strained voice, "Goodbye, Duke." His tone clearly tinged with discontent. Leaning on his cane, his hand trembled slightly. He continued, "Duke Levi, I understand your deep love for your daughter. But before acting rashly, please consider your position. Upon returning to the capital, you may face impeachment from many ministers. Take care of yourself." With that, the noble mage boarded the carriage and left under the army's protection. Throughout, Duke Levi did not lift his head to respond. The surrounding knights worried that Duke Levi might fall ill in the rain, as mages were not as robust as knights. They urged, "Your Grace, please wait in the carriage. Knight Commander Gwen is searching for your daughter." Duke Levi remained silent, standing in the storm, his eyes vacant and distant. Suddenly, a silver figure flashed in the night sky, like a beacon of light in the darkness. It was Gwen, carrying the golden-haired Erica. Seeing this, hope rekindled in Duke Levi's eyes. Gwen handed Erica to Duke Levi, saying, "Mission accomplished, Your Grace." Duke Levi, trembling, took his daughter and held her tightly, his eyes filled with shock and heartache. "Erica, Erica," he called softly. Awakened by her father's voice, Erica slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the familiar face, she managed a weak smile. "Dad, I'm back." At that moment, this powerful man of the Carinthia Empire shed tears. He had once stood tall and proud, but had failed to protect his daughter, filling him with shame. As Duke Levi held Erica tightly, she let out a painful moan. Only then did he notice the severe burns covering her body. Panicked, he attempted to use magic to heal her, but it had little effect. As a mage not specialized in healing, his magic could only handle minor wounds, leaving him helpless against such severe burns. Desperately, he looked around for a healer, but only the waiting knights remained. Seeing Duke Levi's anxious expression, Gwen hesitated for a moment before pulling out a crimson potion. The liquid looked like blood, darkly glowing with an eerie light. This was a healing potion given to her by Viktor, but she had never used it and had no idea of its efficacy. However, without timely treatment, Erica's injuries might leave permanent scars. Gwen bit her lip and chose to trust that Viktor wouldn't deceive her. Your Grace, perhaps try this. If it causes any problems, I'll take full responsibility. Gwen offered the potion. Duke Levi quickly took it but hesitated upon seeing its blood-like color. Can she really drink this? He wondered. But there was no other choice. Erica's condition was critical. He uncorked the bottle and carefully brought the potion to Erica's lips, asking casually, "Where did you get this potion?" Gwen replied, "It was given to me by my fiancé." The potion trickled down the corner of Erica's mouth as Duke Levi's hand trembled slightly. He stared intently at Erica's pale face, filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Gwendoline stood nearby, wringing her hands nervously. The Duke suddenly asked, "Your fiancé is Viktor Clavinna?" Gwen nodded, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. "Yes," she answered softly, aware of the tension between the Duke and Viktor, but knowing this was not the moment to dwell on it. Just then, a miracle occurred. Erica's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation, as if blessed by the goddess of healing. Her horrific burns started to heal at a visible rate, with new skin forming as smooth as jade. Duke Levi watched in astonishment, his mind racing with questions. First the blue magical potion, and now this crimson restorative elixir. What kind of terrifying power did these possess? Gwen was equally shocked, staring at the scene before her. She had never used that potion and never imagined it would have such a miraculous effect. She couldn't help but wonder if this incredible healing ability could bring someone back from the brink of death. Despite her injuries healing, Erica did not open her eyes. Her spirit was utterly depleted, and it was a miracle she had briefly awakened in the Duke's arms. With the pain gone, she finally fell into a peaceful sleep. Duke Levi carefully laid Erica in the carriage, ensuring she was comfortable. He stepped out and bowed deeply to Gwen. "Thank you sincerely, Knight Commander Gwen. Once we return to the capital, I will properly express my gratitude to you and your fiancé." Gwen, overwhelmed, nodded and watched as the Duke boarded the carriage. As the carriage slowly moved away, the surrounding troops also began to mobilize. Taking a deep breath, Gwen turned to the stable where an unclaimed white horse was quietly grazing, seemingly unaware that its rider, Viktor, had vanished. "Viktor, where have you gone?" Gwen murmured. The rain still poured down as she donned her helmet and mounted her horse. Before leaving, she cast one last glance at the lonely white horse and thought, "If you have any conscience left, if you remember me, come back riding that horse. It will wait for you, at least until we meet again." She turned her horse and led her knights away. The clattering of armor and the splashing of hooves gradually faded, leaving Sancher Town in silence once more. A few days later, the sun broke through the rain clouds, and the sky was clear. The residents of Sancher Town quickly resumed their daily lives, as if the terrifying events of a few days ago had never happened. However, the inn's entrance was anything but peaceful. A burly man and his cronies surrounded the inn, eyeing the white horse menacingly. "Hey, that's a fine horse. How about you give it to me?" he snarled at the innkeeper. The innkeeper stood firm. "A knight paid us a hefty sum to take good care of this horse." The man laughed heartily. "The people from the capital left 4 or 5 days ago. This horse is clearly abandoned." His followers chimed in agreement. The innkeeper calmly suggested, "If you can pay more than she did, I'll agree." "How much?" the man asked. The innkeeper held up 5 fingers. 50? Haha. I'll pay 100, the man boasted confidently. The innkeeper shook his head. 500? The man asked, hesitating. The innkeeper remained silent, just staring at them. 5,000. When the innkeeper uttered this amount, the men were furious. "Are you kidding me? 5,000 geos for a horse? Are you trying to rob us?" the man shouted, rolling up his sleeves to fight. The innkeeper instinctively raised his hands to protect his face, but then heard a scream. Lowering his hands, he couldn't believe his eyes. A giant hand, seemingly made of molten lava, lifted the burly man into the air. The man dangled, bewildered. His cronies stared in terror at the source. A man in a black cloak with red patterns, seemingly flowing with lava, stood there. A strange one-eyed raven perched on his shoulder, chattering incessantly. The man extended an arm-like appendage made of lava from his back. The man spoke coldly. "That's my horse. Any objections?" The burly man, lifted off the ground, was still trying to grasp the situation when the giant hand suddenly hurled him away. Thud. The impact echoed loudly, sending a shiver through everyone present. Viktor raised his head slightly, his cold gaze piercing their hearts like steel needles. Leave. Before the word even finished, the henchmen scattered in a panic, not daring to resist. Once they had fled, Viktor retracted the lava hand, the massive arm seeming to meld back into his coat. Turning to the trembling manager, Viktor said coldly, "I'm here to get my horse." The manager, shaking, straightened up and eyed the man before him. How do you prove it's your horse? Prove your identity." Viktor gave him an approving look, recognizing his courage. Viktor Kravina. The name should be in the records left by the person who left the horse. The manager carefully checked the register and nodded quickly. No problem. You can take the horse." He retrieved a pouch from under the counter and handed it to Viktor. The knight left 5,000 geos. This is what's left after deducting the care fees. Viktor weighed the pouch and put it away. 5,000 geos. Gwen never had a sense of money. This could feed the horse for a lifetime, he thought. Entering the stable, Viktor stroked the strong white horse's mane. The horse nuzzled his hand affectionately. He led the horse out and mounted it with ease. Vega asked softly, "With your current power, a few teleportation arrays would get you back to the capital. Why ride a horse?" Viktor chuckled. "This horse isn't mine. It's borrowed. It needs to be returned." After the Battle of the Fire catastrophe, Viktor had gained a massive amount of experience, but had restrained himself from advancing recklessly. It wasn't until the fight with Gul'dan that his experience surged, leveling him up twice to level 41. His maximum mana increased by 10,000, but it didn't make him overconfident. His coat flashed with red stripes, symbolizing the essence of Gul'dan's fire. Viktor had acquired the ability to solidify flame elements, turning fire magic into lava and even shaping it at will. The earlier lava hand was formed this way. Vega took out an intricate hourglass pendant from his wings. "Can you explain what this is?" Viktor took it, and information immediately surfaced before his eyes. Item name: Exiled Abyssus. World-class item. Type: single-use consumable. Effect: causality disorder, capable of converting specific time-related causes and effects. World-class items can only be obtained by players who achieve world-class feats in the game. Viktor had never been so fortunate, but each world-class item possesses a unique and astonishing effect, existing beyond the rules of the game world. These items can only be used once and disappear immediately afterward. More importantly, they are bound to specific users, rendering them unusable by anyone else. Vega had no knowledge of this, but Viktor had just accomplished a world-class feat soloing the world boss, Gul'dan. Such an achievement deserved recognition from the world's will. Sure enough, when Viktor woke up, a world-class item had quietly appeared in his inventory. Driven by curiosity, Vega borrowed what seemed to be an ordinary hourglass pendant, claiming he wanted to study it. However, his efforts were fruitless. When Viktor placed the pendant back around his neck, Vega eyed him suspiciously, suspecting that Viktor already knew the true purpose of the item. "Did you know what this thing was all along?" Vega questioned. Viktor responded with a blank expression. "No idea." This dismissive answer infuriated Vega, who secretly envied Gwen's ability to see through lies. As if reading his thoughts, Viktor sneered, "Don't even think about it. You're not righteous at all." Vega felt an urge to peck Viktor's head off and complained bitterly, "No wonder everyone finds you so annoying." As night fell, the capital city fell into silence. Moonlight crept onto the rooftops, and outside Viktor's study balcony, a figure silently slipped in through the window. Rhea leaned against the table, gazing at the moonlight, lost in thought. Suddenly, Leon leapt into the room, pulling back her hood to reveal pointed ears. "Miss Rhea," she reported, "I've been tailing the Duke of Levi's steward for a week. I can confirm that the money transaction was carried out by the steward at the Duke's mansion. However, the steward had no motive to provoke the Kravina family. I believe it was under the Duke of Levi's orders." Rhea scoffed, her face appearing particularly cold under the moonlight. "The Duke of Levi is already in deep trouble. Whether he did it or not is no longer relevant." Leon looked puzzled, prompting Rhea to explain. "Recently, the mages heading to Mount Vesuvius collectively petitioned the Emperor, accusing the Duke of Levi of attempting to kill all the mages present. The Duke admitted that as the leader of war magic, he had stopped maintaining the magical array. If the volcano had erupted, all the mages would have perished. But the volcano didn't erupt in the end. Why still impeach the Duke?" Leon pressed. Rhea shook her head in exasperation. "You really don't understand the human world. For these noble mages, control over life is what brings peace of mind. The Duke of Levi betrayed them in a critical moment. Regardless of whether the volcano erupted, stopping the maintenance of the array was already a grave crime. This time, they were lucky. Some special force prevented the eruption. If it had erupted, it wouldn't have been just the mages who died, but countless civilians living at the foot of the mountain as well. A glint flashed in Ria's eyes as she added with a hint of sarcasm. Too bad those mages are busy impeaching the Duke. No one's coming to buy my potions. I was hoping to make a good profit before Viktor returned. Sensing Ria's disappointment, Leon hesitated. Ria lightly tapped her head and laughed. Are you trying to tell me to stop waiting, that Viktor is never coming back? Ria firmly said, there's a human saying, good men die young, while mischief makers live for 1,000 years. Viktor belongs to the latter. Unless I see his corpse with my own eyes, I'll never believe he's dead. Just as Leon was about to offer more advice, she suddenly sensed a familiar and powerful presence approaching. Ria noticed the elf's reaction, and her smile broadened. See? I told you he wouldn't die. Leon lowered her head, pulled her hood back up, and nodded to Ria before quietly leaping out the window. At that moment, a servant's surprised voice came from outside the door. Master, you're back? Yes, take this horse and feed it well, Viktor's voice replied. Footsteps drew nearer, and the study door opened. Ria leaned against the table, smiling in welcome. Welcome home. Viktor nodded without expression, scanning the room before his gaze locked onto Ria. You hid someone, didn't you? Ria's smile instantly froze, then gradually crumbled. Viktor, do you really want to get yelled at that badly? A thunderous roar echoed through the vast courtyard. Inside the mansion, Miss Leah's voice nearly lifted the roof. The servants outside shrank back, exchanging knowing glances. Mr. Viktor and Miss Leah are at it again, one servant whispered. It's been a while since their last argument. Another murmured, shaking their head. They were used to it by now. Whenever Viktor was home, a heated exchange with Miss Leah was inevitable. Inside, Leah pointed furiously at Viktor's nose, continuing her tirade. I've waited so long for you, and the first thing you ask is if I've been hiding someone in the house? How narrow-minded can you be to think such a thing? Viktor stood at the doorway, expressionless, enduring Leah's scolding like a silent statue. After a while, Leah's anger seemed to subside a bit. She ran a hand through her hair, sighed, and softened her tone. That was just a subordinate from the territory who came to report something. By the time you got home, they had already left. Viktor nodded slightly. I see. He had caught a faint scent lingering in the room, one that was clearly not left behind by a man. He had wanted to clarify after his initial question to avoid any misunderstanding, but Leah's rapid-fire accusations had left him no time to respond. So, he chose silence. If being yelled at could help Leah vent her frustration, Viktor didn't mind being the target. He was used to this peculiar form of communication by now. Viktor sat back at his desk, not asking Leah about her recent activities. He believed that if there were any issues she couldn't resolve, she would bring them up herself. Sure enough, even though Viktor hadn't asked, Leah hesitantly brought up the shop. The magic shop isn't doing well. It's nothing like the booming success you anticipated. What happened? Viktor tapped the desk, surprised and curious to hear Leah's explanation. Leah began to report on the shop's financial status. We sold a few items on the first day, but after that, no customers came by. Viktor frowned in thought. According to his marketing strategy, this shouldn't have happened. There should have been customers, especially since they sold potions on the first day. The positive reviews from users should have created a buzz. He mentally ruled out various possibilities. Faulty potions? Highly unlikely. Poor management? Also unlikely, given Leah's success in developing the territory. That left only one possibility: something unexpected had occurred. So, what happened? Viktor asked directly. Leah explained. On the first day, the Duke's daughter bought some potions. Hearing this, Viktor raised an eyebrow. Erica Ducroix? Leah shot Viktor a glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, still thinking about your little sweetheart, aren't you? You remember her name so clearly. That's not funny. Keep going. Viktor interrupted her mockery. Leah crossed her arms and continued. I thought with Erica's reputation, the effectiveness of the potions would soon be known, and mages would flock to our shop. But the very next day, Mount Vesuvius erupted. Viktor's hand paused mid-tap on the desk, seemingly piecing together some clues. Leah continued. A large number of mages went to the volcano, leaving only a few low-ranking mages in the capital. These mages either can't afford the potions, or find them too extravagant. Simply put, first-tier mages don't deserve these potions. Then, a few days later, the mages returned and started collectively impeaching the Duke. Even the Emperor got involved, summoning the Duke and the noble mages to settle the matter. Leah sighed. The potions are mainly for mages, but with the capital in chaos and the mages preoccupied, who has time to visit our shop? Viktor listened to all this without a change in his expression. He had been inside the volcano fighting Gul'dan and had no idea what had transpired recently. No wonder, after the fight, when he emerged at the volcano's mouth, the first person he saw was Erica. He thought he was hallucinating, especially since he had no memory of what happened next. When he woke up, It was Vega who explained why he had blacked out. Viktor thought to himself, frowning slightly. It's best to use Vega's abilities sparingly in the future. The cost of this battle was significant. He had been unconscious for 4 whole days. Including the 3 days of fierce fighting with Gul'dan, a week had passed. Leaning against the window, Viktor reflected on the unforeseen consequences of the battle. Although the volcano hadn't erupted, the incident had caused quite a stir in the capital. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Leah, who was speaking. The Duke of Levi's excuse for stopping the magic array is laughable, Leah said mockingly as she organized scattered documents. Claiming it's because his daughter went missing? Please. Whether the war magic would tear his daughter apart or not, if the volcano had erupted, wouldn't Erica have died just the same? Viktor didn't speak, but agreed with Leah's perspective. Erica climbing the volcano at that time was akin to seeking death. The only difference was that war magic would only kill Erica at the peak, while a volcanic eruption would take all the mages and the townspeople below with her. Viktor couldn't believe the Duke didn't understand this simple logic. Leah shrugged and added, "By the way, there's another thing. The Emperor's summons has already arrived at your doorstep. You need to go to the palace on the appointed day. You got back just in time. Another day and you would have missed it." "Why?" Viktor asked, though he already had a suspicion. "You want a reason?" Leah raised an eyebrow. "All right. Before the volcano's eruption, who was the only accompanying mage to disappear without a trace?" "So it was." With the answer, Viktor's face remained expressionless, but he was already formulating a plan. Seeing this, Leah didn't press further. She yawned and walked to the door. "Looks like you have it figured out, so I'm off to bed. I'll lock my door, so don't think about sneaking into my room just because we haven't seen each other in a while." The door closed with a bang. Viktor frowned, wondering, do I really seem like the kind of guy who would knock on a girl's door in the middle of the night? Come to think of it, he had done that once. Maybe Gwen had said something to Leah. Viktor didn't dwell on this minor incident. He was more concerned about the Duke's motives. Suddenly, Vega's voice interrupted his thoughts. If the volcano erupted, everyone there would die, including Duke Levi himself. Only that little girl would survive. But if the magic array fell, she would certainly die. Viktor narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, "If I failed, the volcano would erupt, and Gul'dan would be released. Do you think a second-tier mage, severely injured, could survive the natural disasters caused by the fire calamity?" Vega looked up, its gaze deep as it stared at Viktor. "She can converse with calamities." Hearing this, Viktor was slightly taken aback. This time, it was his turn to be puzzled. Vega quickly caught on to Viktor's reaction, seeming quite pleased. "It's my first time seeing you this surprised." Vega clearly knew something, as it was certain Erica wouldn't die. "I'm curious, what exactly did the Duke have to create her? By the way, have you ever seen that little girl's mother?" Viktor fell silent. He recalled the game's storyline about the Duke's daughter. If nothing went wrong, she would become a third-year mage in 2 years, at the age of 19, breaking Viktor's record as the youngest third-year mage in the Empire's history. Because of this, during the Empire's power shift and the new Emperor's ascension, Erica Ducroix, with her talent, preserved the Duke's family, who supported the Crown Prince. But now, hearing Vega's words, Viktor realized a strange fact. This well-known NPC had never had her mother seen by any player, nor was there any hint in her backstory. Was she dead? Or? Viktor had too little information to make further guesses. Vega seemed satisfied with Viktor's pondering. "So, even Viktor doesn't know everything." It chirped, "So what are you planning to do? Tomorrow's summons require both you and the Duke to attend. Think about how to get through it. No one can help you." Viktor looked out the window, moonlight casting a cold glow on his handsome face. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "Gaining support is normal," he said after a pause. "In any case, as a father, Duke Levi is commendable. He stopped the array, willing to let himself and the mages perish in the disaster, even sacrificing innocent civilians, just to save his daughter." Viktor's tone grew serious. "Aside from that, the Duke's actions are indeed infuriating. The Emperor won't let his long-serving ministers feel disheartened, but he also needs to provide an explanation to everyone. The worst outcome would be stripping him of his title and sending him into retirement. And that's if I don't intervene." Vega perked up at Viktor's last words. "Oh, you want to help him?" "This is called offering help in times of need." Viktor's eyes gleamed with the cunning of a merchant. Early in the morning, the capital was thrown into chaos. The streets echoed with the urgent clatter of hooves, as a procession of luxurious carriages streamed towards the palace in perfect formation. Shopkeepers, who had just opened their doors, witnessed the grand procession, the carriages speeding by in a cloud of dust. Bystanders hurriedly stepped aside, some taking refuge inside the shops, their faces filled with confusion. What significant event could be happening? The last, exceptionally opulent carriage halted in front of the castle gates. Duke Levi gracefully alighted and surveyed the surroundings. The mages had all gathered, but every gaze was filled with hostility, as if wanting to tear the Duke apart. Since the volcanic incident, Duke Liwei's reputation among the mages had plummeted. No one stepped forward to greet him, not even the usually amicable Baron Baker, who could only shake his head in resignation. The Duke stood alone at the gate, his expression composed. Moments later, the towering doors of the castle slowly opened, a gust of wind howling out, making the mage's robes flutter. A knight escorted a silver-haired man out. The young man, not yet 30, exuded an extraordinary presence, prompting everyone to bow in respect. This was the Empire's esteemed second prince. Duke Liwei stood at the forefront, bowing respectfully to the second prince. The prince nodded slightly, signaling everyone to rise. Since everyone is here, please come in. The mages filed in, but the Duke was stopped by the prince. Duke Liwei, perhaps you and I should have a chat elsewhere? The Duke responded impassively, Your Highness, I do not wish to keep His Majesty waiting. The second prince, undeterred, leaned in and whispered, Perhaps I can help you out of your current predicament. The Duke remained silent, which the prince took as consent. Duke, please follow me. Accompanied by guards, the two bypassed the main entrance and arrived at a secluded pavilion. This is my place, Duke. You can speak freely here. The prince motioned for his attendants to bring a chair for the Duke. The Duke sat down unceremoniously, staring directly into the prince's eyes. Your Highness, the Duke sneered, isn't it a bit premature to be building your faction? His Majesty is still very much alive. The prince flinched slightly but then smiled wryly. Duke, I have no desire to die mysteriously one day. Sitting in my position, the choice to compete or not isn't mine alone. After a brief silence, the prince broke the tension. Duke, the current situation is not in your favor. There are too many accusations against you, and Father may not withstand the pressure. What I want to discuss with you is precisely this matter. He took a sip of tea and continued, I have heard that your daughter will come of age in a year. The Duke's eyes turned cold, tinged with mockery. So what? The prince set down his teacup and smiled elegantly. Duke, you really make me spell it out. If I were to be betrothed to your daughter, you would have a familial tie to the royal family. Then, Father would have a reason to protect you. Before he could finish, the teacup in the prince's hand suddenly shattered. The knights, alarmed, drew their swords, pointing them at Duke Liwei. The prince, however, remained calm, brushing the shards from his hand and gazing at the Duke with a smile in his eyes. Duke, remember, this is the palace. Duke Liwei stood up, and the overwhelming magical pressure dissipated instantly. The second prince's smile faltered slightly, and he marveled inwardly at the Duke's precise control over his magic. Your Highness, how old are you this year? Duke Liwei suddenly asked. 29. Why? My age should be quite suitable for your daughter, the second prince confidently replied. Is that so? 29. Duke Liwei repeated the number, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Your Highness, I have watched you grow up over these 20-odd years, but have you made any real progress during this time? The cold words pierced the second prince's heart like a blade. He suddenly felt uneasy, as if a great weight pressed down on his mind, and his smile froze on his face. Duke Liwei continued, Indeed, you are clever. You know how to use the resources around you and understand people's hearts. But you are not strong. The resources you can utilize are merely due to your bloodline advantage. The second prince understood the implication was benefiting from his father's protection. Without this blood relation, he was nothing. His smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold and mocking expression. And then, I am a prince. Besides me, is there anyone more suitable or excellent? The second prince retorted. But his voice trailed off as a figure flashed in his mind. There indeed is, Duke Liwei sneered. I suggest you say that to the head of the Kravenna family. The second prince slammed the table and roared. He was just a viscount. And he's dead. Do you understand? He's dead. He grew more agitated, almost lunging forward to grab Duke Liwei by the collar. But as a member of the royal family, he restrained himself, took a deep breath, and barely maintained his dignity. He has vanished forever into that volcano, and everyone knows it, the second prince said, struggling to calm his emotions. Dead? Duke Liwei laughed as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. He shook his head and looked at the second prince with pity. In my eyes, your arrogance doesn't even come close to his excellence. With that, Duke Liwei turned and walked out the door without looking back. The second prince's face darkened as he ran a hand through his silver hair, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Let's go to the Great Hall. I'm very curious to see if he can remain this composed when everyone is pointing fingers at him. The palace's Great Hall was already filled with people. Heavily armored knights stood ready with their swords. Gwen, the captain of the royal knights, stood near the throne, prepared to protect the emperor at any moment. Duke Liwei knelt at the front. Gwen saw him and felt a complex mix of emotions. She knew that today's events were far from pleasant for the Duke, but she couldn't deny his undeniable love for his daughter. Gwen's eyes scanned the crowd of mages, but she couldn't find Viktor. He hadn't returned. For some reason, this pained her, perhaps because Viktor was someone she had known since childhood. Suddenly, the eunuch's announcement rang out, and the emperor entered the hall, supported by the crowd. Aubrey Sol, the 8th emperor of the Carinthia Empire, looked very old, with a head full of white hair, despite being only 60, the same age as Duke Leah. All the mages knelt on one knee to show their respect upon seeing the emperor. Emperor Aubrey waved his hand for everyone to rise, but Duke Leah remained kneeling. The aged king looked at Duke Leah, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply before asking calmly, "Leah, did you stop the magical array when the volcano was about to erupt?" "Yes," Duke Leah answered without hesitation. The emperor asked again, "Leah, they say you intended to kill all the mages, including the residents at the foot of the mountain, to bury them with your daughter. What do you have to say about that?" "Your Majesty, I have no explanation." The emperor looked at him in silence and sighed heavily. Once, they had been the best of friends, comrades in arms. Now, Leah still looked so young, while he himself had one foot in the grave. He had hoped to protect his old friend in his final years, but Leah's actions had tarnished the royal family's reputation. If he didn't deal with this severely, it would dishearten others. "Leah, understand me, forgive me," he said, closing his eyes, ready to pass the final judgment on Leah. At that moment, all the knights outside suddenly drew their swords. A whirlwind of flames rose from outside the hall, drawing everyone's attention. The intense heat made it hard for them to keep their eyes open. When the heat wave subsided, everyone slowly opened their eyes. A figure emerged from the light. Gwen's eyes sparkled as she stared at the figure. "Viktor?" Viktor appeared before everyone, his red-striped coat billowing in the heat. He looked at the emperor and bowed without kneeling. "Forgive me, your majesty. I am late." Viktor suddenly appeared before the crowd, his deep crimson coat like a streak of fresh blood, evoking an immediate sense of danger. The eunuch quickly whispered in Emperor Aubrey's ear, "Your Majesty, Viktor Craven has arrived." The mages in the hall exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, "Viktor Craven? The head of the Craven family? Wasn't he supposed to have died in the heart of a volcano after attempting to trigger an eruption? He survived and dares to return?" A bold mage stepped forward, pointing at Viktor and demanding, "Viktor, you criminal! How dare you come to the palace to face the emperor?" Viktor slowly turned at the words, his gaze as sharp as an ice blade. He coldly retorted, "A criminal? What crime have I committed?" The moment the mage locked eyes with Viktor, he felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, his blood freezing. Yet, in the next instant, a wave of fiery anger surged through him, as if he were standing at the base of Mount Vesuvius, the heat unbearable and suffocating. This terrifying pressure, could it be some profound magic? Viktor withdrew his gaze and turned to the king. The mage, now relieved, gasped for air, sweat pouring down his face. Despite his lingering fear, he mustered the courage to continue questioning, "You, who nearly caused a volcanic eruption, even if you survived, you are guilty of fleeing from justice. How dare you come back?" Viktor sneered, not bothering to turn around. "I am here by the emperor's command. And yet you repeatedly question my return? Are you implying you hold more authority than his majesty?" The mage fell silent immediately, but his goal was achieved. Other mages chimed in, their words filled with hostility. "Your Majesty, the head of the Craven family is simply being obstinate. He refuses to address his crimes and dares to slander us and your Majesty. We urge you to pass judgment." Emperor Aubrey raised his hand to signal for silence, and the eunuch immediately shouted, "Quiet!" The hall fell silent, but the crowd's hateful gazes remained fixed on Viktor. The second prince shook his head in the crowd, thinking, "It's a pity we couldn't corner Viktor completely. But he didn't die in the volcano after all." He recalled the mage's descriptions of the event, a tremendous surge of energy at the volcano's mouth that suppressed the eruption. If Viktor had been inside the volcano, survival seemed impossible. The emperor beckoned Viktor forward, and the eunuch announced, "Viktor Craven, step forward and be judged." Viktor approached the emperor, awaiting his fate. The emperor stared at him and got straight to the point. "Did you cause the eruption of Mount Vesuvius?" The entire hall held its breath, waiting to see how Viktor would respond, or rather, how he would try to defend himself. Gwen, the emperor's guard, also listened intently, hoping Viktor would clear his name. As a protector of the emperor, Gwen not only ensured his safety, but also sought to discern truth from falsehood with a heart of justice. At this moment, her eyes were locked on Viktor, her sense of justice fully engaged. Viktor calmly admitted, "The volcanic disturbance was indeed caused by me." A collective gasp filled the room, and Gwen's heart skipped a beat. She found it hard to believe, but her sense of justice told her Viktor was not lying. Just as Gwen was about to declare Viktor's statement as truthful, the hall erupted. The crowd, like a long-dormant volcano, suddenly burst with anger, pointing at Viktor and shouting, "You bastard! Do you know what you've done? You nearly killed us all. A volcanic eruption is a disaster of unimaginable scale. Do you realize the extent of your responsibility?" Gwen felt a mix of emotions. Accepting that Viktor was the one who triggered the eruption was the hardest part. If such a disaster had truly occurred, she would be the greatest sinner for not refusing Viktor's company, nearly causing a catastrophe. Guilt and self-reproach washed over her like a tidal wave. "But it was I who stopped the volcanic eruption." As Viktor's words fell, Gwen's head snapped up, her eyes flashing with shock. Her reaction drew the attention of everyone present. The Duke of Levi, who had been kneeling on the ground with a blank expression, suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze scanning the room. Just as Viktor's words sparked outrage, his next statement left everyone speechless. Accompanied by Gwen's silent judgment of justice, Viktor's words felt like a millennium-old ice block, freezing the imminent fury in an instant. The mages present collectively recalled that astonishing scene. The blinding white light shooting up from the volcano's crater, a force beyond human control. Aubrey noticed everyone's reactions and refocused his gaze on Viktor. "Viktor, what was your reason for doing this?" Viktor knew lying in front of Gwen was pointless, so he spoke frankly. "Your Majesty, beneath the volcano lies a terrifying beast named Gyrodon. If not dealt with promptly, it will break its seal in a year and a half, causing a catastrophe that could engulf the world." The Emperor narrowed his eyes, staring at Viktor. "So, you dealt with the beast?" Viktor placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "I did my best and succeeded." At this point, even without Gwen's confirmation, the mages began to stir with excitement. "Your Majesty, do not believe Viktor's lies. This must be a fabricated story to shirk responsibility. How could there be a beast under the volcano? Even if there was, how could a third-level mage like Viktor handle it? The magical energy we witnessed is beyond human control." The surrounding mages once again turned their accusations towards Viktor. Only a few third-level mages remained silent, including Earl Baker. They exchanged meaningful looks, recalling the prophecy of the mad old woman in Sancher town. The legend of the volcano god was true. The king turned to Gwen, who nodded slightly, confirming Viktor's words. Just then, the second prince stepped forward from the crowd, a faint smile on his face. "Knight Commander Gwen, if I'm not mistaken, you are betrothed to Viktor, correct? Even when you applied for a mage to accompany you to investigate the volcano, it was Viktor. And Viktor disappeared for 7 or 8 days. Did you really not know what he was doing during that time?" Gwen was momentarily stunned, but then nodded in acknowledgement. The second prince's words were a blatant attempt to sow doubt, and many mages suddenly realized the implications. Gwen stared firmly at the second prince. "Your Highness, are you questioning me?" The second prince smiled and nodded. "Please understand, it is a reasonable doubt." The emperor then spoke. "Gwen's sense of justice has never been wrong." The second prince bowed to the emperor. "Father, if I may speak frankly, the sense of justice can indeed discern the truth in others' words. But who can discern the truth in Gwen's words?" The other mages immediately perked up. "That's right. Gwen is Viktor's fiancée. We were almost deceived by this couple." The second prince makes a valid point. "How can we tell if Gwen's words are true?" Gwen opened her mouth to argue, but fell silent under the questioning gazes, her eyes reddening with anger. As a knight, she could defend the kingdom and fight on the battlefield, but she was losing in this war of words. At this moment, Viktor spoke, his voice calm and resolute. "So, Your Highness, are you questioning my abilities?" The second prince squinted, a confident smile on his face. "Lord Viktor, I believe everyone here is well aware of your talents. But to cover up your actions, you fabricated this tale of a so-called beast. Lord Viktor, you are merely a third-level mage." Viktor's bold declaration echoed through the grand hall, eliciting scornful reactions from all the Tier 3 mages present. Their eyes gleamed with skepticism, unable to fathom how Viktor, also a Tier 3 mage, could single-handedly prevent a volcanic eruption. This seemingly impossible feat challenged their pride, causing them to instinctively reject the notion. However, amidst the skeptical gazes, Viktor's figure suddenly vanished without a trace. The mages looked around in astonishment, attempting to locate him. In his place, a swirling mass of flames ascended, dancing above the hall. Moments later, intricate magical arrays began to blossom above the second prince's head. These arrays intertwined densely and rotated continuously, their complexity far beyond the comprehension of any mage present. They stared wide-eyed, unable to discern even a single complete pattern. Before they could react, the room's temperature soared abruptly. Scorching heat waves swept through, making it impossible for anyone to focus their magical energy. Just then, a terrified voice broke the silence. "Look, is that Viktor?" Following the trembling finger of the mage, Everyone saw Victor's form had transformed into a colossal fiery golem, nearly touching the hall's ceiling. The golem, radiant and blistering like the sun, caused the surrounding walls to ignite and the floor to crack under the intense heat. The fiery golem loomed over, its cold gaze fixed on the second prince. The sheer pressure made the prince's breathing cautious and labored. Victor's deep voice reverberated through the hall. "You question my strength?" Before the words fully settled, a small flame ignited on the second prince's clothing. In the searing heat, he didn't even feel himself being consumed by the fire. Gwen quickly stepped in front of the king, using her enchanted armor to shield against Victor's radiating heat. Victor's voice rang out again, imbued with undeniable authority. "Then let our strength speak for itself." Immediately, countless magical arrays began to hum, drowning out the gasps of everyone present. These arrays gradually merged, forming an even larger and more intricate magical circle. Suddenly, a mage stared at the sky in horror and shouted at the top of his lungs, "That's a tier 4 spell. That's 4th tier magic." The old mage pointed fearfully at Victor, who was hovering in the air, his voice trembling. The hall fell into an instant silence. The mages present exchanged bewildered glances, staring in disbelief at the young figure in the sky. Lord Baker rubbed his eyes vigorously, and when he opened them again, the dazzling red sun was still suspended in the air, radiating an unbearable heat. Victor's feat of stopping a volcanic eruption had already stunned everyone, but now, his display of 4th tier magic plunged them into despair. In the long history of the Empire, no one had ever reached such heights at such a young age. A 29-year-old 4th tier magi. This fact was hard for everyone present to accept. The second prince squinted up at the sky, looking at Victor's figure, which seemed like a fiery demon ready to consume him. As the terrifying temperature continued to rise, everyone realized it was a pre-prepared magic array. Victor only needed to move a finger, and everyone present would turn to ashes. Suddenly, the second prince laughed with relief. He extinguished the flames on his clothes and bowed deeply to Victor. "I believe you. My apologies, Mr. Victor, for doubting you. I hope you and Knight Commander Gwen can understand that under these circumstances, all suspicions are reasonable." As the second prince finished speaking, the temperature in the hall dropped abruptly. Victor dispelled the magic array and slowly descended, the flames on his body transforming back into a cloak. His effortless control over his magic amazed all the mages. The Emperor's eyes showed admiration, and many smart mages immediately smiled obsequiously at Victor. "Mr. Victor, your talent is truly astounding. A 29-year-old 4th tier mage is unheard of even beyond our empire. Our empire has gained another holy mage, and our strength will surely grow." However, some proud old mages remained silent, their eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. They had been stuck at the 3rd tier for decades, now far surpassed by a young man. This blow was harder to accept than anything else. Knight Commander Gwen looked on in astonishment, her mind filled with questions. How had Victor suddenly become so powerful? She wanted to ask immediately, but now was clearly not the right time. The Emperor gestured for the second prince to leave. "Aye, sir, you may go." The second prince cast one last glance at Victor, and then turned to leave the hall. "Victor," the Emperor called, beckoning him forward, "let me have a good look at the youngest holy mage of the Empire." Victor stepped forward confidently, meeting the Emperor's gaze. Even in the presence of a powerful 4th tier mage, the Emperor's eyes remained unwavering. Victor bowed respectfully. "Forgive my intrusion, Your Majesty." "No matter," the Emperor replied. "You mentioned defeating a magical beast earlier. Does that mean the volcano will no longer erupt?" Victor shook his head and explained, "I couldn't kill the beast, only defeat it and seal it back inside the volcano. For now, the volcano won't erupt again. Of course, if it breaks the seal again, I will defeat it once more." The Emperor nodded, a look of joy spreading across his face. "Good. You've dealt with a major threat to the Empire, and I must reward you. What do you desire? Status? Power? Wealth?" Victor shook his head, politely declining. "I haven't decided yet, so I hope Your Majesty will allow me to keep this reward for now." The Emperor nodded in agreement to his request. The more he observed Victor, the more he admired him, blurting out, "You're even better than your father." Victor remained expressionless, thinking to himself. His father had long been dead, and even if he were alive, he wasn't his real father anyway. Victor lowered his head, his gaze falling on Duke Levi, who was kneeling on the ground. The Duke maintained his initial posture, head bowed, like a criminal awaiting judgment. Victor looked up at the Emperor and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, there is one more matter. I wish to clear Duke Levi's name." At these words, the Duke suddenly raised his head, staring at Victor in disbelief. The Emperor, intrigued, softly said, "Oh," and gestured for Victor to continue. With permission granted, Victor nodded slightly and began, "In this matter, Duke Levi was also informed. We had agreed that I would confront the beast within the volcano, while Duke Levi would oversee the magical formation outside. If I failed, Duke Levi would then release a war spell to subdue the beast. The Emperor looked up, giving him a approving glance, and said meaningfully, "So, you succeeded." This statement was not only a confirmation of Viktor's abilities, but also a declaration to all the mages present. However, a voice of doubt suddenly erupted from the crowd. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You and the Duke are not related. There's no way you could have communicated." Viktor turned, casting a contemptuous glance at the mage, and coldly replied, "Erica du Chloe is my most prized student. Do you have any further questions?" This statement instantly silenced the mage. At this moment, everyone realized that Viktor had another identity, the youngest professor at the Royal Academy of Magic. Viktor's meticulous planning had left no room for error. Everything had been perfectly orchestrated. The mages, still hoping to undermine the Duke, looked expectantly at Gwen, only to hear her say coldly, "Your Majesty, Viktor has not lied." The Emperor smiled, confidently seated on his throne, and announced the final judgment. "Levi, you are innocent." Viktor walked out of the palace without expression, and no one dared to disturb him. A black raven was waiting for him on the railing by the door. Viktor reached out and stroked the raven's head. "Viktor Klevina." Duke Levi emerged, immediately recognizing Viktor. Viktor turned at the sound, returning a meaningful glance. Though Duke Levi was usually kind to others, he appeared somewhat aloof towards the man who had helped him. "State your purpose." Viktor's hand paused as he stroked the bird, then placed Vega on his shoulder, meeting the gaze of this old man who bore some resemblance to Erica. "What purpose does the Duke hope I have?" There was a dangerous glint in Levi's eyes. Viktor sighed and said, "Duke, doting on your daughter too much isn't always a good thing. Rest assured, I have a fiancée." Duke Levi recalled the knight who had dared to lie in front of all the mages and the Emperor. He hadn't expected that a knight renowned for his righteousness would lie for Viktor. Contrary to popular belief, their relationship didn't seem as bad as rumored. He relaxed a bit. As Levi pondered, Viktor's voice suddenly broke the silence. The Duke looked at Viktor, sensing a hint of calculation in his eyes. "I can't very well do nothing for Erica, can I?" Duke Levi glared at Viktor, turned on his heel, and walked away without a word. His heavy boots echoed on the stone floor. Viktor watched the Duke's retreating figure, his expression unchanging. He had no intention of explaining himself. Helping the Duke had merely been a convenience. Although Viktor did need the Duke's family's power for some of his plans, there was no need to explain this to Duke Levi. Viktor had better options. He stood outside the city gates, patiently waiting. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Gwen came running, her face marked with urgency as if she were chasing someone. She stopped abruptly upon seeing Viktor, her chest heaving as she caught her breath. "I've been waiting for you," Viktor said calmly, as if he had known all along she would come. Gwen frowned, her expression far from friendly. "Isn't there something you want to explain to me?" she demanded. Viktor glanced around, noticing the curious stares of several mages who had yet to leave. He spoke softly to Gwen, "Let's talk later," indicating that now was not the right time for a discussion. Gwen nodded in understanding. Viktor suggested, "Come to my carriage." "Fine." Gwen agreed without hesitation. They walked side by side to the carriage. When they arrived, Viktor extended a hand to Gwen. She paused, unsure of his intent. Viktor sighed and explained, "It's basic etiquette when inviting a lady." "Such a hassle," Gwen muttered, oblivious to the curious looks around them. She placed her hand in Viktor's, allowing him to help her into the carriage. The door closed, and the carriage began to move. Viktor looked out the window, satisfied with the array of complex expressions on the faces of those around them. Then, he drew the curtains. After this meeting, tomorrow's gossip will surely take a new turn, Viktor thought, turning to face Gwen. Gwen was the first to act, retrieving a pouch from her waist and handing it to Viktor. "Here's what you asked for." Viktor was puzzled, but accepted the pouch. Inside were variously shaped red crystals. He suddenly remembered mentioning these to Gwen earlier, and was surprised she had remembered. These crystals were indeed useful for crafting special magical artifacts, but for Viktor, it had been a passing thought. He had regretted not collecting some when he left the volcano, but hadn't given it much importance. He hadn't expected Gwen to gather some for him. A warm feeling stirred in Viktor's heart, but he was not one for sentimentality. He placed the pouch in his bag and simply said, "Thank you." Gwen gave him a slightly sarcastic look. "Didn't expect you to know how to say thank you. Now, it's your turn to explain." Viktor nodded. "I've already explained everything to the Emperor. You were there. You should know if I was telling the truth." Gwen's expression turned cold. "You should know, that's not what I want to ask." Having grown up with Viktor, she couldn't believe he would be so altruistic as to stop the volcano's eruption just to save everyone. Viktor had always shown a ruthless side. willing to sacrifice an entire town for his own benefit. What was your real purpose in triggering the volcano? Gwen asked directly. Viktor pondered for a moment, recalling why he had decided to follow Gwen upon hearing she was heading to the volcano. He could have gone later by himself, without the knights, and completed his plan more discreetly. By the time the capital found out, it would have been too late, avoiding the current uproar that had drawn in all the third-year mages. Perhaps it was because of you, Viktor said softly. Because of me? Gwen was taken aback, her heart skipping a beat. Under the scrutiny of her sense of justice, she could tell Viktor wasn't lying. This was genuinely what he thought. Gwen's mind started to race. If it was because of her, then did Viktor go to the volcano alone, facing the beasts there, just for her? She couldn't understand. Did Viktor think she would be in danger? The cold-hearted Viktor, thinking like this? Unconsciously, Gwen placed a hand on her chest, feeling her heart race. Even though she was usually emotionally detached, she had some suspicions. Could Viktor actually like her? Otherwise, how could she explain all this? Hearing she was going to such a dangerous place, he showed up in the middle of the night just to accompany her. They stayed in the same room, and he fulfilled so many of her unreasonable requests. Gwen's mind was filled with questions and speculations, unable to determine Viktor's true intentions. To prevent any danger from occurring on the volcano, Viktor went ahead alone to subdue the beast beneath it. This fact swirled in Gwen's mind, her reason and emotions locked in fierce conflict. Gwen's rational side kept reminding her that Viktor was a selfish person who couldn't possibly have genuine feelings for her. Yet, her usually accurate sense of justice hinted at the opposite possibility. If Viktor truly had feelings for her, how should she respond? This thought left Gwen's heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, Viktor was lost in thought. He admitted that it was indeed because of Gwen that he made this decision. On one hand, he had an inner desire to challenge the beast of the volcano, wanting to test his current strength and see how long it would take to defeat it. On the other hand, Gwen was about to leave the capital for a long-term mission, which posed a potential threat to Viktor. As long as Gwen remained within the capital, Viktor could keep track of her movements through Leah. But if Gwen went to the volcano, who knew what opportunities she might encounter? Viktor couldn't help but imagine. What if Gwen accidentally fell off a cliff and awakened the slumbering beast of the volcano, gaining some of its power after fighting it? This possibility was not entirely out of the question. Viktor recalled the storyline in the game where Gwen survived until the end, deducing that without his intervention, Gwen's mission this time should proceed without incident. However, to avoid his own death ending, he must control Gwen's actions as much as possible, ensuring she remained under his watch. This was the real reason why Viktor insisted on accompanying Gwen and defeating Gulatin in advance. Both of them harbored their own thoughts. Although Viktor was unaware of Gwen's feelings, he believed his explanation was sufficient to convince her. After all, these were his genuine intentions. At that moment, Gwen suddenly asked, "Where have you been these past days?" This question had been lingering in her mind. During Viktor's disappearance, almost everyone believed he had fled in fear of his crimes, and some even spread rumors that he had died in the volcano. The Kravenna family had suffered greatly as a result. Their business was attacked by competitors, and their mansion was surrounded daily by angry mobs who threw various objects into the courtyard. It was clear how much Viktor was hated. Even in his death, many sought revenge. Leah had been holding on alone for so long, it was truly not easy for her. Viktor calmly replied, "I was injured and found a place to heal." This statement was not a lie. The 3-day and 3-night battle with Gulatin had indeed left him injured. Although the injuries weren't severe, they were a reasonable excuse for needing time to recover. Moreover, he had indeed been unconscious for 3 days and nights after the fight. As long as it aligned with the facts, Gwen's sense of justice wouldn't deem it a lie. Gwen asked incredulously, was that beast really that strong? She couldn't imagine that someone of Viktor's strength could be so severely injured that he needed such a long time to recover. She suddenly remembered what the old woman in Sanchertown had said, that a volcano god was sealed within the volcano. While this legend couldn't be taken as solid evidence, a being referred to as a god would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Viktor closed his eyes and used magic to create an immersive scene for Gwen. Red magical energy began to swirl around her, and the surrounding scenery rapidly changed, with the sky turning pitch black. Viktor synchronized his feelings with Gwen's and whispered, "It was very strong." The temperature inside the carriage suddenly rose, and Gwen felt as if she were witnessing the beast herself. Flames engulfed everything, resembling the descent of a demon god. When Viktor dispelled the magic, Gwen was still immersed in the astonishing scene, momentarily speechless. Her heart churned with complex emotions. Viktor had actually defeated such a terrifying existence for her. "I have no more questions," Gwen said softly, her voice filled with indescribable gratitude and admiration. Viktor nodded then. "I'll take you home." He casually cast a spell, and green energy flew from his fingertips, wrapping around the wheels. The carriage turned and headed towards Gwen's home. This was the convenience of being a mage. Even while sitting in a carriage, no driver was needed. The rest of the journey was silent for both of them. Soon, the carriage arrived at Gwen's residence. Viktor watched Gwen disembark and suddenly said, "By the way, thank you for covering for me in front of His Majesty." Gwen turned around, about to say something, but the carriage had already turned and left. She stood at the door, watching Viktor leave, her feelings a complex mix. The maid saw Gwen return in a Kravina family carriage and couldn't help but whisper in surprise, "Didn't Miss hate Viktor the most? Why did she come back in his carriage this time? Could it be?" Their chatter grew more animated, and some even blushed, completely unaware of the approaching footsteps behind them. "What are you all talking about? If there's good news, why not share it with me?" A smiling woman emerged from the house. The maids quickly lowered their heads and apologized in a fluster. "Sorry, Mrs. Sip." The woman's face still bore a smile as she said, "Remember, no slacking off during work hours." "All right then, I'm off to greet my long-lost sister." Gwen walked through the gates with her head down, looking anxious and unsure. Lost in her thoughts, she accidentally bumped into a soft body. Startled, she looked up and froze. "Big sister?" she exclaimed. "Long time no see, little Gwen." The smiling woman in front of her was none other than her elder sister, Kevra Doolin. Kevra was a beauty of a completely different style from Gwen. Her long, light purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features were delicate and refined. Every movement she made exuded elegance and nobility, like a regal violet. Gwen remembered her sister with the same silver-white hair as her own, and this change piqued her curiosity. Despite the years apart, the bond between the sisters remained strong. A radiant smile spread across Gwen's face, transforming her entire demeanor. "Aren't you going to give your big sister a hug?" Kevra opened her arms, her smile inviting and warm, like the moon in a serene night sky. Blushing, Gwen nodded and embraced her sister tightly. "I heard from the servants that you came back in someone else's carriage. Who was it?" Kevra asked, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she released Gwen from the hug. "Sister." Gwen stomped her foot, feigning annoyance. Kevra nodded knowingly. No need to tell me. It was Viktor, wasn't it?" Gwen lowered her head, remaining silent. Her mind was a whirlwind. She had just come to terms with Viktor's feelings, and now her long-lost sister was teasing her. Today had been overwhelming. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Viktor in ages," Kevra mused to herself. "I wonder if he's still as arrogant as ever. Maybe I should pay him a visit?" Snapped out of her thoughts, Gwen asked curiously, "Sister, why are you in the capital?" "Of course, I missed my adorable little sister." Kevra pulled Gwen into another playful hug, making Gwen push her away in mild irritation. "You know I can tell when you're lying," Gwen said, looking her sister in the eyes. All right, you caught me. Using your abilities on family, how ruthless, little Gwen." Kevra stuck out her tongue and then turned serious. "I was planning to come to the capital anyway, but I heard from a friend that something happened recently. Are you okay?" Gwen shook her head. The major impact was on Duke Levy and Viktor. Kevra tilted her head, puzzled. Why is Viktor involved with Duke Levy?" Choosing her words carefully, Gwen recounted everything that had happened. "What? The volcano almost erupted? And there was a volcano god hidden beneath it? And Viktor defeated such a powerful creature? Damn, if it weren't for family matters, I would have loved to be part of that adventure. Next time, you have to call me." Seeing Kevra's eyes sparkle with excitement, Gwen felt a bit helpless. "Sister, something like that is unlikely to happen again. Even if it does, I don't want to go through it again." Kevra adopted a more mature tone, lecturing her. "You don't understand, Gwen. Such adventures are rare opportunities. Yes, they come with risks, but they also bring great rewards." Gwen was momentarily stunned, recalling Viktor's impressive display of power and skill earlier in the day. "Opportunities?" "Exactly, opportunities," Kevra said, crossing her arms and nodding seriously. "If you want to get stronger, simply training isn't enough. It's slow and can be discouraging. Not that I'm worried you'd give up." Kevra continued talking, but Gwen's thoughts drifted back to Viktor, wondering if his newfound strength was due to some extraordinary opportunity. "So, the Duke halted the war magic for his daughter." Kevra's voice brought Gwen back to the present. "I suppose I should thank him." Gwen was puzzled. From the Empire's perspective, the potential damage from a volcanic eruption would be catastrophic. This depended on Viktor's success, but what if he had failed? Shouldn't her sister prioritize family and the capital's interests? Seeing the confusion in Gwen's eyes, Kevra sighed and gently tapped Gwen on the head with her fist. "Sister, do you even know your own strength?" Gwen winced, clutching her head as a few tears escaped. Sorry, I couldn't help it." Kevra quickly apologized, her face showing a sincere smile. Kevlar affectionately ruffled Gwen's hair, speaking softly, "But think about it. You were on the mountain at that time too. If the Duke had unleashed the war magic, how would your sister face your grave afterward?" Gwen was taken aback by this perspective she had never considered. Recalling that day's events, She remembered not only Erica standing at the mountaintop, but also herself pursuing Erica there. Just as Kevlar said, it was fortunate the magic array was controlled by the Duke, and he stopped the war magic in time. If the magic had been released, she too might have been in grave danger. At that moment, Viktor's words, "I defeated the volcano god for her," echoed in her mind. A wave of realization washed over Gwen as she understood that Viktor had saved her life without her even knowing it. Her expression grew complex, her emotions indescribable. Noticing Gwen's change, Kevlar smiled and asked, "What's on your mind?" Her eyes scanned Gwen's head, as if checking whether her earlier actions had hurt her sister. Gwen shook her head slightly, thinking to herself, "Since I've accepted someone else's kindness, there's no reason not to repay it." With this realization, she felt less conflicted. Seeing this, Kevlar nodded and suddenly, as if struck by an idea, exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, since little Gwen is still in her armor, how about a spar with your sister? It's been years since we last dueled." Gwen looked at Kevlar in surprise, with a mix of doubt and reluctance in her eyes. Before she could respond, Kevlar grabbed her hand and led her towards the training ground, cheerfully saying, "Come on, let's go to the training ground. Shouldn't we wear protective gear?" Gwen asked with some concern. "No need, no need," Kevlar replied casually. Soon after, in the training ground, Gwen was on one knee, barely supporting herself with her sword, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. In contrast, Kevlar, holding only a standard knight's sword and wearing no armor, appeared relaxed, as if she hadn't exerted herself at all. Stretching and sheathing her sword, Kevlar remarked contentedly, "Oh, it's been a while since I had such a good workout." That felt great. Gwen struggled to stand and suddenly asked, "Sister, why did you choose to give up the path of a knight?" Kevlar turned, resting a hand on her chin in thought. It was out of necessity, I suppose. The family needed my talents elsewhere." Gwen felt a pang of sadness. Her sister, Kevlar de Lynn, the eldest in their family, was exceptionally talented and powerful. 10 years ago, she had reached a level comparable to the Royal Knight Commander. However, she gave up her martial pursuits to focus on politics, honing her social skills and navigating the political landscape. It was a reluctant choice. The de Lynn family held significant military power in the empire and needed a leader who could secure their position in the political arena to fend off potential threats. Despite their father's widespread influence, many still saw the de Lynn family as a threat. Kevlar, with her cheerful personality, high emotional intelligence, and exceptional social skills, was well-liked by everyone, contrasting sharply with Viktor. Thus, Kevlar de Lynn set aside her beloved weapon and sacrificed her dreams for the sake of the family. Behind her cheerful exterior, there might have been untold suffering. "But there's a bit of a problem, little Gwen." Kevlar's voice pulled Gwen back to reality. Gwen blinked, looking at her sister in confusion. Kevlar sighed, "To be honest, part of why I came to the capital was to assess your skills. You don't seem to have improved much." Gwen tightened her grip on her sword. Though she couldn't defeat her sister who had left the knight's path years ago, she felt indignant at the suggestion that she hadn't progressed. Kevlar continued, "If this keeps up, Father might call you back home for more training. What should we do about that?" She feigned a troubled expression, her eyes darting around to gauge Gwen's reaction. Suddenly, as if struck by a brilliant idea, Kevlar exclaimed excitedly, "I've got it. Why not find a good day and marry Viktor right away? That way, Father would surely let you stay here." Gwen blinked, momentarily stunned by the unexpected suggestion, and could only mutter, "Huh?" Kevlar stood in front of Gwen, her expression serious as she explained, "Once you marry Viktor, you'll be part of the Kravina family. Even if Father wants you to come back, you'll have every right to refuse." Gwen looked at her sister, puzzled, and before she could say anything, Kevlar started pacing back and forth, continuing, "Since I'm back, we should set the date. I can be your witness. Considering your age, you two should have married long ago. It's overdue." Gwen couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "Sister, I haven't decided to get married yet." Kevlar turned back with a mock-confused look. "What? Doesn't Viktor like you?" Gwen recalled her conversation with Viktor earlier that day. She wanted to firmly say he didn't, but somehow, she couldn't. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "No, I mean, it's not like that." "Then that's settled." Kevlar laughed, patting Gwen on the shoulder. "Little Gwen, you don't want to go back home, do you?" Gwen sensed something off in Kevlar's words, but admitted she didn't want to return. Thinking of their strict father and annoying second brother, Gwen realized her mother and sister were the only ones she cared about in the family. Seeing Gwen fall silent, Kevlar stepped back a bit and chuckled. All right, I'm just kidding. I won't make you go back." Gwen looked at her sister in confusion. Kevlar pondered for a moment, murmuring, "But if you don't go back, you'll need a reason. Viktor seems like a good one. I saw you came back in his carriage. I'll send word to the family, saying you're in a passionate relationship with him. That should do it." Gwen's face turned red at the outrageous suggestion. She wanted to argue but couldn't think of a better reason and knew Kevlar was trying to help. So she pouted and kept quiet, thinking to herself, "Sister doesn't know anything. My relationship with Viktor is terrible." Suddenly, Kevlar seemed to remember something and leaned closer to Gwen with a mischievous smile. "Oh, by the way, there's something else I need to take care of in the capital. I wasn't going to tell you, but since you and Viktor are on good terms, I need you to ask him for a favor." "A favor?" Gwen was surprised. What kind of favor could Viktor help with? "Yes," Kevlar explained. "He's a mage, and from what you said, a very powerful one. So please, relay the message for me." Kevlar's expression turned serious, her previously playful demeanor vanishing. Her eyes were deep and mysterious, like quiet violets. She whispered, "Be wary of the filth infiltrating the capital." Gwen was startled by her sister's change in demeanor. But as soon as Kevlar finished speaking, she reverted to her playful self, wrapping an arm around Gwen's shoulder. "Just remind him. If he can find it, it would be a great help." Gwen wanted to ask more about the filth her sister mentioned and why it required Viktor's help. But before she could speak, a hand had already slipped into the gap of her armor at her waist. Gwen felt a warmth at her waist, her cheeks flushing red. Kevlar's voice whispered in her ear, "You've sweated a lot, haven't you, little Gwen? How about a nice hot bath with your sister? Let me check if you're developing properly." Gwen's face turned even redder as she firmly refused. "Sister, I'm long past the age of developing. Come on, let me have a look." Kevlar insisted. Just then, twisted black letters appeared on the book's page. "Do you desire power?" The words seemed like a devil's whisper, filled with temptation. Henny frowned at the sight. This was the fourth time today. Since the morning, these strange black letters had been appearing around her. On her desk, the walls, even as she walked through the garden on campus, they had shown up. Henny had dismissed it as someone's prank. After all, who would take such cliched, creepy stuff seriously? She had endured it the first few times, thinking the prankster would eventually get bored. But she hadn't expected them to be so persistent. This time, she couldn't take it anymore. She was sitting at a library desk, preparing for her classes, when the words appeared, covering the notes she had just written. She was furious, but could only bottle it up. As an ordinary magic apprentice, Henny had plenty of theoretical knowledge, but couldn't cast a single spell. Without any talent, she could only watch as this annoying prank continued to hound her. So, she wrote on the page, "Sorry, I refuse." After finishing, Henny tore off the sheet of paper filled with notes and tossed it into the nearby trash can. She picked up her books, stood up, and left the library. Although she could have memorized the content, her cautious nature made her feel more secure writing it down. Henny decided to return to the Mage Tower and rewrite her notes in Viktor's office. Viktor had given her access to his office before he left, allowing her to come and go freely from the Mage Tower. On the way to the Mage Tower, black letters once again appeared on the cobblestones by the roadside. "Do you desire power?" "Sorry, I don't." "Stop bothering me," Henny shouted, clutching her books tightly and walking away quickly, not daring to look back. Soon, she arrived breathless at the Mage Tower. Lacking regular exercise, she felt dizzy after just a short run. She paused to catch her breath and reached out to touch the tower. Identity confirmed assistant Henny. "Welcome back to the Mage Tower." As the mechanical voice sounded, the teleportation array swiftly activated. In the next moment, Henny appeared in Viktor's office. The air was fresh and the room was spotless, with a vibrant potted flower she had given Professor Viktor sitting on the windowsill. Knowing Viktor's obsession with cleanliness, Henny made sure to clean his office daily. She didn't sit in Viktor's chair, but instead moved another chair to the desk. After setting down her books, she began to write diligently. Henny knew she lacked natural talent, so she was determined to make up for it through hard work. An hour later, her book was filled with all the day's lessons. The mysterious writing had not appeared again, confirming her suspicion of a prank. She felt proud of her cleverness, knowing that unauthorized individuals couldn't enter the Mage Tower, let alone Viktor's office. Checking the time, she realized it was almost time for class. Henny picked up her book, but before leaving, her gaze fell on Viktor's chair. She set her book down, carefully approached the chair, and hugged it. Her cheeks flushed as she inhaled the lingering scent, as if lost in a fantasy. After a moment, she released the chair, straightened her clothes, and looked determined. "Professor, I won't let you down," she declared, picking up her book and jogging out of the Mage Tower. Walking down the corridor, Henny's mood gradually improved. Returning to the Mage Tower always lifted her spirits. She walked cheerfully, hugging her book. Suddenly, she glimpsed a corner of a coat at the Academy's turn. Henny wanted to step aside but didn't have time. With a thud, she collided with someone and fell to the ground. Despite this, she never let go of her textbook. Standing before her was a chubby man with a small mustache, glaring down at her. Henny quickly got up, ignoring the dust on her clothes, and bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, Professor Devon. I wasn't watching where I was going." Of course you weren't watching where you were going. If you had seen me, would you have run into me? The man, known as Professor Devon, seemed in a foul mood, stroking his mustache with a disdainful finger and scolding Henny. You, with your cheap, filthy belongings. I wonder why you're still allowed in this academy. Henny kept her head down, silent. In truth, she had seen him. At the corner, she had tried to step back and give way, but his large girth made it impossible to avoid him in time. Even though she knew it wasn't her fault, Henny chose to endure silently. This had happened before, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Professor Viktor. Suddenly, Devon noticed the book in Henny's hands and sneered. Oh, what's this? Are you, a mere assistant, planning to teach Class 1 again? Henny stood in front of Professor Derlin, clutching her textbooks and patiently explaining. This is behavior permitted by Professor Viktor. He's away and instructed me to take over his class. However, her words were met with nothing but a derisive snort from Professor Derlin. His plump face twisted in disdain as he said, You're just a teaching assistant, not even a first-level mage. What qualifies you to teach? And to the best class in the academy, no less. Do you understand how challenging this task is? If the students' grades drop, can you bear that responsibility? Professor Derlin huffed and continued. The majority of the main students at the Royal Academy of Magic come from noble families, especially in this top-tier class. There are very few commoners. A flicker of contempt flashed in his eyes. To me, having someone like you, who doesn't even qualify as a commoner, teach this class is as absurd as a beggar telling the emperor how delicious bread is. After these words, Professor Derlin waddled a few steps, the effort making him slightly winded. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the greasy sweat from his forehead, and stuffed it back. Seeing Professor Derlin's state, Henny instinctively took a few steps back. However, Professor Derlin was not done. He continued. This class deserves the best teaching resources, and you think you can teach them magic? A refugee who doesn't even qualify as a commoner. What right do you have to teach? I suggest you leave the academy as you did before, and don't let me see you again. As Derlin grew more agitated, his spittle began to fly. Fortunately, Henny stood far enough away that she wasn't hit. Holding back her anger, Henny retorted, This is Professor Viktor's class, and since he's not here, it's my duty as his assistant to prepare it. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing Henny mention Viktor's name repeatedly, Derlin's expression darkened. He glared at her and said, You sure know a lot for a little brat. But don't mention that scoundrel Viktor in front of me. Henny's face flushed, her heart pounded, and sparks seemed to fly from her eyes. She raised her voice, Professor Derlin, you're insulting Professor Viktor. He's the youngest third-level mage in the academy, with vast knowledge. How can you speak of him that way? Professor Derlin sneered, his voice rising. How can I speak of him that way? You should find out what he's been up to since he left before you talk to me. With that, he pulled out a magic stone from his pocket and tossed it into the air. The stone hovered, spinning slowly, and then emitted a beam of light. A scene appeared before them. A restless volcano on the verge of eruption, countless mages on the mountainside ready to unleash war magic. The volcano trembled violently, like a beast about to roar. Suddenly, a blinding white light filled the scene. The image vanished, the magic stone dimmed, and it fell to the ground, rolling to Professor Derlin's feet. He picked it up, smirking, and asked Henny, What did you see? Henny looked puzzled. She knew many mages had left the capital recently, but was unaware of the volcanic eruption. Seeing her confusion, Derlin continued, The volcano didn't erupt naturally. It was deliberate. Henny's body trembled slightly at his words. Derlin seized her hesitation and mocked, That's right. It was your precious Professor Viktor. He provoked a catastrophe, causing the eruption, and paid the price with his life. He died in that volcano. Henny shook her head frantically, her voice trembling as she denied, Impossible. The professor would never do such a thing. He's so powerful. How could he die in a volcano? Derlin shook his head disdainfully and continued, A refugee is still a refugee. He nearly caused an unstoppable disaster. And you? Your first concern is whether he's dead? Trash is always trash. You belong in the garbage dump, not at the Magic Academy, spoiling the environment. Henny stood there, repeating, Impossible over and over. Derlin paid no mind to her reaction and continued, This is a fact acknowledged by all mages. Soon, the Emperor will declare Viktor's crimes. Suddenly, Henny snapped back to reality, realizing that Professor Derlin was one of the few second-level mages who hadn't left recently. So, he hadn't witnessed any of it firsthand. With a trembling voice, she asked, So, you didn't actually see Professor Viktor's death with your own eyes, did you? Professor Devon let out a cold laugh, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. So what? The crimes he committed are unforgivable. Even if he's not dead, he has no dignity left to stay in the capital. The thought of the consequences Viktor might face made Professor Devon tremble with excitement, his thin clothes drenched in sweat. He stood tall, as if already seeing himself taking over Viktor's classes. I'll be applying to the dean. By tomorrow, Viktor's classes will be mine, he said, looking down at Henny with disdain. As for you, pack up and get out of the academy. With that, Professor Devon strutted away like a proud rooster, leaving Henny standing quietly in the corner with her books. Her mind was in turmoil, and she instinctively headed towards her class. As soon as she stepped into the classroom, the already quiet room fell into complete silence. The students, familiar with Assistant Henny, didn't react much. Over the past few days, while Professor Viktor was absent, Henny's teaching abilities had gained widespread recognition among the students. However, something seemed off about Assistant Henny today. Her usual ease and friendliness were replaced with distraction and a troubled expression. She walked heavily to the podium, placing her thick books down. Her gaze swept across the students, lingering on an empty seat in the front row. Erica's seat. Like Professor Viktor, Erica hadn't been to school since the mages left the capital. Their simultaneous disappearance left Henny with no one to confide in. She desperately wanted to know the truth, including whether Viktor was really in danger. But with Erica gone, she had no source of information. Henny forced a strained smile and began the lesson. All right, today we'll be discussing the structure of traditional imperial magic runes. Soon, she found her rhythm, and the students below listened intently. Midway through the class, as Henny was reading a text, she suddenly froze. The content on the page was covered by a line of black text, writhing as if alive. Startled, she slammed the book onto the podium. The black text extended tendrils, spreading out as if about to entangle her. The words on the book scattered, growing increasingly frantic, craving something desperately. The text remained unchanged. Do you seek power? Unable to bear it any longer, Henny slammed her hand on the desk, shouting angrily, I don't need it. The classroom fell silent, the students staring in shock, unsure of what had triggered such a strong reaction from Assistant Henny. Realizing her outburst, Henny bowed her head and apologized to the students. She then picked up the book and hastily finished the lesson, her mind elsewhere. When the bell rang, she didn't even announce the end of class, rushing out the door with her books. Walking along the path, Henny kept her head down, silent. She felt the stares of many around her, the sensation making her increasingly agitated. She suddenly turned back, but the passers-by were either hurrying along, reading books, or chatting in pairs, none of them staring at her. Perhaps Professor Devon's words had shaken her. Henny tried hard to push thoughts of Viktor out of her mind. Even now, she hoped that Professor Viktor was safe. In this academy, he was the only one who cared about her. Stop! A cold, arrogant voice suddenly called from behind. Henny's body stiffened as she turned to see Professor Devon. He arrogantly thrust a contract in front of her. Henny took it and read, unable to believe her eyes. It clearly stated, due to Professor Viktor's prolonged absence, Class 1's courses would now be handled by Professor Devon. Seeing this, Henny's body trembled slightly, her face turning pale. She looked at Professor Devon in disbelief, who wore a smug expression. As a professor, I have the authority to dismiss an assistant who isn't even a mage, Professor Devon declared arrogantly. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to the academy anymore. At that moment, the book in Henny's hands suddenly burst into flames, consuming the pages like a venomous snake. Despite her frantic attempts to extinguish it, the burning pain in her hands couldn't stop the fire from spreading. She was so anxious she almost burst into tears. With a voice choked with sobs, she cried out, no, no. But the magical flames were not so easily extinguished. Henny frantically waved her hands, trying in vain to stop the spread of the fire, but it was all futile. Eventually, she collapsed to her knees, covered in dust. The book that held all her knowledge turned to ashes in the flames. She watched in despair as her life's work, knowledge, and dreams vanished before her eyes. More and more people gathered by the roadside, but no one came forward to comfort her. To the onlookers, a dusty little assistant wasn't worth their attention. Professor Devon watched the scene with satisfaction, turned, and left, never once acknowledging Henny. This was a reflection of the hostility others felt toward Viktor. Ever since Henny became Viktor's assistant, she had become the target for everyone's dissatisfaction with him. Even though she was just an innocent assistant, bullying her seemed to come without any moral hesitation to them. At that moment, the dark, ominous letters reappeared on the ground. This time, they were more violent, twisted, and tearing, as if harbingers of doom had returned. The letters writhed and asked, do you desire power? Without hesitation, Henny answered, I want power. If possible, I want to have power. She loathed her own helplessness and frailty, feeling that she had held Professor Viktor back. She didn't want to continue like this. After she responded, the black letters froze, then dissipated like a gust of wind. Henny held her breath, hoping for a sudden surge of power that would make her less vulnerable to bullying and better able to assist Professor Viktor and those who cared for her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Suddenly, mocking laughter erupted from all directions. Several students jumped out from the bushes, clutching their stomachs as they laughed. Haha, look, she actually believed it. Just like Professor Devon said, someone as talentless as her would jump at any shortcut to get stronger, dreaming of effortless gains without putting in any effort. These words stabbed into Henny's heart like knives. An indescribable sense of grievance surged up her throat, rendering her speechless. She could only lower her head and bury her face in her robe. The onlookers' stares and the surrounding laughter felt like heavy blows. In her heart, Henny kept telling herself, don't cry, Henny. But she could no longer control her emotions. Tears streamed down like pearls, soaking the ashes in her robe. She let out a sharp, hoarse cry, as if trying to shut out the heartless laughter and indifferent disdain around her. Viktor sat at his desk, holding an advanced magic book for leisure. As he flipped through the pages, he responded to Leah's words. I've handed over my tasks to my assistant. She can manage them. Leah, troubled by his relaxed demeanor, rubbed her forehead and sighed. See for yourself. She pulled a letter filled with writing from her pocket and tossed it onto the desk in front of Viktor. Viktor glanced at the somewhat exasperated Leah, slowly closed his book, and picked up the letter to read it carefully. His brow gradually furrowed. The letter read, Professor Viktor, you have not attended the academy in over 7 days. Are you facing any difficulties? Or do you find the work of teaching too tedious? If you continue to be absent, the academy will retain your professorial title, but will await your return to reinstate your duties. Rachel Blue, Royal Magic Academy. Rachel Blue was the name of the academy's headmistress. As one of the only 2 fourth-tier holy mages in the capital, she devoted all her energy to the academy's development. This official letter was sent automatically by her ability, Nature's Messenger. This magic, crafted from elements in the air, might take the form of a leaf or a speck of dust, and it acted as an extension of the headmistress's will. The headmistress didn't have the time or energy to delve into Viktor's recent affairs. She simply noticed that Viktor had been absent from the academy for over a week, prompting Nature's Messenger to send this official reminder that he needed to return to his duties. Leah stood beside him, observing Viktor's unchanged poker face. She couldn't help but exclaim, your professorial title is at risk, and you're still so unbothered. This letter arrived at our doorstep before I got home last night. So, you attended the morning assembly and then spent the rest of the day relaxing at home? You didn't even step outside? Viktor remained silent for a moment, then placed the letter back on the desk, aligning it neatly with the edge. I wasn't home the entire time. I did visit the Gwen family, he said calmly. Seeing Viktor's nonchalant attitude, Leah couldn't contain her frustration. Do you even realize how much effort I've put into maintaining your professorial title? I've been away from home for too long. I wanted to spend more time here. Viktor interrupted her before she could finish. I know it's rude to cut you off, but I felt it necessary to explain. Also, I wanted to thank you. I've been gone for too long, and you've handled everything at home. I'm grateful. Leah fell silent, as if her words were stuck in her throat. She turned away, a slight smile tugging at her lips, though she tried hard to suppress it. She began pacing the room, muttering, ha, what's this? Viktor's absence had indeed made things difficult for the Clavinna family, but it was also an opportunity. Viktor had many enemies, some of whom Leah had dealt with, but many remained hidden. They never showed themselves out of fear of Viktor. When rumors of Viktor's disappearance and possible death spread, these enemies started to emerge, targeting the Clavinna family. Leah understood they were here to settle scores. Though it was troublesome now, it was a chance to eliminate these hidden threats. With Leon's help, they secretly destroyed several businesses and acquired valuable goods, making up for some losses. Of course, there were still visible hardships. Many merchants took the opportunity to undermine the Clavinna family's business, which was undeniable. Such overt attacks were difficult for Leon and his team to counter because of the significant implications. Especially the newly opened artifact shop, which had been struggling, suffered even more after these events, resulting in a complete lack of customers. Indeed, fantasy is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Leah glanced at Viktor with obvious disdain in her eyes. Who was the one who swore they could make money back then? She sneered. So, how did it turn out today? I'm sure you're fine, but I'm asking about the Duke. Viktor raised his head and looked at her briefly, replying calmly, he's safe. Leah furrowed her brow, puzzled. Didn't you and the Duke have an unresolved grudge? She was referring to the time Viktor had confessed to Erica, that daughter-obsessed Duke. How could he possibly get along with you? Various possibilities flashed through Leah's mind. Could Viktor have used some means to coerce the Duke? It wouldn't be out of character for him. Viktor didn't address her directly, only saying, there are some things that required me to act this way. For now, you don't need to worry about the shop. Hearing this, A look of realization crossed Leah's face. She probed, "Are you planning to use the Duke's influence to promote our products?" Viktor tapped the table lightly, dismissing her guess. "Initially, that was the idea, but I don't intend to use the Duke. His reputation isn't great right now," he explained. "Even if his name were cleared, his actions in front of everyone are undeniable. Under such conditions, the good reputation the Duke once had in the mage community has been mostly destroyed. And our primary customers for magical potions are mages. Using the Duke's name would be worse than closing the shop." He paused and added, "It's better to use his daughter." Leah raised an eyebrow, even more confused. "What are you up to now?" She couldn't figure out Viktor's motives and eventually shrugged, choosing not to delve further. After all, she only cared about the results. Suddenly, Leah seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, by the way, Gwen contacted me today. She asked me to pass on a message to you." Viktor looked up, puzzled. Leah continued, "She said her sister wants you to watch out for something nasty that has infiltrated the capital." Her sister? Something nasty? Viktor frowned. "Is that all she said?" "Yes, nothing more." Leah noticed Viktor's complex expression and rolled her eyes. "Forget it. Continue reading your book. I won't disturb you." With that, she swayed her hips and left the study. Viktor lowered his head, deep in thought. Gwen's sister. In his memory, there was only one, her eldest sister, Keferdelen. However, this character never appeared in the main storyline because she had already died in the prologue, killed by a demon invasion. Viktor closed his eyes, recalling the game's plot. In the first part, the Carinthia Empire suffered a demon invasion. Many residents turned into mindless zombies controlled by demons. Numerous minor demons roamed the streets, scattered throughout the empire. In the early game, players had to kill these minor demons as beginner monsters. It wasn't until the mid-game, after players defeated the mid-game demon boss, that the Carinthia Empire returned to normal. What was the name of that demon boss again? Viktor tried to remember. "Let me think. Greed Demon Yim." "Hey, kid, you just muttered something quite unpleasant." Vija suddenly chirped on his shoulder, shivering at the mere mention of the name. "So, a demon? How do you know its name?" Viktor casually replied, "Just came to mind." "I don't buy it," Vija retorted, not believing his lie. "Just came to mind. Something that disgusting?" Viktor glanced at Vija curiously. "Aren't you a dark god? I thought you'd have plenty in common with other demons." Vija lifted its head proudly. "Why would you associate a god with demons? I am a god, pay up." "So, that little girl was talking about this thing?" Vija asked disdainfully. "Why don't you lock me in a cage, deal with it, and then let me out?" Viktor shook his head. "I'm not certain yet." To be honest, Viktor also despised such creatures. Different demons had different methods, but without exception, they all relied on human emotions to satisfy themselves. The greed demon Yim exploited people's greed, granting them what they desired repeatedly. When they could no longer repay, they would fall into an endless abyss, repaying 1,000-fold. Viktor opened his eyes and muttered, "Disgusting." Meanwhile, Henny was in Viktor's office, packing her belongings. She was leaving the academy for somewhere else. The only person who cared about her was gone, and her dreams had been shattered. Henny had no reason to stay. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice echoed in the darkness. "Young lady, you don't look very happy." Henny spun around, but saw nothing. She thought, another prank? Who has the time for pranks at a time like this? The voice spoke again. "Oh, I'm sorry, little beauty. You don't look well. Is there something I can help you with?" A dark figure squeezed out from the cracks in the wall, spreading across the floor like a pool of ink. It quickly expanded until it covered the entire room. Henny stepped back in terror, her eyes desperately searching the darkness for the outline of the unknown entity. With trembling hands, she pulled a matchbox from her pocket, eager to strike a match. But just as the flame flickered to life, it was instantly swallowed by the relentless darkness. Why is it back again?" Henny's voice quivered with a sense of breakdown. "Isn't it enough to mock me once or twice?" The inky shadow remained silent, as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at her. Suddenly, it opened a massive, ink-black mouth, and a voice like a demonic whisper pierced directly into Henny's mind. "I know what you need, little girl. Stay here and wait for me." As soon as the words were spoken, the darkness in the room dissipated instantly, and the office fell into a deathly silence. Henny collapsed to her knees, her face expressionless, devoid of any discernible emotion. Before long, the suffocating black ink surged back like a tide, filling the entire room. It moved like a ghostly wind, effortlessly flowing through the mage tower. Henny looked up at the shadow and suddenly froze. She realized she was in the mage tower, a place only those with clearance could enter freely. How could this shadow move so freely here? Before she could think further, the shadow began to take on a vague shape. Henny strained to make out the figure, but she could only see the creature opening its massive mouth and plunging its arm deep into its throat. With a sickening sound, the shadow pulled out 3 glowing orbs from its stomach, their light flickering with hope in the midst of the despairing darkness. "Little girl," the shadow spoke, followed by a series of unsettling sounds. Ugh, slurp. "You need power, don't you?" Henny trembled slightly, completely at a loss, not even caring about how disgusting the scene was. "Come on, this is the power you need. Touch it, and it will be yours." Henny sensed something was wrong, but each word from the shadow carried an irresistible force. Against her better judgment, she reached out and touched the glowing orb. The shadow's grin widened. The next morning, Viktor stepped down from the carriage, standing at the academy gates. He was finally back at the academy he had missed for so long. If Leah hadn't angrily thrown him out of the house early in the morning, he would have stayed home for a few more hours. Should I send her back to the estate? Viktor mused, but quickly dismissed the thought. Even if she returned, Leah would still shuttle between the capital and the estate for business matters, and he would inevitably have to endure her nagging. As Viktor entered the academy, he immediately felt a gaze sweeping over him. It was the headmaster's spell-natural sparrow. When he was a Tier 3 mage, Viktor couldn't sense this natural force, but now that he had advanced to Tier 4, he could clearly detect the disturbance in the magical flow. Looking up, he saw countless natural sparrows darting in the sky above the academy, the headmaster's eyes watching over the entire institution. Soon, the gaze left him, likely confirming his identity. The royal family had already issued a decree, declaring Duke Levi and Viktor innocent. Of course, only a few nobles knew the details of the incident, from the near eruption of the volcano to its resolution. Therefore, Viktor's return did not cause a stir in the academy. Viktor walked down the path, paying no heed to the looks from those around him, focused solely on planning his upcoming classes. The students who had been cheerfully welcoming the new day froze upon seeing Viktor's expressionless face, their words turning into stammering. Viktor was oblivious to the shock his presence caused among the students. "Who is that? Such a terrifying aura." "Yeah, when he walked past me, I almost felt like my magic was being drained." A student urgently pulled the others aside, whispering harshly, "Are you crazy? That's Viktor Kravina. Don't let him hear you bad-mouthing him. He's that infamous mage." So scary. Viktor continued to walk through the campus, breathing in the fresh air. Soon, a commotion ahead caught his attention. It was coming from the student dormitory. A group of students gathered at the entrance, watching as 3 unconscious, dark-faced students were carried out. Wei Jia, sensing something was amiss, whispered into Viktor's ear, "Something's not right. These unconscious students have lost their magic." Viktor's gaze immediately fixed on a figure in a white coat, the school's doctor. Just then, a collective shiver ran through the students as a figure strode purposefully toward them. "What happened?" Viktor's calm voice cut through the tension. The doctor turned to see Viktor, and his glasses slipped from his face in shock. Viktor bent down, picked them up, and handed them back to the startled doctor. The doctor recognized Viktor not just for his infamous reputation, but also because of a recent, highly influential event among the capital's nobility that involved him. Strangely, despite what seemed like an unforgivable crime, Viktor had been declared innocent by the royal family. Many bewildered mages struggled to accept this, but for now, self-preservation meant showing Viktor due respect. "Viktor, Professor, what brings you here?" the doctor stammered. "Answer my question," Viktor repeated, his expression stern, the weight of his words causing the doctor to shudder again. The doctor hurriedly explained, "The physical exams show no issues, but they're in a coma-like state. They share a dormitory, and no one knows what happened. Their neighbors found them like this. We're preparing to take them to the clinic for a magical examination to check for any anomalies." Viktor nodded and stepped aside. The doctor, relieved, quickly led his team away. Once they were alone, Viktor whispered to Wei Jia, "Clearly, they have no idea what's going on. Draining others' magic is a filthy method that makes me think of that corruption. It seems it's spreading quickly." By corruption, Wei Jia naturally meant demons. Viktor, though frustrated, had no choice but to face this unexpected issue. However, he added, "If demons are involved, we might as well deal with them. Besides their filth making moods sour, at least they offer experience points." With that, Viktor dismissed the matter and headed back to his office with Wei Jia. After verifying his identity at the entrance of the Mage Tower, Viktor stepped into the teleportation array and instantly appeared in his office. The room was much the same as when he left, except the plant on the windowsill was gone. That plant was a gift from Henny, who loved it and often used watering it as an excuse to visit the tower. Viktor figured Henny had taken the plant back to her dorm. Since he hadn't been around, she had no reason to come to the office. Bringing the plant back saved her the trip. He sat down and noticed a few books were missing from his desk. Those were also Henny's, books she loved to read repeatedly. Viktor didn't mind, assuming she had taken them back since she didn't need to come to the office. He pulled out a magic book he hadn't finished reading yesterday and started to pass the time. Soon, it was noon. The rustling of pages was particularly clear in the quiet office. Wei Jia, dozing on the desk, suddenly jolted awake when his head hit the surface. What? Oh, she's not here. Around this time, Henny would usually visit the Mage Tower, excitedly showing Viktor her progress in her studies, often waking Wei Jia. But today, she didn't come. Wei Jia glanced at Viktor, who was still engrossed in his book, seemingly absorbed in his own world. It then remembered that Henny might not know Viktor was back at the academy. Unbothered, Wei Jia succumbed to drowsiness again. In dreams, time flies. By afternoon, the slanting sunlight cast long shadows into the room. Wei Jia, it's time to go. Viktor's voice broke the silence. Where to? The raven blinked, groggily seeing Viktor putting away his book. Class time. All right. Wei Jia flapped its wings and perched steadily on Viktor's shoulder. Truth be told, it was quite looking forward to the afternoon's lesson. I wonder how that timid little girl will react when she sees Viktor. Vega mused to himself. Perhaps she'll panic and flee like a startled deer, or shyly avoid eye contact. Or maybe she'll be so excited that she'll jump around Viktor, exclaiming, "Professor Viktor, you're finally back." Whatever her reaction, Vega found the thought quite amusing. As the light from the teleportation circle enveloped them, Viktor and Vega instantly vanished from the Mage Tower. The next moment, they appeared in the hallway of the school building. The empty corridor echoed faint sounds of other classes in session. Viktor's footsteps were particularly distinct in the silence. Tap tap tap. Viktor walked while pondering aloud. So, based on this circle, we could suddenly, he halted. His gaze grew intense as he stared towards Class 1's location. There, an unfamiliar voice was lecturing. Vega also stared ahead, its single eye devoid of emotion, calmly stating, "This really isn't good." Tap tap tap. Viktor resumed walking, his steps now heavier than before. They finally reached the classroom door, and the voices inside became clearer. Viktor pushed the door open. In an instant, the entire classroom fell silent. The voice that had been lecturing cut off abruptly, like the sharp, unpleasant cry of a duck being strangled. Viktor's gaze locked onto the person at the podium. "Looks just like a pig," Vega muttered quietly into Viktor's ear. Viktor didn't respond, but his silence seemed to agree with the assessment. With a calm yet menacing tone, he said, "Let me think. Your name is Devin Resser, right?" The man standing before him calmly stated his name and surname. Professor Devin stared blankly at the doorway, swallowing hard. His Adam's apple bobbed conspicuously, and his eyes widened like saucers. "Viktor? How are you back?" Devin stammered, his voice tinged with barely concealed panic. Although he knew the royal court had acquitted Viktor and confirmed he was alive, seeing him suddenly appear at the classroom door still made Devin uneasy. However, he quickly reminded himself that he had taken over this course through legitimate means, which bolstered his confidence. Straightening his back and feigning composure, Devin said, "What's the matter, Viktor? Don't you know the dean has already issued a notice? This class is now under my charge." He deliberately emphasized the dean's authority, looking at Viktor with a smug expression as if flaunting his new position. Devin secretly rejoiced, convinced that even if Viktor were arrogant, he wouldn't dare cause trouble at the academy or confront the dean. After all, this was the academy, not Viktor's territory. So, he added, "Viktor, remember your place? You're just a third-year mage." Viktor stood there, expressionless, as if Devin's words had no effect on him. In fact, the royal court had intentionally kept Viktor's heroic act of stopping the volcanic eruption under wraps to avoid public panic. As a result, very few knew that Viktor had already ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier mage. Devin Reiser was evidently kept in the dark. Viktor spoke calmly, "Regarding you taking over my class, I'll be filing a complaint with the dean." This statement was like a bombshell, causing a wave of excited whispers among the students. The classroom buzzed with anticipation. The students' eyes lit up, and a collective thought echoed in their minds. "Finally, we won't have to endure this moron's lectures. His classes are so boring, and he keeps making mistakes. Is he brain dead, or what? Devin teaching? Don't make me laugh. Even I could do better." In the eyes of these top students, Devin and Viktor were worlds apart. One was garbage, the other a paragon. Professor Devin's face turned sour, and he let out a resentful "T." He had managed to snatch this class only because of Viktor's disappearance. Now that Viktor was back, the class would naturally revert to the higher-ranked Viktor. Devin found himself powerless to stop him. Viktor raised 2 fingers and continued, "Now, the second matter. When I left, I entrusted my assistant to cover my classes. Where is she?" At this, Devin's eyes gleamed with smugness, as if he had found a way to regain the upper hand. "Oh, you mean that filthy assistant of yours? That disgusting creature not even fit to be a refugee, and you think she can teach? Huh. Don't make me laugh." Devin laughed derisively, his voice dripping with contempt. As a professor, I have the authority to issue orders to assistants in your absence. So what? I fired her. Do you have a problem with that? Devon's words were cut short by a deafening boom that reverberated throughout the classroom. Viktor's cloak flared with a fiery glow, and searing energy swept across the room. The temperature soared, and even the hallway felt the scorching heat. A massive lava hand materialized out of thin air, clamping around Devon's neck and lifting him into the air. Devon dangled like a pig ready for roasting, struggling futilely. The students were stunned, sitting motionless in their seats. Their water cups began to boil, hissing and bubbling. This was the second time they had witnessed Viktor in action, and this time, his opponent was a fellow professor. The result was astonishing. With just a single move, Professor Viktor had rendered Professor Devon utterly defenseless. It was unbelievably cool. One student couldn't help but exclaim, then quickly lowered their head, realizing the inappropriate timing. To their surprise, Viktor seemed unbothered, and their classmates nodded in agreement. Professor Devon flailed in midair, trying to pry the lava hand off with his pudgy fingers, but it was futile. The suffocating sensation blanked his mind, and intense fear washed over him. He flailed like a pig about to be slaughtered, desperately slapping the lava hand, heedless of his burning hands. Just as Devon was about to lose consciousness, Viktor released his grip. Devon crashed to the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water, drenched in sweat. He looked up at Viktor with terror in his eyes, rasping, "Viktor! How dare you? How dare you assault me in the academy? Do you really have the guts to kill me?" Viktor's eyes flashed with a crimson light, and the lava hand grew even larger. He coldly replied, "Why? Do you think I don't?" The massive hand inched closer to Professor Devon, its scorching heat making it feel like the very air he breathed would tear his lungs apart. Whether from fear or the heat, sweat poured down his forehead. The lava hand grabbed Devon by the collar, lifting him to face Viktor. Viktor's voice was low and menacing. "I won't kill you now. Let's see if the truth will save your life." A foul smell wafted through the air as Viktor's gaze fell on Devon's dried, shriveled crotch. Suddenly, flames erupted from Devon's groin, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. The appendage quickly charred in the intense fire, and the excruciating pain caused Devon to pass out. The students in the classroom shuddered in unison, especially the boys, whose faces were etched with terror. The giant hand behind Viktor hoisted Professor Devon like a dead pig. Before leaving, Viktor turned back coldly and said, "Today's lesson is self-study." "Yes, Professor Viktor." The students responded in unison, their voices filled with reverence. Viktor strolled through the academy, the giant hand still dragging the unconscious Devon. This scene drew the curious glances of passers-by, who quickly looked away, afraid of catching Viktor's attention. Students who were not in class whispered among themselves, "What is that giant hand behind Professor Viktor? It's so damn cool." They had almost forgotten how Professor Devon had humiliated the young assistant just the day before. Viktor walked for about half an hour, nearly covering half the academy. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air, "Professor Viktor, you've crossed the line." It was the headmaster's familiar. Viktor did not respond directly, but instead used magical ripples to establish a connection. "This is the punishment he deserves. I respect you, headmaster, so please do not interfere with my actions," Viktor replied calmly. The ripple in the air was silent for a moment before the headmaster's voice rang out again. "Lord Viktor, you truly surprise me. I understand what you want to know. The familiar has seen everything. Please do not take out your anger on innocent students. If you are ready, come to the headmaster's office for a discussion." Vega glanced at Viktor and asked, "Did you know the old man would come to find you? You did this on purpose to get information about that girl from him?" Viktor did not answer, continuing to drag Devon toward the headmaster's office. He asked calmly, "If you saw something that made you furious, what would you do?" As he spoke, he glanced at the unconscious Devon behind him, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Vega responded, "Good. I like your approach. Let's go. I'm also curious to know what exactly this fat pig did." The headmaster heard Viktor's voice, closed his pen, and rubbed his tired eyes. "Come in." Viktor pushed the door open, and the lava giant hand behind him roughly threw Devon onto the floor. Seeing Devon's disheveled appearance, the headmaster sighed and shook his head. "Professor Viktor, the academy will not cover for your actions." Viktor, with his hands in his pockets and a blank expression, responded, "That's fine. I don't need the academy's protection. I'll take responsibility for what I've done." The headmaster slowly rose and leaned on his obsidian cane. "Then, follow me." He waved a hand, and a blue light danced like a brush in his hand. The air twisted and warped, becoming his canvas. Moments later, the headmaster finished his spell. Whispering in Viktor's ear, Vega said, "This old man's magic is intriguing. Let me see. It's a special kind of teleportation magic. Focus here. Insert the magic runes here." Viktor did as instructed, and the surroundings immediately blurred, enveloped in blue light. When the scene cleared again, they were in a different place. They arrived at a floating island, where countless colorful petals danced in the air, and the ground was covered with soft petals. The fragrant scent filled the air, softening Viktor's usually stern expression. Vega exclaimed, "There's a hidden dimension here that even I didn't detect." Yet Viktor appeared unsurprised, as if he had known all along. Yes, this is the hidden map known among players as the Headmaster's Garden. Only those who have learned magic from Headmaster Lakel can freely enter and exit, Viktor thought. Even though I've seen it many times in the game, experiencing it firsthand is still astonishing. The Headmaster appeared in front of Viktor, his gaze appreciative. To discern the spell's function and break it at a glance, truly the mark of a genius mage. Welcome to my sea of knowledge, Professor Viktor. You are the youngest guest I've ever hosted. Viktor cut to the chase. Headmaster, let's get to the point. The Headmaster nodded silently and walked towards an open space with his cane. Viktor followed closely, and the scenery rapidly changed. Within a few steps, a wooden cabin appeared, surrounded by a dense forest, like a hidden refuge in the woods. The Headmaster reached the door, which opened automatically. He gestured, "Please, come in, Professor Viktor." They entered the cabin, which contained only a table with a watermelon on it. The Headmaster tapped the watermelon with his cane, and it slowly turned, revealing two deep, well-like eyes, filled with ancient wisdom. The watermelon spoke, "Azza, what brings you here?" Vega felt uneasy seeing the talking watermelon, his hair standing on end. He glanced at Viktor, who remained calm, as if he had expected the talking watermelon. The Headmaster addressed the watermelon. "This young friend has some questions for you." The watermelon reluctantly stared at Viktor, beginning to peer into his experiences. In its eyes flashed scenes of raging flames, flying embers, molten lava, and immense magical surges. It saw Viktor enveloped in intense fire elements, with magma-patterned lines covering half his body, resembling a fire demon. After a moment, the watermelon refocused on Viktor. "Today's youth are truly remarkable. I know what you want to ask. The natural sparrow of Azza will tell us." Soon, magical ripples emanated from around the watermelon, spreading outwards. The natural sparrows from another dimension suddenly became active, and scenes from the previous day flashed before Viktor's eyes, as if he were there again. In the vision, Professor Devon, with an arrogant expression, held the dean's handwritten letter and harshly announced Henny's expulsion. He didn't stop there. He cruelly burned Henny's cherished knowledge materials. Black text appeared on the ground in front of Henny, but Viktor instantly recognized it as a simple illusion spell prank. Immediately, 3 students jumped out, mercilessly mocking the devastated Henny, delivering the final blow to her spirit. The onlookers and the success of the prank completely shattered the poor girl's emotional defenses. Vega murmured softly, "She's crying." Henny's cries were hysterical, filled with despair and helplessness. Vega added, "It actually likes that child quite a bit." The vision abruptly vanished, and the watermelon slowly closed its eyes, as if showing this memory had drained its energy. It reverted to an ordinary watermelon, lying there quietly. Despite witnessing all this, Viktor's expression remained unchanged. Dean Lasher sighed, ruffling his thick white beard. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Viktor. As for where Henny went, I don't know. The natural sparrows act on my will, so they don't appear in places that might involve others' privacy." Viktor knew the dean was not lying. He hadn't sensed the presence of the natural sparrows in either the office or the student dormitories. Viktor coldly asked, "Dean Lasher, please tell me, how did that fat pig become a professor at your esteemed academy?" The dean shook his head helplessly. "Professor Viktor, you are also a professor at our academy?" The implication was clear. If Viktor could get in through connections, why couldn't others? The only difference was that Viktor had real talent, while Professor Devon was just coasting. Viktor retorted, "I joined your school as the youngest third-rank mage." "What about him?" Lasher explained with difficulty, "Professor Viktor, that's exactly the issue. The head of the Razor family married the current emperor's sister. Socialite is Devon Razor's uncle. His background is very strong." Viktor understood that the dean was advising him not to kill rashly, or he would be in deep trouble. Lasher continued to persuade, "I understand your anger, but killing won't solve the problem. Maybe you could talk to Professor Devon. His mistakes don't warrant death. I can reinstate Henny as an associate professor on behalf of the academy." Besides, Lasher trailed off, but Viktor understood his well-meaning intentions. Viktor calmly said, "Dean, I won't kill him." Lasher breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his persuasion had worked. But Viktor added, however, "If he dies at the hands of a demon, that's beyond my control." He said this in a flat tone, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Lasher was taken aback, not understanding Viktor's implication. "A demon? What does this have to do with a demon?" Vega lowered his head. Viktor asked, Do you think that disgusting creature has found Henny? The three prankster students Victor saw in the vision were identical to the three students who fainted today. Their condition could only be due to their powers being stolen by a demon. So, why did the demon steal their powers? And who received these powers? Victor could only think of the missing Henny. He didn't respond to Lasher, but Lasher already looked troubled. Professor Victor, you must have noticed. The person standing before you is not my true self. I am attending the annual conference in the Mage Capital. I am meeting you through the natural sparrows. Therefore, I couldn't prevent this from happening in time, and instead let the situation worsen. I am deeply sorry. The natural sparrows could only act on Lasher's will and instinct. They thought Victor hadn't attended class for days, so they handed over the class to Professor Devon, following their rules of recognition. Professor Devon expelling Henny, a professor expelling a magic apprentice, also fit the sparrow's rules. But this did not align with human judgment. This was Lasher's negligence, and his lack of oversight had led to an irreparable situation. Although the incident didn't seem to affect Rachel much afterward, she thought the choice between a noble and a talentless magic apprentice was obvious. However, she underestimated Victor's protectiveness and overlooked his power as a fourth-tier mage. The dean, realizing the severity of the situation, immediately lowered his stance and apologized to Victor. He respectfully said, "Professor Victor, please remember your promise. Whatever you intend to do, spare the innocent students." Victor nodded expressionlessly without responding. Suddenly, a teleportation spell glowed beneath him, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Rachel's heavy sigh echoed in the air, and her figure gradually dissipated, transforming into starlight that merged with the surroundings. Meanwhile, atop the hill behind the academy, a robed figure gazed down at the academy below. It was once her place of hope, now a source of despair. Hina's eyes no longer held innocence and anticipation, but were filled with a resolve for revenge. A swirl of dark energy coiled around Henny, forming a black robe that climbed to her hair, creating a hood. A sinister voice whispered in her ear, "Little girl, is this power enough? If you're willing to wait, I can give you more, much more power." Henny replied calmly, "No need." Her voice was chillingly cold. "The professor always said I was weak and indecisive. But now, I won't be weak anymore." Although Henny wasn't technically a mage yet, the abundant magic within her far surpassed that of ordinary people. She began to chant, "God of Phantoms, dance." As Henny chanted, a complex height-ear magic circle appeared in the air. Several smaller circles overlapped, merging into a larger one. "City of Delirium Magic," she continued. Magic rings encircled the academy, with countless runes flickering on them. The patterns between the circles became increasingly intricate, and the sophisticated magical system operated like a finely tuned machine, beyond the comprehension of third-tier mages. Henny quickly extended the magic circle to cover the entire academy, reaching deep underground. The academy's unique geographical location became a perfect site for her formation. She had prepared thoroughly. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. "Henny." Henny turned sharply and saw the familiar blonde hair. Her eyes widened slightly as she blurted out, "Erica? Honey, is that really you?" Erica's surprised voice shattered the tranquility of the hillside. She hadn't expected to meet someone she recognized at this deserted mountaintop. Upon hearing the voice, Honey's previously indifferent expression softened instantly. Her eyes darted nervously, and she stammered, "Nothing, I was just out for a walk." Erica was unaware that Honey had been expelled, and Honey had no intention of revealing it, not wanting to cause worry. Instead, she asked, "What about you? Why haven't you been at the academy?" Erica's cheeks puffed up, and her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "My father had a strange whim and grounded me for several days. Yesterday, he went even further and suddenly decided to hire several private tutors for me." In reality, Duke Levi had also warned Erica to stay away from Victor. That was how she had learned that Victor had returned, and that they were both cleared of any charges by the royal decree. But she couldn't tell Honey any of this. Frustrated, Erica kicked a pebble, watching it tumble off the cliff with a crisp sound. "I couldn't stand it today, so I sneaked out while my father was away. I wanted to see if Professor Victor was at the academy." Hearing Victor's name, Honey felt a pang in her heart, recalling Professor Devon's words that Victor might have perished in the volcano. But she chose to keep this to herself and calmly replied, "Professor Victor hasn't returned. I've been covering his classes for the past few days." Erica's face fell at this news. She had hoped to learn the truth about the volcano incident from Victor. Resigned, she said, "All right then, I'll head back. If my father finds out I snuck out, he'll lock me up again." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "I'll come back tomorrow. If Professor Victor returns, please let me know." Honey nodded in agreement. She watched Erica leave, her eyes filled with envy. Erica had an illustrious family background, remarkable talent, and perfect looks, allowing her to look forward to life without worry. Honey, on the other hand, lived in constant fear, with no hope in sight. Honey shook her head with a bitter smile and looked again in the direction Erica had gone, her dazzling figure already out of sight. Tomorrow? Huh? All right, she murmured to herself. Everything will come to an end tomorrow. Meanwhile, Professor Devon was jolted awake by a searing pain. He found himself bound to the ceiling, his body racked with agony. As the flames subsided, he saw Viktor sitting in a chair, his expression cold and indifferent. Terror gripped Devon's eyes. Viktor, what are you trying to do? Are you going to kill me over an assistant? Have you lost your mind? Do you really want to make an enemy of the Reiser family? Viktor's voice was icy. Haven't we already been enemies? Devon hesitated, quickly trying to explain. No, we haven't. Believe me, Viktor, there's no animosity between us. Then why did you do what you did to Honey, knowing she was mine? Viktor pressed on. Devon's eyes widened. You know everything? No, it's not what you think. Believe me, Viktor, I was just annoyed with you. I never intended to harm that Honey or whatever. Before he could finish, a blazing fireball hurtled toward him, smashing into the wall behind him with the force of a charging tiger. Devon was trembling all over, fear washing over him like a tidal wave. He spoke urgently. Henny? I remember now. It's Henny. That sweet little girl. His voice quivered with terror. I was jealous of her. An assistant teaching a whole class. You know, Viktor? After you left, many professors were envious of that class. Leading a class brings high pay and great reputation. Viktor stared at him coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. Just because of jealousy? How pathetic. Yes. Devon clung to his words like a lifeline, desperately admitting, I am pathetic, very pathetic. I know that. Please, Viktor, let me go. There's no grudge between us. He struggled comically, like a pig at the slaughterhouse. Devon kept promising, I'll apologize. I'll apologize to the girl. I'll even compensate her. Make her a baroness. A young baroness. How about that? The lesser family can do it. Believe me, Viktor, there's nothing between us that can't be resolved. Right? His grotesque face showed a hopeful expression. Viktor's voice was icy. What did you say at the beginning? Devon was stunned and tried to probe, still trembling. You'd kill me over an assistant? Are you insane? Viktor nodded approvingly. Good memory. And the second sentence? Are you really going to make an enemy of the lesser family? Devon seemed to realize something and completely abandoned his dignity, pleading wildly, No, Viktor. That was just a moment of madness. Viktor stood up, his trench coat shimmering with a dangerous red glow. You dislike me because you know me. Since that's the case, you should remember what kind of person Viktor Klavina is. Devon was shaking all over, completely consumed by fear. Madman. Viktor. He's a madman. Viktor. No. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Devon's mouth, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. He felt his limbs shatter, the pain unbearable. Viktor's magical shackles prevented him from passing out, forcing him to stay conscious through the agony. Viktor leaned close to Devon's ear and whispered, You said there's no grudge between us, and that's fine. He smiled brightly. Now, there is a grudge. Kill me. Viktor. Kill me. Devon was in excruciating pain, preferring death over this torment. Someone might take your life, but it won't be me, Viktor said, wiping his hands with a white handkerchief as if they were dirty. He tossed the handkerchief onto Devon's snot-covered face and released the shackles. Devon immediately passed out. Viktor left the mage tower and teleported outside the academy. He took a deep breath, feeling the chaotic magical elements around him. Vega's voice rang out. There's a hidden magic array under the academy. It might be the work of demons. Viktor was indifferent. Vega asked again. If that girl really had her mind corrupted by demons, what would you do? Viktor pondered for a moment before answering, Henny is a smart assistant. I'm confident in her work. She's a weak little thing, but she shouldn't be pitted any longer. Vega ruffled his feathers in satisfaction. I like the way you think. As night fell and stars filled the sky, Erica returned to the manor, finding the house brightly lit. She worried that her father had already returned, preparing to act coquettish for forgiveness. Suddenly, the door opened. Her father, Duke Levi, was seeing a purple-haired woman out, smiling and courteous. Erica was baffled. Where had her 60-year-old father met this strange woman? Was he planning to start a second spring? She wouldn't allow a new stepmother to appear out of nowhere. She was about to rush forward, but stopped to listen to their conversation. I hope Duke Levi will keep an eye out for those filthy things, the purple-haired woman said. I understand the gravity of the situation, Miss Kira. I will use all available resources to investigate, Duke Levi replied. Erica was stunned. The situation was different from what she had imagined. The two noticed her. Duke Levi introduced. Miss Kira, this is my youngest daughter, Erica. You must be meeting her for the first time. Kira raised an elegant eyebrow and appeared in front of Erica in an instant, her speed almost undetectable. She gave Erica a seductive glance and asked softly, "Pretty little girl, can you tell me where you've been today?" The inquiry from the purple-haired woman made Erica uncomfortable. This stranger exuded a mysterious aura that instinctively made Erica want to avoid her. More importantly, she couldn't let her father find out where she had been. Erica avoided Cavilla's gaze, a subtle action that did not escape the Duke of Reeve's eyes. His tone became stern. "Erica, did you go to the academy today?" Caught by her father's guess, Erica didn't dare lie. She replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Yes, but I didn't go inside the academy. I met an acquaintance on the way and chatted for a bit before coming back." She deliberately avoided mentioning Viktor's name. The Duke's expression softened slightly. Erica lowered her head and muttered under her breath, "He's a Duke. Already an adult, yet still so petty. If it weren't for someone's help, he wouldn't even be a Duke now." These words made the Duke's face stiffen. He cleared his throat, pretending he hadn't heard. In truth, he felt a bit embarrassed. Regardless of Viktor's motives, the man had indeed helped him in the palace. However, Viktor's final remark, "I'll have to do something about Erica," had greatly displeased the Duke. As a father, his protective instincts flared up, and he would not allow Viktor to do anything inappropriate to his daughter. Cavilla covered her mouth and chuckled. "I heard about what happened in the palace from my sister, but since the Duke still holds his position, it wouldn't be right to take someone's favor for granted. As for Viktor, whatever his character may be, he's still my sister's fiancé, so he's family." Her words carried a hint of teasing, yet also a subtle defense of Viktor. Caught between the two women, the Duke's face turned red, though the night concealed his embarrassment. He closed his eyes, coughed lightly, and managed to say, "I'll find a way to repay Viktor." Erica finally looked up, a satisfied smile on her face. Her fondness for Cavilla, this big sister, grew, although she was still puzzled. "Who exactly is this person?" Sensing his daughter's confusion, the Duke introduced, "This is the eldest daughter of the Dellin family, Cavilla Dellin." Dellin? A light bulb went off in Erica's mind, as she recalled the beautiful sister she had met on the volcano. As if reading Erica's thoughts, Cavilla smiled and said, "Gwen is my sister." Erica's mouth dropped open in surprise. To her, Gwen was a good person, and the Dellin family, known for their knightly virtue, was always just. So despite the mysterious aura of this purple-haired sister, she must be good too. Seeing Erica's realization, Cavilla continued, "Erica, can you now tell me exactly where you went? And who was this acquaintance?" Without hesitation, Erica recounted her day's experience in detail. Cavilla learned that Erica had gone to the back of the academy and met Viktor's assistant. "Oh, Viktor's assistant?" Cavilla mused, then gently patted Erica's head like a kind elder sister. "Thank you, Erica. But don't sneak off to the academy in the next few days. Duke, you have a wonderful daughter." After complimenting Erica, Cavilla left with a smile. Her purple hair appeared especially captivating in the night as she gradually disappeared into the darkness and then boarded a carriage. Erica was still puzzled. Why did Gwen's sister ask her these questions? Why was she forbidden from going to the academy? She was about to ask more when she saw her father glaring at her. "Erica, come back and tell me why you sneaked to the academy." Erica immediately wilted. The next morning, the Royal Academy of Magic was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavy, making it hard to breathe. Many people looked at Viktor with fear as he entered the academy. Viktor's actions from the previous day had spread throughout the academy. He had dragged Devon Reeser around almost the entire campus, causing a sensation among the nobility. Many nobles were deeply interested in the feud between Viktor and the Reeser family. Devon Reeser's disappearance had enraged the Reeser family, who declared overnight that they would demand an explanation from Viktor. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. The Reeser family seemed to issue only a few harsh words, signaling their stance, and then abruptly dropped the matter. The next day, Viktor swaggered into the academy. He marched straight to the Mage Tower and unceremoniously dragged out Professor Devon. Viktor roughly threw the half-dead Devon laser into the center of the academy square, instantly drawing a large crowd of onlookers. News spread like wildfire among the students and faculty. Many rushed to the scene, and soon the square was packed tight. Yesterday's rumors had sparked much skepticism, but today's spectacle erased all doubts. Those who came to see for themselves stood in stunned silence, witnessing the shocking scene firsthand. Under the gloomy sky, the Academy Square resembled a place of execution. Viktor kept Devon on display in the square all morning, mimicking the humiliation Devon had once inflicted on Henny. The onlookers were as silent as the grave. Even a few third-tier mage professors dared not intervene. The dean's silence further signaled his tacit approval of Viktor's actions. At noon, with the dark cloud still lingering, the clear sound of horse hooves suddenly drew everyone's attention. Gwen, leading hundreds of knights, surrounded the academy. The crowd parted to create a path, and Gwen, clad in silver-white armor, walked in with a commanding presence. She sternly questioned Viktor Kravina. Do you know what you're doing? Injuring someone in the academy? Are you defying the Empire's laws? Gwen's gaze was devoid of any personal feelings, embodying the stance of a righteous knight. Viktor calmly retorted, Did the Laser family send you to rescue him? Gwen responded coolly, The knight's order answers only to his majesty. We follow no one else's orders. She emphasized that Viktor had broken the law and must be taken away. However, her hand couldn't stop trembling slightly. Gwen knew her true mission was to protect Viktor. Leah had informed her that Devon Laser was the Emperor's nephew, and Viktor might have committed a grave offense. Despite Viktor's merit in preventing a volcanic eruption, the royal connection complicated matters. Gwen hoped to safeguard Viktor by charging him with intentional injury. Viktor, don't resist. Don't be impulsive. Gwen tried to hint at Viktor to cooperate with her. Just then, a deep, pitch-black barrier suddenly rose from the ground, quickly enveloping the entire academy. The sky turned darker than night, as if ink had spilled from above. Everyone felt a wave of weakness and drowsiness. Gwen noticed her strength waning, and even her sense of justice lost its effect. At first, people thought this was Viktor's doing, but the surprise on Viktor's face dispelled that notion. Vega's voice whispered in Viktor's ear, What an impressive composite spell. If she can wield magic like this, she might truly be a genius. Viktor softly replied, Indeed. It seems the time has come. The Royal Academy of Magic has been sealed off. The shout was like a bolt of lightning, instantly throwing the academy into chaos. Students, in disbelief, stumbled toward the main gates. They pushed open the heavy iron doors, only to be stopped by an invisible barrier. No matter how they pounded or shoved, the barrier remained unmoved, completely isolating them from the outside world. The news spread through the capital at an astonishing speed. The sudden appearance of a black barrier over the academy caused unprecedented uproar. Soon, countless reporters and mages swarmed to the scene, gathering in front of the barrier. The black screen emitted an unsettling dark aura, as if it were trying to stain half the sky with ink. Intricate patterns covered its surface, extending in all directions. Inside, it seemed to be filled with some kind of corrupt and dark power, constantly sapping the energy of those nearby. The pitch-black barrier consumed everything, leaving only the rising and falling sounds of panic from within and without. People felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, and discussions erupted. What on earth is this thing? Such a sophisticated magical array. What kind of formation is this? Every major newspaper rushed to report this shocking event, and without exception, the headlines were all about the black barrier enveloping the Royal Academy. Some even started spreading rumors, claiming that Viktor was involved. Although the academy was completely sealed off, with no communication possible inside or out, word had already spread before the lockdown that Viktor had kidnapped and attempted to murder Professor Devon. This explosive news quickly reached the Duke-Chloe household. Erica was bewildered when she heard it. She recalled hearing from Henny just yesterday that Viktor wasn't at the academy, so how could such a major incident happen today? What puzzled her even more was that the news claimed Viktor had attacked Devon Riser at the academy yesterday, which was completely contrary to what Henny had said. Erica was deeply confused. What on earth happened? Is Henny deliberately hiding something? Could she be in the know? She was eager to investigate personally, but common sense told her not to act rashly. The priority was to confirm whether her father knew about this. She hoped he could help Viktor and contain the situation, as Viktor had indeed committed a grave mistake. Devon Riser's status was extraordinary, even among the nobility. The Riser family wielded enormous influence in the south, nearly monopolizing most of the empire's southern businesses. Their ability to amass wealth was astounding, and those in the know, like the Duke-Chloe family, understood the Riser family's importance to the royal family. They were the primary economic source for the royals. A significant portion of the annual treasury expenditures flowed to the Riser family, who in turn provided even more in return. In short, all the Riser family's southern enterprises were royally sanctioned. The reason was simple. The Riser family was related to the royal family, as the emperor's sister had married into the Riser family. The royals granted the Riser family privileges, and the Riser family reciprocated with money, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Although Erica didn't know why Viktor had attacked Devon Riser, she was well-versed in politics. As the Duke's only daughter, she was groomed as his successor. Regardless of Viktor's motives, harming Devon Riser was a fact. To protect Viktor, the only way was to prevent the matter from reaching the Emperor before the academy barrier was broken. Suddenly, an idea struck Erica. There was one person who had both the motive and the means to involve the Emperor, early Lady Cassandra. Cassandra Riser, the Emperor's sister who had married into the Riser family. Although the Riser family was busy with their affairs, Lady Cassandra did not partake in business and resided in a city not far from the capital. If she had received the news yesterday, considering travel time, she could arrive in the capital today to meet the Emperor. With this in mind, Erica immediately got up to find Duke Rivy. However, a maid stopped her, informing her that the Duke had already left for the outskirts of the city. Erica was stunned, puzzled. Why had her father gone out early? Could he have known all along? At that moment, she felt like the only one left in the dark. Desperate to uncover the truth, Erica suddenly thought of someone who might know but was deliberately hiding it. She must know something. Erica decisively ordered the maid. Prepare the carriage. Quickly. I need to get to the back hills of the academy immediately. She remembered the place where she had agreed to meet Henny yesterday. Erica had told Henny she would be there again today. If Henny kept her word, she would be waiting at the back hills of the academy. Erica was convinced that even if Viktor had sealed off the academy, he wouldn't let Henny be trapped inside. Erica clenched her fists, biting her lip, her eyes flickering with a mixture of anger and confusion. Her mind raced, trying to comprehend the other person's motives, but she couldn't come to any conclusion. This sense of powerlessness made her exceptionally irritable, as if she were back on the volcano, helpless once more. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside the city gates was tense to the extreme. Duke Levi stood proudly, backed by hundreds of knights in silver armor, lined up in perfect formation, swords drawn, ready for battle. Beside the Duke stood dozens of mysterious figures in hooded cloaks, holding magical orbs, adding an eerie element to the scene. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of hoofbeats. A luxurious carriage, surrounded by numerous guards, slowly approached and finally stopped in front of the city gates. A knight respectfully opened the door and placed a step on the ground. A noblewoman then gracefully descended from the carriage. Though her beauty bore traces of age, her noble and elegant demeanor was undiminished. As soon as the noblewoman set foot on the ground, she glared at Levi, her voice filled with unrestrained anger. Levi, what is the meaning of this? Bringing your private army and mage corps to block me at the city gates? You have some nerve. A kind smile appeared on Duke Levi's face as he nodded slightly. Lady Cassandra, it's been a while. I brought these people merely to ask you to stay here a little longer. I will let you into the city, but not just yet. Despite Levi's gentle tone, the tension between them was palpable. Levi, do not forget my status, Cassandra warned. Levi's smile remained, but his tone carried a hint of sharpness. I have never forgotten, Lady Cassandra. Ever since you used your status to force me into marriage, I have remembered it well. These words landed like a bombshell, leaving the guards around them stunned into silence. Lady Cassandra's face turned red with anger as she shouted, "What do you mean by bringing this up now? Just to humiliate me?" Duke Levi shook his head slightly. "I merely wanted to catch up and remind you that you no longer bear the soul name." With that, he waved his hand. A mage behind him stepped forward, infusing his orb with magic. As the energy swirled, a table and 2 chairs materialized on the ground. "Please, have a seat." Levi gestured invitingly and sat down first. Cassandra's eyes lingered on the mage for a moment, her emotions slightly calming. She knew well how powerful Levi's mage core was. Forcing her way through was not an option. Levi picked up a teacup, speaking softly. "I know why you've come to the capital, Lady Cassandra. You wish to seek an audience with His Majesty." Cassandra also picked up a teacup gracefully, responding calmly. "Devon is my son and His Majesty's nephew. With such a situation, he will not stand idly by." "Don't act impulsively, my lady," Levi advised, his years of political experience allowing him to easily soothe Cassandra's emotions. "First, you must understand whom your son has crossed. Viktor Kravina, you must have heard of the name." A troubled expression briefly flashed across Cassandra's face at the mention of the name. She was well aware of how arrogant her son could be. "But Viktor is merely a viscount," Cassandra began to argue. Levi interrupted her. "He is now a 4th-tier mage." Cassandra's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, that can't be, even you haven't." Duke Levi shook his head with a wry smile. "But it is indeed the truth. If Viktor is at fault, the Emperor will surely punish him severely. But if the problem lies with Devon Reiser, forgive me for being blunt, you must be prepared to lose him." Lady Cassandra found it hard to accept the outcome before her. Her voice trembled with anger as she exclaimed, "I must see His Majesty. Levi, I warn you, even if I no longer bear the name Soul, I am still the Emperor's sister." Her eyes blazed with fury as she continued, "You have no right to stop me from entering the capital. I will find a way to meet His Majesty. If you don't let me through right now, I will certainly report you to him. What is your true intention in blocking my way?" In the face of Lady Cassandra's accusations, Duke Levi merely smiled slyly, like a cunning old fox. Using a tone that feigned concern for her, he said, "Lady Cassandra, the capital is very dangerous right now. I am only acting in your best interest by not allowing you to pass. Even if you were to report me, His Majesty would understand the gravity of the situation and would not unjustly blame me." Every word from Lady Cassandra seemed powerless against this smooth-talking politician. Her voice suddenly rose several decibels. Dangerous? My son is the one truly in danger right now. His life is hanging by a thread. Despite her urgency, she could only remain seated, waiting for Duke Levi to let her through. However, Duke Levi's next words left her momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with shock, unable to utter a single word. Lady Cassandra, I am not joking. There have been demonic activities within the academy. Your son, Devon Reith, may very well have come into contact with a demon. The scene shifts to the previous night, where Viktor was having a routine conversation with Leah in his study. The foul creature Kevlar mentioned is this, Viktor stated. Leah was rendered speechless with disbelief. She recalled descriptions of demons from books. A foul stench, sticky skin, bulging eyes, and a tongue filled with countless sharp teeth. Their bodies were like shadows of ink, hearts full of greed, like walking cesspools of stench that people would avoid at all costs. One book even recounted a story from a remote village where a demon had taken up residence in an outhouse. The powers it granted brought brief prosperity to the village, but soon the villagers began to disappear one by one, and the once thriving village faded into obscurity and was eventually lost to history. Leah stopped reminiscing, feeling nauseated just from the descriptions in the book. She realized that whether it was the demon's appearance or its deeds, they were only historical records, likely altered by those in power to maintain their position. But it also indicated that demons were indeed unwelcome. You found it? Leah asked tentatively, surprised at Viktor's swift progress. Viktor nodded impassively. It's in the academy. Leah inquired further. Can you capture or kill it? Viktor answered honestly. Not necessarily. He thought to himself that if the demon was as he suspected, being an early game boss, even a fourth-tier mage might not stand a chance against it. But he was confident that even if the stats weren't enough, his skills would prevail. And if all else failed, he had his cheats. However, I need to lure that foul creature out and ensure that I kill it myself, Viktor told Leah. Leah was puzzled. Didn't you just say you weren't sure? Why insist on? Even if the success rate is 99%, I would not consider it foolproof, Viktor said calmly, his tone exuding remarkable confidence. Leah blinked, realizing something. Are you saying you need me to do something? Viktor, I must make it clear that I am not a mage, nor am I a knight like Gwen. I can barely lift a few bricks. This is something only you can do. Viktor's resolute attitude made Leah almost doubt whether she had some hidden ability. What exactly is it? Devon Reith, you know him? The fat guy you beat up today. Leah thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. This is hilarious. The whole thing is spreading like wildfire tonight. Leah couldn't help but smile at the thought. Even knowing that the person who got a dressing down was the Emperor's nephew didn't faze her. She thought Viktor did the right thing. Leah wasn't sure what grudge Viktor held against that man. But to her, Viktor represented the dignity of the Kravenna family. If he had to cower in the face of such matters, she would immediately start planning to undermine him. In her eyes, losing face for the Kravenna family meant Viktor had lost the right to continue as the head of the house. So, what now? Leah asked curiously. Do you want me to go south and intercept their business? I can't do that. Their factories are everywhere. Besides, that's the royal family's cash cow. You might dare to offend the Emperor, but I don't. Viktor raised his hand to stop Leah's wild guesses. His gaze was calm, and his tone was indifferent. Discredit Devon Reeser as much as possible before the Emperor steps in. Leah immediately understood, her eyes widening in surprise. You want to pin the devil's deeds on the Reeser family? That's impossible. It's too absurd. We don't even have enough people in the capital, let alone the fact that no sane person would believe it. Or, she lowered her voice, have you become powerful enough to control a demon? Viktor looked directly at Leah and said calmly, the demon will cooperate with you. Leah looked at him in disbelief and shivered involuntarily. No one would want to be your enemy, Viktor. You're a bastard who even dares to manipulate demons. You're the real devil. Viktor stood up, and Vega flapped its wings, flying from the desk to his shoulder. If we don't have enough people, we can ask the Duke for help. After all, he owes me a significant favor. With that, he left the study with Vega. The scene shifts to Duke Rivi's mansion. The Duke looked troubled as he spoke to Leah. Miss Leah Kravenna, I can only help you block Lady Cassandra at the city gates. It's not that I don't want to help Viktor, but this is the extent of what I can do. Leah responded with a graceful smile. That's more than enough, Your Grace. All we need is time. Time for my brother to prove his innocence. Duke Rivi was silent for a moment before tentatively asking. So, Devon Reeser really has been in contact with a demon, hasn't he? Leah's expression turned slightly helpless at the question. She skillfully wove her lie. Your Grace, I don't wish to deceive you. But think about it, would my brother attack a mere second-rank mage for no reason? She continued, don't forget, Duke Rivi, the Kravenna family and the Dellin family have a special relationship. Miss Kevra is practically like my sister. Duke Rivi nodded. The news of the demon's invasion of the capital did come from Kevra, so it wasn't surprising that Viktor knew some inside information. But Leah knew that Duke Rivi hadn't fully believed her. Between Viktor and Devon Reeser, as a politician, the choice was obvious. But Rivi still needed to weigh the costs and consider whether the Ducroy family could bear them. So, Leah added another bargaining chip. She lightly tapped the table with her fingers and continued, "If you still don't believe me, Viktor will have Devon Reeser held in the Academy Square today. After that, there might be unpredictable disturbances in the Academy. I can't say for sure what will happen, but I can guarantee that a demon will definitely save Devon Reeser at that time." Duke Rivi sat up straight, his expression serious as he asked, "But how can this prove that it's not a scheme orchestrated by Viktor himself?" Leah smiled again. "Your grace is indeed cautious, but I don't dislike your suspicion. Otherwise, my preparations would have been in vain. I will have Knight Commander Gwen lead the Royal Knights to the Academy. At that time, hundreds of knights will keep a close watch on Viktor. The Royal Knights answer to His Majesty, and they will witness everything in the most impartial manner." The scene shifts again, this time to the Academy Square. Viktor stood in the center, surrounded by knights in silver armor. In an instant, Vega analyzed the magical effects enveloping the square. This astonishing magic barrier not only weakened all magic within its range, but also induced a state of weakness. This effect even impacted some special abilities, such as Gwen's sense of justice. At this moment, Viktor was one of the few mages still able to stand his ground in the square. The situation for others was far worse. Students were collapsing en masse, second-rank instructors were on the verge of falling, and even a few third-rank mages were frowning deeply, their mana depleted, unable to cast spells. In contrast, the knights, though appearing somewhat weak and mentally exhausted, were still in stable condition. Everyone was puzzled. Except for Viktor, no one knew what kind of formation they had fallen into. Suddenly, countless black tendrils erupted from the edge of the barrier, like frenzied venomous snakes, darting towards Professor Devon. Vega flapped her wings in a startled manner, drawing all the conscious knights and mages' attention to the scene, prompting a chorus of gasps. "What is that disgusting thing?" someone shouted in terror. Viktor extended his remaining movable lava hand, entangling with the chaotic tendrils as they fiercely vied for Professor Devon. The tendrils gradually wrapped around Viktor's lava hand, the darkness licking like countless frenzied tongues, attempting to engulf Viktor. Even in his weakened state, Viktor struggled desperately, as if swatting away swarming venomous snakes. However, Viktor eventually reached his limit. His grip loosened, and Professor Devon was snatched into the air by the tendrils. The dark barrier morphed into a gigantic mouth, swallowing Professor Devon whole, vanishing without a trace. Panic swept through the scene. Viktor's face darkened ominously, his voice still tinged with evident weakness. "Filthy demon, I still couldn't stop you from rescuing him." Hearing this, everyone stood as helpless as lost sheep, frozen in place. "What? Demon? Rescue Devon Lesser? Do you even hear yourself right now?" Someone finally burst out, demanding an explanation. Gwen stared intently at Viktor, her eyes filled with confusion and panic. The failure of her sense of justice made it impossible for her to discern the truth of Viktor's words. Demon? This unfamiliar term echoed in her mind, sparking even more questions. Among the surrounding crowd, many exchanged puzzled looks, clearly just as clueless about the concept of a demon. However, they had all witnessed Professor Devon being taken away. Viktor had no intention of explaining too much to this group. He just needed to plant seeds of doubt in their minds, making them question Devon's connection to those mysterious beings. Viktor closed his eyes and communicated telepathically with Vega on his shoulder. "Got the location?" Vega patted its chest confidently. "Not far, just behind the academy." With that, it flew back onto Viktor's shoulder. Viktor understood. If Henny had indeed been influenced by a demon, she would never let Devon Reeser go. Demons amplify human negative emotions, and Henny's hatred was the perfect fuel for them. No matter what, Devon Reeser would eventually be taken away. Viktor just needed to guide public opinion slightly to cast the shadow of the demon over Devon Reeser. He had already placed a magical mark on Devon Reeser. Even if the latter left the capital, Vega could sense the mark's location through their link, making it easy to find him. Viktor's mission was complete. Now he just had to wait for the demon to reveal itself so he could eliminate it. Suddenly, Viktor's body swayed, and he clutched his forehead, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. The barrier's effects made him appear weak and vulnerable. Seeing Viktor's unsteady figure, Gwen instinctively wanted to help but hesitated due to the surrounding onlookers. At that moment, a nearby knight stumbled and accidentally bumped into Gwen, causing her to stagger forward and end up right in front of Viktor, meeting his weak gaze. Gwen found herself in a dilemma, but looking at Viktor's fragile state, she mustered the courage and told herself, "It's just helping him up. He saved me. This is nothing." Convincing herself, She stepped forward and supported Viktor with both hands. Viktor, are you all right? Gwen asked with concern. Viktor stiffened slightly at her touch. He turned his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What's going on? He thought. Though the barrier did affect him as a fourth-tier mage, it wasn't to this extent. However, he had just had a confrontation with a demon, so it made sense for onlookers to think he was exhausted. Viktor considered explaining, but then decided to go along with it and collapsed into Gwen's arms. In a weak voice, he said, "Hold me up. Don't get the wrong idea. This isn't me taking advantage. This act was merely to further dispel any suspicions." Initially, Gwen was flustered, her face turning red under the public gaze. But hearing Viktor's weak voice, her kind nature took over, and she couldn't help but feel pity. Viktor must be so tired. Even if everyone despises and criticizes him, he doesn't explain himself. Even if it means being misunderstood by everyone. The surrounding mages began to bombard them with questions. What on earth happened? What's this about a demon? So, are you saying Professor Devon is the problem? How can that be? My mind is in a mess. This barrier is messing with my intelligence. What's for lunch? Wait, why is Knight Commander Gwen hugging Viktor in public? Gwen's silence. A voice from the knights boomed, instantly silencing the mages. Gwen knelt down, gently holding Viktor to make him more comfortable. Then she looked up at the mages in front of her and said, "All questions will be answered once the investigation is complete. For now, please remain calm and stay within the academy for rescue. And let Viktor rest for a while." The mages quieted down. Nobles who knew the two were engaged were puzzled. Everyone says Viktor and Gwen don't get along, but they look so affectionate. Who spread those rumors? Absolute nonsense. Vega stood on the ground, looking speechlessly at Viktor pretending to be unconscious. Life's a stage, and it's all about the performance. Let's see how you plan to get out of this one, it thought. Suddenly, Vega lifted its head, sensing something, and narrowed its eye. The faint blue light under its single eye flickered as it scanned the surroundings. "Viktor, don't sleep just yet," Vega said cautiously. "The maid from the Duke's household is approaching that thing." There is a clear one-way connection between Vega and Erica, stemming from Erica being the first follower to contribute her power to Vega. Vega can sense Erica's location at any time, but Erica remains unaware of Vega's presence. Through this connection, Vega instantly realizes that Erica is approaching the back mountain. "That little girl is my only follower right now, so don't let her die," Vega's voice echoed in Viktor's mind. Viktor silently responded, "Always keeping me on my toes." He knew about Vega's exposure in front of Erica and understood that he had gained this follower by claiming to save him. With great effort, Viktor opened his eyes and weakly said, "Gwen, put your hand inside." Gwen froze, her cheeks instantly turning red as she stammered, Viktor, what are you saying?" "In my coat, there's a potion," Viktor explained. Gwen's mind went blank as if a bomb had gone off. Realizing her mistake, she quickly shut her mouth and reached into Viktor's coat. Viktor secretly transferred a blue potion from the player's inventory into his coat. Gwen soon found a small blue bottle, similar in design to the potion Viktor had given her before, only a different color. This one. Gwen was about to hand it to Viktor, but noticed he was too weak to lift his arm. She quickly brought the potion to Viktor's lips. "Viktor, open your mouth." Viktor obediently opened his mouth, and Gwen carefully poured the potion in. Afterward, she sighed in relief and looked up to find everyone around them, including her knights, staring at her. Gwen asked, puzzled, "Why are you all looking at me?" One knight stammered, "Nothing, Captain. It's just that Viscount Viktor, he's really lucky." Gwen then realized how out of line her actions had been. Meanwhile, Viktor suddenly moved in her arms. She watched in amazement as Viktor stood up, seemingly revitalized. "Viktor, are you okay?" Gwen asked in disbelief. "Thank you, Gwen." Viktor stood up and adjusted his coat. Everyone around was stunned, unable to comprehend his swift recovery. Viktor glanced around and called out, "Professor Nair, Professor Dyson, Professor Gaia." These were the few third-tier mages in the academy. The named professors looked at Viktor and asked, "Professor Viktor, what is it?" Viktor succinctly explained, "As you can see, the academy is sealed by demonic power. Soon, our strength will be entirely drained, and each of you will become a feast for the demons. If you don't want to sit and wait for death, help me break the array." The professors exchanged glances and said helplessly, "Professor Viktor, our magic has been continually drained. We can't recover it. We're powerless." Viktor pulled out several bottles of the same potion he had just consumed and tossed them precisely to the mages. "Drink up," he commanded simply. Recalling Viktor's recent display, they hesitated for a moment before downing the potions. Soon, they were astonished to find their bodies emitting a faint blue glow, and their magic had been restored by about half. "This is a miracle potion," they exclaimed. Viktor responded calmly, "One bottle costs 1,000 geo. The knights are all witnesses, so no skipping out on payment. Many students and mages present looked troubled by the price, but the professors who had drunk the potion exclaimed in unison, "That's too cheap. Professor Viktor, sell me more." "No, 10 bottles. 20 bottles, please." Excitedly, they pledged, "Professor Viktor, wherever you say, we'll go. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. Even if you ask us to catch a dog, we won't chase chickens. I've had enough of Devin, that pig. No more talking, Professor. Whether it's demons or not, we're with you today." Those who were still clear-headed stared blankly at the scene. Gwen remained kneeling on the ground, momentarily stunned. After a while, she tilted her head, blinked, and said in confusion, "Huh?" Devin Lacer slowly opened his eyes. The darkness faded away, revealing a gray, overcast sky that mirrored his current predicament, utterly devoid of hope. He realized he was outside the academy when a strange voice came from behind. "You're awake?" Devin jolted, instinctively wanting to flee this desolate place, but found himself immobilized. His dulled senses hadn't yet registered the pain. Looking down, he saw a black, ink-like substance tightly binding him. "How does it feel to be restrained?" Henny asked, her expression unreadable and her voice devoid of emotion. Devin looked up, shocked. Who are you?" Henny didn't answer directly. Instead, she casually cast a spell. Water coalesced in midair, forming a mirror that reflected her appearance. Her neck to forehead covered in mud-like, mystical patterns adorned with intricate runes that seemed to shimmer with life. No wonder this disgusting pig didn't recognize her, Henny thought, sneering, heh, Professor Devin, always so forgetful. Can't remember a small fry like me? Want a closer look?" She fully removed her black ink hood, locking eyes with Devin. In that moment, countless images flashed through Devin's mind. Burning books, malicious humiliation, the hoarse cries of a young girl, and his own smug departure. It's you? Victor's damned assistant." Devin exclaimed, "You and Viktor. You both want to torment me to death, don't you?" Henny ignored his words, lost in contemplation of the grudge between Devin and Viktor. Holding Devin's life in her hands, she should have felt a sense of revenge, but instead, she felt an unexpected calm. She realized that everything had been accomplished with external help. The process was surprisingly smooth, controlling the academy and restraining Devin, like a perfectly scripted story. This made Henny suddenly realize, mages are so fragile. Without magic, they're nothing, not even as capable as knights in crisis. Not a single third-year mage in the entire academy could stop her. However, Henny said, "I still have to thank you, Professor Devin. You've taught me that weakness only invites more bullying." Before she finished speaking, the black ink slithered like snakes from Henny's shadow, climbing onto Devin's body. Fear drenched him in cold sweat as he stammered. What is this stuff?" Devin forced a smile, trying to negotiate. "Miss Henny, perhaps we can come to an understanding. If you let me go." "No need to explain, Professor Devin," Henny interrupted, her eyes glowing with a deep, consuming darkness, devoid of any emotion. "After settling our score, I'll turn myself in." The black tendrils went berserk, thrashing and regenerating rapidly, overwhelming Devin. "I'm doomed." "Henny!" Devin screamed in despair, his heart pounding out of his chest. Just as the tendrils were about to strike, they suddenly halted, stopping inches from Devin's face. A familiar voice spoke, and Henny turned to see Erica standing opposite, out of breath. What happened to you?" Erica asked, startled by Henny's unfamiliar appearance. "It's a side effect of the magic, don't worry about it," Henny replied indifferently, unconcerned with her current, grotesque appearance. Erica, puzzled, asked, "Henny, you can use magic now?" Henny didn't respond, merely turning away. Erica then noticed Devin Lacer bound by the black tendrils and gasped, "Devin Lacer? What's he doing here? Wasn't he already tied up by Professor Viktor?" Hearing Viktor's name, Henny spun around, walking towards Erica in disbelief. The patterns on her face gradually faded, and her heightened emotions restored her original appearance. "Erica, what did you say?" Henny stepped back in shock, staring at Erica in disbelief. "Who tied up Devin? Professor Viktor?" Her voice trembled slightly. "The professor? He's still alive?" Now it was Erica's turn to be stunned. She opened her mouth, confused, and asked, "Who told you Viktor was dead?" Her gaze involuntarily fell on the trembling Devin. "I never expected things to turn out like this." Erica looked at Henny, who seemed like a stranger, and a suspicion arose in her mind. She recalled how demons would prey on people at their weakest moments, attaching themselves to humans and feeding on their negative emotions. Suddenly, she understood what Kevlar meant by filth. Erica walked slowly to Henny's side, gently patting her shoulder. "It's okay, Henny. We'll find Professor Viktor. He'll know how to expel whatever's inside you." Henny took a step back, shaking her head with a bitter smile. It's too late, Erica. Her face showed a renewed determination at the news of Viktor, but her eyes glowed with a resolute light. I've borrowed too much power. A barrier that can cover the entire academy would take even the headmaster a long time to prepare. Do you think the demon will let me go? It wants to devour me right now. Erica's heart sank. So, you knew it was a demon all along, didn't you? Henny nodded. Once I've avenged myself, I'll turn myself in. Someone like me, who no one cares about, dying in prison won't affect anyone. She smiled serenely, and the tentacles around her started thrashing wildly again. Devin Lester was trembling in fear. He regretted everything, knowing he would never have dared to bully the little assistant if he had known it would come to this. Erica was silent for a moment, then glared fiercely at the immobilized Devin Lester. How do you plan to avenge yourself? Kill him? I support you. Henny looked at Erica in confusion, then chuckled. Erica, how could you think that way? He burned my 10 years of accumulated knowledge and destroyed my dreams. In return, I'll make all his knowledge disappear. Isn't that the most painful punishment for a professor? Both Erica and Devin were stunned. Even the tentacles stopped thrashing, as if the demon itself was shocked by her words. Erica fearlessly approached Henny again, grasping her shoulders firmly. Devin Lester humiliated you in public, didn't he?
Yes.
Henny nodded. He burned your hard work, had students harass you, played pranks, ruined your reputation, and eventually drove you out of the academy. That's right. Erica started shaking Henny's shoulders. Wake up, Henny. You made a deal with a demon, and you think just making his knowledge disappear is enough? If it's just that, you might as well turn him into a fool. She glanced at Devin and continued. You're clearly the villain now, and as a villain, you should do your job properly. Wouldn't killing him be better?
But
Henny lowered her head in thought. Taking a life so easily, how would that make me any different from the demon? Devin nodded frantically on the side, and Erica grabbed some ink from the ground and smeared it over his face. To her, Devin Lester's face was more disgusting than the tentacles. Help, Devin whimpered. Erica clutched her head and sighed heavily. She realized that Henny's worldview was completely different from her own. As a top noble, Erica was well acquainted with society's darker sides. But Henny was different. She hadn't experienced the scheming and plotting among the nobility. To her, life and death were still distant concepts, and casually deciding someone's fate was unimaginable. Erica suddenly understood that Henny's thinking was too simplistic. If she lost her job, then Devin Lester should lose all his knowledge as an equivalent punishment. Henny was just too naive. Fine. If you won't kill him, I will. Erica shouted. Once he's dead, you'll come with me back to the professor. He'll know how to keep you alive. With that, Erica's hands instantly conjured blazing flames. Second-tier magic, fireball. Before Henny could stop her, the dense fireball was already flying towards Devin's face. Just as the fireball was about to reach him, biu-biu-biu, 3 silver blades shot out, dispersing the flames and neutralizing the magic, clattering to the ground. Erica froze, staring at the disrupted spell, then quickly turned around. A purple-haired beauty stood there, smiling at them, twirling several silver daggers in her hands. She waved at the two of them. Hey there, cute little girls. Want to tell big sister what game you're playing? Miss Kefra? Erica exclaimed, her eyes wide open and her body instantly frozen in place. She hadn't expected the sudden appearance of Gwen's sister. Henny, upon seeing the purple-haired beauty, also showed a puzzled expression and furrowed her brows slightly. Erica, who is this? She asked softly. Taking a deep breath, Erica gave a brief explanation. This is the elder sister of Gwen, the captain of the Royal Knights. Seeing Henny still looking confused, seemingly trying to piece things together, Erica waved her hand dismissively. Never mind. It's too complicated to explain right now. Kefra, overhearing their whispers, narrowed her eyes and curved her lips into a knowing smile. She spoke elegantly. So, Erica, can you tell your sister what you're doing here? And remember, playing with fire is not for children. Her gaze pointedly shifted to Erica's hands, which had just cast a spell. Devin Reiser let out a heavy sigh of relief, sweat trickling down his forehead. Just moments ago, he thought he was about to meet his end. Thanks to the timely intervention of this woman, he was spared. With the immediate threat to his life gone, Devin returned to his previously arrogant demeanor. Hey, you there, he shouted. I don't care who you are. Save me, and I'll give you anything you want. Before he could finish his sentence, several blades embedded themselves in the ground right next to Devin's head. Kefra coldly warned him, without even sparing him a glance. I didn't give you permission to speak. Keep your mouth shut. Devin trembled all over and immediately fell silent, too scared to make another sound. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. Kefra slowly turned her gaze to Henny, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Now, young lady, do you care to explain yourself? Feeling the intense hostility from Kefra, Henny unconsciously took a half step back. Seeing this, Erica quickly positioned herself between the two and explained, "It was Devon Reiser who insulted Henny first. He's done many terrible things. He doesn't deserve to stay at the academy." But before she could finish, Kefra raised her hand to stop her. "That's enough, Erica. There's no need to say more. Frankly, I don't care whether that pig lives or dies." Hearing this, Devon's tension spiked again. Was he still doomed? But at this moment, no one paid any attention to his thoughts. Kefra stared at Erica, her usual smile completely gone. "He should be dealt with by someone else, not you, Erica. Your father's position is not stable, especially after last time. If you make a mistake this time, Viktor won't come to your aid again." Erica felt a wave of panic. She didn't want to cause trouble for her father, nor did she want to rely on Viktor for everything. She hurriedly explained, "We can blame his death on a demon." The moment she spoke, Kefra's expression turned icy, her gaze becoming incredibly sharp. "So, you do know something?" Erica's body instantly went rigid, her hair standing on end. She felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Even in the life-and-death moment at the volcano, she hadn't felt such intense fear. This was the terrifying pressure emanating from Kefra. At this moment, Kefra seemed to shed her usual facade, appearing as a fearsome hunter. Erica was startled. "Does Kefra intend to kill me?" "No, that's not right." The palpable killing intent wasn't directed at her. It was as if it brushed past her, locking onto someone behind her. Erica quickly turned around, her eyes fixated on Henny. "Henny!" she cried out. Almost simultaneously, Henny seemed to lose her sanity, the tendrils around her becoming increasingly agitated, instinctively reacting to the overwhelming killing intent. "So, she is a demon vessel." Kefra's expression gradually turned maniacal. She explained, "I smelled it on Erica yesterday. It's a foul stench that only demons emit. It's unique and hard to distinguish. As an experienced demon hunter, I've killed countless demons and their hosts. I'm soaked in demon blood. Under this tangible killing intent, a demon vessel will lose their sanity." Henny's current state confirms everything. Erica finally understood the real reason for Kefra's presence. "So, when you asked me where I went yesterday, it was because of this demon, right?" She opened her mouth, seeking an answer from Kefra, but Kefra had no time to respond. Her killing intent surged like a tidal wave, utterly insane. Her long purple hair even seemed to emit a faint glow. Kefra licked her lips, a sign of excitement in the presence of prey. However, she didn't forget to warn Erica. "Erica, stay away from her." No further explanation was needed. Anyone could see that Henny was in a dangerous state. Shadows on the ground seemed to be summoned, rapidly gathering to envelop Henny. Soon, a completely black shadow covered her, leaving only the faint outline of her face visible. In an instant, the silver-white daggers on the ground seemed to come to life, linking together into an intricate magic array. Ripple-like energy firmly held Henny at the center. A resolute glint flashed in Kefla's purple eyes. Years of pursuit were finally coming to an end. Henny roared in pain, causing ripples in the magic array. Magical energy gathered around her, driving her to struggle desperately. Nearby, Erica stood in shock, anxiously stomping her feet and seeking help from Professor Viktor not far away. The next moment, Kefla and Henny collided fiercely. Countless barbed tendrils whipped through the air, and Kefla's dual blades danced as she struggled to fend them off. Two tendrils broke through her defense, tearing into her abdomen. Kefla gritted her teeth against the pain, seized a moment of Henny's sluggishness to retreat, and severed the tendrils lodged in her body. She quickly downed a gulp of red potion and hastily bandaged her wound. Erica called out in concern but was powerless to intervene in the fight. Kefla charged again, leaping over the thrashing tendrils. Her movements were like a shooting star, and she appeared behind Henny in an instant, slicing through the black membrane with ease. Henny cried out in pain, her consciousness briefly returning before she collapsed to the ground. Erica screamed, while Kefla landed steadily, calmly analyzing the situation. She had deliberately shown a flaw to lure her opponent into a trap. The wound on her waist had completely healed, showcasing the remarkable regenerative abilities of a demon hunter. Suddenly, the tendrils flailed wildly. Kefla raised her blades defensively, realizing something was wrong. The demon had not only failed to separate from its host, but had grown even more ferocious. Thick, black ink covered Henny's entire body, and a voice from the abyss praised the demon hunter's prowess. Only then did Erica realize Kefla's true identity. A savage glint appeared in Kefla's eyes as her hunting instincts began to take over. Henny stood up like a puppet, the shadow behind her swelling rapidly. A massive, dark figure rose from the ink, its gaping maw greedily devouring the edges of the shadows, expanding to an exaggerated size. Erica stood frozen in disbelief, watching the scene unfold. A grotesque head with two horns emerged, devoid of eyes and nose, but with a massive tongue stretching hundreds of meters. The creature spewed a thick, inky substance into the sky, instantly enveloping the already gloomy heavens in impenetrable darkness. As the dark clouds churned, masses of liquid-like flesh squeezed out, gradually forming a mountainous body. The rapidly expanding figure forced Erica and Kira to retreat dozens of meters, barely escaping the reach of the colossal entity. The two stared in stunned silence at the behemoth before them. Unexpectedly, Kira's reaction was one of exhilaration. She trembled with excitement, like a beast ready to pounce. In contrast, Erica's mind went blank as she gazed at the giant hand blotting out the sky and the frenzied Kira. She realized this was an adversary far beyond their ability to defeat. Suddenly, a vertical maw tore open in the demon's bloated body, revealing countless sharp teeth. The foul stench of mucus and the sight of mangled remains of various creatures' trophies from the demon's past conquests oozed from the gaping mouth. This sight fully ignited Kira's fighting spirit. As a demon hunter, fear was an alien concept to her. Her nature dictated that demon hunters had only two fates, either never encountering a demon or being killed by a powerful one during the hunt. Fearlessly, Kira transformed into a streak of white light, charging at the demon. However, she vastly underestimated the demon's strength. Just as her feet touched the demon's body, a powerful, dark hand seized her neck. As Kira's face contorted in pain, the demon let out a piercing, shrill laugh, a terrifying echo from the abyss that assaulted Kira's ears. "You enjoyed the fight just now, didn't you, little one?" the demon hissed. "Now, it's my turn." The sky over the capital city plunged into darkness, resembling a deep, inverted abyss. The crowd gazed in terror at the horizon, where an inky black substance spread rapidly, consuming the entire sky and extinguishing the last flicker of hope in their hearts. Inside the academy, the wizards tried to cast spells to illuminate their surroundings, but not even a spark emerged from their fingertips. Suddenly, one wizard shouted in panic, "Oh no, magic disruption!" As his words echoed, a powerful wave of negativity swept through, causing the wizards to stagger and collapse one by one. Gwen's unease grew stronger, her instincts warning her that this crisis had likely engulfed the entire capital. At that moment, several students pointed towards the back mountain of the academy, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" A transparent barrier gradually became visible, revealing a scene that would haunt them forever. A colossal demon was expanding wildly, devouring everything in its path. The academy's back mountain began to crumble under the immense pressure, but the rocks didn't fall. Instead, they were swallowed by countless tongues from the demon's body. Even the sky was gnawed away, leaving a gaping void that emitted a chilling hissing sound. "Is that the demon? The one that took Professor Devon?" Fearful voices echoed throughout the academy. The outside world also witnessed this catastrophic chaos. The royal family, realizing the severity of the situation, quickly dispatched a large number of wizards on carriages, racing towards the academy to provide aid. The entire capital descended into chaos, with screams, galloping hooves, and the rumble of collapsing mountains blending into a cacophony. Meanwhile, Kevlar was flung like a broken kite by the demon, crashing through several thick trees before lying still. The demon gazed at the fallen demon hunter and then at its ever-growing body, letting out a sinister laugh. "Thanks to you, little girl. Although it's not quite enough, I shouldn't be too greedy." The little girl, the demon referred to as Henny. It never expected that a seemingly ordinary person would possess such extensive knowledge of magic. Under the demon's influence, Henny used its immense power to set up a magic absorption array at the human academy that even the demon found unimaginable. This complex array, composed of numerous different formations, would take even a fourth-tier wizard a significant amount of time to decipher. Henny used this array to gather enough magic to complete her revenge, but it ended up benefiting the demon. As long as the array remained, the wizards would continue to be its source of magic, enabling it to grow stronger. At that moment, the demon's attitude towards Henny changed. For the first time, it felt an insatiable greed for knowledge and didn't want to devour this exceptional collaborator. The demon's body occasionally emitted faint glows, a sign that it was continuously absorbing the magic of countless wizards from the academy. The magic within it was now far more abundant than what it had given Henny. In a way, Henny had repaid her debt, and the demon no longer needed to consume her. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed, and Kevlar emerged unscathed, gripping silver blades in reverse as she launched a fierce attack on the demon. Although demon hunters lose some rationality when facing demons, this instinctive combat actually worked to their advantage. The demon's massive maw was instantly torn open, black tendrils spewing from between its fangs. Impatiently, the demon swatted Kevlar away, sending her flying hundreds of meters. Yet, Kevlar remained resolute, charging back again and again, her special metal weapons inflicting minor but humiliating wounds on the demon. Though the damage was minimal, The insult was significant. The demon grew increasingly irritated, unable to shake off its seemingly insignificant opponent. Just then, a magical glow appeared. Erica's hands formed a precise purple array, each line and rune meticulously in place. She clasped her hands together, and the space around the demon tore open, releasing nebula-like purple clouds. Dozens of chains burst forth, piercing the demon's body. Second-tier magic, nebula chains. Erica was both astonished and delighted, grateful she had learned this spell from Viktor. She never imagined her first use of it would be against such a formidable enemy. The demon's magic was suddenly obstructed, and its attention immediately shifted to the chains that had severed its power flow. Annoying mages, it cursed inwardly. With a fierce struggle, the entire mountain shook, sending massive rocks tumbling down. In an instant, the chains shattered. However, this brief blockade was enough. Erica seized the opportunity, quickly drawing several small magical arrays, each one enhancing Kevlar with magical boosts. Speed, attack, resistance, endurance, every attribute she could think of was strengthened. Erica's fingers moved rapidly, incantations flowing from her lips. These spells were second nature to her, and Viktor's advice had made her casting even more proficient. With the enhancements stacking on Kevlar, her movements became swifter. She timed her attack perfectly, darting out like lightning just as the demon broke the chains. In a flash, a white streak cut through countless tentacles and fangs, striking the demon's neck with great force. The demon threw back its head and roared, the specially crafted silver blade causing it unimaginable pain. It felt its magic draining away, and it thrashed about wildly. Numerous tentacles detached from its body, crashing to the ground. Professor Devon barely managed to lift his head to witness the horrifying scene, his entire body trembling. He used every ounce of his strength to crawl away, narrowly avoiding the falling tentacles. The demon grew increasingly agitated, its fangs and claws retracting, and its tentacles calming down. Its massive head now bore only a grotesque, gaping maw, which began to devour its own body. Blood and stench spewed forth, instantly corroding much of the surrounding forest. Erica felt a sharp pain in her skin and quickly dropped to the ground to avoid the malevolent fumes in the air. The more the demon consumed itself, the more its head swelled, until it was nothing but a gigantic, wobbling head oozing slime and blood. Suddenly, a torrent of inky blackness spewed from the demon's mouth, transforming into countless towering tentacles upon hitting the ground. With one strike, 100-meter-high wave of ink surged forth, sweeping everything away. Erica was caught in the wave, crashing into the jagged rocks with such force that a sharp stone pierced her arm, sending waves of pain through her body. Kevlar, too, was ensnared in the ink, struggling futilely as she sank deeper. The demon's enormous maw opened wide, tentacles wrapping around Kevlar, ready to swallow her whole. At this critical moment, Kevlar suddenly flashed a cunning smile. With a flick of her finger, the silver blade beneath the ink shot skyward, piercing the demon's head. The demon howled in pain, giving Kevlar the chance to break free. She sprang to her feet, several silver daggers embedding themselves in the demon's head. "Die, demon!" she roared, as the daggers flared with a searing white light, the hum of metal resonating through the air. The daggers exploded in succession like bombs on the demon's head, sending visible shockwaves outward. The demon let out a blood-curdling scream as its head exploded into a dense, impenetrable black fog. The intense energy pulverized the remaining trees, filling the air with dust and debris. Kevlar's body went limp as she fell to the ground, gasping for breath. "We won," she muttered, just as a voice from the abyss echoed, sending a shiver down her spine. "Had enough?" Kevlar looked up to see the black fog coalescing into a massive, filthy head. It opened a single eye, as large as a lantern, brimming with greed and madness. Kevlar stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. The head extended a tongue, 100 meters long, which shot out from the inky ground. With a single sweep, it sent Kevlar and Erica flying 100 meters away. The devastating blow left them feeling as though their bodies were about to fall apart, racked with pain. The demon's tongue slowly approached the two, but suddenly halted. A powerful sense of weakness spread through the demon, leaving it momentarily stunned. "The magic inside me is draining? No, what is this? This isn't right," the demon thought in terror. It tried to draw magic from the academy, but found that no matter how it tried, not a single bit of magic flowed into its body. Instead, its magic continued to drain away. The demon turned to look at the academy, seeing the black barrier above it gradually dissipating, becoming more transparent. Someone has broken the array, the demon realized. But this shouldn't be possible. Even if it were broken, it shouldn't cause such a severe magic backlash. The demon's brain, starved of ideas, could no longer think. It lowered its head, its gaze sweeping over Erica and Kevlar. Unable to savor the fear of these two humans, the demon's rage boiled over. It lashed out with its tongue, and with immense force, sent them flying into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Having dealt with these troublesome bugs, the demon dragged its massive body, inching slowly towards the academy. Its ambition was clear: to claim the entire academy, summon the gate of demons, and let its offspring occupy the place to establish its own empire. Suddenly, the demon sensed a life force below. It was Professor Devon, trying to curl up and shivering in fear. The demon let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. So you're not dead yet, foolish human. Are you the enemy of that little girl? Though it didn't fully understand Henny's intentions, the demon decided to spare Devon's life for now, as a token of gratitude for the endless knowledge Henny had provided. Its tongue wrapped around the trembling Devon and flung him towards the academy like a missile. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, the mages showed signs of relief. Under Vega's guidance, Viktor inserted the final magical rune. The formation began to dissipate, and countless mages felt the flow of magic returning, excitement bubbling within them. Viktor was moved, thinking, Henny truly is kind. He noticed the reversal formation Henny had left behind once someone broke the array. The drained magic would return to the caster at the same speed. This was Henny's final gambit for the mages, her last trump card. Just as everyone was basking in the joy of regained magic, a dark shadow suddenly gathered from all directions. The academy's stone slabs shattered, buildings swayed precariously. The mage tower collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the tall teaching buildings crumbled like fragile dirt. In a matter of seconds, the once glorious academy lay in ruins. People looked up to see a giant figure standing before them. A demon! A demon! Endless terror enveloped everyone. The demon extended its long tongue, tossing Professor Devon to the ground like a dead dog. Greedily, it drooled, as if intending to devour everything in the academy. At that moment, a colossal blue magical array rose from the ground, enveloping everyone within. Viktor's calm voice resonated. Third-tier magic, domain of mana, significantly restores magic within the area, greatly increases magical damage. He paused. Now let's fight. The moment the barrier dissipated, everyone present saw the hideous demon. Screams of terror pierced the air, mingling with cries of despair and frantic sobbing. A wave of negative emotions instantly swept through the entire academy. A few fearless reporters continued to frantically record everything with their magic stones, their eyes gleaming with the desire for an exclusive scoop. Duke Levi received a message from the mage beside him and signaled with a slight wave of his hand. A mage stepped forward respectfully and handed him a magic stone. The transparent stone flickered erratically, its energy nearly bursting forth. Levi took the magic stone, a knowing smile playing on his lips, and gently placed it on the table. He turned to Lady Cassandra, his tone calm yet slightly mocking. Lady, there's no need for further words. See for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic stone emitted a faint glow, and an image slowly materialized. The most striking feature in the image was the colossal demon that blotted out the sky. At its feet was Professor Devon, who was bound and helpless. Despite being so close to the demon, Devon was still alive, raising suspicion about their relationship. Devon's posture suggested he was seeking the demon's last bit of protection. Surrounding the demon were knights and mages in full armor, and among them, a cloaked figure stood out. Viktor Cravenna. Lady Cassandra opened her mouth to speak, but Duke Levi cut her off. Lady Cassandra, this is a live broadcast. If you're interested, you can enter the city now and find any news agency. This scene has probably spread throughout the capital by now. Lady Cassandra bit her lip, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. What do you mean? Are you allowing me to enter the city now? Naturally. Levi stood up and bowed gracefully to her. The capital is in trouble. As a duke, it is my duty to assist. With that, he nodded, ready to leave. But Lady Cassandra stopped him. Her eyes showed a mix of emotions, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked, is there really no way to save Devon? Duke Levi maintained a smile outwardly but sighed inwardly. Cassandra's hesitation indicated she was already weighing whether Devon was worth the effort. After all, Devon Lesser was not an important figure in the family. He was more like a useless parasite. Levi decided to lay out the pros and cons for Cassandra. Lady Cassandra, please think carefully. Your son conspiring with a demon is no small matter. I fear that even the close relationship between His Majesty and the Lesser family won't be able to erase the crime of colluding with a demon. With that, he turned and waved goodbye. The mage beside him waved a magic orb, and a burst of blue starlight enveloped Duke Levi and his entourage. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. The knights sheathed their weapons, donned their helmets, mounted their horses, and rode away to the sound of clattering hooves. Lady Cassandra collapsed onto the sofa, clutching her forehead, tears streaming down her face as she seemed to be making a difficult decision. Meanwhile, the demon slowly opened the single eye on its forehead, its only means of observing its surroundings. A massive, glowing blue magic circle rose beneath it, emitting an aura that made it uncomfortable. Suddenly, a bolt of yellow lightning struck the demon, but it had little effect. This failed attempt infuriated the demon. It lashed out with its tongue and swallowed the casting mage whole. The sound of bones and flesh being crushed lasted for a long time, ending with a chilling gulp. The brutal scene shocked everyone present. The mages screamed in terror, and even the self-proclaimed righteous knights could barely hold their weapons and shields. Horrified cries echoed through the crowd. What on earth is this thing? No one could answer. Although they knew it was a demon, facing a real demon left them unable to acknowledge it. This creature seemed more like the apocalyptic devil from legend, far beyond their imagination. A third-tier mage mustered his courage and stepped forward, shouting, "Everyone, do not panic. Stand on the magic circle. Our powers are recovering. With so many of us here, we can surely defeat this evil demon." However, his words elicited no response. The mages remained silent, their momentum and actions unchanged from before. The demon looked at the mages and let out a deafening laugh. "Weak humans, do you think you can defeat me?" At that moment, a figure shot into the sky like a streak of light, capturing everyone's attention. In stark contrast to the demon, she appeared incredibly small, yet her presence instilled a flicker of courage in many hearts. "It's Knight Commander Gwen." Someone in the crowd recognized her, and a wave of exclamations followed. The silver sword in Gwen's hand suddenly burst into dazzling white light, as brilliant as a blade that could cleave mountains. With a swift strike, she carved a long, white gash across the demon's body. The demon trembled in pain, its eyes locking onto Gwen as it sneered, Well, you're quite impressive. I just dealt with someone very similar to you. It seems you're just as annoying as she was." Gwen's face paled, instinctively realizing that the demon was referring to Kafura. A surge of anger consumed her rationale. As the demon's massive hand came down, Gwen stood her ground, her sword transforming into a holy blade of white light, several meters long, and slashed at the demon. Boom! The demon effortlessly swatted Gwen into the ground like a fly. Gwen lay unconscious, and the knights around her cried out in concern. Viktor frowned, while the demon's mocking laughter echoed again. "It seems you are much weaker than she was." However, Gwen's actions had bought precious time for the mages. Numerous magic circles rose into the air, glowing in a myriad of colors. At a command, elemental magic arrows shot towards the demon like fireworks. The demon easily blocked them with its tentacles, remaining unharmed. As the mages began to lose hope, Duke Levi arrived with his battalion of sorcerers. They surrounded the demon, their crystal balls emanating powerful magic. Wave after wave of elemental bombardments struck the demon, forcing it to struggle. Reinforcements continued to pour in, and the number of magic circles increased, making the attacks even more ferocious. For a moment, victory seemed within reach. But the demon's patience finally wore thin. With a thunderous heartbeat, it opened its massive maw and unleashed a terrifying suction force. Nearby knights and mages were pulled into its mouth, their screams of agony filling the air. Blood and flesh fell from the demon's mouth, resembling a gruesome meat grinder. Fear once again engulfed the crowd. Desperate cries echoed. "It's over. Our attacks are useless. Where's the dean? Who can save us?" Suddenly, a few third-tier mages noticed that Professor Viktor was missing. Just as despair was about to take hold, a shout came from the sky. "What is that? Is it Professor Viktor?" Everyone looked up to see Viktor appearing in midair, his coat billowing, glowing with an intense red light. Flames ignited half the sky, draping over Viktor's shoulders. The temperature of the entire city soared, becoming nearly unbearable. The crowd watched in astonishment as a massive, glowing red meteor descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the demon's gaping maw. The rapidly descending meteor burned away the air, and even the towering academy spires were reduced to sand by the intense heat wave. Flames spread across the surface of the enormous rock due to the violent friction, engulfing the entire meteor and making it resemble a blazing sun falling from the sky. The fourth-tier spell, Falling Sun, tore a massive hole in the sky, pouring down blinding light. Viktor hovered high above, looking down upon the demons below with the majesty of a deity. This scene vividly showcased the cataclysmic power of a fourth-tier mage, illustrating why they are known as holy mages and calamity mages. On the ground, Duke Levi gazed up at the falling sun, his eyes reflecting the fiery descent. His shock turned to resolve in an instant as he shouted, "Everyone, form the defensive line." At his command, the battlemage corps and knights swiftly formed a solid wall of defense. The mages and wizards chanted incantations, summoning a golden barrier that surrounded the students and spellcasters. The knights crossed their swords and shields, their silver blades glowing white as they conjured several white magical shields to stand at the forefront. The meteor crashed with earth-shattering force, igniting the surrounding debris in an instant. The powerful shockwave obliterated everything in its path. The combined barrier wavered under the impact, and everyone felt the searing heat surge from their feet to their heads. The sky darkened, and a deathly silence fell. Senses seemed stripped away by the Reaper, leaving only the blinding light to remind everyone they were still alive. The meteor struck the demons with ferocious intensity, causing their skin to burst and sizzle in the extreme heat, as if submerged in molten lava. The demons cried out in agony, "Aya!" This powerful magic spared no one. The buildings near the academy turned to ash in the heat wave. Everyone cursed in their hearts, "Damn it! Fourth-tier magic is terrifying. Viktor, you must be the real demon." Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts, fearing the heat might scorch their bodies if they opened their mouths. As the brilliant light faded, the protective barrier gradually disintegrated. Amidst the swirling dust, people anxiously asked, "Is it over? Is the demon vanquished?" Their faces showed joy, a sense of relief washing over them. However, when the smoke cleared, a massive shadow stood defiantly before them. The demon sneered, "You are all just worms. What is that?" People stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a powerful spell had failed to destroy the demon. Despair spread through the crowd, and some even broke down in tears. Though demons were not new to them, such a terrifying presence was beyond belief. Duke Levi's expression grew grave as he pondered that perhaps only war magic could combat this demon. Despite Viktor's fourth-tier magic being astonishingly powerful, it seemed less fearsome compared to war magic. At that moment, a figure caught Duke Levi's eye. Was Viktor. He stood alone among the ruins, facing the colossal demon. His dark cloak fluttered in the dust, occasionally revealing red patterns. A dangerous glint flashed in Viktor's eyes as he muttered, "So, you're still alive." In his vision, a red health bar hovered above the demon's head, displaying its level LV45. Although not high in level, as a boss unit, it was immensely powerful. The demon's health had dropped below half and continued to fall slowly, indicating it was far from unscathed, though not yet mortally wounded. Viktor stared at the massive creature, contemplating his next move. Yem had managed to survive up to this point by absorbing magical energy from countless mages at the academy. However, its power was far from its peak. As a mid-game boss in the first part of the storyline, Yem's defeat at the hands of players was more about advancing the plot. Even among demons, there are different ranks. The lowest are those without intelligence or emotions, while Yem bore the prestigious title of Primeval Demon, one of the most formidable beings representing greed. Yem's power far surpassed that of the players at the time. So when players teamed up to attack the imperial capital occupied by Yem, numerous NPCs came to assist. One of those NPCs was Gwen, who appeared a year and a half later. Viktor glanced back at the injured and unconscious Gwen, whom he had protected with a spell. In that battle, Gwen demonstrated incredible strength, slaying Yem and revealing her deep-seated hatred for demons. She wished to eradicate all demons, driven by a simple reason. Her elder sister, Kefra, had been killed by a greed demon. It was likely that the demon Kefra had been searching for in the capital was Yem. The outcome was inevitable. At this moment, the demon spewed ink from its mouth, enveloping the entire academy instantly. Countless tentacles emerged from the ink, writhing wildly. Unlike before, these tentacles now had indistinguishable organs, emitting sounds that stirred greed in people's hearts. Many mages trembled at the sight, collapsing to the ground and pleading for mercy. Viktor, drawn by the scene, faced Yem unwaveringly. Despite the demonic sounds invading his ears, his mind remained calm. He softly called, "Vega." Vega grew excited, as if it had sprouted hands to rub together, its feathers bristling and eyes glowing blue. A surge of magical energy poured into Viktor, giving him an unprecedented sense of power. This force was even more ferocious than before, suggesting Vega had regained some of its strength. Countless red crystals flew from Viktor's body crystals when had previously collected from defeated beasts. The crystals embedded into the ground, creating a complex red formation in the sky. The crystals began to crack, floating and reflecting intense red light. Red chains burst from the corners, intertwining to form a crystal structure that gradually encased the demon. These magical artifacts not only enhanced Viktor's magic, but also imbued it with various effects. His hands wrapped in runes, Viktor channeled magic through the runes into the crystal chains. He began to chant, "May the demons be bound. Ancient prison, disrupt the mind." With each phrase, the chains glowed blood-red, and countless souls drifted in the sky, their emotions of despair, resentment, and rage erupting. With every line Viktor chanted, his magical energy diminished rapidly. The mages present watched in horror as the blood-red souls danced in the sky, suddenly realizing their feelings of greed had vanished. Red threads connected them to the chains, and they understood that Viktor was making them part of the formation, cursing him silently. The demon grew increasingly frenzied, eventually devouring its own head and exploding into black droplets that corroded everything around them. Rubble disintegrated, the air turned putrid, and the sky flickered with strange alternations of light and dark. Viktor chanted, "Seal the evil, layer upon layer." With a wave of his hands, the chains clattered, their links striking each other with a crisp sound. The demonic sounds were suppressed and locked within the chains. A burst of powerful magical energy erupted, and white energy engulfed everything like a nuclear explosion, enveloping the entire academy. The demon's eyes widened in the blinding white light, shouting in disbelief, "You can't kill me, Viktor. I'll remember you." It knew that its essence resided within its host, and even if its true form was revealed, any fatal damage would only transfer to the host. However, at that very moment, amidst the pale expanse, an invisible bridge suddenly connected Viktor and the demon. In this strange space, they could only see each other, as if time outside had frozen. Viktor successfully entered the demon's mental world, standing face-to-face with it. His voice was calm and steady. "You know, Yem, I have a knack for dealing with demons." The demon was momentarily stunned. Countless invisible chains instantly bound its spirit. It realized that when someone uttered a demon's true name, the control of the deal shifted from the demon to the one who spoke the name. Yem had no choice but to agree to Viktor's terms. Viktor continued, "Well, it's time for you to stop causing trouble. Time to get back to work, Henny." As soon as he finished speaking, Yem felt its power rapidly draining away. Fear swept over it, and it began to scream hysterically, "No, don't, little girl, don't leave me. I can help you avenge. I can give you more power. I can do more. No, don't." But its pleas were in vain. Yem's massive body began to peel away layer by layer, like shedding flesh, gradually revealing Henny within. Her eyes glowed with a faint yellow light, as if tears were flowing within them. She collapsed out of Yem's body, as if falling from a great height, completely drained of strength. In the next moment, she fell into a strong embrace. Even in her brief moment of consciousness, Henny tried to hold onto the person tightly. Suddenly, a blinding white light burst forth, tearing through the entire space. The violent force consumed Yem and everything around it. All sounds vanished, and silence enveloped the surroundings. In this silence, only one voice clearly reached Viktor's ears. "Professor, I missed you." White light shot up to the sky, exuding a majestic aura, rippling like waves and illuminating the heavens. Under this ferocious power, the academy was completely obliterated, with even the last quartz slab reduced to dust. People within the capital, sensing something amiss, raised their heads toward the distant academy, only to see an astonishing pillar of light piercing the clouds like a divine beam. The scene, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, left the on-site mages utterly stunned. Despite Viktor's prior attempt to seal the academy with crystals, the leaked energy still obliterated the entire institution in an instant. Fortunately, the range was contained. Otherwise, not only would everyone in the academy have perished, but the breach might have endangered a significant portion of the capital. As the light dissipated, a terrifying crater, dozens of meters deep and vast in extent, appeared on the ground. Surrounding buildings were unrecognizable, and in an instant, the academy vanished from the capital. The demon was nowhere to be seen. Many mages, dragging their weakened bodies, trembled as they stared at the scene before them, muttering in disbelief, "Where's the school? The school is gone?" The exhaustion they felt was a stark reminder that everything they witnessed was real. In the final moments, Viktor had drained the magic from all the surrounding mages to unleash a spell powerful enough to threaten the Capitala humanoid war magic. Viktor earned yet another title for his prowess. At the center of the crater, Viktor cradled the unconscious Henny. She wore a hood, concealing her appearance. All eyes were on Viktor, astonished that he was holding a woman. However, no one noticed an ugly toad struggling to crawl out of the pit. Covered in ink, it hopped onto a charred body Devon riser. Miraculously, Devon had survived the terrifying spell. Yemu had swallowed Devon at the last moment, taking the brunt of the damage. The toad climbed onto Devon's body, transforming into a stream of black ink that wrapped around him. Devon Riser stood up like a corpse, his bones creaking as he returned to his original state. His eyes glowed red, glaring at the students, with foul liquid dripping from his mouth. He let out a beast-like growl, tilting his head in a completely deranged manner. The students gasped, recognizing him. "Isn't that Professor Devon? He didn't die." But soon, they noticed something was off. Professor Devon looked strange. With closer observation, they realized Devon was not himself. Devon Riser is indeed problematic. He's possessed by a demon. With the title of Professor stripped away, Devon naturally became the villain possessed by the demon. The truth behind all the schemes seemed clear. Devon Riser was the filthy demon. The mages slowly raised their arms, ready to unleash all their remaining magic on Devon Riser. Unexpectedly, Devon merely turned his head viciously and spat out a threat to Viktor. "I will remember all of you." Before anyone could react, black ink ripples appeared at his feet, swallowing him into the darkness as he escaped. The mages shivered at Devon's words. The thought of being remembered by the demon felt like a spear piercing their hearts. They all turned to Viktor, seemingly the only one capable of eradicating the threat. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to command Viktor. Duke Levi stepped over the rubble and approached Viktor, glancing at the unconscious Henny in his arms. Viktor explained, "This is my assistant." Devon Riser stole her knowledge to create the previous barrier formation. Surprise flickered in Duke Levi's eyes. Though he hadn't been on the scene, he had heard tales. Half of the third-year mages in the capital had come to aid, but none could comprehend the intricacies of the formation, let alone break it. In the end, it was Viktor who led a few mages to dismantle it from within. "Your assistant is quite the prodigy," Duke Levi praised. Viktor turned his head away, ignoring the compliments. After this battle, Duke Levi's hostility toward Viktor had noticeably diminished. No matter what, Viktor stepped in once again to protect the capital. Unlike the first volcanic eruption when he remained unnoticed, this time the mages of the capital witnessed his heroic deeds firsthand. They were deeply impressed by Viktor, and no one questioned his prowess as a Tier 4 mage anymore. Such strength at such a young age was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Duke Levi watched Viktor's departing figure and sighed. If it weren't for Erica, he might have built a better relationship with Viktor. But the Duke quickly shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. His daughter was his bottom line, and that would never change. After this incident, Devon Riser's crimes will be directly acknowledged. Even though he is the Emperor's nephew, Duke Levi said to Viktor, implying that he need not worry about committing a crime by harming a royal relative. Even if the entire academy was destroyed, Viktor was undeniably a hero. If that demon hadn't been stopped, the loss would have been far greater than just an academy. But the Emperor won't touch the Riser family, Viktor replied calmly, not surprised at all. The Riser family was the royal family's financial powerhouse, and the Emperor's own sister was the matriarch of the Riser family. As long as they were willing to abandon Devon Riser, the family wouldn't suffer much, at most being labeled as negligent. Viktor knew well that Duke Levi was reminding him that he had already made enemies with the Riser family. "Your Grace, I've made plenty of enemies already. One more doesn't make a difference," Viktor said, hugging Henny as he turned to leave. Duke Levi reached out to stop him. "Wait, Viktor. The demon isn't dead. It escaped? Could it be?" His voice trailed off, filled with concern. Viktor reassured him it won't die. "It's part of this world." Duke Levi was taken aback, as if he had thought of something but didn't say it out loud. "Doesn't it remind you of a calamity?" "Calamities are part of the world's elements, so they never truly die," Viktor explained straightforwardly. Duke Levi's face darkened. "Calamity? I don't understand what you're talking about." Viktor's satisfaction was evident, as if he had confirmed something. He looked at Duke Levi with a meaningful smile. "I can only tell you that the demon you saw is unlike any ordinary demon. It is the embodiment of greed. As long as there are intelligent beings with desires, that thing will never die. Even if you destroy one, another will soon take its place." Duke Levi felt a chill run down his spine. "You should be thankful it's not dead but severely weakened," Viktor added, before teleporting away with Henny from the abyss. Duke Levi stood there, somewhat dazed, watching Viktor's disappearing figure. Suddenly, he murmured to himself, "Where did the crow on Viktor's shoulder go?" Outside the forest, Devon Riser was running non-stop. He had fled the capital and was getting further away. He had to keep running because he didn't want to disappear. Greed indeed wouldn't vanish, but after Yim's death, a new Yim would replace him. Consequently, memories, power, everything would no longer belong to him. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Yim, possessing Devon Riser's body, roared. "Who is that mage? How does he know my name? How could he possibly know?" If it weren't for survival, Yim would never have possessed such a waste. Now, he even felt fortunate that he hadn't consumed this fat pig. This fat pig had enough greed to sustain Yim, just enough to move. Suddenly, Devon Riser froze in his tracks. A strong sense of dread climbed from his feet to his head, rendering him immobile. The forest was silent except for the rustling leaves. A black feather fell in front of him, and Devon Riser looked up sharply. A small black crow appeared before him. It had only one eye, located on its forehead. Devon Riser was stunned and, for some reason, started trembling in fear. He was the demon. He was the source of terror. Why was he afraid of a crow? A tiny crow. "Hello there. Where are you headed?" The crow's voice echoed in his ears, causing Devon Riser to shiver violently. Who are you?" "Me." The crow suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Its sharp cawing echoed through the dense forest, as if the darkness was about to engulf Devon entirely. Devon Riser blinked. In that brief moment, the crow's claws grew enormous and razor-sharp, its feathers glossier and harder. Wisps of black smoke began to emanate from its body. To the demon, the crow's form seemed like a massive shadow covering the sky, looking down at him menacingly. Its voice was no longer sharp but deep and resonant. The sound reverberated like an abyss, causing the trees to shed their leaves and the birds to scatter. Only its arrogant voice remained, echoing through the forest. I am God. Devon was being toyed with mercilessly in the air by Vega, much like the most pitiful clown in a circus. Constantly, it schemed for a way to escape, unable to bear such humiliation. Vega seemed to enjoy the game, always giving Devon a glimmer of hope, only to heartlessly yank it back to square one after letting it run a short distance. In the sky, a massive black eagle circled above, its single eye, glowing with a blue light, fixated on Devon, scrutinizing it like prey. After a while, the eagle seemed to grow tired of the game and perched on a large tree. Finally, the demon could no longer endure the disgrace. Using Devon's body, it dropped heavily to its knees before Vega, its voice trembling as it pleaded, "Great deity, please let me go. Keeping me here for your amusement is pointless and a waste of your precious time." Vega let out a sharp laugh that then turned cold and low. "Why should I let you go? What value do you have to make me do so? No, you have none. Your only worth is to entertain me." With that, Vega grabbed one of Devon's legs and hurled it high into the sky. Devon fell freely through the air, and just as it was about to crash hard onto the ground, Vega swooped down, catching it with its sharp beak, and tossed it back into the air. This relentless bungee game continued until Vega grew bored. Eventually, it gently placed Devon on the ground, stretched its neck, and quietly said, "Boring, you can go." "Really?" The demon was incredulous, its spirit tormented to the brink. Hearing Vega say it could leave, it didn't hesitate and immediately took off running. However, Vega had no intention of letting its prey escape easily. It allowed Devon to run about 100 meters before swiftly catching up with a flap of its wings, using its sharp, giant talons to tear at Devon's rear. "Run faster, faster," Vega urged relentlessly from behind. Devon, despite being on the verge of collapse, dared not stop under the eagle's threat. After running an unknown distance, Devon suddenly noticed the surroundings becoming familiar. The tree it had just passed by appeared again. It dawned on it. This creature never intended to let me go. This is a loop, an illusion. Unless the caster releases it, I can never escape. Devon couldn't fathom how such a malevolent being could exist. A god? It had never heard of any god as vexing as this wretched crow. Vega seemed to read its thoughts, and with a flap of its wings, a strong gust of wind knocked Devon to the ground. Terrified, Devon remained silent as Vega looked at its curled-up form, laughing heartily. "What are you dissatisfied with? The strong are meant to humiliate the weak. Not satisfied? Then go defeat my messenger." Devon was stunned, and the image of Viktor flashed through its mind. It suddenly realized that human mage was actually a messenger of the gods. Devon fell to its knees with a thud and begged loudly, "Great deity, I deeply understand my offense. Please spare me. I will never appear before you again." Although it didn't know what kind of god Vega was, fear drove it to keep pleading. Only this could explain everything. Why that terrifying man was so powerful it defied human understanding. Why beg for mercy? "You won't die," Vega said, as a black mist emanated from its body, enveloping the giant eagle. Soon, the mist dissipated, and the once enormous eagle transformed into a small, cunning crow. Fluttering its wings, it stood before the prostrate demon, its tone laced with temptation. "See, I have greed. You have greed. All beings with wisdom have greed. So, Yim, you won't die. Why fear me?" Yim trembled all over, and a black toad crawled out from Devon's body. With Yim's appearance, Devon immediately fell unconscious, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. Yim shivered even more violently. It truly knows everything. It even knows I am Yim, the primordial demon born of greed. "Lift your head and look at me." Trembling, Yim raised its head, and suddenly, Vega's eyes glowed with a blue light. A piercing pain shot through its brain as Yim felt its soul being locked. Terrified, it asked, "What have you done?" Vega opened its beak, patting Yim with its small wings to soothe it. "Don't be alarmed. I just used your demon's trade mechanism to put a lock on you. From now on, your consciousness will be eternal. Even if you perish, your memories and your power will not fade." Yim lifted its head, staring at Vega in disbelief. Its eyes were filled with confusion and fear as it asked, voice trembling, "Why? Why are you helping me?" This question plunged Yim into deeper panic. It realized that a being capable of such feats could easily strip everything away from it. The essence of a demonic pact surfaced in Yim's mind. Both sides must pay a price. Vega's voice hissed in Yim's ear like a cold, venomous snake. From now on, until your life completely fades and your memories vanish, your soul will serve me. Although Vega was just an ordinary crow incapable of smiling, in Yim's eyes, it seemed to be laughing maniacally, the sound eerie and sinister. Yim wanted to struggle, to break free from this mad entity, but every movement made it feel as if chains bound its entire body, and its heart was pierced with steel spikes. Seeing Yim's unease, Vega continued, "Now, return. Go back to the capital, to the place where Devon Lesser must face judgment." Uncontrollably, Yim stood up. Its ink seeped into Devon's 7 apertures, reasserting control over the soulless body. Devon's form moved mechanically, walking away until it disappeared into the distance. Vega pecked at its feathers lightly. Suddenly, a teleportation circle appeared out of thin air in front of it. Vega flapped its wings and perched on the shoulder of the newcomer. Viktor didn't look at the crow, asking indifferently, "Can you really retain the memories of a demon after its death?" His gaze lingered on the path where Devon had departed, a black trail left behind. With a wave of his hand, the black mark faded, and the surrounding weeds stood upright, concealing the path. Vega glanced at him in surprise, shaking its feathers with a mocking tone. "I always thought you were smart, but you turned out to be as gullible as a demon." Viktor, having received his answer, remained silent. Vega added, "To achieve that level, you'd need to restore at least 30% of my power. That was a primordial demon, with countless avatars waiting to take its place once it dissipates." Viktor looked up at the jagged clouds in the sky, continuing, "And how much have you recovered now?" "Less than 1%, Vega boasted, puffing out its chest as if to flaunt its former strength. Ignoring Vega's attitude, Viktor turned and headed into the dense forest. "Tell me Erica's location." "Oh, I thought the aloof Viktor wouldn't care about my poor little follower," Vega mocked. Unfazed, Viktor parted the weeds, responding calmly, "She is, after all, my student." "Wrong. I taught her all her magic." Vega protested. "Whatever you say," Viktor replied, unwilling to argue further. The spring breeze rustled through the woods, billowing Viktor's coat. The crow on his shoulder lifted its head proudly, as if proclaiming a hard-won victory. Meanwhile, several knights in gleaming armor were scanning the area outside the city gate, seemingly searching for something. Soon, they noticed a figure approaching slowly. It was the unconscious Devon Lesser. "That's Devon Lesser. Quickly, inform the second prince," one knight shouted. "No need, I'm already here," the second prince said, emerging from the gate with a smile. He glanced at Devon, signaling the knights beside him. A knight drew his sword, aiming it at Devon. Electric sparks quickly enveloped the blade and surged forth, striking Devon's body. Devon's body jolted violently, and he awoke instantly, finding himself surrounded by knights. Confused and bewildered, he saw the second prince stepping forward and immediately called out, "Your Highness." "Second prince, where am I?" The second prince looked at his overweight, filthy cousin with a silent sigh but maintained a composed expression. He leaned down, enduring the stench, to help Devon up. "Don't panic, cousin Devon. I'm here to help you. The whole city believes you are in league with a demon. I know you're innocent. Tell me everything that happened." Devon Lesser's eyes filled with tears as he found someone to confide in. He recounted everything to the second prince, including the fact that Viktor's assistant, Henny, had been possessed by a demon. After hearing Devon's story, the second prince narrowed his eyes and smiled. "So that's what happened, cousin. By the way, did you know that the demon is still inside you?" Devon was startled, frantically searching his body but finding nothing amiss. He had no memory of what had happened after he fainted, and woke up to see the second prince. Devon was in a state of panic, imploring the second prince urgently, "Your Highness, please, drive the demon out of me quickly. I'm a professor at the Royal Academy. I cannot bear the accusation of colluding with a demon." The second prince nodded slightly and agreed. "All right, cousin. I will exorcise the demon for you now. But it might be painful. You must endure it." Devon Laser nodded vigorously, gritting his teeth. "I've suffered enough these past few days. I'm not afraid of pain. Do it quickly." Before he could finish his words, Devon suddenly fell silent. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the second prince before him. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. As he looked down at his chest, a long sword had pierced through his heart. Why? Devon murmured. He had escaped Viktor's clutches, survived Henny's grasp, and even the demon couldn't take his life. Yet, Devon Laser never imagined that his life would ultimately be taken by a blood relative. Devon's pupils gradually lost their light, turning gray. The second prince swiftly withdrew the silver sword, flicking the blood off the blade, and coldly watched as Devon collapsed to the ground. The demon is now exorcised, the second prince said indifferently. A black toad crawled out from Devon Laser's corpse, looking extremely weak. The knights present were on high alert, ready to strike at the second prince's command. However, the second prince bent down and picked up the disgusting toad, gently placing it in his palm. The knights exchanged bewildered glances, and one couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, that is a demon. You shouldn't. Before he could finish, countless black spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, instantly impaling all the knights except for the one who had spoken. The surviving knights' eyes were filled with disbelief as they felt their lives quickly slipping away. The second prince's voice echoed, David, you've been with me for a long time. I've told you before, some things are better left unsaid. The surviving knight, David, trembled all over and quickly bowed his head, sweat dripping onto the dusty ground. I'm sorry, my lord, he stammered. The second prince smiled in satisfaction, raising the black toad in his palm and scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice emerged, clearly not the second prince's. Greed. You don't look well. Need a hand? The weak toad opened its single eye, a glint of light flashing within. It looked up and down at the second prince, as if savoring the overwhelming ambition and evil desire emanating from him. Delicious, the toad whispered, its voice full of anticipation. Viktor found Erica deep in the forest. She was lying unconscious among the weeds, her body enveloped by a thin, magical barrier. Although her pulse and breathing were faint, the barrier had evidently protected her from fatal harm during the battle. Nevertheless, Erica's condition remained critical. This is too dangerous, Viktor whispered, a hint of worry in his eyes. He recalled the volcanic incident and the recent demon invasion. Erica always acted recklessly, never considering the consequences. If he hadn't dismantled the magic array in advance, Erica could have ended up as a meal for the demon yem. Viktor shook his head, questioning the Duke's methods of raising her. Erica seemed eager to prove herself, craving recognition from others, especially her father. His gaze shifted to another figure lying not far away, a woman with purple hair. Her injuries appeared even more severe than Erica's, with wounds covering her body and torn muscles beneath the skin. Yet, a faint magical glow surrounded her, barely sustaining her life through various enhancement effects. Viktor stared at the unfamiliar woman. Her torn clothing revealed ghastly wounds. Though the bleeding had stopped, the sight was still chilling. He thought to himself, had it not been for Erica's intervention, this woman might have already perished at the hands of the demon. She's a demon hunter, Vega explained from beside him. Viktor nodded in understanding. As a former gamer, he was well acquainted with the demon hunter profession. They harbored an obsessive hatred for demons, pursuing them to the ends of the earth to annihilate them. In the game, this obsession translated into a 50 damage bonus against demon units, and even a 10 bonus against mages. Good thing we arrived early, Viktor said, bending down to check on Kevlar's condition. Vega nodded in agreement but then remarked, indeed, if we'd come any later, her injuries would have almost healed themselves. Viktor remained unfazed, retrieving a crimson potion from his space. He carefully poured the potion into Kevlar's mouth, ensuring she swallowed it, then administered another bottle to the unconscious Erica. You sure know how to make people owe you, Vega teased. Viktor dusted off his hands and responded calmly, I'm not a traditional cleric. I can't fully heal them. This left Vega speechless. It asked, puzzled, I can't understand how you do it. The state therein clearly defies the usual signs of death, showcasing the potion's miraculous effects. Viktor chuckled inwardly. If Vega could see things from his perspective, it would notice the health bars above the two women significantly increasing. For a player, as long as there was one drop of health left, it wasn't considered a critical state. And Viktor, as an NPC who could use player items, even on other NPCs, indeed had a unique ability. Let's wait quietly for a while, Viktor said, staying by the side of the injured women, waiting for the potions to take effect. Viktor leaned back, and a chair materialized from the ground to support his body. Casually, he conjured a magic book from his palm and began to study. About 10 minutes later, Kira was the first to open her eyes. A wave of intense weakness washed over her, leaving her immobile. Every injury on her body underscored her precarious state. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, Kira even felt a suicidal urge. She hadn't expected to survive the battle with the demon. You should thank Duke Levi. He raised a remarkable daughter. Viktor's voice interrupted her thoughts. The sound of flipping pages ceased as he closed his book and fixed his deep black eyes on Kira. Hearing the voice, Kira stiffened and struggled to prop herself up. The man before her sat elegantly in his black coat, accompanied by a one-eyed raven, exuding an air of mystery. Her vision was still blurry, and she didn't immediately recognize him, but she was puzzled. Where did the chair come from in this desolate place? Before she could ponder further, Viktor's words caught her attention again. Kira, enduring the pain, quickly turned her head to the other side. There lay Erica du Croix, who, despite making Kira lose her composure during the fight with the demon, had not faded from her memory. Furthermore, the lingering beneficial effects on her body reminded her of everything that had transpired in the battle. In the previous fight, the demon's deadly technique that stained the ground like ink was undoubtedly lethal. Kira, with her experience, knew this all too well. It meant that Erica had used magic to save both their lives while still conscious. Kira felt a desolate emptiness. Without Erica, she would likely have perished at the demon's hands. She hadn't realized how powerful the demon was or how weak she had become. She sustained a piercing injury to her shoulder and still managed to save both of you. Remarkable. Viktor's words struck Kira again, filling her with guilt. That demon, you're no match for it. Honestly, in a heathen fight, only the Emperor himself might stand a chance against it. Kira looked up, her brow furrowed. She couldn't comprehend how, as a demon hunter, she knew nothing about such a powerful demon. It seemed like an entity that shouldn't exist in this world. Confidently, she had tracked it down, but it had never once regarded her as a threat. Her arrogance had almost cost her her life. However, we've taken care of the aftermath, Viktor said, rising as the chair beneath him dissipated. He walked over to Kira, his coat billowing as he dropped 2 crimson potions in front of her. Remember to think before acting recklessly. Even a demon hunter, driven purely by instinct, won't necessarily achieve better results. And don't forget to drink the potion, Miss Kira. Viktor turned and left with a swish of his coat. Kira stared blankly at the man before her. As her vision cleared, she suddenly recognized him. Viktor, is that you? Without turning back, Viktor left her with a parting remark. Don't forget to take Erica back with you. I don't want the Duke misunderstanding me again. A gust of black wind blew through, scattering leaves and obscuring Kira's vision. When the wind died down, Viktor was gone, leaving behind a single black raven feather as proof of his presence. The feather floated to Kira, and she caught it with a complex mix of emotions. Written on the feather was a clear message. For bottles of healing potion, 8,000 geo, remember to pay. She mustered her strength and picked up one of the red potions. The liquid was as vivid as blood, unlike any healing potion she had ever seen. After a moment's hesitation, she uncapped it and drank. A glowing green light emanated from her body, healing half of her injuries instantly. A surge of energy coursed through her, enabling her to stand. What a miraculous potion, she thought. She decided to save the remaining potion for Erica, cradling her in her arms and pouring the potion into her mouth. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Duke Croy estate was pounded, and Duke Levi rushed out almost immediately. He stood at the entrance, watching as Erica and Kira supported each other towards the house. Erica, covered in dirt, looked at her father and smiled brightly. Father, Kira and I held off the demon for a long time. Wasn't I amazing? Despite her weakened state, her eyes sparkled with anticipation at the mention of it. I'm not a burden anymore. Duke Levi remained silent, creating an awkward tension. Erica shrank back, lowering her head in apparent fear. The next moment, she was enveloped in a firm embrace, reminiscent of the warmth she had felt as a child. Her father's trembling voice sounded in her ear, Erica, you will always be your father's pride. The sudden arrival of the demon brought a devastating blow to the capital. Streets were destroyed, buildings crumbled, and screams echoed everywhere. Yet, in what seemed like a hopeless battle, humanity ultimately emerged victorious. This thrilling event caused a massive uproar in the capital. Without any need for media embellishment, the eyewitness accounts were enough to spread the news like wildfire. People saw the demon's terrifying appearance with their own eyes. A pitch-black body, a grotesque face, and tentacles that flailed wildly like whips. The scenes of the demon rampaging through the academy were vivid. It tore buildings apart and crushed everything in its path. In the back mountains, its cruelty was even more chilling. These images were seared into the minds of every witness, becoming an indelible nightmare. Amidst the disaster, Viktor shone like a star. His astonishing magical prowess left a deep impression on everyone. The Empire's youngest Tier 4 mage, this title soon spread throughout the Empire. 3 days later, Viktor sat quietly in his study, still engrossed in his beloved book of magic. Vega had once curiously asked why he always held onto that book, wondering if it contained some profound magic even he needed to study repeatedly. However, Viktor never gave a clear answer. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Leah walked in. She held a piece of paper filled with writing and walked straight to Viktor's desk, placing the note down. Viktor was long used to Leah's unannounced visits. He closed the book and took the note. It detailed the capital's losses: destroyed shops, streets, landmark sculptures, the most severe being the academy, reduced to rubble. On the second day after the demon vanished, the elderly Principal Rochelle finally returned from the magical city. When he saw the once thriving academy, now a wasteland with a massive crater, he merely sighed. No one knew the complex emotions within this old mage who had dedicated his life to the academy. Although everyone knew the academy was destroyed by Viktor, no one blamed him. In the battle with the demon, the academy's destruction seemed inevitable. Viktor's actions actually hastened the battle's end, minimizing casualties and further losses. Meanwhile, Devon Reiser's guilt was officially confirmed. His body was found outside the city gates, surrounded by the corpses of several knights. It was speculated that the knights had caught up with the fleeing Devon Reiser, but he still had the strength to resist. In the fierce fight, both sides perished. Leah waved the newspaper in her hand and said, "That's what the paper says." Viktor was indifferent. Devon Reiser's fate was of no concern to him. He calmly asked, "What about the punishment for the Reiser family?" Leah reported methodically, "The Reiser family has voluntarily agreed to compensate for all damages in the capital. Additionally, His Majesty has ordered them to compensate all mages and knights who participated in the battle. You have a share as a mage, but I thought you might not need it, so I gave it to Henny." Viktor wasn't surprised by Leah's decision. Although Leah had to pretend to be cold and ruthless because of family affairs, she was actually quite sentimental. After the battle, Viktor had taken the unconscious Henny home and explained her situation to Leah. Leah was deeply moved and promised to take good care of the poor girl. Leah squinted her eyes, hinting, "But the Reiser family sure is wealthy." There were quite a few participants in that battle, and the academy alone had over 1,000 mages. Compensating per head, that's a staggering amount. Viktor picked up his book again, unwilling to waste a second of his reading time. He simply replied, "Money can avert disaster." Leah continued, unwilling to let it go, "You're right, but what can we use to avert our family's disaster?" Viktor was silent for a moment, then said, "Financial crisis? Did you hear that, Vega? No more meat for you, only grains." The raven on the table lifted its head, glaring at Viktor with displeasure. "Just kidding," Viktor added. "I was just joking." Seeing Viktor's reaction, Leah smiled contentedly. Recently, she felt Viktor had become a bit too arrogant and had been looking for a chance to humble him. Finally, Leah mentioned, "By the way, the item shop has reopened. After the battle with the demon, it's now quite famous. Our stock gets raided by those mages every day." Standing behind the counter of the item shop, Leah couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the empty shelves. She recalled earlier when a mage had asked if they could increase the daily sales limit. Potions that cost almost nothing to make sell for 1,000 geo each. Leah muttered to herself, her eyes gleaming with excitement. 50,000 geo a day means 1.5 million a month. Even the best 6 months in Kravinna only brought in about 5 million. These mages really are loaded. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. She actually wanted to thank that demon. "Oh my, I need to apologize for even thinking that." Leah shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. Viktor sat nearby, silently listening to Leah's monologue, his face expressionless. Leah didn't mind his puppet-like demeanor and continued to chatter, "By the way, don't forget, I played a significant role in this. You can't just ignore my contribution without giving me some reward." Leah's words held some truth. In convicting Devon Reiser, she had indeed played a crucial part. The reporters waiting outside the academy for the latest news had been arranged by her. She cleverly used the pressure of public opinion to force the Reiser family to confess. Even though the Reiser family had abandoned Devon as a liability, the overwhelming public pressure forced the royal family to impose severe punishment on the Reiser family. Viktor still didn't look up, but he nodded calmly and asked, "So, what do you want?" 50%. Leah spread her fingers in front of him, indicating 5. "You should give me at least 50% of the shop's monthly profits." Viktor closed the book he was holding and looked at Leah with a hint of frustration. 80%. Leah was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" 80% of the profits? I can give you that," Viktor explained. "I only need some money. Otherwise, you can have all the shop's income. After all, it's our family's business." Leah stood there, stunned and speechless for a moment. You're serious?" Viktor nodded. He did need some money to continue learning 4th-tier magic, but he saw no need to explain this to Leah. Besides, the position of head of the Kravinna family would eventually be hers. "But what if you need money later?" Leah pressed. "I'll ask you for it," Viktor replied nonchalantly. "After all, it's still our family's money. Don't look at me like you've never seen the world before. You're the one managing Kravinna's territory." Leah didn't catch the deeper meaning in Viktor's words. She lowered her head, looking a bit bashful. "I wanted to ask before, but never mind." She took a deep breath, as if calming herself. Soon, she regained her domineering demeanor. "Just remember, you said 80%. Don't go back on your word." With that, Leah pulled out a pouch from her pocket and tossed it to Viktor. He caught it and weighed it in his hand. The pouch was still warm, and the sound of geo coins clinking inside could be heard. "What's this money for?" Viktor asked, a bit surprised. Leah explained casually, "Kevlar, for some reason, gave Gwen a bunch of money to pass on to you. Did you extort Kevlar or something? Victor was speechless at Leah's assumption, but pocketed the pouch anyway. He turned to Vega beside him and said, "It's nothing. Your meat money is sorted." Leah, not getting the answer she wanted, muttered, "If you hadn't promised me 80% of the profits, I would have kept this money for myself. But now, I don't need these small amounts." With that, she elegantly swayed her hips and walked towards the door. Before leaving, she casually reminded, "By the way, that poor girl still hasn't woken up. I'm a bit worried. If you have time, don't forget to check on her." With a loud bang, the door to the study slammed shut. Vega showed an almost human-like expression of anger. "Victor, what do you mean by this? Cutting my food budget when you're out of money? I thought you wouldn't be so petty." Victor picked up his book again and continued reading. Vega, puzzled, asked, "I've been asking you all along. What are you trying to achieve by reading these old books over and over? Why not just ask me directly if you have any questions? It's like you're racing against time, never wanting to relax." "I'm already a fourth-tier mage now," Victor answered briefly. Vega was even more confused. "So what if you're a fourth-tier? Even if you rise a few more tiers, I can still answer your questions." Vega didn't realize that, as a player, Victor could directly spin Geo to learn magic. As a result, even though he became a tier 4 mage, Victor couldn't cast any tier 4 spells except for the one his fire elemental had intuitively learned. The exorbitant cost of tier 4 spells only made things worse. Fully aware of this, Victor decided to take a different path to improve himself. In his dimly lit study, Victor was engrossed in a hefty ancient tome. Time ticked away, and as the 100th hour was about to pass, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, announcing the acquisition of a new skill. "Sage's Heart," Victor murmured to himself, closing the book as he mentally acknowledged the new passive skill. The skill description in his status bar was clear. Sage's Heart LV1 reduces material and geo costs for learning skills by 50. Victor stood up and stretched. A dark shadow soon perched on his shoulder. It was his loyal raven companion, flapping its wings to maintain balance. "All right, no need to keep looking," Victor said to the air, as if responding to an invisible presence. His tone carried a hint of regret. "It's odd to have knowledge but be unable to learn magic." This statement seemed to trigger something. A voice, filled with evident surprise, suddenly spoke up, "Honestly, I thought you already knew about this." Hearing this, Victor rarely showed a puzzled expression. He turned his head towards the source of the voice, where a being named Vega stood. "What do you mean?" Victor asked, his tone brimming with curiosity. Vega's response was brief but startling. "Henny, she's a succubus." The revelation hit Victor like a hammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. He could only utter a bewildered, "What?" clearly struggling to fully grasp the information. When Victor heard the news, his body stiffened, and a rare look of shock crossed his face. This unusual reaction also surprised Vega. "So, you didn't know Henny is a succubus? Why would I know?" Vega asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Of course, Victor knew about succubi. Information flashed through his mind. They are exclusively female, absorbing male energy in a special way to enhance their magic power. The more experienced they are, the stronger their magic becomes. However, Henny showed no sign of magic at all. The disgrace of the succubi. The phrase suddenly popped into Victor's mind. Vega seemed to read Victor's thoughts and spoke slowly. "I think she doesn't even know it herself. To be honest, I only found out recently." He pecked at his feathers as he continued. The demonic presence that had possessed Henny left, and her succubus aura gradually emerged. After all, in some ways, succubi are a branch of demons. Vega was a bit surprised that Victor hadn't noticed this. He had always assumed Victor was aware of such minor details. "But Henny looks just like a normal human," Victor countered. "When have you ever seen a normal human with yellow, glowing eyes?" Vega retorted, exasperated. "Seriously, her eyes are brighter than a light bulb when she's awake at night." Yet, Vega admitted that Henny lacked the typical succubus traits. He continued to explain, "Henny is likely a half-blood succubus, mixed with some other species, probably human. Succubi can reproduce asexually since they are only female, but they can also have children with other species. Although succubi can shapeshift to please any species, their offspring will take on the appearance of that species." Victor fell into deep thought. This explanation made sense of Henny's background. Leah had once investigated Henny's past. She grew up in an orphanage with no parents. Succubi are not known for maternal instincts. They often abandon their children after indulging in pleasure. As for the father, he was likely drained of his energy long ago. So, in other words, Victor paused for a moment. "Yes, becoming a mage through normal means is nearly impossible for her," Vega interjected, giving Victor a meaningful glance and teasing, "which is why I thought you might have known all along. After all, our dear Victor does have quite a lot of magical energy." Victor quickly accepted the reality and regained his composure. This doesn't help me, he said calmly. As a pragmatist, Viktor wasn't interested in irrelevant matters. For him, efficiency was key, not experience. Whether Henny was a succubus was irrelevant. It was just her race, not who she was. Even without magical talent, her knowledge was still valuable. Hearing this, Vega smiled slyly. No one could tell what he was scheming. Meanwhile, Henny was lying in bed, slowly opening her eyes. She felt weak, as if carrying a heavy stone, and her mind was foggy, with a dull headache. This wasn't surprising, as she felt extremely hungry. She had no idea how long she had been unconscious, only that she was lying on a soft, comfortable bed in a spacious room. Suddenly, a faint, familiar fragrance reached her nose, triggering her memory. Henny's eyes widened. This was the guest room in Professor Viktor's house. She recognized it because she had stayed here for one night before. It was the second day after meeting the professor, and though it was just one morning, it became a precious memory for Henny. That experience made her feel Viktor's gentleness. To Henny, Viktor was like a shining star, embodying all her fantasies about mages. Powerful, calm, mysterious, and gentle. The professor saved me. For someone like me. Thinking of this, Henny blushed, biting her lip and burying her head in the soft quilt. Her fingers clutched the quilt tightly, as if lost in a daydream. Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside. Henny instantly became alert, quickly lying back down, pulling up the quilt, and closing her eyes, pretending to still be unconscious. The door creaked open, and someone walked in. Though she couldn't see, Henny's intuition told her that the person was observing her. The footsteps drew nearer and finally stopped beside the bed. Henny tightly shut her eyes, too nervous to open them. She could sense someone entering the room, but there was no movement. Just as she was struggling to hold on, the blanket was suddenly yanked away. A rush of cold air hit her, and Henny's eyes flew open in shock as she instinctively grabbed the corner of the blanket. When she looked up, she was stunned. Professor Viktor stood beside the bed, his face expressionless, as if his earlier actions were the most natural thing in the world. Professor. Henny's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily used the blanket to cover herself. Viktor remained impassive and took a seat on the chair by the bed. When did you wake up? He asked calmly. Henny pulled the blanket up to cover half her face, leaving only her eyes visible as she peeked at him. Just now, she stammered. Viktor nodded and began to outline the next steps. He mentioned that the servants had prepared porridge and instructed Henny to eat to regain her strength. He then informed her that the academy had been destroyed and needed to be rebuilt, and that she could stay here for the time being. Finally, he promised to help her secure the title of associate professor. Henny was a bit overwhelmed by all this information. Viktor's tone left no room for doubt, and she barely had time to process it. She lowered the blanket, revealing her pale face, still weak from her recent coma. Her emotions were in turmoil, and she didn't know how to respond. Professor, Henny mustered the courage to ask softly, her head lowered. Can I hug you? As soon as she said it, she panicked and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. That was so rude of me. Please don't mind. Before she could finish her sentence, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Startled, Henny looked up and saw only the collar of Viktor's black shirt. She took a deep breath, savoring his scent, wanting to remember this moment forever. However, the hug was fleeting. Viktor soon released her, maintaining the grace of a gentleman, neither refusing nor overstepping boundaries. Henny gazed at him in a daze, the image of him blurring as the word noble echoed in her mind. If you need anything, ask the maid at the door, Viktor said as he left the room. Henny's face turned red as she buried it in the blanket. The image of Viktor hugging her lingered in her mind, filling her with warmth and a sense of happiness. Suddenly, she felt something was off. Henny crawled out of bed and extended her palm. She attempted to construct a magic circle, expecting to fail as usual. But this time, glowing green patterns slowly formed in the air, eventually creating a complete array. A faint whirlwind rose from her palm, bringing a slight chill. I am a mage, Henny murmured, and before she knew it, tears streamed down her face. On a sunny morning, Viktor strolled through the garden of his estate. In his hand, he held the Heart of the Sage, a magical artifact that freed him from the need to pass time by reading. The first level of the Heart of the Sage was sufficient for daily needs, but upgrading to the next level required 300 hours of reading, which felt like torture to him. The news of the school's bombing had temporarily left Viktor without a job. Although he often slacked off at school, the current idleness made him feel somewhat bored. Accompanied by his pet raven, Vega, he walked along a path covered with pink petals, heading deeper into the garden. Just then, Viktor's peripheral vision caught a familiar, petite figurite was Henny. She was almost swallowed by the lush flowers, with only her little head occasionally poking out, like a lively and beautiful flower sprite. Completely absorbed, Henny clearly hadn't noticed Viktor's presence. Viktor intended to sneak away, but Vega suddenly spoke up to stop him. Hey, don't go yet. Look at her. Following the raven's direction, Viktor carefully observed Henny. What he saw left him stunned. In Henny's palm, a small blue magic circle had formed, producing a thin stream of water that was gently watering the surrounding flowers. Both Viktor and Viga were astonished. Viga blinked and asked an oddly irrelevant question. Do you have any male servants? The question was redundant since Viktor preferred quiet and had no servants other than a few maids from his territory, not even a butler. Viktor understood Viga's implication. Succubi couldn't develop magic power on their own. So how had Henny acquired such an ability in just one day? Moreover, given Henny's personality, she wasn't the type to casually engage with others. With a mind full of questions, Viktor approached Henny. She was completely immersed in her magical world, forming and dissolving small magic circles in her hands, like a child excitedly playing with a new toy. What's going on? Viktor's sudden voice startled Henny, causing the magic circle in her hand to vanish instantly. When she turned and saw him, a bright smile spread across her face. Professor, I have magic now. I can use magic, Henny exclaimed, eager to share her joy. However, this only deepened Viktor's confusion. Henny continued to explain, I don't know what happened either. After you left yesterday, I just felt like I had magic inside me. Viktor fell into deep thought. In all his gaming experiences, there had never been a character like Henny, let alone such a peculiar situation. He tried to find a reasonable explanation, but Viga insisted that its judgment was never wrong. Eventually, Viktor decided not to dwell on it too much. He looked down at Henny, nodded slightly, and praised her, very impressive. He instinctively reached out to pat her shoulder, but, seeing her expectant eyes, hesitated and chose to gently ruffle her hair instead. At that moment, Viktor noticed a change in Henny's level. Previously stuck at 0 due to a lack of magic, she instantly leveled up to 1 when he touched her, and when his hand left, her level increased again. This discovery plunged Viktor into deeper contemplation. Viga, sensing the increase in Henny's magic, muttered in confusion, what happened? Viktor touched her head, and her magic increased? He pets my head all the time, and I feel nothing. With this unresolved mystery, Viktor decided to leave for the time being. Before he left, Henny waved goodbye to him cheerfully. After walking some distance, Viga leaned over to Viktor and said, something's off about her. Viktor replied helplessly, do you think? He recalled hugging Henny before leaving yesterday, which now seemed like another form of physical contact. Could Henny's leveling up be related to his touch? This thought made Viktor uneasy. Viga suggested, it could be a coincidence, but I recommend trying again next time. Try again? Viktor imagined Henny coming to him daily for hugs and head pats, and considering her succubus nature, he couldn't help but feel it was all rather strange. This unknown development left Viktor both curious and worried, uncertain about what changes the future might hold. A pure-hearted succubus? Viktor muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he dismissed the thought and turned to leave the garden. Back at the mansion, he noticed that Leah's door was slightly ajar as he passed by. His curiosity piqued. Viktor peeked inside and saw Leah holding a luxurious gown up to herself in front of a mirror. Next time, remember to close the door when you're changing, Viktor called out. Startled, Leah threw the dress onto the bed and stormed towards the door. Viktor, are you here to bother me because you have nothing better to do? Are you out of your mind? She demanded angrily. I was just picking out a dress, not changing. And why are you still wearing that outdated black trench coat? Have you forgotten what today is? Of course, Viktor hadn't forgotten. Tonight, Emperor Aubrey was hosting a grand banquet to celebrate their victory over the demons. Such a large-scale event was usually reserved for significant festivals or the emperor's birthday. As nobles with titles, they were naturally expected to attend. Viktor wasn't thrilled about the banquet. It reminded him of the day before he was transported to this world. The reason he confessed to Erica that day was still a mystery. Was it a coincidence? Or was it orchestrated by someone? Or perhaps the original Viktor was just naturally lecherous. Why can't you go by yourself? Viktor tried to dodge the obligation. Don't even think about it. Leah jabbed a finger into Viktor's chest. You're representing the Kravina family. And tonight, you're the guest of honor. How can the main attraction not show up? She was right. The nobles in the capital knew that the banquet was ostensibly to celebrate the demon victory, but was really a sign of the emperor's favor towards Viktor. As the youngest fourth-tier mage who could summon meteors and single-handedly hold off demon armies, Viktor's immense power had not gone unnoticed. The emperor had certainly taken note of Viktor's value. Although Viktor had previously declined the emperor's rewards, he knew he couldn't refuse this time. The emperor was hosting the banquet publicly to bestow honors on Viktor and signal their alliance to the world. For Viktor, getting closer to the royal family had its advantages. He knew the old emperor didn't have much time left, but until then, Emperor Aubrey was still useful. Go change your clothes, Leah urged. The banquet is at the palace, and we need to leave this afternoon. Why so early? The banquet isn't until the evening, Viktor replied nonchalantly. Leah was exasperated. I still need to pick a dress, do my makeup, and as your family member, I have to meet the Emperor beforehand. Plus, I haven't finished going through the financial reports sent from our territory this month. Seeing Viktor's relaxed demeanor only made Leah more anxious. Hurry up and change your. Before she could finish, a bright red flame suddenly ignited on Viktor's trench coat, swiftly enveloping him. When the flames dissipated, his coat had transformed into an elegant black suit. Red fragments adorned the suit, with crimson patterns elegantly etched into the fabric. A few strands of red crystal dangled from his right shoulder, and tiny sparks of fire seemed to float around him. Leah was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "You look amazing." "Thanks for the compliment," Viktor replied calmly. Leah blushed and quickly retorted, "I meant your magicit's both impressive and convenient." Viktor agreed. The essence of fire from Gul'dan could solidify fire elements into various forms, including his outfit. With the essence of fire, he never had to worry about changing clothes again. Leah snapped out of her daze and pushed Viktor out of the room. All right, you're done. Now get out of here so I can finish up." She slammed the door shut, startling Wejia, who bristled in response. Viktor shrugged, straightened his suit, and asked Wejia on his shoulder, "Do I look good?" "Changing clothes that way is definitely cool," Wejia replied softly. In the afternoon, Viktor went to the training grounds, wielding an ordinary iron sword and practicing with ease. His every move was fluid, making him appear as an experienced swordsman. Yes, Viktor had started practicing swordsmanship. With nothing else to do after reading, he decided to try skills from other professions. While he was practicing, Leah came rushing over. "Finally found you." Leah sighed in relief, then looked puzzled. "Why are you holding a sword? Aren't you a mage?" Viktor didn't explain much, simply sheathing the sword and hanging it on the wall. He turned to ask, "What's up?" Leah looked concerned and quickly said, "You'll have to attend the banquet alone. I need to return to the territory immediately." "What happened?" Viktor asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Leah's eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly indicating that this banquet held great significance for her. However, her expression suddenly turned serious, and she bit her lip, her tone tinged with displeasure. "There's an issue with the business in the territory. See for yourself." Leah pulled a thick financial report from her folder and handed it to Viktor. He took the document, his fingers lightly brushing the edges of the paper, while Leah continued, "I was going to find you in the study to get your signature, but you weren't there. I found out you were at the training ground practicing swordsmanship." Although Leah managed the daily affairs of the territory, Viktor, as the head of the family, still needed to sign off on matters officially. He quickly skimmed through the report, pausing at the section on grain revenues. His brow furrowed as he saw the shockingly low figures, almost as if the report blatantly screamed embezzlement. Viktor's eyes moved to the name on the right side of the report. The unfamiliar name caught his attention. Leah noticed Viktor's change in expression and asked softly, "Now you understand why I need to go back, right?" The worry on her face remained. Viktor pondered the name and asked, "Who is this person? The name doesn't sound like someone from the Empire." "Indeed," Leah explained, "he's a grain merchant from the neighboring kingdom. The previous grain merchant went home to raise children, and Chow was recommended by him. Everything was fine for the past few months, but suddenly there's an issue this month." Viktor nodded thoughtfully. The name Cho seemed familiar, but he couldn't be sure it was the same person. In the game, Cho was a soldier from the Cantor Kingdom's mercenary group, a warrior-class minor boss. Viktor remembered him because in one of the game's side quests, players would encounter Cho disguised as a fallen soldier asking for help to retrieve his weapons and armor. However, when players helped him and went to the designated island, they would discover Cho's true nature, a villain who killed to practice dark magic. Viktor tapped his fingers on the ledger, his finger landing heavily on Cho's name. "Can we find this person directly?" he asked, a sense of urgency in his voice. Leah replied, "I've already instructed our subordinates in the territory to apprehend him. Hopefully, he hasn't fled yet." Viktor nodded, memories of Cho flashing through his mind. As a minor boss, many players had fallen into his trap. Viktor, having played as a professional, had handled numerous quests involving him. The most memorable item Cho dropped upon defeat was the Evil Knight's Shield, a black shield with distorted magical patterns. Despite its ominous appearance, it was highly coveted for its parry ability. Viktor shook his head, unable to comprehend why Cho was now in the Empire, posing as a grain merchant in their territory. What puzzled him more was the blatant embezzlement, almost daring someone to catch him. "If I can't figure it out, I'll just have to interrogate him thoroughly," Viktor thought. He was also intrigued by the potential gear Cho might have. After signing the documents, Viktor handed the ledger back to Leah and casually said, "Get dressed. The carriage is ready. We need to head to the palace first." Leah took the ledger, looking puzzled. "Didn't you hear what I just said? I need to return to the territory immediately." Viktor patted her shoulder and said, "We'll go together after we come back from the palace." "Huh. Leah watched Viktor walk away and muttered under her breath, "What's gotten into him?" She didn't think Viktor was concerned about her safety. Leah never considered herself in danger. She wasn't naive. Whatever Viktor could see, she could see as well. Someone is targeting the Kravina family. Leah shrugged, recalling the last time the prop shop was vandalized. She knew Leon had already returned to the territory to start preparing, but given the current situation, she needed to inform him quickly. Leah quickly changed into an elegant gown and, together with Viktor, boarded a carriage headed to the palace. They needed to meet the emperor ahead of time, and someone was already waiting at the palace gate. A secret envoy led them through the corridors to a secluded room. Emperor Aubrey was seated there, seemingly waiting for a long time, even appearing a bit drowsy. Viktor noticed a young girl standing next to the emperor, looking even younger than Erica, probably around 15 or 16 years old. "Your Majesty, Viktor and Leah are here," the envoy reported softly. Aubrey opened his cloudy eyes, which cleared noticeably upon seeing Viktor. He raised his hand slightly, signaling the two to come forward. "Your Majesty," Viktor and Leah greeted respectfully. The old emperor waved his hand, dismissing the formalities. He pulled the girl beside him forward and introduced her. "This is my youngest daughter, Aurelian Soul." Viktor and Leah bowed again. "Greetings, Your Highness." Aurelian shyly hid behind her father, looking very timid. The emperor smiled affectionately and explained, "This child has grown up in the palace and rarely sees outsiders. Despite her great talents, she has been too shy to attend school. The previous mages we invited said there was nothing more they could teach her." Leah took another look at the little princess, feeling suspicious. Was she really that talented? Or were the mages simply unable to teach her? "I once invited Rivi to instruct Aurelian, but he always claimed he wasn't good at teaching." Aubrey chuckled, clearly not believing Rivi's excuse. Viktor caught the underlying message in the emperor's words, and even Leah looked at her brother in surprise. It was clear that the emperor was willing to go to great lengths to win Viktor over. "Viktor, may I ask you to be this child's private tutor?" Aubrey finally revealed his true intention. Leah immediately started signaling to Viktor, eager for him to accept. However, Viktor's response was unexpected. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, I need to think about it." Emperor Aubrey fell silent, puzzled by Viktor's hesitation to accept such a rare opportunity. Viktor's gaze swept over the young princess, his mind racing with thoughts. Aurelian Soul, the future Soul 9, the Eternal Witch. In 2 years, at the age of 17, she would clear all obstacles and become the Empire's first empress with foreign blood. Her power would surpass that of a 4th-tier Calamity mage, becoming a true force beyond Calamity. Viktor was reluctant to delve into the political intricacies, but the seemingly harmless 15-year-old Aurelian might just be putting on a facade. The more he understood the plot, the more wary he became of this future empress. However, as a proud stand-in, Viktor would never allow himself to fear anyone in this world. Besides, he had 2 years' time. 2.5 years, Viktor finally said, "I am willing to be Her Highness's private magic tutor, but only for 2.5 years. After that, I will voluntarily resign from the position." When Viktor mentioned 2.5 years, Leah froze, her brow furrowing unconsciously. Confusion clouded her thoughts. She wanted to ask Viktor what he meant, but the words caught in her throat. Emperor Aubrey, however, laughed heartily after hearing it, his eyes narrowing with interest as he looked at Viktor. "Really, 2.5 years?" Viktor gave a slight bow to the emperor, his voice sincere and resolute. 2.5 years is enough time for the princess to learn all I have to teach. After that, it would be impolite for me to stay longer." Upon hearing Viktor's explanation, Aubrey burst into laughter, slapping the arm of his chair. Amidst his laughter, he started coughing violently, and a servant quickly stepped forward to help him. Aubrey waved the servant away, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. "Viktor, the more I look at you, the more I like you. How can you be so clever?" Aubrey Soul, the mightiest in the Empire, was well aware of his physical condition. In reality, he had at most 2 years before succumbing to his failing health. This was a hidden ailment from his youth, a hurdle that every great warrior struggles to overcome. Unlike mages who use magic, warriors rely on their own vitality to enhance their strength. Aubrey's deeds were already legendary. At 17, he became a formidable general, slaying a disaster-bringing dragon with his bare hands and turning its hide into armor as a trophy. In his prime, Aubrey was even more powerful. He once faced a 4th-tier evil mage Hedon and survived the cataclysmic magic. Though severely injured, he recovered in just a few days. Aubrey's current frail state was due to overexerting his vitality in his youth without proper recovery. He looked at Viktor with a nostalgic glint in his eyes. "Your father was my most outstanding subordinate in his youth. When I ascended the throne, I rewarded all my loyal followers, but he only asked for a piece of land." This bit of history was unknown even to Leah, who looked at Viktor in surprise, while Viktor listened impassively. Aubrey continued, Victor, I'll give you a choice, 2.5 years or... Victor placed his hand over his heart and bowed solemnly. Your Majesty, I will do my utmost within 2.5 years. Aubrey sighed but seemed somewhat satisfied. He patted the head of the young princess beside him and smiled. All right, it's just that this child is not fortunate enough. I hope you can fulfill your duties in these 2.5 years. After Leah and Victor left, Aurelia looked at her father with puzzlement. Father, why did you choose him to be my teacher? I don't really like him. Aubrey chuckled, observing his daughter biting her finger adorably. I think he seems cold and must be a very strict teacher. I don't like teachers who are too strict, but he can protect you and make you stronger. Aubrey gently patted Aurelian's head, observing the increasingly puzzled expression on his daughter's face. Innocently, Aurelian asked, but isn't it enough that I have father to protect me? Father is so powerful. Aubrey gazed at his daughter, his eyes filled with tender sorrow. He softly replied, my child, I can't protect you forever. No one can. Outside, Leah and Victor waited quietly. After ensuring no one else was around, Leah directly asked, when you mentioned considering, did you really mean you want to refuse the emperor? Victor remained silent, which confirmed her suspicion. Leah became anxious. Why? Do you realize that's an invitation from the emperor? Some people spend their whole lives trying to get that, and you want to refuse? Victor slowly took out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and said, Leah, you're a merchant. You understand that every commodity has value. So, in the emperor's eyes, how valuable do you think I am? Leah pondered for a moment before responding, you're incredibly capable, so your value must be high. After all, he wants you to be the princess's tutor. That's a rare honor. Then, how do I compare in value to the emperor's own family? Victor inquired. Leah frowned and retorted, that's not a fair comparison. How can you compare yourself to the emperor's family? Victor adjusted the hands on his pocket watch, and Leah saw a line of magical text appear. The emperor has only 2 years left. Leah's eyes widened in shock, but she held back from speaking. In the palace, even when alone, one couldn't freely discuss the emperor's demise. Victor continued, so, I have 2.5 years. After that, I will still be the princess tutor for 6 more months. Leah instantly grasped the deeper meaning. As a proxy leader of her family, she was not just a merchant but a shrewd politician. She quickly analyzed the situation. Victor's value was exceptionally high, but as the emperor's death approached, power-hungry individuals would vie for his allegiance. To prevent this, the emperor had bound Victor to Princess Aurelian, establishing a teacher-student relationship that no one could contest. However, once the new emperor ascended, Victor would lose his value and face retribution. To protect himself, he had to oppose Aurelian, losing her status as a princess. The 2.5 years were meant to stabilize the power structure during the new emperor's early reign and protect Aurelian, after which he would lead his family to safety. Leah muttered, dark, truly dark. I thought the scheming among nobles was bad enough. But these royals, their hearts are pitch black. She wanted to ask Victor if he feared the emperor's wrath, but swallowed her words. Victor seemed to read her mind and shook his head. He won't. How can you be so confident? Leah was puzzled, realizing that aligning with the royal family wasn't entirely beneficial. Victor calmly explained, the 2.5 years are my guarantee to the emperor. Leah suddenly understood. They had reached an agreement in their brief conversation. For 2.5 years, Aurelian would be fully protected, and the Cravenna family would gain the autonomy to handle threats. Victor then said out of the blue, if you want to see Cravenna become even greater, the final winner is still undecided. Leah was about to question him further when the door behind them suddenly opened. Aurelian emerged, holding the emperor's arm. The father and daughter appeared harmonious and enigmatic under the night sky. Victor and Leah immediately bowed in respect. The emperor smiled and nodded, addressing Victor. Let's go. Victor, don't evade it like your father did. The palace was ablaze with lights, bathed in golden splendor. Red silk curtains hung gracefully from the ceiling, extending down to the palace floor, while the dome of the palace allowed the starlit night sky to peek through. Melodious music from a guccine floated through the air, lingering in the ears of every guest. The banquet table was laden with an array of delicacies, awaiting the guests to take their seats. The nobles exchanged compliments and greetings, raising their goblets filled with fragrant ale, holding their breath in anticipation of the main event. Standing beside Gwen, Kefra's long purple hair and matching evening gown made her look enchanting and captivating. She skillfully navigated among the nobles and politicians, greeting them with ease. Trailing behind Kefra, Gwen appeared slightly uneasy. She clutched the hem of her dress tightly, her body fidgeting uncomfortably. Noticing her sister's discomfort, Kefra gently pulled her to a corner and asked with concern, Gwen, what's wrong? Gwen tugged at her dress and complained, Sister, why do I have to dress like this? And no one told me about the makeup. Usually accustomed to wearing armor, she now felt as if she were being tortured. Kefra looked at her with a smile. Come on, there's no reason to wear armor to a banquet. You'll have to get used to these things sooner or later. Gwen pointed at her chest with dissatisfaction. It's too tight here. It's not suitable for me at all. Though Kefra's face held a smile, her mood seemed not entirely pleasant. She pinched Gwen's cheek lightly and said with a hint of sarcasm, well, whose fault is it that you don't even have a single dress in your wardrobe? The one you're wearing now is one of my old dresses. Sorry if it feels tight around the chest. Gwen didn't understand why her sister was upset, so she endured it silently. Kefra released her grip, shrugged, and said, do you even realize how beautiful you look right now? The nobles can hardly take their eyes off you. If it weren't for the fact that everyone knows you're Viktor's fiancée, someone would have approached you by now. I don't need anyone looking at me, Gwen muttered. Kefra leaned in closer and teased. What's wrong with dressing up a bit? Maybe when Viktor sees you later, he'll look at you differently. Hearing Viktor's name, Gwen's face turned red. She turned her head and stubbornly replied, what does it matter how Viktor looks at me? Kefra chuckled softly and turned her gaze elsewhere. At that moment, Duke Levi was mingling with a group of mages, smiling broadly. An elderly man with white hair, leaning on an obsidian cane, approached and clinked glasses with Levi. Duke Levi, long time no see. This old bag of bones isn't doing so well, but you don't look a day over 60. By the way, where is your daughter? Levi glanced over at Erica, who was gracefully handling the young nobles. Following his gaze, the elderly man praised, I envy you, Duke, for having such an outstanding daughter. Though Levi knew it was a compliment, he still felt immense pride when his daughter was mentioned. Erica stood with poise and elegance, her golden hair complemented by a silver gown, resembling a swan crowned with gold. A handsome young noble with blonde hair approached and introduced himself. Miss Erica, I am Pipol Tia, the eldest son of the Tia family. May I have the honor of a dance with you? Erica politely declined. I'm sorry, Mr. Tia, but I already have an engagement. She nodded courteously and returned to her father's side. Suddenly, the guests at the banquet paused their conversations, drawn by the sound of a door opening. The music stopped abruptly, and everyone looked up at the second floor of the palace. The golden doors slowly opened, and Emperor Aubrey emerged, accompanied by Aurelian, who was dressed in a silver-white gown. Following closely behind were Viktor Clavinna, the head of the Clavinna family, and his sister, Leah Clavinna. Though Leah had attended many banquets, she had never felt as proud and confident as she did at that moment. Leah followed closely behind the emperor, feeling the weight of the thousands of eyes upon her. Her legs were stiff as wood, and each step required immense willpower. She knew that any mistake at this moment would make her a laughingstock in front of everyone. This honor came from Viktor, and she could not afford to bring shame upon him. The emperor slowly walked to the front of the floor, and the guests' eyes were instantly drawn to the familiar figure of Viktor. Whispers of astonishment spread through the crowd. Is that Viktor? What is he doing behind the emperor? People exchanged incredulous glances. Gwen and Kevlar were stunned when they saw Viktor. Gwen's hand trembled, causing her wine glass to shake, and she stammered, Sister, is that really Viktor? Kevlar, though equally surprised, maintained her composure as a seasoned person, nodding lightly, it must be. The emperor values him highly. It's truly surprising. The hall was filled with a mix of envy and jealousy. Some clenched their wine glasses in silent turmoil. Erica stared blankly at the second floor before turning to her father, Duke Levi. Seeing his calm expression, she realized that her father had already known about this. The emperor's actions sent a clear signal to the nobles. The Cravener family was in good favor with the royal family. Erica's gaze then fell on Leah, who was standing behind Viktor, and she recognized the beautiful owner of the prop shop. The guests put down their glasses and bowed to the emperor. He waved his hand, cleared his throat, and began his speech. You all must have heard about the recent imperial war. Although we emerged victorious, the empire suffered greatly. As the leader of the empire, I feel deep sorrow. From this day forth, the Demon War will be recorded in the annals of the empire, and we will establish a memorial day to remember this painful lesson. The emperor continued to praise Viktor's achievements. The contributions of Viktor Cravener are known throughout the nation. He defeated the demons and prevented further tragedy. In the name of Emperor Saul VIII, I hereby bestow upon Viktor the highest honor of the empire, the Imperial Medal. As soon as he finished speaking, a minister carried the gleaming medal up to the second floor. Emperor Aubrey personally pinned it on Viktor and nodded at him with a smile. Viktor placed his hand over his chest and bowed slightly in respect. The room erupted in applause, celebrating Viktor's honor. The emperor then announced, furthermore, Viktor Cravener is hereby promoted to the rank of Count. Leah suddenly understood that this was the inescapable matter the emperor had mentioned. The Cravener family was supposed to have been ennobled long ago, but it had been delayed due to her father's refusal. Now, Victor had no reason to decline. A minister presented Victor with the title certificate, and Victor accepted it, pledging his loyalty to the emperor. "Thank you, your majesty." The hall resounded with applause once more. Erica beamed with admiration as she looked at Victor, while Gwen and Kevlar clapped in congratulations from the floor. With the ceremony concluded, the banquet officially began. The emperor prepared to leave and, before departing, said to Victor, "Enjoy yourself, Victor. This kind of occasion is not suitable for an old emperor like me." He brought Aurelian over to Victor and entrusted him. "From now on, you will be Aurelian's mentor." Victor solemnly replied, "I will do my best." The emperor nodded with a smile and slowly left with the help of his servants. Once the emperor's figure disappeared, Victor turned back to the banquet with Aurelian in tow. Aurelian followed timidly behind Victor, not daring to walk ahead of him. She had heard some stories about Victor. The court was rife with rumors about his preference for minors, often whispered among the ministers. Seeing Aurelian's timid appearance, Victor took her to a quiet corner to sit down. He, too, felt uneasy in such a noisy setting. The sudden silence around him, lacking the usual chatter of Vega, made him feel slightly out of place. He couldn't help but think of the crow left outside the Palacia, symbol of bad omen, naturally barred from such festivities, waiting alone on the railing outside. The princess stole glances at the seemingly bored Victor and gathered her courage to speak first. "Mr. Victor, hello?" Victor turned, his gaze sweeping over the princess. The Aurelian before him was starkly different from the eternal which he remembered, except for some facial resemblance. Her demeanor and physique were entirely different. But Victor's gaze lingered on her timid expression for a few more seconds. Who could tell what lay beneath such a harmless facade? "Princess, you don't have to be so reserved," Victor said gently. "This is a party, and your father isn't here. It's just the two of us right now. Although I am your teacher, I can also be your friend in private." He believed these words would help the child relax. Sure enough, Aurelian gradually felt at ease and started talking more. Victor responded with the courtesy and composure of a gentleman, making the princess feel increasingly comfortable. "Father says you are very powerful, and I can learn a lot from you," the princess said. Victor didn't deny it, merely responding calmly. "As long as you study diligently, you'll become even stronger than me." While he spoke to reassure her, he was secretly contemplating when he could make his exit. Meanwhile, Erica was searching the party for Victor. She looked around curiously, wondering how someone could just disappear. But when she turned around, she saw Victor talking to a young girl. The girl seemed about her age, perhaps even younger. Erica's instincts kicked in. Who was that girl? Was she Victor's next target? She cautiously moved closer, scrutinizing the girl's features. When she recognized the face, she almost gasped out loud and quickly hid behind a pillar. That was the princess? How did Victor get involved with the princess? Erica hesitated, unsure whether to approach. It had been almost 2 weeks since she last saw Victor. Just as she was lost in thought, she felt something soft press against her back, and an arm snaked around her neck. Startled, she turned around and exclaimed, "Kefra, sister?" "Erica, what are you doing here?" Kefra hugged Erica, smiling warmly at her. "Nothing." Erica squirmed uncomfortably under the close contact. Kefra followed her gaze and saw the familiar figure in the corner, pausing for a moment. "Oh, what's Victor doing here? Isn't that my dear brother-in-law, Victor?" She still remembered him charging her 8,000 geo for 4 bottles of potion. And the girl with him? Is that the princess? Although the princess rarely appeared in public, everyone had seen her enter with the emperor earlier. Kefra had also noted her appearance. Seeing Erica hiding and watching, Kefra's expression became intriguing. She looked down at Erica, smiling. "Victor is a professor at your academy, right? Aren't you going to say hello?" But Erica's demeanor suddenly changed, becoming calm as she said, "We should. But let's wait a bit. Someone else got there first." Kefra raised an eyebrow, looking back at Victor's direction. A silver-haired man holding a glass of wine approached. Kefra's smile widened. "Oh, I see. Isn't that the eldest son of the Reiser family?" Jace Reiser greeted Aurelian with a faint smile. "Princess Aurelian." At the sight of him, the princess seemed frightened and instinctively hid behind Victor. Victor remained still, only glancing at the princess before asking calmly, "Who is he?" "Jace Reiser. He is Devon's brother." The princess whispered to Victor, revealing his connection to Devon. Nowadays, it's common knowledge that Devon has colluded with demons, and it was Victor who defeated the demon. The intent of the person standing before them seemed quite obvious. Victor didn't get up. Instead, he turned and quietly asked the little princess behind him, "Do you dislike him?" "Even though he's my cousin." Upon hearing this, the little princess shrank back even further, clearly unwilling to face the other person. "I see," Victor said, his face expressionless as he stood up. His not-so-broad frame blocked Jess Resser. "What do you want to say?" Jess Resser's gaze went past Victor and landed on Aurelian. Despite the princess's obvious fear, He seemed oblivious, still wearing a smile as he said, I saw Her Highness sitting with you and got a bit concerned, so I came to check. After all, she is the Emperor's most cherished daughter and still a minor. Victor's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. If you're just here to cause trouble, I'm not interested in continuing this conversation with you. His words carried a clear hint of dismissal. However, Jess Resser did not leave. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint appearing in them. So, Lord Victor, could you explain why Her Highness is sitting with you? Victor let out a heavy sigh and turned to Aurelian behind him. Here's your first lesson. If you encounter someone you dislike and have to be polite because of their status, remember this: when you have enough power and a strong backing, you can deal with them directly. Aurelian looked at Victor in confusion, only to see him suddenly smile and shift his gaze to Jess Resser. In an instant, roaring flames rose behind Victor, like a fierce fire serpent, bypassing Aurelian and heading straight for Jess Resser. Victor coldly uttered a single word, leave. In an instant, the atmosphere in the banquet hall plummeted to freezing point. All eyes turned to the standoff between Victor and Jace Lesser, with tension crackling in the air. The magical glow at Victor's fingertips silently warned Jace, whose face was ashen with fury at being humiliated in public. Jace struggled to contain his anger, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He desperately wanted to understand Victor's relationship with the princess and why His Majesty trusted Victor so much. Not far away, Gwen witnessed the scene and started to rush forward, only to be pulled back by Kyfla. Hey Gwen, don't make it worse, Kyfla whispered, successfully restraining the fuming Gwen. Gwen was indignant. The Lesser family had committed grave errors, yet Jace still dared to trouble Victor. What infuriated her even more was the indifferent onlookers. With her sister's intervention, Gwen turned on her heel, grudgingly heading towards the drinks area. Erica noticed Gwen's unusual behavior and curiously tugged on Kyfla's sleeve, whispering, Kyfla, what's wrong with Miss Gwen? Kyfla smiled and explained, seeing her fiancé being confronted, of course she'd be upset. Fiancé? Erica blinked in surprise. Kyfla nodded in confirmation. Yes, fiancé. Not many people know about it. They keep a low profile. But your father's generation is well aware. She noticed Erica's expression change slightly and asked with concern, what's wrong? You don't look too happy. Erica forced a smile. It's nothing. However, an inexplicable irritation stirred within her. Kyfla sighed inwardly. Despite Erica having faced life and death battles, she was still essentially a child. Her admiration for Victor was obvious, and it was wise to cut off these feelings promptly to prevent any complications in their mentor-student relationship. Besides, Kyfla genuinely believed in her sister's potential. Meanwhile, the situation with Victor escalated. Jace, his face flushed with anger, demanded, tell me to leave? What gives you the right to tell me to leave? He certainly does. A voice emerged from the crowd. The second prince walked through, smiling, sparking a wave of murmurs. The second prince saw his sister hiding behind Victor and frowned slightly. He sighed and addressed Jace. Cousin Jace, I understand your feelings, but this isn't a reason to cause trouble. Your attitude has frightened my little sister. Jace saw Princess Aurelian shrinking back, avoiding his gaze, and calmed down a bit, though still unwilling. If Her Highness wants me to leave, I will. But what gives Victor the right to tell me to go? The Lesser family's contributions to the royal family are significant, far more than the Kravenna family's single demon battle. The second prince narrowed his eyes, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Jace. The second prince's tone revealed a hint of displeasure. He did not address the other as cousin, but instead said directly, Mr. Victor has been personally appointed by our father as the magic instructor for my younger sister. This statement was like a bomb, instantly exploding in the banquet hall. The nobles stopped their conversations, their shocked gazes all turning to Victor. Victor, the young magic prodigy, was actually appointed as the private tutor for the princess? Not far away, Gawain, who was drinking alone, spat out his wine upon hearing this. Kevlar stood frozen, the smile on his face gradually stiffening. The weight of this news was far beyond imagination. In the Empire, the status of teachers followed a strict hierarchy. A teacher personally appointed by the emperor was far beyond the rank of a regular instructor, approaching a mentor-student relationship. This meant Victor not only had the authority to teach the princess, but could also influence her future. The guests whispered among themselves, voices of doubt rising. Such an important position, given to Victor, is he really suitable? It was as if the second prince heard these doubts. He chuckled and explained, he couldn't be more suitable. Victor is not only a senior professor at the Royal Magic Academy, but also the youngest fourth-tier holy mage. Before him, no one had reached this level before the age of 30. His name as a genius has broken numerous records in the Empire. The second prince's words carried a hint of warning. Originally, my father planned to announce this to the entire city tomorrow. I'm telling you in advance so you can prepare yourselves mentally. Therefore, Mr. Victor's decision is the same as my sister's. Do you understand, Jace? Jace Lacer's face turned grim. He glared at Victor with gritted teeth before storming off. With his departure, the atmosphere in the banquet hall changed completely. The nobles conversed in low voices, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. At that moment, Leah returned from the restroom, bewildered by the scene before her. She looked at the second prince standing next to Victor and thought, is the second prince trying to win Victor over already? The second prince gave Victor a slight smile and said, I apologize for this situation, Viscount Victoro. I should say Count now. I apologize for my cousin Jace's reckless behavior. With that, he hurried away, seemingly only there to defuse the situation for Victor. As the guests gradually dispersed, the young noble's gazes towards Victor became more complicated. They wanted to approach him but feared receiving the same cold treatment as Jace. In contrast, Leah became the center of attention. Miss Leah, a few nobles approached her. I'm Hans, and these are Mr. Teak and Lady Annie. Leah forced a smile, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with them. While handling the nobles, she kept sneaking glances at Victor. He sat in a corner, expressionless, with no one daring to approach him. Leah couldn't help but feel envious, thinking, all it takes is a poker face to avoid being bothered. How nice. Kevlar, leaning against Erica, clicked his tongue in amazement. I didn't expect Victor to get in with the royal family. Being the princess's teacher, I've heard the princess is very talented too, but who knows if it's true. Noticing Gwen, who was slightly tipsy, Kevlar walked over and took the wine glass from her hand. All right, little Gwen, stop drinking. No one will take care of you if you get drunk. Erica stood alone, her gaze fixed on Victor in the corner. The princess was chatting with him, a smile on her face, while Victor remained expressionless. It seemed Erica had made up her mind and started walking towards Victor. The Duke noticed Erica's actions, sighed softly, shook his head, and continued his conversation with the nobles around him. As the princess and Victor were talking, Erica's voice cut in. Mr. Victor, thank you so much. Professor. She clenched her fists in front of her chest, her face slightly red, and looked down, saying, I want to become stronger. I want to be your student too. Victor and Aurelian's gazes simultaneously fell upon Erica, and a heavy silence filled the air. Erica's cheeks reddened slightly under their scrutiny, but her eyes remained unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, Victor spoke, Erica, you are already my student. That's not what I mean. Erica hastily explained. The basic knowledge taught at the academy, I will master it sooner or later. This was not boasting. At the Royal Academy, even senior students were mostly first-tier mages, with second-tier mages being few and far between. Erica, having reached the second tier within just a year of enrollment, had little left to learn from the academy. This was why she sought extra lessons from Victor every evening. Her talent was undeniable. However, several life-and-death experiences had taught Erica a crucial lesson. No matter how thorough her training, how extensive her knowledge, or how refined her magic control, academy mages could never match those seasoned in real combat. Remembering the close calls she had faced, Erica couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. She knew she was still too weak. Victor stood up and looked directly into Erica's eyes. Perhaps intimidated by his subtle yet cold aura, Erica took a half-step back but still met his gaze resolutely. She yearned to become stronger. But, I will not take you as my apprentice, Victor stated decisively, rejecting Erica's request. The sudden decision stunned Erica, a chill spreading through her heart. A wave of inexplicable grievance welled up, but she held back her tears. Even as her eyes glistened, she stubbornly looked up at Victor. Why? Even in rejection, Erica wanted a reason to understand her shortcomings. Victor replied calmly, remember always, you are the Duke's sole heir. Then I'll convince him. Erica declared confidently. I promise, I can persuade my father. Victor narrowed his eyes and let out a soft chuckle. Is that so? Well, we'll see about that later. Before he finished speaking, flames suddenly engulfed him, lighting up half the night sky. He turned to the somewhat dazed princess and bowed slightly. I have some matters to attend to. Enjoy yourself, your highness. As he spoke, his body began to solidify, turning into a statue of ash. A strong wind sliced through him, scattering his form into the air until he completely disappeared, leaving only ashes behind in the banquet hall. Erica stood frozen. Did Victor agree to her request? Uncertain, she nonetheless set her sights on a new goal, convincing her father. At that moment, the princess's delicate voice rang out, I know you. You are Erica, Erica Ducroix. Snapping back to reality, Erica realized she had yet to greet the princess, a breach of noble etiquette. She was about to curtsy when she noticed the princess's unfriendly gaze fixed on her. They say you're the youngest genius in the capital, the princess continued. Indeed. It's rare to see a 17-year-old second-tier mage. Your Highness, Erica began, attempting to offer a compliment, but the princess cut her off. Are you trying to steal my teacher? Princess Aurelian said coldly. I won't let you. You can't take him from me. Under his guidance, I will become an even greater genius than you, and everyone will know who his best student is. With that, Aurelian rose gracefully and left without giving Erica a chance to respond. Erica watched her retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Outside the palace, sparks suddenly burst forth in the air. Crackle crackleeth, sparks quickly converged into flames. Several tongues of fire intertwined, gradually outlining Viktor's form. With a wave of his hand, the flames transformed into a black coat that draped over him. Perched on the railing, Vega flapped its wings and flew to Viktor's shoulder. You're so slow. Did something interesting happen at the palace? The emperor asked me to be the princess's teacher. I agreed, Viktor replied curtly. Vega raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. Got yourself a cushy job, huh? Ignoring the raven's taunt, Viktor remained silent while Vega continued to grumble. In the end, you'll still rely on me. I think the academy should give me a title too. Let's call him the Great Professor Vega. A blue teleportation circle suddenly flared to life beneath Viktor's feet, illuminating the night with its radiant glow. The figures of a man and a raven gradually faded into the circle, merging seamlessly into the deep night. It was nearing midnight when Leah finally returned to the estate by carriage. Socializing with a group of nobles had left her utterly exhausted. The empty pleasantries and attempts to curry favor with the Kravina family were tiresome. She had intended to find Viktor and head home together, only to discover he was nowhere to be seen. After changing into comfortable loungewear, Leah headed to the training grounds and finally spotted Viktor. He was intensely focused, swinging a silver sword with clean, precise movements that gave him the air of a seasoned swordsman. However, remembering that Viktor had left on his own earlier, Leah couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. So, our esteemed mage is planning a career change, she quipped sarcastically. Viktor didn't respond. Seeing Leah return, he sheathed the silver sword. This time, instead of hanging the sword back on the wall, he made it vanish into his player-exclusive inventory. You're back? Then let's get going, Viktor said curtly. Leah was momentarily taken aback. She had planned to depart in the afternoon to arrive at their territory by the next morning. Taking the carriage now was clearly out of the question. Just as she was pondering this, another blue magic circle, larger than any she had seen before, lit up beneath Viktor's feet. The intricate patterns and runes on the circle were clearly visible, and an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted from the ground. The azure light shot skyward, causing Viktor's cloak to billow and Leah's long hair to stand on end. As the wind gradually subsided, particles of blue light began to envelop them. Overhead, another blue teleportation circle slowly formed. What is this? Leah asked, bewildered. Viktor looked ahead calmly and explained. I spent 2 hours here constructing a two-way teleportation circle with Bryston. Bryston was the second largest bustling city, under the Kravina domain in Viktor's hometown. Understanding dawned on Leah, and she felt a pang of guilt. Viktor had returned early to prepare this. She cautiously stepped into the circle, feeling the immense magical power wash over her. Even though she wasn't a mage, Leah could clearly sense Viktor's formidable strength. The teleportation circle can last for a whole day. If everything goes well, we can use it to return tomorrow, Viktor added. Leah nodded in understanding. The next moment, the two circles merged into one. Accompanied by twinkling starlight, their figures vanished, transforming into a beam of blue light that shot into the distance. The remaining return circle gradually dimmed, fading into the night. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a group of hooded figures in coarse cloaks barged in. They carefully concealed any features that might reveal their identities, leaving only their varied eyes visible. The room was empty, as if it had been thoroughly ransacked. Leon meticulously inspected every corner, nodding slightly after hearing his subordinates' reports. Any clues? Do we know where he went? Leon asked. He might have left the city, but based on the timing, he should still be within the territory, a subordinate replied. Leon sighed in relief. Good, the lady was prepared. She pulled out a bronze disc from her waist. It had no directional markers, just a half-broken needle pointing in a specific direction. A rune tracker. One subordinate recognized the magical device. Leon began to explain. Miss Leah has signed magical contracts with every merchant in the territory. As long as they're within the domain, this tracker can find them. The group understood, their eyes filled with admiration. Praises quickly followed. As expected of Miss Leah. Thank goodness Miss Leah was prepared. Leon must be envious, getting to use this to monitor Miss Leah's location every day. The last comment drew curious looks from the others. Leon waved it off nonchalantly. Suddenly, a special light appeared on the edge of the rune tracker. The group seemed puzzled, but after a glance, Leon put the tracker away. She cleared her throat, as if nothing had happened, and began issuing orders to the others. You go after them first. I need to head back for a moment, she said, agile as a leopard, vaulting through the window and vanishing into the night. Blue light flickered as Viktor and Leah materialized in the backyard of the Kravina estate. This place was more spacious and luxurious than the villa in the capital. Fireflies dotted the night lawn, resembling a private starry sky. Viktor had vague memories of this old family home, having only visited briefly during a few side investigations. Leah marveled at the convenience of magic, transporting them instantly from the capital to their territory. As the magic circle gradually faded into the lawn, Viktor asked, "Need any help?" Leah scoffed. "What? You think I can't handle this? Catching a minor embezzler doesn't require a grand mage like you. You're overestimating him. Go back to your room and get some sleep. I'll be back soon. By the way, you do remember where your room is, right?" Viktor nodded, confident that Leah could handle the situation. If it were Chia, Leah's abilities would be more than enough to subdue him. Just in case, he glanced at the glove on Leah's right hand. The mage's hand would alert him if needed. Leah hurried off. Viktor remained standing, and the curious Vega perched on his shoulder surveyed the surroundings. "So, this is where you used to live, huh? It's huge." Seeing no response from Viktor, Vega asked, puzzled, "What are you doing? Why are you just standing there?" Viktor whispered, "Don't talk. I'm trying to remember where my room is." Viktor lightly tapped his toe, and a glowing blue teleportation circle lit up beneath him. The mansion was silent in the dead of night. The servants had long gone to bed. He decided to discreetly search for his target, teleporting from one room to another. At that moment, an imposing elderly man with white hair was awakened by the faint sound. He slowly made his way up to the second floor, approaching the room from which the noise had come. As the blue light faded, Viktor appeared in a dimly lit guest room. He looked around, realizing this wasn't his intended destination. Just as he was about to cast another teleportation spell, the door creaked open. The old man pushed the door open, his massive frame casting a shadow over the room like a giant bear. Wearing a monocle, he immediately recognized the person inside and bowed deeply, placing his hand over his chest. "Master, you've returned." Viktor turned to face the towering three-meter bearman elder, Helnazen, the century-old butler of the Kravina family, who had served 3 generations of family heads. As the family's guardian, he could even rival a 4th-tier mage. "Sorry to wake you, Helnazen," Viktor apologized. "I'm pleased to see you back, master. How long do you plan to stay this time?" "I will arrange for your room to be prepared," the butler respectfully inquired. "No need for that. I'll be leaving before tomorrow." "Go get some rest," Viktor politely declined. Helnazen nodded in acknowledgement, bowed once more, and silently left the room. Once he was sure the butler had gone, Viktor cast the teleportation spell again. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in another spacious room. The air was filled with a faint floral scent, and the luxurious decorations around him hinted at the owner's distinguished status. Viktor quickly realized he had landed in Leah's boudoir. Though slightly surprised, Viktor wasn't bothered. After all, Leah frequently barged into his room unannounced. The room was tidy and the bed neatly made, indicating that Leah had been staying in the capital city for the past few days. Suddenly, an instinctive urge surged within Hema player's impulse to search every corner, leaving no potential item unexamined. Viktor fought to suppress this urge, and was about to leave when Vega's single eye fixated on a cabinet. The cabinet was adorned with a barely visible faint yellow magic circle. Viktor immediately recognized it as a magical lock that required deciphering complex runes to open. "Shall we take a look inside?" Vega curiously stretched its neck. Viktor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to investigate. After Vega effortlessly unlocked the magical seal, Viktor silently mouthed an apology and cautiously opened the drawer. To his disappointment, there was nothing particularly interesting inside, just a few old, mended fabric dolls. In the depths of the drawer, there was a very old notebook with yellowed pages. Intrigued, Viktor took it out and casually flipped open a page. Ancient memories instantly unfolded before his eyes. November 6th, Father said my brother has awakened a powerful magical talent. Our family is going to have a great wizard. That's wonderful. My brother will protect me for life, right? November 7th, brother seems to be studying hard and looks very tired. I want to help him become the greatest wizard, but he just scolds me for being a nuisance. How can I help him? November 8th, I shared my worries with father. He said being a wizard is a very expensive profession. If I can earn a lot of money, will that help my brother? Viktor read these words, his emotions becoming complicated. He continued to turn a few more pages. December 21st, it snowed heavily again today. I love snow. Mr. Helnazen helped me build a huge snowman. I showed it to my brother, but he shattered it with magic. Does he not like snowmen? December 22nd, I made a mistake and accidentally dirted my brother's expensive magic book. He was very angry, scolded me, and made me stand in the snow as punishment. I felt so cold. I'm sorry, brother. It was my fault. December 23rd. I saw my brother again today. I wanted to apologize, but he scolded me harshly again. He said he hates tears. Should I not cry? Why can't I ever make him happy? I feel so useless. The following pages recorded some trivial matters until January 1st, after which the diary had no more entries. Viktor put down the diary, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. The game had never mentioned the reasons for his strained relationship with Leah, and her room had always been locked, inaccessible to players. This diary content was something players had never seen. You seemed quite impressive back then, Vega remarked beside him, having also read the diary. Viktor nodded in agreement, without rebuttal. He didn't close the diary, but instead conjured a black pen with a glow from his palm. On a blank page, he drew a simple smiling face and folded the corner of the page before closing the diary and placing it back in the drawer. Vega watched quietly, hearing Viktor say, "Lock the drawer again, Vega." Vega obliged, using magic to lock the drawer, leaving no trace of it having been opened. Viktor turned and walked towards the door, with Vega flapping its wings to follow. "Where are you going?" "I mentioned before, I'm quite interested in that grain merchant." A teleportation circle appeared under Viktor's feet, glowing faintly. Vega hurriedly flew to his shoulder, and in an instant, both vanished. The scene shifted abruptly to a group of hooded figures capturing the burly Chur in the wilderness. "Finally caught you," they shouted. Cha, sweating profusely, yelled, "Where is Miss Leah? I need to see Miss Leah. Why are you capturing me?" The people around sensed something was amiss, but didn't think much of it. A sharp female voice rang out. "Once we take you back, you'll see Miss Leah." Cha, defiant, said, "I must see Miss Leah. I have something to explain." "All right, what do you want to explain?" Leah's cold voice suddenly cut in. She had appeared unnoticed, with a greenied Leon by her side. Leah crossed her arms and looked at Cha icily. "You've embezzled quite a bit from our family, haven't you?" "So, Cha, planning to flee back to the kingdom now?" Just as Cha was about to speak, Leah waved her hand, and countless hooded figures appeared around them, bows drawn, waiting for the command. "I suggest you don't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee there won't be an arrow in your breakfast tomorrow." Cha's face darkened, as if he had fallen into despair. Suddenly, a sly smile crept onto his lips. Leon noticed the change instantly and shouted, "Release the arrows!" In an instant, countless arrows flew towards Cha. However, they seemed to be stopped by some barrier, hanging in midair. A startling barrier suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping everyone like an invisible wall. In an instant, everyone except for Leah felt an overwhelming weakness, as if all their strength had been drained. Leon looked around warily, then glanced down at her own hands. Within the eerie barrier, she was horrified to find herself unable to summon even a trace of magic. At that moment, Cha's voice rang out triumphantly, "How do you like the taste of the anti-magic stone? I meant to use it on Viktor, but it seems his sister got to enjoy it first." Leah remained unusually calm. She raised an eyebrow and spoke in a flat tone. "So what? I'm not a mage." Cha immediately flew into a rage, cursing loudly, "Bullshit. Do you think I don't know you're a second-tier mage?" Leah squinted her eyes and quietly tried to activate her mage's hand, but there was no response. She chuckled softly. "I must admit, your methods are quite impressive. You'd make a better Lord of Kravenna than Viktor. Unfortunately for you, it looks like you'll be staying here today." As soon as she finished speaking, the barrier rippled, and several fully armed warriors appeared out of thin air. Cha laughed maniacally as he drew his weapon. "Inside this barrier where magic is useless, these warriors are your worst nightmare." Leah yawned, appearing completely unfazed. She calculated silently, knowing that there were hundreds of knights in ambush nearby, ready to tear these warriors apart at her signal. However, this secret was known only to her. Leon whispered urgently to Leah, "Miss Leah, please prepare to escape. We'll fight to the death to carve a path for you." With that, she drew 2 daggers and assumed a battle stance. Leah was about to respond when she felt a slight warmth from her mage's hand. She immediately realized that a source of magic was approaching. A confident smile curved her lips as she told Leon, "Stay still. Someone's coming to get us." Before she finished speaking, a massive azure magic circle lit up outside the barrier, covering the entire area. The powerful magical aura pierced through the anti-magic stone barrier, teleporting Leah and her companions to a hillside outside the barrier. When they regained their senses, they found themselves safely out of danger. Leah walked to the edge of the hillside and looked down at the barrier below. She saw a familiar figure inside the barrier, a man in a black coat, with the glow in his hand fading away. Viktor's voice echoed from within the barrier. "The kingdom's anti-magic stone is indeed effective against mages, but it has a glaring flaw. If a mage is outside the restriction range, they can still cast spells to affect the inside. If I had wanted to, Your anti-magic stone barrier would have been shattered long ago. Cha gripped his weapon tightly, eyeing the newcomer warily, and demanded, "Who are you?" Viktor gave a graceful bow, his tone calm and confident. "I am Viktor. I heard you were looking for me?" As soon as Viktor revealed his identity, Cha fixed his gaze on him. The dim night and Viktor's black trench coat initially prevented Cha from recognizing his face. But upon closer inspection, that face was almost identical to the one depicted in the mage stone portrait Viktor Kravina, the Empire's most brilliant fourth-tier mage. Alarm bells rang in Cha's mind, a strong sense of danger rising within him. However, he felt no fear. This place was within the influence range of the anti-magic stone, rendering even the most powerful mage helpless without the ability to cast spells. "I admit, you know a lot about anti-magic stones," Cha said, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The anti-magic stone was a rare mineral the kingdom had only recently discovered, akin to the Empire's mage stone. It was unexpected that the man before him knew even more about it than he did. But Cha suddenly laughed maniacally, his expression nearly insane. "Your arrogance will be your downfall, Viktor." Killing Viktor, the Empire's top genius mage, would earn him unparalleled honor upon his return to the kingdom. Knowing the effects of the anti-magic stone, yet daring to step into its range, if that wasn't arrogance, what was? Viktor attempted to cast a spell, but only a few weak sparks of magical fire appeared in the air. He thought to himself, even the essence of fire is somewhat affected. Although the essence of fire's power surpasses the limitations of the anti-magic stone, it too would be influenced as a collection of elemental magic. After careful consideration, Viktor estimated that forcefully using fire magic would only unleash about 1/10 of its original power. If he wished, he could still summon a meteor half the size of the one he used in the capital. Though its power would be reduced, it would still be enough to instantly obliterate these warriors with an average level of only 30. Viktor's eyes locked onto Cha. As the battle initiated, a health bar and level 30 hoopered above Cha's head. Viktor remembered that in future quests involving Cha, his level was 35. Seeing the flame in Viktor's hand, Cha was startled, but when it quickly extinguished, he regained his arrogant stance. Indeed, a mage unable to cast spells posed no threat. Cha wasted no more words, barking orders to the warriors around him. "Stop wasting time. Kill him now." The warriors raised their swords, slowly advancing on Viktor. Outside the barrier, Leah frowned as she watched everything unfold. The mage's hand in her grasp had already failed, meaning Viktor inside should also be unable to use magic. What was Viktor planning? Whatever he intended, Leah had to be ready to rescue him. She turned to Leon beside her and said, "Prepare to save Viktor. He can't die." "Understood," Leon replied, drawing the wooden sword from his back, his body poised like a predator ready to pounce. Inside the barrier, the warriors pressed closer. Viktor stood motionless, staring blankly at the approaching warriors as if he didn't know how to fight without magic. "Die!" A kingdom warrior lunged at Viktor, his sword swiftly descending. Almost simultaneously, Leon beside Leah transformed into a gust of wind, streaking toward the barrier like a flash of light. But just as she was about to touch the barrier, what happened inside made her stop abruptly, eyes wide with disbelief. A sword pierced through the warrior's head, blood splattering everywhere. The warrior's eyes widened in death, falling lifelessly to the ground. Viktor withdrew his sword, letting the mix of blood and brain matter splash onto his face, wiping it off nonchalantly. A lethal strike. In the game, except for boss units, every unit had a fatal weak point. As long as the player's level was higher, hitting this spot would result in an instant kill, regardless of the health bar. And the fatal weak point of humans was the easiest to find. Though Viktor's magic was restricted, he was now level 41. "Continue," Viktor said coldly from his spot, his voice as icy as ever. Even the battle-hardened Cha couldn't help but panic at Viktor's ruthless killing method. Questions flooded his mind. Was he really a mage? Where did that sword come from? Cold sweat broke out on Cha's palms, the sense of danger surging back. He could no longer care about anything else, and immediately shouted to the surrounding kingdom warriors. "Get him! Kill him!" The warriors roared as they surrounded Viktor, brandishing their long swords. Under the moonlight, the blades gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. One warrior lunged first, his sword whistling through the air toward Viktor. But Viktor, as if anticipating the move, sidestepped gracefully. At that moment, another warrior's blade approached from behind. Thud! The sound of steel piercing flesh echoed, and a fountain of blood sprayed forth. The would-be attacker looked down at his chest, where a sword had mysteriously pierced through. His eyes lost their light, and he collapsed to the ground. "Second one," Viktor counted calmly, as if tolling a death knell for everyone present. Perhaps out of fear or sheer arrogance, the remaining warriors lost all reason. They charged at Viktor like frenzied beasts. Yet to Viktor, their movements appeared painfully slow. He effortlessly stepped back, dodging the incoming blades. Then, raising his own sword, he aimed for a warrior's heart. Clanged this time. The sword tip was deflected by the warrior's armor. He sighed in relief and prepared to counterattack, but in the next instant, he froze. A warm liquid gushed from his chest, and his sword clattered to the ground. Pity, I made a mistake. But you failed to capitalize on it, Viktor said coolly, pulling out his sword as the warrior fell. Chia's eyes widened in shock. He saw it clearly this time. At the moment the warrior raised his sword, Viktor's silver blade had slipped through a gap in the armor, precisely piercing the heart. The remaining warriors began to falter, yet they still attacked Viktor with desperation. Their moves remained laughably slow to Viktor. He moved fluidly, weaving through their attacks with ease, his sword striking with deadly precision. Soon, more bodies littered the ground. The last warrior took a deep breath and lunged at Viktor. Viktor sidestepped effortlessly and, with a swift backhand strike, ended the man's life. Leon stood outside the barrier, witnessing the one-sided massacre. She stared in shock, her mind settling on one word: clean, efficient. Viktor's swordsmanship wasn't the most refined, but he seemed to dodge attacks with his eyes closed, always delivering a fatal blow when his opponent's guard was down. Dressed in a black coat, holding a blood-stained sword, he stood among the bodies like a grim reaper under the moonlight. How is this possible? Leon muttered, shivering. Despite being a mage, Viktor excelled in close combat. This was beyond genius, it was monstrous. You're not a mage. You're not Viktor. You're a monster, Chia shouted, his mind blank with terror. Viktor flicked the blood off his sword, the blade gleaming in the moonlight. Apart from the initial splatter on his face, the blood of his enemies didn't even deserve to stain him. I like traditional bosses like you, Viktor said suddenly, his tone dripping with cold sarcasm. Sending your minions to die first, watching them get slaughtered, and then stepping in for the final showdown. It's cliché, but I like it. Viktor snapped his fingers, and flames erupted, incinerating the bodies into ash that drifted away on the wind. Chia finally panicked. Viktor could use magic too? What the hell? How is this fair? From the beginning, the advantage you thought you had was what I allowed you to believe, Viktor said, advancing toward Chia with his silver sword. As the monster approached, Chia's forehead beaded with sweat. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. His sword fell heavily into the dirt, too weak to lift again. Your arrogance, your hubris, led you step by step into this abyss of despair. But don't worry, I won't let you die until I get the information I need from you, Viktor said, raising his sword and pointing it at Chia. Pick up your weapon. We're not done yet. Chiao Air was driven to desperation, his fury boiling over. With a surge of adrenaline, he sprang to his feet and tightened his grip on the long sword beside him. Tangible energy coiled around his body like serpents, and a white pattern emerged on the blade, a unique combat skill exclusive to warriors, distinct from magic. Chiao Air charged at Viktor like a gust of wind. Instinctively, Viktor raised his silver sword to block the powerful strike. The impact sent the earth behind Viktor flying, the force ripping through the air and shattering trees dozens of meters away. Viktor's hands went numb, and he staggered back a few steps. Indeed, not as strong as a traditional warrior, Viktor muttered, lowering his head slightly. In that instant, Chiao Air's sword swept over his head. Seizing the moment, Viktor swung the hilt of his sword towards Chiao Air's waist. However, the attack had little effect, merely pushing the burly Chiao Air back a few steps. With a roar, Chiao Air slammed his patterned long sword into the ground. A powerful shockwave erupted from the earth, kicking up clouds of dust. Viktor nimbly leaped back, effortlessly avoiding the tremor. Unwilling to concede, Chiao Air swung his sword repeatedly, unleashing waves of sword energy that surged towards Viktor. Once, twice, thrice. Chiao Air kept attacking, but Viktor's agile movements allowed him to dodge every strike with ease. Chiao Air's eyes widened as he thrust his sword into the ground. A strong wind pressure formed a barrier around him, expanding outward. Viktor remained calm, pinpointing a gap in the barrier and effortlessly piercing it with his sword, shattering the seemingly formidable wind shield. Taking advantage of the momentary lag in Chiao Air's skill, Viktor lunged, his sword aimed straight at Chiao Air. But Chiao Air suddenly pulled out a round shield from his waist, blocking Viktor's advance. Chiao Air's expression turned fierce, hoping to deflect Viktor's attack. If he could succeed just once, he could cut the stunned Viktor into pieces. Yet, at that critical moment, Viktor suddenly smiled. Naive, he said, his body transforming into a blaze of fire that bypassed the shield and engulfed Chiao Air. The intense flames seemed intent on consuming Chiao Air entirely, and his agonized screams echoed from within the barrier. The sky turned crimson as the flames roared. When the flames finally subsided, Viktor reappeared in his original spot. He gracefully flicked his sword, as if the fierce battle had been nothing more than a casual performance. Chiao Air, covered in burns, panted heavily, barely holding himself up with his weapon. Why? Chioer gasped, unable to accept the reality. In his proud domain of close combat, he had been bested by a mage. What shocked him even more was that this mage could use magic within the anti-magic field. It's not fair, he fumed internally, unable to comprehend how his every move had been anticipated, and how his well-prepared secret weapon had been rendered trivial. At that moment, Chioer lost all reason. A dense, blood-red aura enveloped him like a terrifying glow. He violently stripped off his armor and let his blood touch the long sword. The blood, as if summoned, quickly climbed up the blade. Chioer's beast-like frenzy sent a shiver through those around him, even startling Viktor, who momentarily stood still. Chioer, wielding the blood-soaked greatsword, charged at Viktor like an enraged beast. He slashed fiercely, the powerful sword energy forming a blood-red zone that enveloped Viktor. Seeing this, one of Leah's subordinates anxiously asked, "Miss Leah, shouldn't we assist him?" "No need." Leah calmly observed the battlefield, showing no sign of worry. From the moment she saw Viktor use magic within the anti-magic field, she knew the outcome. Chioer can't win this fight. Let him play his game. We'll handle the aftermath once the battle is over. Leah's words were filled with confidence in Viktor. After all, he was the youngest genius of the imperial capital. How could he possibly lose to an ordinary kingdom's warrior? The violent blood energy slashed through the air towards Viktor. Yet Viktor's movements remained unhurried, as if he were strolling leisurely, weaving through the gaps in the air blades. The blades missed their mark, only slicing the surrounding trees into pieces, which fell with a crash. Chu's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Viktor through the wind barrier. His mind roared, "Even if I can strike him just once." Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted his thoughts. "You've caused enough trouble." Chi looked at Viktor again, seeing flames ignite in his opponent's hands. Viktor calmly reminded him, "Don't forget one thing." He stepped to the edge of the blood array, placing his silver sword within it. "I am a mage." Before the words had fully left his mouth, flames engulfed the blade. A gust of wind struck the sword, and Viktor twisted it, causing the fiery sword to entwine with the air currents, transforming the entire field into a blazing prison. Chi's attack had backfired, trapping him in a cage of fire. The temperature soared, as if it would ignite the entire wilderness. The barrier could no longer hold, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Boom! The fiery explosion consumed the wasteland. Amidst the smoke and dust, a dark figure was flung out, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Chua. His final, desperate attack, fueled by his own blood, had been effortlessly countered by Viktor, turning into a lethal backlash. Sword energy pierced Chu's limbs, leaving him incapacitated and barely alive. As he fell, the barrier shattered, and a dark stone rolled to Viktor's feet. Viktor approached, looking down at Cha from above. As the barrier dissipated, he felt his magic rapidly returning. Cha looked up, searching for injuries on his opponent, but saw only a few singed tears in Viktor's clothing, already mended by the flames. In despair, Cha gazed at the sky and suddenly laughed. "Long live the kingdom!" Nearby, Leon's expression changed dramatically. He shouted, "He's trying to poison himself." Cha swiftly bit down on the poison capsule hidden in his molar, feeling his life ebb away. But Viktor was quicker, forcing several bottles of crimson potion down Cha's throat. Cha's eyes widened as the struggle between life and death raged within him, the pain like 1,000 ants gnawing at his soul. Watching his torment, Viktor's lips curled into a devilish smile. "I told you," Viktor said coldly, "as long as I don't want you to die, you won't." Everyone stood frozen, witnessing the agonizing contortions of Chioer on the ground. His body convulsed violently, emitting heart-wrenching wails as if enduring a fate worse than death. Leah's sharp eyes caught sight of the crimson potion in Viktor's hand, and she immediately grasped the situation. She thought to herself, "Is it that magical potion again? If the blue potion restores mana, then this red one is likely a health elixir." Her guess was spot on. In Viktor's view, Chioer's health bar was fluctuating wildly. Whenever the poison threatened to claim his last breath, Viktor would administer another dose of the restorative potion, keeping him teetering on the edge of life and death. Chioer was trapped in an extremely bizarre state. His consciousness wavered between void and reality, feeling his soul ready to ascend to a mythical paradise one moment and being yanked back into his agonized body the next. The poison ravaged him like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, yet even the solace of death was denied. His limbs stiffened, incapable of any movement to alleviate the pain. Foam dribbled from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, saliva streaming. With the last of his strength, Chioer bellowed at Viktor, "Kill me! Just kill me now!" Viktor stared at him impassively, patiently waiting for Chioer to reach the brink of death once more. Time and again, Chioer's consciousness dimmed, his life flashing before his eyes, only to be shattered by Viktor's ruthless intervention. He realized he could not escape, endlessly cycling between the torment of the poison and Viktor's salvation. Finally, the poison's effect began to wane. Viktor had exhausted several bottles of potion to pull Chior back from the brink of death. Chior felt his senses slowly returning, and the pain began to subside. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was over, he was suddenly pierced by the excruciating pain of blades through his limbs. Without mercy, Viktor drove his sword through Chior's palms, pinning him to the ground. Blood soaked into the soil instantly. Chior let out a blood-curdling scream. "Demon! You demon!" Viktor ignored his howls, bending down to pick up the anti-magic stone and the round shield from the ground. Instantly, the attributes of these items appeared before his eyes. Evil Knight. Effect: 100 health, 30 physical defense. Skill: parry deflects incoming attacks from the front, causing up to 1 second of stun if successful. Anti-magic stone. Description: can disrupt the flow of magic within a certain range. Viktor understood this was Chior's final scheme. If someone attacked without knowing about the parry skill, they would be briefly stunned, giving Chior a chance for a lethal strike. This explained why many players struggled against Chior on their first encounter. Even later in the game, without a level and equipment advantage, this unique shield could still catch many off guard. However, for Viktor, Chior's every move was as clear as day. Even with just a level 10 warrior account, he was confident he could defeat Chior without taking a hit, though it might take a bit longer. After storing the shield, Viktor turned his attention to the anti-magic stone. This rare item was a precious commodity in the kingdom, and Viktor was no stranger to it. As a tool for sabotaging mages, he had often used it to trick those who had just defeated a wild boss and were about to divide the loot. He would suddenly appear, toss the anti-magic stone, and make off with the spoils. Recalling those scenes brought a smile to Viktor's face. Seeing Viktor step away from Chior, a faint smile appeared on Leah's face, as if she had never doubted his victory. She softly said, "Let's clean up." Her subordinates immediately understood and stepped forward to restrain Chior. Viktor walked towards Leah, pausing briefly to glance at Leon as he passed by. Although Viktor was within the barrier, he keenly sensed Leon's arrival. That agile figure left a deep impression on him. The familiar attire and those sparkling green eyes stirred his memory. He recalled that under Leah's command, there was an elven assassin renowned for her incredible speed and mysterious identity. This assassin had once slain 17 nobles in the Empire in a single night, earning the title of the Empire's top assassin. Viktor softly probed, "Leon?" Hearing her name, Leon shuddered and instinctively took a few steps back. She was puzzled. How could Viktor know her name? Miss Leah would never reveal her identity. She forced herself to stay calm and did not respond. However, Viktor caught her fleeting reaction, further confirming his suspicion. His gaze roamed over Leon, indifferent to whether such behavior was appropriate. Leon felt a chill, as if Viktor's eyes had seen through her completely. Viktor withdrew his gaze, a faint smile appearing on his otherwise cold face. After nodding to her, he calmly walked towards Leah. "Not too late, I hope," Viktor said calmly. Leah shrugged and replied, "I could have handled it without you." Despite her words, she felt a warmth in her heart from Viktor's timely arrival. She stole a glance at Viktor, thinking to herself, when did he change so much? Suddenly, a raven descended from the sky and perched on Viktor's shoulder. Leah asked curiously, "Why didn't I see it earlier?" Viktor simply replied, "Because I never fight unprepared." Leah scratched her head, feeling baffled. She didn't know that if Viktor, within the anti-magic stone's range, truly couldn't handle Chior, then Vega outside would immediately dismantle the barrier. Although the chance of Viktor losing to Chior was only 1%, he wanted to eliminate even that slim possibility. He aimed for a flawless victory, one where he would never fail. "I'll leave the interrogation to you," Viktor said coolly to Leah. Leah responded seriously, "Of course. I'll thoroughly uncover the traitors within our family." She had long known that Cho was a stranger from another land who had infiltrated their family's territory. Although Cho had hidden his identity and forged a new one within the Empire, everything was under Leah's control. After all, the person who helped Cho fabricate his identity was an underling of the Kravina family. Leah suddenly turned to Viktor, her smile hiding an unfathomable intention. "Give me a few bottles of that potion of yours. I don't want this guy dying unexpectedly during the interrogation." Viktor pulled out 5 bottles of potion from his coat and said calmly, 10,000 geo, don't forget to pay." Leah shot Viktor a fierce glare, grabbed the potions and left without looking back. "Get it yourself when you get home." After Leah left, Vega looked at Viktor. "Why do you even charge your sister?" "For your snacks," Viktor replied. "Nice. You should charge more," Vega said excitedly. A teleportation circle formed under Viktor's feet, and he vanished instantly. He had little interest in interrogations and wasn't particularly skilled at them, so he left it to the professional, Leah. With the appearance of the glowing blue circle, Viktor returned to the family estate's entrance. The family knights on night duty had been waiting for some time and bowed respectfully upon seeing Viktor. He nodded in acknowledgement and walked into the mansion. Despite the late hour, Viktor felt no sleepiness. He toyed with the round shield in his hand, like a child eager to try out a new toy. He welcomed any means that could make him stronger. He thought of Hernarsson, a powerful bear warrior who could have been an excellent sparring partner. But then he reconsidered. Hernarsson's strength might kill him with a single punch, and Viktor quickly dismissed the idea. While technique could bridge the gap in strength, it was futile if the opponent was too powerful to be hurt. Viktor pondered who else could be his close combat sparring partner. Suddenly, a silver figure flashed in his mind. He softly murmured the name, Gwen. The sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, and the sun rose as usual. Leah yawned as she returned home, momentarily awakened by the sound of the family knight opening the door for her. A whole night of dealing with affairs had left her exhausted, but she knew she couldn't rest just yet. Pushing through her fatigue, Leah headed straight for Viktor's room. She opened the door without hesitation, but the words caught in her throat. The room was empty, not a trace of Viktor to be found. Confusion crept over her, and she frowned in thought. Could Viktor have come back ahead of her and left again? As she closed the door, a thought struck her. Leah hurried to the training ground, and sure enough, there was Viktor, tirelessly practicing the same sword movement over and over. The sight left Leah momentarily stunned. When did you start practicing swordsmanship? Who taught you? Leah asked, eyeing Viktor suspiciously. Suddenly, a possibility dawned on her. Could it be Gwen? Viktor ignored her questions, focusing instead on sheathing his sword and hanging it back on the wall. His pet Vega seized the opportunity to perch on his shoulder. Leah mistook his silence for affirmation, growing even more puzzled. Since when did those two become close enough to train together? Leah wondered to herself. Isn't Viktor a mage? Could he really be planning to switch roles? How did it go? Viktor finally spoke, pulling Leah back to the matter at hand. Leah spread her hands and shook her head helplessly. He confessed everything. To be honest, it was a bit dull, she explained. Perhaps Viktor's shadow loomed too large for Cha. He spilled everything the moment he saw the red potion, without Leah needing to resort to any of her prepared methods. In short, the kingdom is scared. Leah began recounting Cha's confession. She detailed how the kingdom had been keeping an eye on Viktor since he became a third-year mage at 20, how they had relaxed their vigilance due to his eccentric behavior, and how they seized an opportunity following his mishap at the Duke's daughter's banquet. Didn't even know you had a fiancé, Leah remarked with a mocking glance at Viktor. Viktor wisely remained silent, avoiding giving Leah any ammunition. Leah continued, describing how the kingdom's plans were thwarted by the Duke's indulgence of his daughter, and how they failed completely after Viktor displayed his fourth-year abilities. She shook her head in disbelief, evidently surprised by Viktor's years of hiding his true strength. The radicals in the kingdom see you as too much of a threat, Leah explained. They orchestrated this entire operation to eliminate you. At this, Leah couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought you were a mage who could fight in close combat? Even archmages avoid engaging warriors up close, yet here you are, a traditional mage who not only dared but actually won. It's surreal. As her laughter faded, Leah looked at Viktor with a meaningful gaze, clearly indicating she had more to say. Actually, the reason Cha was able to infiltrate the territory is related to you, Leah said, noting the puzzled look in Viktor's eyes as he furrowed his brow. She continued, her lips curling into a slight smile. Do you remember that grain merchant from before? His name was Parson. Leah glanced at Viktor, whose expression remained indifferent, showing no recognition of the name. She sighed internally, thinking, of course, how could our esteemed mage remember such a minor figure? With a slight click of her tongue, Leah spread her hands and began to recount the story. Parson had a wife, and they lived in Rambedo, a village under the domain of Kravenna. Parson was away from home for nearly half the year. Her tone grew colder as she continued, once, our esteemed mage decided on a whim to inspect the territory. When he got off the carriage, he was accidentally bumped into by Parson's wife. Viktor listened quietly, his face showing no emotion. Leah went on. The pregnant woman apologized fearfully, but Viktor was unmoved. He casually said something and sent her to the mines. Her voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Such strenuous labor was too much for a pregnant woman. She miscarried and was left in a critical condition. Although she was eventually rescued, the ordeal left her unable to have children. Viktor remained impassive, as if the events had nothing to do with him. Leah continued, when Parson returned home, he found his once cheerful wife devoid of her usual smile. Filled with hatred, he quit his job, which could have supported him for life, and made contact with the kingdom's soldiers, including Chi. Parson used his connections within the territory to forge an identity for Cha and introduced him here. The events that followed need no repetition. After hearing the entire story, Viktor stayed silent. Leah's voice turned cold. In summary, all of this is a consequence of your past actions. To be precise, the old Viktor was truly despicable. She elaborated on Viktor's past. He disregarded the lives of both commoners and nobles, caring only for himself. No one could get close to him. He equally despised everyone. To him, everyone else was just dust and ants in the world. In noble circles, his reputation was abysmal. When others became third-tier mages, they might arouse envy but also receive genuine blessings from friends. Viktor, however, was someone people would spit on if they could. Leah sighed. Even among players, Viktor's only redeeming qualities were his looks and power. In every other aspect, he was worthless. That's why he had no friends, and even his only relative eventually turned against him. She recounted a widely known story among players. A fallen noble wandered the streets, and Viktor told him that he could regain his former glory in exchange for his most precious possession. The noble gave Viktor a family heirloom, only to be told that he had violated the deal. The most precious thing was not an external object. Viktor sent the noble's wife and children to work in his territory, deceiving them into thinking they had been abandoned by their husband. The noble was eventually exiled and disappeared without a trace. With a hint of irony, Leah said, many players try to find deeper meaning in Viktor's words. Why isn't your most precious possession your family? But the game developers never wrote backstories for these NPCs. Viktor's misdeeds, however, are unforgettable. She continued. There's something I hadn't told you before. Our shop was vandalized on its opening day, and just a few days before that, you gave me this. Leah raised her hand, showing the gemstone on her glove glinting in the sunlight. I was puzzled back then because the only one you seemed to have a grudge against was the Duke, but after interrogating the vandals, I found out it wasn't him. It appears Parson had been preparing for this for a while. Leah's tone grew colder. Since you gave me the mage's hand, I only used it once when our caravan was attacked. Only those present saw me use magic. But today, when we captured Chia, he used an anti-magic stone on me, thinking I was a second-tier mage. Her voice turned somber. From the moment the caravan was attacked, the kingdom had been targeting you. With Parson's help, everything started to fall into place. Leah pondered quietly. She had long known of her brother's notorious reputation, but she never imagined that even the kingdom's people would turn their eyes toward him. His extraordinary talent had already become a threat to neighboring nations. Just then, Viktor's voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Go give some compensation to the grain merchant's wife. Leah was taken aback, looking up at Viktor, struggling to grasp his intentions. The word compensation had a double meaning. Injit could refer to reparation for injury, but also, Viktor continued, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather, and then, find that grain merchant and bury him. Though his expression remained unchanged, the coldness in his voice carried a chilling ruthlessness. Leah paused slightly, feeling as if the old, detestable Viktor had reappeared before her. Yet, he hadn't gone to the extreme, making Leah realize he was still the Viktor she didn't entirely despise now. Even so, she couldn't help but ask, why do this? You were already in the wrong. Viktor squinted, as if the newly risen sun was too bright. His voice remained indifferent. When he decided to try to kill you, his fate was sealed. Leah froze, involuntarily stepping back a couple of steps. She lowered her head, not wanting Viktor to see her current expression. Struggling to maintain her composure, she spoke with a steady voice. You think I don't hold grudges? Rest assured, I've already sent someone to handle it. Viktor nodded, seemingly oblivious to Leah's unease. He continued in that detached tone. So, are you heading back? You go ahead, Leah replied. I still have some matters to deal with, and I need to find a new grain merchant. So many things are pressing down on me. I'll return to the capital in a few days. Make sure the servants clean my room daily. Viktor nodded once more, leaving with a simple, take care. The hidden teleportation array beneath his feet activated, and in a flash of blue light, his figure vanished into thin air. As the last trace of blue light faded, Leah stood motionless, her head bowed, seemingly trying to control something within. With Viktor gone, no one could see her face anymore. She no longer had to hold back. The floodgates of her emotions burst open. A single tear slid down her cheek, through the dry air, and fell to the ground, stirring up a small puff of dust. In the silence, a barely audible whisper emerged. Leah, you really are useless. In the training grounds of the Clavena estate, the morning sunlight bathed the descending blue light in a golden hue. As the magic circle activated, Viktor's figure emerged. He glanced around, feeling a sense of comfort in the familiar surroundings. In the distance, the diligent maids had already begun their day's work. Upon seeing Viktor, they offered respectful nods and glances. Viktor acknowledged each one with a gentle smile, masking the fact that he had been away the entire night. After Viktor departed, a few maids gathered and began to whisper among themselves. Don't you think the master looks so handsome and young? One maid said, blushing. Yes, and his skin is flawless, another agreed. her eyes gleaming with admiration. Their chatter filled the air, and their cheeks flushed with excitement. Plus, Mr. Victor is now a count, a young maid exclaimed. I heard the news just yesterday. Everyone was thrilled about Victor's promotion, and even the maids felt a sense of pride working for a count. After all, the status difference between a count and a viscount was significant. Victor was contemplating his next steps. Now that he had the authority, he considered recruiting a group of family knights directly in the capital. He even thought about bringing Harnison to the capital, but worried it might affect the management of his territory. Harnison, as the steward of Clavina, had many important matters to handle. Vega, perched on Victor's shoulder, let out a big yawn. It had stayed up all night with Victor and was now utterly exhausted. I have to ask, Vega said lazily, where did you get that inexplicable combat experience? Vega knew that Victor's soul had been replaced, but his mastery of magic made Vega believe he must have been an incredibly powerful mage in his past life. Yet, Victor's exceptional close combat skills continued to defy explanation. Ignoring Vega's question, Victor headed towards the door. A maid quickly approached him, respectfully handing over a letter. Master, your mail. Victor took the letter, noting the magical aura emanating from the envelope. He nodded slightly and retreated to his study. Once the door was closed, he carefully inspected the mysterious letter. The complexity and magical level of the enchantment were exceedingly high. Even a third-tier mage with enough power would struggle to open it. Clearly, this was the work of a genuine fourth-tier mage. Vega, Victor called out. Vega rolled its eyes. Seriously? Don't you know I'm tired? Despite its complaint, it pointed out the key elements on the letter. See this rune? It's missing a few segments. Fill them in. And this pattern, the direction and path are all wrong. Fix it. And here, under Vega's guidance, the difficult magical puzzle was quickly solved. As Victor inserted the final rune, the letter glowed with a blue light. Simultaneously, Victor felt his magical energy deplete significantly, almost drained. Ignoring the energy loss, Victor opened the letter and pulled out a blank sheet of paper. As he examined it, a phantom image emerged from the paper. The phantom spoke. I am truly astonished, Lord Victor. Your magical prowess is admirable. This puzzle was set by many fourth-tier mages from the council, and you have proven your strength. Though the phantom mage's tone was flattering, there was an undeniable hint of shock. They had expected Victor to solve the puzzle, but never imagined he would do so in under 5 minutes. By their estimation, even Rachel Azure would need half a day to solve it. Enough. Victor cut off the flattery coldly. State your business. The phantom mage was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Victor's bluntness. He cleared his throat, thinking to himself that Victor's reputation for being difficult was well earned. The phantom mage explained, on behalf of the Mage Council, I formally invite you to join us. As a fourth-tier mage, you are worthy of our personal invitation. Victor tapped his fingers on the desk, ignoring the invitation, and asked indifferently, what's in it for me? Naturally, you will receive all the benefits entitled to a fourth-tier mage, the phantom replied with a smile. However, Victor merely scoffed. Empty promises. The other side seemed momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Victor's request was clear and commanding. I want access to the magic library. The apparition paused, seemingly startled by Victor's bold demand. Though it had no physical form, Victor could sense its surprise and curiosity. How did Victor know about the magic library? The question lingered in the apparition's mind. But Victor wasn't finished. He continued, I need a wand made from a unicorn horn, the tail of a fourth-tier dragon, and a 100-year-old elm branch. A robe crafted from the scales of a fourth-tier jade dragon, omen spider silk, and magistone powder. The mage was momentarily speechless. These items were incredibly rare, costly, and difficult to obtain. Dragons were not common creatures. Though the apparition had no facial expressions, Victor could sense its confusion and hesitation. Lord Victor, if I may say, your requests are... The mage's voice was filled with uncertainty. Victor cut him off sharply. If you can't meet my demands, then there's no point in me joining the Mage Council. As he spoke, a flame ignited in his hand. The apparition watched in shock as Victor's fire burned. This letter is treated with special material. Ordinary flames can't burn it. However, Victor quickly proved him wrong. The corner of the letter caught fire and the flames spread rapidly, as if mocking the mage's previous statement. As the letter was consumed by the intense flames, the apparition was left speechless. It could only listen as Victor's voice rang out again. You have 1 day to respond. Remember, my demands remain unchanged. Soon, the letter was reduced to ashes, and the apparition's voice vanished. With the annoying voice gone, Victor sat calmly in his chair, as if nothing had happened. Vega, observing Victor's nonchalance, couldn't help but ask, what is the City of Mages? It had first heard the name in the Sea of Knowledge at Lost Hell, and had always been curious about it. Hearing Vega's question, Viktor fell into contemplation. He began to explain in detail the city of mages, also known as the Sky City Endymion. It's a paradise that every mage dreams of visiting. There's a massive magic library there, its exact size unknown, resembling a labyrinth. The library is filled with all kinds of magic. Only mages with enough contribution points can learn powerful spells that ordinary mages can't access. Even 5th-tier spells are available. Viktor continued, Endymion doesn't belong to any country. It's an independent mage territory. Here, you can see powerful mages from various places, races, and ages. Any mage who enters the city of mages is likely a top-tier talent somewhere. He added, although there are no national regulations, Endymion has strict laws. If you follow the laws but ignore morality, you can still live well in Endymion. But once you leave, who knows? Many despicable mages have been collectively eradicated. Hence, Endymion is also known as the ultimate place of morality. Viktor continued, by the way, only 3rd-tier or higher mages can enter the city of mages, and they need the Mage Council's approval. In the past, my strength was sufficient, but my reputation was too poor to get in. Now, however, my public record of defeating demons is enough for the Mage Council to overlook my morality and invite me. He confidently stated, as for whether they'll meet my demands, they will. These old mages won't miss out on a young and powerful new talent. After his recollection, Viktor summarized for Vega, it's a city floating in the sky. Vega listened with wide-eyed fascination but was now feeling drowsy. It could barely keep its eyes open and weakly complained to Viktor, you know, getting enough sleep is crucial for a raven. Viktor glanced at Vega, mockingly saying, so the great dark god finally admits it's just a raven? Vega ignored the remark and flew to his shoulder, ready to sleep. Seeing this, Viktor stood up slowly and took out his pocket watch. The time was still early, so he decided to get some rest. As he passed Henny's room, he glanced inside. His eyes glowed yellow, sensing no living presence. Already awake, he thought but paid no further attention and headed to his room with Vega. Viktor's room was spacious, so large that an ordinary person might feel scared living alone in it at night. Some plants had crept onto the floor, leaving plenty of space. Vega saw its beloved perch and quickly flew up, dozing off. But just before falling asleep, it sensed something and glanced at Viktor's bed, suddenly wide awake. With a mischievous look, it said to Viktor, why aren't you sleeping, Viktor? Viktor was silent for a moment. He looked at the lump under his blanket and reached out to pull the cover. A soft succubus rolled out, still sweetly asleep, occasionally murmuring in her dreams, Viktor, Professor. Viktor stood by the bed, tossing the blanket he was holding onto the floor, his eyes fixed on Henny. After a moment, Henny lazily stretched, rubbed her eyes drowsily, and let out a soft hum. When she finally opened her bleary eyes and saw Viktor, she showed no sign of alarm. Instead, she broke into a goofy grin, squinted her eyes, and clambered onto Viktor like a koala, clinging tightly to him before drifting back to sleep. Viktor felt his sanity teetering on the brink. Vega, perched nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Noticing Viktor's icy glare, Vega quickly quieted down and flapped out of the room, but not without a parting jibe. Well, I'll leave you to your lovely time then. With that, the bird thoughtfully closed the door behind it. Viktor silently cursed the bird's perverse thoughts, but at that moment, he was more concerned with the predicament at hand. Henny was wearing nothing but a thin nightgown, her fair skin exposed temptingly. He tried to detach her from himself, but had no idea where to start. Worse still, the seductive aura of a succubus wafted into Viktor's nose, teasing his senses. As an ordinary human, Viktor found himself breathing heavily, struggling to stay calm. He bent down and carefully placed the clinging Henny back on the bed. From an outsider's perspective, it might have looked like he was pressing down on her, about to do something indecent. However, Viktor simply whispered her name softly, Henny. As if by magic, Henny blinked groggily and finally woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Viktor's face just inches away. Professor? Her face turned beet red as she exclaimed, what's going on? Despite her shock, she didn't loosen her grip on Viktor, seemingly too stunned to realize she was still wrapped around him like an octopus. Viktor's expression was terrifyingly grim. He calmly said, this is my room. Henny snapped out of her daze, quickly burrowing under the blanket and curling up in the corner of the bed, trembling, with only her head peeking out. Whether out of fear or confusion, she kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why I fell asleep in your room. I came to report something to you. She stole a glance at Viktor, who was now sitting in a chair, her cheeks growing even redder. So, it wasn't a dream, it really happened. Despite a surge of happiness, Henny worried that Professor Viktor might be angry. After all, his expression didn't look good. So, you plan to come see me dressed like this? Victor's words made Henny shrink further under the blanket, avoiding his gaze and repeating, I'm sorry. When I get up too early, I get a bit muddled and just forgot to put on my outer clothes. Henny's voice grew softer and softer, almost inaudible. Listening to her explanation, Victor's expression darkened even more. He knew just how dangerous succubi could be. He had nearly lost control earlier. Succubi naturally possessed a unique charm and sweet scent to attract men. As Henny's powers awakened, her succubus traits were becoming more apparent. She might be unaware of her abilities, but they acted on instinct, affecting Victor regardless. Coupled with that thin nightgown, it was almost impossible to resist. Victor had to mentally calm himself down 3 times before he could regain his composure. He had encountered many succubi in games, even killed a few. In games, succubi could only debuff players by reducing damage, and players couldn't remove their underwear, so there was no other stimulating effect. But now, Victor was a flesh and blood human, and he had to teach Henny properly, or he might end up doing something against her will. Out of options, Victor's tone took on a slightly threatening edge. Remember, Henny, no one can tolerate you forever. As soon as Victor finished speaking, Henny suddenly poked her head out from under the blanket, cautiously looking at him. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she softly asked, Really? Victor was taken aback, realizing something was off. Henny's gaze was shy, and as the blanket slipped, it revealed her bare shoulder. She looked at Victor with seductive eyes, her posture alluring. Victor closed his eyes, struggling internally. It was hard to refuse such a pure and beautiful girl, whose eyes were filled with affection for him. But he quickly opened his eyes, stood up, and his gaze regained its clarity. Henny, he said calmly. Yes. Henny, like a startled fawn, looked up at Victor with a mix of panic and hope in her eyes. Victor met her gaze and said firmly, At least for now, I won't accept you. Hearing this, the light in Henny's eyes dimmed. She had always been aware of the gap between herself and the professor and never truly held any expectations. She just wanted to silently admire him, even if it meant this feeling would last a lifetime, without causing him any trouble. However, Henny suddenly caught the subtlety in Victor's words. At least for now? She looked up at him in disbelief, only to see his usual indifferent expression. Victor continued, You're very weak. Right now, you don't even qualify as a mage. At least reach a level where you can barely keep up with me. Before he finished speaking, a pitch-black robe landed on Henny's face, covering her completely. With her vision obscured, she heard Victor's voice from the door. Put on your clothes. Don't forget you have a report to give me. Then came the sound of the door opening and closing. When Henny pulled the robe away, Victor had already left the room. Yet, a sense of happiness spread through her heart, with his words echoing in her ears. Catch up to Professor Victor? As the most renowned genius mage, Victor had reached the 4th level at a young age. Could she do it? Suddenly, the magic within her surged like a tide, as if proving something to Henny. Catching up to Victor might not be impossible. Hugging the robe tightly, she encouraged herself, I can do it. I definitely can. Victor stepped outside and saw the crow, Vega, napping on the stair railing. Without a word, he walked over and grabbed Vega by the neck. The crow instantly woke up, eyes wide, but quickly showed a mischievous expression and easily broke free from Victor's grasp. Vega flew to Victor's shoulder, disgruntledly preening its feathers, and taunted. What's this? Our dear Victor finished so quickly? Even without counting the time to undress, it's only been 5 minutes. Isn't that a bit? Victor responded flatly. Sometimes I really want to rip that beak of yours off. He then headed straight for the study. Undeterred, Vega continued to tease. Come on, between being a beast and being worse than one, you chose the latter? Are you even capable? You know, she's a succubus. There will come a day when you can't hold out. You can't believe a succubus will never, right? Victor stopped, looked down at Vega, and said, Since she is Henny, she will only follow my orders. A succubus too weak can't handle the magic of a 4th level mage. Indulging in pleasure would only harm her. So, she needs to become stronger. Vega understood Victor's meaning, a sly glint in its eyes. You can even use the aspirations of those around you. Should I call you cold-hearted, or praise your foresight? Victor ignored it, leaving Vega's voice echoing behind him. Just hope you won't drag me into your schemes when the time comes. Victor sat quietly in his study when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. A gentle breeze blew through, causing the door to open on its own. Henny stood at the doorway, cautiously stepping inside. She approached Victor with her head down, looking like a child who had done something wrong, occasionally stealing glances at him. Victor's eyes roamed over Henny. She was dressed in a long black robe that concealed both her body and the alluring aura of a succubus. Who would have thought that this unassuming girl had such specs? Victor mused to himself, Henny might just be the most impressive he had ever seen. Shaking his head, Victor shifted his gaze away from her and asked curtly, What's the matter? Still looking down, Henny began to speak in a soft voice. Some families want to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Viktor was puzzled, not quite understanding what she meant. Seeing his confusion, Henny explained, last night, many nobles sent messages to your artifact shop. Most of them want to discuss a partnership regarding your magic potions. Viktor tapped his fingers on the desk, thinking. So, people have started to notice this, huh? Although magic potions are expensive, their effects are remarkable, and those who truly need them, mostly wealthy maids, have no issue affording these powerful items. It seems some people want a piece of the pie. Viktor wasn't very familiar with the dealings of the artifact shop, as it was managed by Leah. After Henny woke up, she felt embarrassed by all the care Leah had given her and wanted to help around the house. Eventually, Leah had Henny temporarily act as her assistant. Henny, who was an assistant teacher at the academy, found the role easy enough. Yesterday, while Leah and Viktor attended a banquet, Henny spent the day at the shop. But things didn't go as Viktor had imagined. Henny continued. They want to know if you have more stock of the magic potions. Viktor gestured for her to go on. They said they hope you'll allow them to purchase the magic potions in bulk at a price 100 geo above cost. They plan to sell your potions in their family shops in other cities, splitting the profit with you 70-30, with you getting the 70%. Viktor fell into deep thought. Were these families trying to do charity? Considering the profits, it wasn't exactly charity. Even a profit margin of 100 geo was still profitable for them. But that didn't account for the costs of shop management, labor, and transportation fees. Knowing the truth, Viktor saw these people as practically handing him money. They might have heard somewhere that the actual cost of these potions was only 300 geo. Viktor suspected this was information Leah had intentionally spread. The real cost? Just a few cheap berries. Even if Leah sold them at what they believed to be the cost price, setting a standard price of 1,000 geo for other shops to sell, the 700 geo profit would be a substantial sum. 70% of that would go to Viktor. And since they were buying in bulk above cost price, their profit margin would be even slimmer. It sounded good, but Viktor narrowed his eyes. His experience dealing with players had taught him always to be wary of potential traps in any deal. You never know what hidden strings might come with the sweet offer. Indeed, some might genuinely want to curry favor with Viktor. Given his current status as the princess's tutor and his rising influence, even the second prince sought his favor. However, if they followed the proposed deal, they could simply stockpile the potions without selling them. As long as they didn't sell, they wouldn't have to share any profits with Viktor. Thus, these families could buy the potions at what they believed to be the cost price, stockpile, or use them themselves, effectively disrupting the market price and breaking the Kravina family sales rule. Only 2 bottles per person per day. Viktor wasn't one to turn down money, especially since he needed it, but he wouldn't fall for such an obvious trap. These seasoned merchants were clearly trying to take advantage of Henny's lack of business acumen. Viktor glanced at Henny. This little succubus had an impressive grasp of magical knowledge, but was evidently clueless about business matters. He decided to put this issue on hold until Leah returned. Best to leave professional matters to the professionals. Viktor believed that if those nobles really intended to interfere with their business, Leah would make sure they regretted it. As for Henny, Viktor stood up and walked straight towards her. Henny immediately became nervous, lowering her head and biting her lip, her body trembling slightly. Viktor reached out and gently stroked Henny's hair, an unexpected gesture that left her stunned. She looked up at Viktor, her eyes sparkling with surprise. With a blank expression, Viktor said, "Go work at the prop shop. Just focus on selling goods. Don't neglect your magic studies." Henny nodded repeatedly, feeling a warmth spread through her heart from Viktor's advice. She silently vowed, "I will catch up to you, Professor. When the time comes, I will." At this point, Henny's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't finish her sentence. Viktor withdrew his hand and walked towards the door. Vega fluttered its wings and landed on his shoulder. Before leaving, Viktor turned back to remind the still-dazed Henny, "Remember to close the door." Henny snapped out of her daze to find that Viktor had already left. She gently placed her hand on her chest and murmured, "I have to become stronger." Viktor boarded the carriage, traveling through the dusty path to the Dellen estate. A servant greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Viktor, please wait a moment. I'll notify Miss Gwen right away." Viktor nodded and leaned against the carriage, waiting. The main gate opened, and a woman with purple hair stepped out. Viktor frowned slightly. It was Gwen's sister, Kira. Kira greeted him with a playful smile. "Hey there, Viktor." She made a clawing motion in the air. Viktor looked at the lively Kira, feeling a bit disoriented. This character, who had never appeared in the game, was now standing before him, alive. Seeing Viktor's lack of response, Kira pouted. "What? You're not happy to see me? You only want Gwen to greet you, right?" Viktor nodded bluntly. "Yes." Kira shrugged helplessly and then asked, "What do you need with Gwen? Just so you know, if it's not for a date, don't bother her. She's very busy." At that moment, Gwen appeared, wiping sweat from her brow and holding a knight's sword. She was surprised to see Viktor. Viktor, what are you doing here? Viktor glanced at Kira with a teasing look. This is what you call very busy. Kira covered her face, unwilling to face the awkward situation. Viktor looked at the silver sword in Gwen's hand and said in a familiar tone, care for a spar? Vega stood atop a nearby post, watching as a mage and a knight drew their swords, preparing for close combat. Gwen was fully armored in standard gear, while Viktor, beneath his trench coat, was wrapped in protective gear, looking like a meticulously packaged knight. This ensemble was Gwen's insistence, despite Viktor's repeated assurances of his trench coat's defensive capabilities, which Gwen dismissed. What good is that trench coat besides looking cool? Viktor took her remark in stride. On the edge of the training ground, Kevla watched in bewilderment. She had intended to stop what seemed like a lopsided duel, worried that a loss might hurt Viktor's pride and strain their relationship. However, Gwen had readily agreed, leaving Kevla even more puzzled. Ready? Gwen asked. Viktor nodded, gripping his sword with one hand. Gwen recalled how adeptly Viktor had handled her silver sword before and knew not to underestimate him. Feeling an inexplicable irritation, Gwen decided to go all out. She charged like a beast, her long sword whistling through the air. Viktor quickly parried, the clash of metal ringing sharply. Though he managed to block, the powerful impact forced him back a few steps, his arm tingling from the force. The battle was on. Gwen was at level 31, equivalent to a newly advanced third-tier knight, comparable to Cha, perhaps even slightly stronger. Viktor silently assessed his opponent's strength. Kevla covered her eyes, too nervous to watch what she believed would be a one-sided fight. However, the continuous clash of metal made her peek through her fingers. To her astonishment, Viktor was holding his own against Gwen. Though he was clearly at a disadvantage, it was far from the rout she had imagined. Suddenly, Gwen accelerated, her foot slamming down as she closed in on Viktor in an instant. She swung her sword downward, and Viktor agilely leapt aside. Before he could land, Gwen's next attack was already upon him. He barely managed to block, but his armor bore a few new scratches. Amidst the flurry of blows, Viktor found an opening to counterattack. Gwen's eyes widened, not expecting her opponent to strike back from such a precarious position. She quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the unexpected thrust. By this point, Gwen had completely revised her opinion of Viktor's abilities, filled with a sense of disbelief. Although she knew Viktor could handle a sword, Gwen was surprised at how adept he was. As their blades clashed, the sound of metal echoed through the training ground. Despite Viktor being a mage with limited physical strength, he managed to hold his own against her. A thought crossed her mind. If Viktor were just a bit stronger, she might be the one being overpowered. Despite her astonishment, Gwen didn't let her guard down. She raised her long sword once more and struck down at Viktor with force. Viktor stood his ground, eyes fixed on the incoming blade, seemingly waiting for something. Just as Gwen's sword was about to strike his face, a round shield suddenly appeared in Viktor's previously empty hand. Clang! The sharp sound of metal hitting metal rang in Viktor's ears. He watched as Gwen stumbled back a few steps, shaking her head, looking somewhat dazed. Viktor felt a surge of satisfaction. He had successfully deflected Gwen's attack. The effect of his enchanted shield pleased him. It allowed him to handle close combat opponents far stronger than himself with ease. Gwen quickly regained her composure. The brief stun had little effect on her. However, Viktor, being a mage, was already at his physical limit and could no longer sustain such intense combat. Gasping for breath, he signaled to Gwen for a pause, requesting a break. Lying on the ground, panting, Viktor felt a strange sense of fulfillment. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt so vividly alive. The muscle soreness, the exhilarating combat, and the duel with Gwen all made him feel a long-lost sense of reality. Gwen also paused. Though she wasn't tired, she remained silent. Viktor's performance had surprised her. She could tell he was highly skilled in close combat. His fighting techniques, experience, and quick reflexes all demonstrated that he was a seasoned warrior. However, his physical condition clearly didn't match his combat expertise. And what was with that sudden appearance of the shield? Kevlar and another attendant saw them stop fighting and hurried over with water and towels. Viktor took them, thanking them softly. As he wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to drink, Gwen's voice, tinged with a hint of admonishment, came through. Drinking water right after intense exercise isn't good for you. Viktor paused and then put down the water bottle. He remembered that he had once told Gwen the same thing. It seemed she held grudges. After resting until the sweat dried, Viktor took a sip of water. At that moment, Kevlar, with a playful smile, pointed at him and said, "Viktor, you're pretty good. Want to spar with me next?" Viktor remained silent for a moment, then picked up his sword and lightly tapped Kevlar on the shoulder. Kevlar was taken aback, but Viktor's eyes had already noticed the level above Kevlar's head. LV 39. Ignoring Kevlar, he stood up and looked at Gwen, slightly raising his head. "Let's continue." Several hours later, Viktor sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, after removing his gear. Gwen sheathed her sword, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Not bad. I don't know why you suddenly wanted to practice swordsmanship, but if you need it again, she paused, her voice becoming hesitant. I have time in the mornings. Gwen felt a bit annoyed after saying that. Would Viktor misunderstand? Why did she have to speak so impulsively when he hadn't even asked? However, Viktor responded, "Thank you. I do need it." After resting enough, he used a cleansing spell to remove the sweat from his body. Gwen watched Viktor suddenly become clean and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Viktor nodded to her. "I need to go now, Gwen. I still have to teach the princess today." Knowing he had important duties, Gwen nodded in agreement without saying much. Viktor suddenly asked, "Does your family have any extra refined steel you could sell me?" Refined steel was not scarce for a knightly family like the Dellans. Weapons and armor both required a lot of refined steel. Gwen nodded in agreement but was curious. What do you need refined steel for? She didn't think about career changes, only guessing that Viktor might be planning to recruit some knights for his newly ennobled family. "Prepare some for me. I need it. Here, take this." Viktor handed a piece of golden parchment to Gwen. "What is this?" Gwen asked curiously, taking the parchment. "Once you have the refined steel ready, you can use this to find my location." With that, Viktor turned and left. Gwen stood frozen, watching Viktor's figure fade into the distance. At some point, a crow had silently perched on his shoulder. Even as Viktor disappeared from view, Gwen remained motionless like a statue. Kevlar noticed and gently nudged his side with her elbow. "Hey, snap out of it. He's long gone. What are you still looking at?" Gwen jolted back to reality and hurriedly explained. "I was just thinking of asking if he did breakfast." Kevlar's eyes sparkled mischievously as she teased. "Oh, my little Gwen isn't mad anymore?" Gwen turned his head away, a hint of defiance in his voice. "I was never mad." Kevlar studied Gwen with interest, lowering her voice. "Really not mad?" When Gwen didn't respond, she continued to muse to herself. Sigh. Viktor really is something. At the party, my little Gwen was dressed so beautifully, and he didn't even glance over. Gwen puffed his cheeks and quickly defended himself. "I really wasn't mad." Hearing Gwen's stubborn reply, Kevlar chuckled softly, covering her mouth. All right, not mad, not mad." After her laughter subsided, Kevlar's expression suddenly turned serious. She looked Gwen straight in the eyes and asked solemnly, "So, did you test Viktor? Has your sense of justice really failed?" Upon hearing Kevlar's question, Gwen remained silent. Ever since Viktor's audience with His Majesty, her sense of justice had been faltering, gradually losing its effectiveness. Although she could still occasionally detect lies, the ability was far weaker than before. Gwen's expression was pained, her eyes reddening as if she might cry at any moment. Kevlar gently stroked Gwen's hair, soothing her with a soft voice. "Maybe it's for the best. Such a useless ability, let it disappear." There was a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Gwen had always been different because of her sense of justice. Her strong sense of right and wrong made her intolerant of any form of bullying. Yet she was born into a noble family. In an era that classified people into rigid hierarchies, her actions and demeanor were often misunderstood, even seen as aberrant. Kevlar recalled Gwen's childhood. Little Gwen would always speak bluntly, unhesitatingly pointing out others' lies, which was certainly a misstep in the hypocritical circles of nobility. The adults in the family would avoid talking in front of her, and even the servants were cautious around her. Only Kevlar, her elder sister, consistently showed her love. As time passed, Gwen's father decided she could not bring any benefit to the family and sent her off for knight training. It was during this period that Gwen was betrothed to Viktor. At that time, Viktor was an arrogant young boy, always wearing a cold expression and looking down on everyone. Kevlar sighed softly, continuing to comfort the silent Gwen. She believed that if the sense of justice truly disappeared, it might actually be a blessing for Gwen. At least she wouldn't have to constantly be aware of others' deceit. Meanwhile, Viktor sat in a jostling carriage, gazing absent-mindedly at the shops rushing past the window. Vega lay dozing on his lap, seizing every opportunity to rest. "We're here," Viktor murmured. Vega immediately perked up, jumping onto his shoulder. The carriage stopped in front of the palace, where a group of servants was already waiting. Viktor nodded in acknowledgement and followed them inside. At the door of a small room, a servant indicated, "Lord Viktor, please enter. His Majesty is expecting you." Viktor grasped the golden door handle and stepped inside. Emperor Aubrey greeted him with a smile. "Come in, Viktor." Standing behind the emperor was Aurelian. "Today is your first day on the job. Viktor, don't let me down," the emperor said. Viktor bowed his head in respect, responding calmly, "Rest assured, your Majesty." Seeing Viktor, Aurelian peeked out from behind Emperor Aubrey and gave Viktor a gentle smile, like a sprite in the morning sun. Their conversation at the banquet the previous evening had brought them closer, and Aurelian was no longer as timid around Viktor. Guided by servants and guards, Viktor arrived at the princess's private palace. The golden walls were adorned with various gemstones, and crystal-clear pendants hung from the beams. Luxurious drapes made of intertwined silk and silver threads cascaded around, creating an opulent and dreamy atmosphere. Vega marveled at the palace's splendor and couldn't help but comment in Viktor's mind. This is royalty? They sure are loaded. Viktor, seriously, why not consider marrying the princess? Would never be short on money again. Ignoring Vega's suggestion, Viktor entered the palace alongside Aurelian. The guards and servants at the entrance waited silently, as the emperor clearly wouldn't allow Viktor to be alone with the princess. Aurelian looked up at Viktor, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and softly asked, "Teacher, what will you teach me today?" She hoped that this young genius of the empire would offer her something unique. Viktor gracefully bowed to the princess and extended his hand, saying, "Your Highness, please give me your hand." Though puzzled, Aurelian placed her delicate hand in Viktor's palm. The nearby female bodyguard watched the scene warily, her hand instinctively moving to her sword hilt. As Viktor held Aurelian's soft hand, the bodyguard grew more agitated, thinking, teaching is one thing. But why is he holding her hand? I've heard rumors about Viktor's fondness for minors, but I didn't expect he'd dare to flirt with the princess. Before she could voice a warning, Viktor had already released Aurelian's hand. Through this brief contact, Viktor assessed Aurelian's level LV-15. It was surprisingly low, and if he didn't know about her future, he would never have associated this seemingly fragile princess with the future eternal witch. Moreover, at this level, she could only learn first-year magic. Without saying much, Viktor flipped his hand, and a simple gray array slowly appeared in his palm. There were no intricate patterns or obscure runes. It was a relatively straightforward spell. A cloud of black smoke gathered in the air, enveloping the surroundings. Viktor then waved his hand, dispersing the hallucinogenic gray smoke. How about it? Can you replicate this? Viktor asked. Aurelian tilted her head in thought for a moment and replied, "It's an interesting spell. My previous teachers never taught me this, but..." She extended her hand and, relying on her memory, attempted to recreate the array. After a moment, a small cloud of black smoke materialized in her hand. Vega observed Aurelian's performance and thought, interesting. She replicates spells as if copying them directly. Although she's slower than Viktor, being able to cast it after just one glance, could she be a genius? Understanding this, Viktor conjured a slightly more complex spell. This time, two intertwined arrays appeared in his hand, with more intricate patterns, but only a couple of additional runes. Second-tier magic, meteor fragment, Viktor murmured. A purple rock fragment rose from the air and shot out, piercing the palace floor. The surrounding space slightly distorted, pulling the silver drapes into the center, where they were pinned by the fragment. Aurelian carefully observed and began to mimic Viktor's array construction. This time, her pace was noticeably slower, but she persisted. Finally, she managed to replicate Viktor's spell, and a purple meteor shot out from her hand. Vega, well-versed in magic, squinted and thought, a first-tier mage using second-tier magic? There's something unusual about her magical power. Nothing strange, Viktor responded internally. The potential of the Eternal, which was already becoming evident. In the game, she could perfectly replicate others' spells and, with her immense magical power, amplify their potency. Aurelian earned the title of Eternal, which because of her extraordinary passive talent, the Eternal Furnace. The magic energy she expends to cast spells gets converted back into health at 80 efficiency. If her health is full, the excess energy is restored as mana. Similarly, when she takes damage, 80 of the lost health is restored as mana, and if her mana is full, the overflow is converted back into health. This extraordinary talent allows Aurelian to cast spells at just 20 of the mana cost of other mages when at full health, making her incredibly resilient and her recovery rate remarkable in battle. Aurelian is not only physically exceptional, her magical prowess is also fearsome. In gaming terms, she is both tanky and capable of dealing high damage. Although her mana is currently limited, she can cast second-tier spells with a first-tier body, which is extraordinary. The Emperor's assessment was accurate. Aurelian is indeed a terrifying genius. The reason those mages stopped teaching her after just 3 days is obvious too extraordinary. She can learn a spell just by seeing it once, and if they continued teaching her, she would have learned all their most guarded spells. Viktor, however, found this quite admirable. He clapped his hands, appreciating such a self-sufficient student. He didn't even need Vagar to explain the principles of magic to her. Aurelian, how many spells do you know? Viktor asked. Aurelian frowned and thought for a moment before quickly responding. Probably too many to count. Over the years, numerous mages had taught her, and she had mastered almost all the spells they had imparted. Viktor nodded and said, "In that case, there's nothing more I can teach you about magic." Aurelian looked up in surprise, staring at Viktor in disbelief. But, my father said you are the youngest genius mage in the Empire. If even you can't teach me. She didn't finish her sentence, but felt a familiar sense of disappointment. Whenever she recalled the way those mages looked at her, as if she were a monster, Aurelian felt deeply saddened. Now, even Viktor didn't plan to teach her? Her chest tightened slightly. However, Viktor's next words interrupted her thoughts. Next, we move straight to practical combat. Before Aurelian could react, a blue magic circle appeared beneath her feet. The terrifying magical energy disturbed the surrounding air, causing gusts of wind to fill the entire palace. Pendants and curtains swayed wildly, and Aurelian's hair was blown into the air. The guards beside her were blown out of the magic circle, crashing heavily against the golden walls. "Princess!" one guard shouted, but the magic circle lit up instantly, enveloping everything. In the next second bayou, after the light dissipated, the guards and servants stood up and looked around. The palace was empty. The two of them had vanished. Holy crap! Where's the princess? The princess! Viktor has taken her away. A blue magic circle descended slowly from the sky, landing gently on the mountainside. Accompanied by two dazzling beams of light, two figures appeared steadily on the ground. Aurelian turned around curiously, taking in the surrounding scenery. In front of her was a vast mountain path, flanked by tall wild grasses whose green blades swayed gently in the breeze. Vibrant wildflowers dotted the landscape, adding a touch of life to the wilderness. Dense trees stood like towering clouds, their lush foliage blocking out the sky. Aurelian gazed at this magnificent natural scene, her eyes filled with wonder. It was her first time leaving the capital, and she was awestruck by the grandeur of the outdoors. The newness of it all filled her with immense joy. However, her happiness was short-lived as Viktor's voice broke the silence beside her. This is the Mirror Plains. In the game, this is an area outside the safe zone where monsters spawn. The creatures here are generally between levels 20 and 30, so they shouldn't be underestimated. Viktor paused before continuing. Today's lesson is about learning to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a burst of flames and vanished from Aurelian's sight like a puff of smoke. Viktor's sudden disappearance and vague instructions left Aurelian bewildered and anxious. She looked around but could only hear the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Teacher?" Aurelian called out tentatively, hoping for a response, but the surroundings remained eerily silent. Viktor's disappearance intensified her sense of panic, making her feel abandoned in this unfamiliar wilderness. Just then, an unnatural sound broke the silence. A tree spirit emitting a dark aura slowly approached Aurelian, its joints creaking ominously. The creature had a humanoid shape, with branches for arms and roots for legs. Its purple leaves seemed tainted with dark energy, giving it a sinister appearance. The tree spirit's massive form cast a shadow over Aurelian. Faced with this sudden threat, her mind went blank, and she forgot how to use her magic. In this critical moment, Viktor's voice suddenly echoed in her ear. "That's a corrupted tree spirit. Attack the upper part of its branches with magic." The instruction snapped Aurelian back to reality, making her realize the creature before her was a real threat. She quickly calmed down, searching her mind for the spells she had learned. Taking a deep breath, Aurelian began to weave her magic. She raised her hands, and a complex array of patterns formed rapidly between her fingers. A weak flame shot from her hands, striking the tree spirit. First-level spell, Spark? She was relieved to remember the elemental advantage. The flame hit the tree spirit, igniting small fires on its body. However, the creature merely shook itself, and the flames gradually died out. Seeing her attack had little effect, Aurelian felt a surge of fear. "No, stay back." She retreated, continuously conjuring fire spells in her hands. Fireballs rained down on the corrupted tree spirit. Though each individual fireball was weak, the relentless barrage finally set the tree spirit ablaze, engulfing it in flames. As the fire died down, the creature's sounds ceased abruptly. Aurelian cautiously opened her eyes to find the monster reduced to a pile of ashes. "It's dead." Aurelian looked at her hands in disbelief. Her palms still felt hot from casting spells repeatedly. The feeling of defeating a monster with her own hands left her both shocked and exhilarated, a stark contrast to what she had been taught by the mages. Suddenly, Viktor reappeared beside Aurelian. While collecting the crystals and corrupted branches left by the monster, he remarked nonchalantly, "Not bad. At least you didn't fail on your first try." After finishing his task, Viktor's gaze returned to Aurelian, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "Aurelian, your task and assignment for today is to walk the entire length of this mountain path." Aurelian nodded slightly, a hint of hesitation flickering in her eyes. Although her initial victory over the monsters had given her some confidence, deep down, she still yearned for more protection. Unable to resist, she asked Viktor, "You'll always be there to protect me, right?" Viktor didn't respond. Instead, he transformed into a blaze of fire and vanished instantly. But this time, Aurelian felt a bit more secure. She knew her teacher was always watching over her, and that his power was immense. The freedom and novelty of her first outdoor battle filled Aurelian's mind. Suddenly, 3 corrupted treants stumbled out of the forest. This time, prepared, Aurelian quickly unleashed a prereadied second-tier spell. Fireball. 3 more potent fireballs struck the corrupted treants simultaneously. Although her level was lower than these monsters, the power of the second-tier spell inflicted significant damage. Flames quickly engulfed their bodies, causing branches to splinter and scatter. One of them died instantly. The remaining 2 treants stubbornly charged at Aurelian, even though their hands had been charred to cinders. Aurelian swiftly conjured a black sigil in her hand, a hallucination spell Viktor had taught her. Gray mist. A cloud of smoke enveloped the 2 damaged treants. They hesitated for a moment before crashing into each other. The powerful impact drained their last bit of life, and their bodies crumbled into dust. Aurelian stepped forward to collect the fallen materials. Suddenly, she heard a few roars behind her and turned around nervously. This time, 5 monsters approached together, one distinctly different from the 4 treants. It was a massive creature made of intertwined flowers, much larger than the treants, exuding a hypnotic fragrance. Thorny vines whipped around beneath it. Aurelian's heart raced. There wasn't enough time to prepare a second-tier spell. She could only use simple first-tier fire magic to take down 2 of the treants. The continuously emitting pollen made her mind foggy, making even simple first-tier spells difficult to cast. Suddenly, a vine shot out from the grass, wrapping around Aurelian's ankle and dragging her towards the flower monster. Just as she tripped, her consciousness snapped back to clarity. Danger was imminent. At that moment, with a roar, an overwhelming, unquenchable fire erupted, severing the vine behind her. Aurelian quickly looked back to see the remaining 3 monsters consumed by fierce flames. Viktor stood amidst the fire, untouched by the flames. He retrieved the green crystals left by the monsters and walked out of the blaze, which then dissipated. You failed. Viktor's cold gaze made Aurelian shudder. If this were a real encounter, you'd be dead. In the wild, there's no room for complacency. A human who loses consciousness becomes food for monsters. Aurelian felt a bit despondent, but she indeed hadn't reacted in time. Just as she was about to defend herself, Viktor spoke again. But with me, don't fear failure. Fail once, start over. With that, Viktor transformed into flames once more and vanished. The 5 monsters reappeared before Aurelian, attacking in the same manner. This time, Aurelian was ready. She dodged the treants and the vines and pollen. Gradually, the treants were burned away. When a vine tried to ambush her from the grass, Aurelian deftly retreated and threw a first-tier fire spell directly into the flower monster's mouth. Instantly, the pollen acted as a flammable medium, and the dust explosion blew the monster to pieces. Aurelian breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't forget to stay vigilant. Only after confirming there was no more movement around did she relax and collapse to the ground. The charred marks and monster remnants around her silently testified to the recent battle. I really did it. An indescribable sense of achievement surged through her, filling Aurelian with an unprecedented satisfaction. This new experience left her exhilarated and excited. After a short rest and feeling her magic power had mostly recovered, Aurelian stood up and continued along the mountain path. Her lessons were far from over. Meanwhile, the palace fell into chaos. The news of the princess being kidnapped by Viktor spread like wildfire throughout the court. Guards and servants were filled with fear and anxiety, whispering among themselves with eyes full of confusion and despair. Where's the princess? Viktor took her away. Oh no, what are we going to do? Panic-stricken murmurs echoed through the corridors. No one dared to inform the emperor of the dreadful news, fearing that any misstep could lead to their demise. After all, the princess was taken right under their noses, and the emperor's wrath would surely be fatal. An elderly maid trembled as she spoke. We must find the princess before the emperor finds out. But how? Another servant asked anxiously. Viktor used a Tier 4 teleportation spell. They could be anywhere in the capital, or even beyond it. At that moment, Aurelian's personal guard had a sudden realization. She quickly said, Knight Commander Gwen. She's Viktor's fiancée. Maybe she knows where Viktor is. The suggestion brought a glimmer of hope to the group. The guard swiftly donned a black cloak and told the panicking servants, stay calm and keep the news contained. They'll go find Knight Commander Gwen. A servant cautiously asked, what if even Knight Commander Gwen doesn't know where Viktor is? What then? A shadow of doubt flickered in the guard's eyes, but she resolutely replied, then we'll have to report to His Majesty immediately. No matter what, the princess must not come to harm. The scene shifts to the Dellen residence. Gwen stood at the door, looking puzzled at the sudden appearance of the royal guard. She blinked, trying to process what she had just heard. The princess was kidnapped by Viktor? Gwen repeated in disbelief. What is he up to now? Can't he go a day without causing trouble? The guard urgently pleaded. The situation is critical. Please, Knight Commander Gwen, help us find Viktor. Gwen fell into deep thought. Where should she start looking for Viktor? Just then, Kefra, standing beside her, gently nudged Gwen's waist. Gwen shuddered slightly and cast a resentful glance at Kefra. Kefra, however, smiled mischievously and said, You can definitely find Viktor. Didn't he leave you something? Gwen paused, then suddenly realized. She quickly pulled out a golden parchment from her waist, still faintly pulsing with magical energy. It was a magical trace left by Viktor, supposedly to locate him. Doubt filled Gwen's mind. What was Viktor planning? If he truly intended to kidnap the princess, why leave a clue to his whereabouts? This couldn't be an oversight. Viktor was never so careless. Kefra noticed the hesitation on Gwen's face and reminded her, since you can find Viktor, why not take more people with you? Gwen was still confused, but Kefra seemed to have figured something out and said meaningfully, maybe Viktor wants to be found. Meanwhile, Aurelian had been trekking along the mountain path for nearly 2 hours. She encountered another ambush by magical creatures, this time with an additional flower monster. But Aurelian remained extraordinarily calm. She methodically cast spells, targeting the monster's weak points with precision. Blazing flames engulfed the creatures, leaving no trace behind. Despite the monsters being vanquished, Aurelian's heart still raced. This repeated brush with death felt like a relentless test of her nerves. However, she was determined not to fail this time. The next moment, several more monsters appeared, lunging at her. Aurelian unhesitatingly unleashed her spells, wielding her magic with effortless control. With her remarkable talent, these ordinary tree spirits were quickly dispatched. As her combat experience grew, Aurelian's accuracy in exploiting the monster's weaknesses increased, making her more adept at handling them. After the battle, she panted slightly, her cheeks flushed with fatigue. Approaching the monster's corpses, Aurelian mimicked Viktor's method of collecting materials. On this mountain path, she had died and been reborn over 20 times. Each time she was near death, Viktor's flames would engulf all the monsters, signaling her need to restart the challenge. These seemingly random monsters appeared as if deliberately summoned. Aurelian had faced this path over 20 times, and she could clearly feel her combat skills improving rapidly. Countless spellcasts made her increasingly proficient, even making Tier 2 spells easy to perform. Aurelian continued forward, the forest around her growing denser. Gradually, the leaves completely blocked out the sunlight, enveloping her in darkness. Darkness gradually enveloped the remaining mountain path ahead, and a white mist slowly rose, shrouding the final stretch. Aurelian reached out her hand to touch the mist in front of her. It seemed harmless, but her instincts screamed of hidden danger. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and stepped into the fog. Suddenly, the view opened up before her. A vast plain stretched out, surrounded by dense trees, as if an intentional clearing had been left, giving the place an eerie feel. As soon as Aurelian stepped onto the plain, the path behind her was sealed by a wall of white mist. She recoiled in terror, only to find the mist as solid as a wall, unyielding to her frantic touches and strikes. Soon, rustling sounds came from the dense forest, and the ground began to tremble. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature burst from the earth, appearing before Aurelian. The monster was covered in leaves, vines, and fur, obscuring its true form, revealing only a pair of glowing red eyes. Roar! The monster let out a deafening roar, its hot, damp breath washing over Aurelian, as if trying to crush her heart. She stared in disbelief at the terrifying creature before her. This was the forest demon, a boss-level creature at the end of the millet path, a type of field boss. It respawns once a week, and upon death, it has a chance to drop the demon's heart, a material used for crafting equipment. Viktor quickly compared Aurelian's health with that of the forest demon. Although this level 20 forest demon wasn't particularly powerful, it posed a significant challenge to level 15 Aurelian. Aurelian felt the creature's breath pounding her heart like a hammer, causing her to instinctively step back until she touched the wall of white mist. It was then she realized there was no escape. The forest demon gave Aurelian no time to think. It broke free from the vines and charged at her, dragging broken branches. Each step seemed to vent its fury at the intruder, shaking the ground beneath its feet. The demon raised its massive arm, casting a shadow over Aurelian. She barely had time to react before the giant hand came crashing down. Just when she thought she was doomed, a white magic circle suddenly lit up the entire forest, its blinding light consuming everything. When Aurelian opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in the same spot, and the forest demon was back at its starting point, entangled in heavy vines. She touched her neck in disbelief. Her head was still attached, her body unharmed, as if it had all been a hallucination. A number 1 appeared on the ground, seemingly marking her failure or death count. Aurelian looked up at the monster, which seemed equally confused by its sudden return to the starting point, but it quickly broke free from the vines and charged at her again. This time, Aurelian knew she couldn't hesitate. She quickly constructed the black mist magic formation Viktor had taught her earlier that day. Just as the forest demon approached, a dense black mist enveloped it. The demon screamed and began wildly attacking the surrounding trees. Seizing the opportunity, Aurelian launched a side attack. Countless sparks flew towards the demon, only to extinguish upon contact. Whether it was the dense foliage, the damp air, or the creature's massive body, her attack had no effect. Infuriated by the feeble attack, the demon kicked a massive dead tree towards Aurelian. Before she could recover from her shock, darkness consumed her vision. With the indication of death, a white light flashed, and she and the monster returned to their starting points once more. The forest demon emitted a green glow, the effect of a healing spell. Aurelian, surrounded by blue light, had her magic restored to full, and her body was as good as new. The number on the ground changed to 2, as if foretelling something. Reviving from death, Aurelian's spirit was notably troubled. Each time she teleported back to the original spot, she felt a haunting sense of having died once more, as if mocking her failures. Gritting her teeth, Aurelian refused to accept defeat. She pondered the strange cycle in silence. After each death, everything reset. Her condition returned to normal, and the monster before her regained its vigor. This setup seemed to convey a message: you must defeat it in one go. Taking a deep breath, Aurelian silently vowed, "This is a test." With renewed determination, Aurelian plunged back into battle. Her fingers danced swiftly in the air, intricate spell circles emanating from her body. Taking advantage of the demon's brief immobilization, she quickly cast a series of minor but effective enhancement spells on herself. As the demon broke free and charged at her, Aurelian unhesitatingly released a thick, black mist. High above, Viktor concealed himself, silently observing everything. Every time the forest demon was about to deliver a fatal blow to Aurelian, he would cast a teleportation spell, sending both back to the starting point and restoring them to their original states. He seemed to find enjoyment in this process. Vagar watched the battlefield, noticing the blue flash as Aurelian and the forest demon returned to the starting point once more. He couldn't help but quip, "Does she have a grudge against you? Why are you tormenting her like this?" Despite his words, Vagar was intrigued by the novel combat scenario. A powerful monster that could never be killed, facing an opponent who revived and challenged it repeatedly. It was like a bizarre game. However, Vagar didn't see much practical value in this method. He believed that true strength was forged in battles against equally matched opponents. The gap between Aurelian and the monster was too vast. It seemed she would never be able to defeat it, unless she could reach Viktor's level of prowess. Thinking of Viktor's 3-day battle against the Calamity, during which he sustained only one injury, Vagar found it hard to comprehend. If even a foe like the Calamity could be completely deciphered by Viktor, what could he possibly not achieve? As if reading Vagar's thoughts, Viktor spoke calmly, "You once asked me why, as a mage, I have such proficient melee skills." Vagar was slightly taken aback and turned to look at Viktor. Although Viktor's expression remained indifferent, his eyes held a trace of indescribable nostalgia. "I honed my skills in similar environments, fighting endlessly. Once, twice, dozens of times, hundreds of times, even thousands of times. Fail once, start over." Viktor's eyes gradually burned with intensity, his words painting an epic scene before Vagar's eyes. A sky-darkening dragon floated in the air, Viktor gazing up at the colossal being exuding power and menace. The dragon held a thunder spear in one claw, a wheel in the other, with 2 more claws clutching a massive thunder drum. It was an apocalyptic vision. Floating islands shattered, below them a dark, surging sea of corruption forming all-devouring whirlpools. The sky was oppressive and devoid of light. A suffocating atmosphere filled Viktor's lungs. In his hand was only a silver blade, the pure sword left behind by a previous hero after slaying tens of thousands of beasts. Yet, before the dragon, the blade's faint glow seemed so insignificant, so fragile. All around were endless fires ignited by lightning-struck rocks, any one of which could obliterate Viktor completely. One failure meant starting over. Death, standing up, death, standing up, repeating endlessly. Eventually, he stood atop the beast and severed its head with his blade. He won, but the victory was devastatingly hard-earned. Vagar couldn't understand such behavior. In such a mismatched fight, why would anyone persistently repeat the process? With odds so slim, why continue like a moth to a flame? "Don't you get tired?" Vagar asked. "Countless deaths, countless falls, all for one hard-fought victory. What's the point?" "Tired?" Viktor suddenly smiled. It was the first time he showed such a smile, as if relieved, or perhaps finding his long-lost self in the scene. "You only need to win once." At that moment, Vagar's attention was drawn to Aurelian below. A red glow appeared in her hand, a faint red flame flickering in her palm. She was almost pressed against the boss, striking the monster's body heavily. For the first time, the forest demon let out a pained howl. It furiously lashed out with chains made of thick vines, sweeping Aurelian away with a single blow. Aurelian seemed prepared, her hand glowing brightly, blocking the attack. I did it. She barely had a moment to feel joy before the demon's massive claw came at her. Whoosh! A blue flash, and she and the monster were back at the starting point. Aurelian was dazed, looking down at the number on the ground, 11. The 11th failure had left Aurelian on the verge of breaking down. She had landed just a single hit on her opponent and was already feeling triumphant. This shouldn't be the case. Aurelian felt her magical energy returning, while also noticing the monster's wounds healing rapidly. A new round of battle was about to begin. She bit her lips stubbornly and assumed a fighting stance. Keep going, she chanted silently, numbers ticking in her mind. 12, 20, 30, 40, 50. Time passed, and scenes of death flashed before her eyes, but Vega was astounded. Why was Aurelian so determined? It seemed as if defeating the opponent was her sole goal. From barely lasting 10 seconds at the start to now engaging in prolonged combat, Aurelian appeared to be gradually adapting to the enemy's attack patterns. By the 60th attempt, the forest demon's wounds were becoming more pronounced. It panted heavily, and there was a flicker of retreat in its eyes. The demon couldn't understand why this seemingly insignificant opponent was so hard to kill. Is she going to win? Vega's voice was filled with surprise. Viktor calmly reminded, the closer to victory, the more you can't relax. Indeed, from Viktor's perspective, the demon's health was nearly depleted, requiring just 2 more effective hits to be defeated. However, the forest demon's hesitation signaled an opportunity to Aurelian. Impulsively, she charged forward, forgetting the demon's speed advantage. Although the demon's lunge missed, the spikes on its chain were poised to strike. One hit, and Aurelian fell again. But with Viktor around, the demon was destined never to completely kill Aurelian. Teleportation magic swapped their positions once more, restoring their strength. This was the 61st attempt, and Aurelian was on the verge of breaking down. She was so close to victory, yet the enemy seemed unbeatable. Though her physical wounds healed, her spirit was nearing its limit. Aurelian recalled Viktor's initial words should she give up. Stubbornly, she shook her head and decided to try again. As the forest demon lunged once more, Aurelian cast a first-level spell, Ice Doppelganger. The demon crashed through countless trees, only to grasp a handful of ice shards. Immediately, Aurelian's fire magic followed. From the sky, Vega watched the battle, sensing an evenly matched contest for the first time. Though Aurelian's agility hadn't increased, she seemed to have fully grasped the demon's attack patterns. Her steps were steady, timing her dodges and counterattacks precisely, striking and retreating without overreaching. Under Aurelian's relentless magical harassment, the demon finally lost its sanity, thrashing and leaping wildly through the dense forest. Forced to retreat, Aurelian waited patiently for her moment. When the demon's thrashing began to distance it from her, she knew the optimal time had arrived. With a swift incantation, she launched a second-level spell, Flame Scattershot. Numerous red sigils appeared in the air. Though powerful, this spell required the simultaneous formation of multiple fireballs to achieve maximum effect, demanding a lengthy preparation. Yet, for Aurelian, it was the most effective attack method. Soon, intricate patterns intertwined, forming a network between the sigils. The moment the formation was complete, a barrage of fireballs surged toward the demon. With a thunderous boom, smoke and dust erupted. The demon ceased its pointless thrashing and began hurling rocks and deadwood at Aurelian, swinging its massive chain. These attacks, having been witnessed multiple times, no longer posed a threat to Aurelian. She dodged effortlessly, countering each move. By now, the battle had lasted 20 minutes, the longest Aurelian had ever endured. Vega watched in amazement. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps outside the barrier caught Vega's attention. Through the white mist, he saw the royal knights approaching, with Gwen leading the charge, accompanied by the royal princess's guards. Vega wondered how they had found this place. As the group burst through the mist, almost simultaneously, they all witnessed the astonishing sight before them. A colossal demon, breaking through the thick smoke, its body covered in fine ice crystals and engulfed in fierce flames, hurtling toward Aurelian like a massive flaming meteor. Your Highness! Everyone was stunned. At this distance, they couldn't possibly reach her in time. Gwen swiftly dismounted, drawing her sword, ready to shield the princess with her body. However, Aurelian raised her hand, and a magical array instantly enveloped her left arm. This first-tier spell emitted a faint repulsive force, barely slowing the monster's attack. However, the fiend's strength far exceeded expectations, and its fist still landed heavily on Aurelian's left arm. A searing pain shot through her body like an electric current. Gritting her teeth, Aurelian endured the agony that nearly rendered her left arm useless. Having faced death countless times, she considered this pain insignificant. Her gaze turned fierce and dangerous as a blade of light formed in the palm of her right hand. Without hesitation, Aurelian struck, the light blade piercing precisely into the fiend's vulnerable jaw. Stab! The blade instantly penetrated the fiend's skull, causing blood to gush out like a fountain, staining Aurelian's clothes and body. With a resounding crash, the fiend's massive body collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust several meters high. Aurelian stood before the fallen fiend, gasping for breath, her eyes fixed on its now lifeless gaze. The aftermath of the battle lingered, and the magic she had used was slowly healing her left arm's injuries. The astonishing scene left all onlookers frozen in place, including Gwen, who had intended to come to Aurelian's aid. The numbers on the ground stopped at 61 before gradually fading away. Vega's single eye widened in disbelief as he muttered, "The gap is so vast. How did she manage to win?" Realization suddenly dawned on him. Yes, the gap is that vast. Viktor, how do you expect to defeat a calamity akin to a natural disaster? Viktor did not respond, merely observing the battlefield in silence. This was the environment he had meticulously designed for Aurelian. He thought to himself, "You can defeat me countless times, but I only need to win once." At that moment, Viktor noticed a change in the level indicator next to Aurelian's health bar. The number, previously fixed at LV15, flickered and then shifted to LV16. Seeing this, Viktor nodded slightly and murmured, "So, the experiment was a success." After about 2 minutes, Aurelian stood frozen in a pool of blood, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at her trembling hands. The colossal beast, which should have easily crushed her, now lay motionless at her feet. The stench of blood filled the air, but instead of feeling repulsed, she felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Her tightly wound nerves suddenly relaxed, and her body trembled slightly with excitement. Exhilarating! The thought echoed in her mind. She had personally defeated an enemy that seemed insurmountable, sweeping away the shadows of countless failures and deaths. Through all her setbacks, Aurelian had harbored one obsession. She had to conquer it, kill it. Only then could she release her pent-up emotions and prove she was not weak and incapable. Aurelian completely relaxed and unceremoniously sat down on the blood-stained grass. The rancid blood soaked through her clothes, but she didn't care. This was her trophy, her proof of victory. In the distance, members of the royal knights lowered their weapons, their eyes filled with astonishment. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The 15-year-old princess had single-handedly slain a forest demon. Such beasts were the bane of knights, usually requiring a dozen to subdue. Yet, the unassuming princess had demonstrated extraordinary prowess at such a young age. A female guard rushed forward, hurriedly helping the princess up. "Your Highness, are you all right?" She had been nearly paralyzed with fear when she saw the beast charge at the princess, already picturing her own demise. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, Aurelian would turn the tables and slay the beast? Having served the princess for years, she knew of Aurelian's exceptional magical talent, but had always thought of her as lacking practical combat experience. Today, Aurelian had shattered everyone's preconceptions with her actions. Aurelian shook her head. "I'm fine." She was somewhat surprised that the guards had managed to find her here. Suddenly, a flame ignited out of nowhere, and Viktor stepped out from it. The female guard's rage flared upon seeing him. "Viktor, it was already a grave crime to abduct the princess, and now you dare bring her to such a dangerous place." Aurelian frowned and stopped her. "Cecilia, you are being disrespectful to my teacher." Cecilia wanted to say more, but was pushed back by an invisible force. Viktor's fingertips glowed as he softly said, "First-tier magic, repulsion." He turned to the princess and nodded approvingly. "Your use of repulsion magic at the end was well executed." Aurelian was overjoyed at his praise, feeling that her efforts had not been in vain. Viktor waved his hand, cleaning the blood off the princess's clothes and collecting the materials from the beast, leaving only the carcass as Aurelian's trophy. He glanced at the demon's heart he had just picked up and then at Aurelian, finally deciding to place the heart in his bag. "Today's lesson ends here. You can rest tomorrow," Viktor said, nodding at Gwen, who was approaching from a distance, before disappearing into a flurry of blue lights. Gwen watched Viktor leave, then called the knights to assemble, temporarily close off the millet path. "No one is to enter or leave." The command from the royal knight captain echoed in the air. Princess Aurelian safely returned to the palace surrounded by her guards, her trophy a corpse of a forest demon causing quite a stir. Emperor Aubrey was overjoyed and publicly announced a generous reward for the princess. The news spread like wildfire, and soon, Aurelian's feat of single-handedly defeating the forest demon was the talk of every noble circle in the capital. The nobles were divided into two camps. Some believed it was a carefully orchestrated signal by the royal family to portray this little-known princess as a prodigy, thereby strengthening the royal family's control. Others were intrigued by Viktor's teaching methods, astonished that the new private tutor of the princess included slaying a forest demon in the curriculum. Meanwhile, Elika found herself deeply troubled. The impulsive request she made to the professor yesterday now forced her to contemplate how to convince her father, Duke Levi. She vividly remembered Viktor's words, "You are your father's only heir. How could he possibly agree to let you continue doing dangerous things?" Yet, Aurelian's words at the banquet reverberated in her mind. "Are you trying to steal my teacher? I won't let you succeed." Elika shook her head, trying to dispel these unsettling thoughts. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening and a servant's announcement came from outside. "Duke Levi." Elika stepped out to see her father, Duke Levi, with a grim expression. The prepared speech she had in mind was swallowed back, and she instead asked with concern, "Father, what's wrong?" Duke Levi sighed, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Viktor has been appointed as the princess's tutor, but he used a large-scale teleportation spell within the palace to take her outside. When the royal knight captain found the princess, she was facing a forest demon." Elika covered her mouth in shock. Forest demons, lord-level creatures known for their ferociousness, typically required a knight squad or seasoned adventurers to defeat. She couldn't help but wonder why the princess was facing such a dangerous foe alone. Duke Levi continued, his voice revealing his anger. Even if she defeated that monster, it was reckless to let the princess take such a risk. Viktor's actions were too rash. If anything had happened to the princess, he would have no place in the empire. Elika stepped back a few paces, muttering in disbelief. What? The princess defeated that monster on her own? She suddenly recalled the princess's words. Surpass her, become an even greater genius. Aurelian's feat was deeply imprinted in her mind. Noticing his daughter's reaction, Duke Levi asked with concern, "Elika, dear, what's the matter?" Elika lowered her head and softly replied, "No. It's nothing." In that moment, she seemed to understand something. Following Viktor wouldn't narrow the gap between her and the princess. It might even widen it. Besides, she knew her father would never agree to her request, so why insist? "Elika, it's time for you to grow up," she told herself. Taking a deep breath, Elika lifted her head, a new confidence shining in her eyes. She made an unexpected request to her father. "Father, during the academy's admission period, there's a 2-month break. I want to train with your mage corps during that time." Duke Levi looked at his daughter in surprise, waiting for her to continue. Elika explained, "Tedious magical studies won't help me improve much, so I need an opportunity to train. Besides, since the mage corps is under your command, I won't put you in a difficult position." In choosing between aspiration and maturity, Elika opted for the latter. This didn't mean her admiration for Viktor had diminished. On the contrary, the closer she got to him, the more she felt his charismatic personality beneath his cold exterior. She realized her earlier thoughts were somewhat naive. Following someone doesn't necessarily close the gap between you. It might make it even wider. Elika longed to shine, to gain everyone's recognition. However, Viktor's brilliance was so overwhelming that it made everyone else seem dim in comparison. This almost made her forget her own goal to become the strongest genius under 20 in the capital. A hint of relief appeared in Duke Levi's eyes as he slowly said, "I have an old friend in the northern part of the empire, a powerful mage. If you can endure the cold of the north, then in a while, you can go there with my mage corps for some training." The sky was beginning to lighten as Henny hurried towards the training grounds, her steps brisk and her breath slightly labored. "Professor Viktor. Professor Viktor." Henny's voice echoed through the crisp morning air. Viktor, who was practicing his swordsmanship, looked up at the sound, lowering his long sword. With a resounding thud, the sword tip embedded itself deeply into the ground. Viktor turned to face Henny, raising an eyebrow as a signal for her to continue. Catching her breath, Henny said, "Professor Viktor, the shipment of fine steel you ordered has arrived." Viktor nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He swiftly sheathed his sword and hung it back on the wall-mounted rack. "Let's go," he said curtly, leading the way towards the mansion's main gate, with Henny following closely behind. Outside the gate, a wagon loaded with fine steel had been waiting for quite some time. Viktor walked up to it, lifting the cover to take a quick glance before signaling the servants to unload the goods. Standing nearby, Henny asked curiously, "Professor, don't you need to weigh the steel to confirm the quantity?" Shaking his head, Viktor replied with a tone of trust towards the supplier, "There's no need. This batch of fine steel comes from the Dellin family, known for their high-quality materials. Gwen has put a lot of effort into this, so there won't be any shortfall." The payment was made in advance. With a shout from the driver, the wagon slowly rolled away. Viktor turned and walked back towards the mansion with Vega, while Henny remained behind, tilting her head as she watched them leave. She muttered to herself, Why is the professor always so busy? Then she shook her head and skipped off towards the flower beds. With a creak, the basement door opened. Vega followed Viktor inside, immediately hit by the damp, metallic smell. This basement was not just part of Viktor's mansion, but also his workshop. Vega knew that whenever Viktor entered this space, it meant he was about to tinker with some strange gadgets again. Viktor spread some fine steel on the table, his eyes focused on the crafting manual. To ensure the store was well stocked, he made 200 bottles of magic potions daily and carried 100 health potions with him at all times. This habit of stockpiling potions was deeply ingrained in him. Consequently, his crafting proficiency had reached level 3, allowing him to create some level 3 items. Viktor took out a pile of colorful crystals from the player's inventory. Curious, Vega asked. Oh? Are these the leftover crystals Gwen brought back from the volcano? Did that little princess help you collect them yesterday? Viktor didn't respond, simply resting his chin on his hand, staring intently at a point in the air. Seeing this, Vega understood he was deep in thought and refrained from asking further. After searching through the crafting manual for a while, Viktor finally found the item he desired. He precisely measured the crystals and fine steel according to the recipe. Soon, the table was covered with red and green crystals, alongside 3 irregularly shaped pieces of fine steel. Viktor constructed a complex array on the crafting table, a triangular pattern as the core, surrounded by a square ring with mysterious runes embedded. As he worked, a sudden burst of light emanated from the crafting table. Vega squinted against the brightness, its fur shimmering in the light like a white bird. Gradually, the light faded, and Vega's eyes widened as it saw Viktor's final creation. 2 small, exquisitely crafted iron cards. The cards gleamed with a cold light, their edges razor-sharp. One card was etched with green patterns, while the other had red ones. Viktor looked at the cards with satisfaction, knowing he had successfully created level 3 items infused with both wood and fire elements. Curious, Vega asked, what are these for? It stared at the iron cards, unable to fathom their purpose. To Vega, no matter how sharp or powerful these cards were, they were still just cards. If they could strike down an enemy, that would be impressive, but such fragile iron cards could likely be easily dodged, rendering them useless. Viktor didn't answer, silently repeating the steps he had just performed. Blinding flashes of light continued to erupt from the basement. Vega felt its eyes were nearly blinded by the constant brightness. Finally, Viktor ceased his work. The crafting table was now piled high with iron cards. Vega counted them carefully. 1, 2, 3, 20, 73, 108. It suddenly realized, did you make 2 decks of playing cards? Should we draw a couple of jokers while we're at it? Indeed, playing cards existed in this world, one of the few pleasures for gamblers. Viktor recalled his days of training, when he loved to visit gambling dens and engage in thrilling games with various gamblers, always winning big. How could one tell if an NPC was a gambler in the game? It was simple, just ask if they wanted to play cards. In some ways, NPCs had an even greater gambling addiction than players. Still puzzled, Vega asked, if you're making weapons, why not craft a magic wand? Even if it's close combat, at least a dagger would be better. Viktor placed a set of matching cards within the magic circle. This circle was composed of 54 small circles with a large one in the center. Each card had a designated spot. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, forcing Vega to close her eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness. A sharp metallic clash echoed in her ears, as if something was being forcibly compressed. When the light faded, Vega opened her eyes to see 2 slightly thicker iron cards lying quietly in the center of the circle. How did you do that? They merged together? Vega asked in astonishment. Viktor didn't answer. He simply picked up one of the iron cards and threw it at a wooden dummy. As the red card left his hand, it split into 52 iron cards that precisely pinned themselves to the dummy, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Just as the fire started, the cards seemed to be summoned back, and a white steam rose, quickly cooling them. These flying cards hovered around Viktor, emitting a faint red glow, like a loyal guard. Vega blinked, staring at the countless flying cards rotating around Viktor, feeling a sense of awe. Viktor calmly explained, it compensates for my shortcomings in close combat. Vega pondered for a moment, recalling Viktor's prowess in close combat with warriors and knights, thinking this might just be an excuse for him to show off. But she had no evidence, as she had never seen anyone get close enough to threaten Viktor, not even the calamities. So, do these impressive cards have a name? I've never seen such a weapon, Vega asked curiously. Viktor squinted, and with a thought, the cards stopped rotating, reassembling into a deck that attached to his waist. I call it Destiny. That's a perfect name, Vega sincerely praised. Viktor put away Destiny and walked out of the basement. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the little succubus, Henny, running towards him, panting as she handed him a letter. Professor, Henny explained after catching her breath, I was on my way to the shop when this letter suddenly flew into the mailbox. Signed for you. I brought it right away. Victor nodded in understanding, but noticed Henny still standing there, fidgeting with a look of anticipation in her eyes. Question mark. Victor looked at her in confusion. Blushing, Henny whispered, Professor, you haven't patted my head today. Victor sighed helplessly. All right, daily head pat. He placed his hand on Henny's head and gently ruffled her hair. Henny's face lit up with a joyful smile, but as Victor withdrew his hand, she suddenly seemed to realize how absurd her request was, and her cheeks turned bright red. 3. Professor. I'll go to work now, she exclaimed, covering her face and running off. Victor's hand lingered in the air, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. He had noticed that Henny's level had already reached LV7. The speed at which this succubus was leveling up seemed unusually fast. Vega thoughtfully remarked, I just realized, primal demons are magical entities that harness emotional power. They don't have physical bodies or souls. I'm guessing that when Yimu was defeated, part of its essence might not have fully left Henny's body. This could explain why Henny possesses some of the power of greed. So, the reason this little succubus keeps getting stronger might be because you're satisfying her greed? Victor pondered for a moment. This situation was indeed unprecedented, but Vega's hypothesis made sense. It might be the only explanation for a succubus gaining power without engaging in specific acts. Well, Henny's greed seems pretty easy to satisfy, Vega joked. Just a daily head pat and a hug. Does that really count as greed? Victor didn't respond, simply weighing the letter in his hand. It's not necessarily a bad thing. You're right. So, the Mage Council sent you another letter? The residual magic on the envelope was still strong, but this time there was no magical puzzle. Victor led Vega back to the study and used his magic to open the envelope. A holographic mage appeared once again. Nice to see you again, Lord Victor, the holographic mage said. Victor looked at him coldly. If the council hadn't agreed to my demands, they wouldn't have sent a reply. But agreeing to all my demands isn't like you. So, what is it that you need me for so desperately? The mage shook his head with a wry smile. Nothing escapes you, Lord Victor. He straightened up and said seriously, in fact, the Mage Council does need your help. According to prophecy, Endymion is about to face a great calamity. The city of magic is about to face a catastrophe? Victor etched the words of the shadowy mage into his mind. He frowned slightly, his thoughts drifting to the game's storyline. In the future, the city of mages suffered a severe attack. It was a special quest that only mage class players could participate in. Other classes were barred from intervening. The reason was a powerful sealed creature about to break free in the city of mages and reappear in the world Exodia, the Dark Archmage. Exodia was once an ordinary mage, but his obsession with power led to his downfall. In his quest to surpass human limits, he infused his body with powerful magic into every vein. This insane act did make him stronger, but at a dreadful cost. The backlash of magic robbed him of his sanity, and his body transformed into a giant with 3 heads. 3 heads meant 3 consciousnesses, constantly clashing and causing Exodia's mind to be in perpetual chaos. The endless surge of magic within him wreaked havoc, leading to his eventual sealing in the city of mages. However, the seal on the Dark Mage is gradually weakening. According to observations from the city of mages, Exodia's target is Hyjal, the first source of magic in Endymion. This legendary tree, said to be planted by the gods, holds enough magic to engulf the world. It not only powers the floating city but also ensures Endymion's perpetual pleasant climate. If Hyjal were destroyed, the entire floating island's magic supply would be cut off, causing it to plummet rapidly. This would be catastrophic for any nation. If it fell into the ocean, the resulting tidal waves would swallow half the countries, leading to widespread devastation. Victor leaned back in his chair, his expression calm and confident. You're talking about Hyjal? The mage in the shadow was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. Lord Victor, how much do you actually know? Victor's tone was strategic. Not much, but enough. So, you must have heard about the demon war and decided to come to me, Mr. Heim. Victor recognized the man from the Letterheim Horn, the phantom mage of the continent and a council member of the Magic Council. He belonged to no nation, had no political stance, and was simply a 4th-tier powerhouse managing the city of mages. Heim's phantom magic, phantom doppelganger, could replicate his actions and spells. Each apparition weakened his original magic, but when the phantoms appeared in a dense forest-like formation, they could pierce through a building in an instant. Heim became serious. To identify me solely through magic, Lord Victor, you continue to amaze me. Victor clasped his hands together. So, why should I agree to help you? I have no allegiance to Endymion. Heim urgently explained. Hyjal is Endymion's last line of defense. If Endymion fall, it will lead to national destruction and continental collapse. Victor interjected, a mocking smile on his lips. And how does that concern me? Heim fell silent. He realized the man before him couldn't be swayed by moral appeals. Lord Victor, the Magic Council has agreed to your terms. That was the compensation for inviting me to join the council, Victor stated coldly. Those are my dues. And if you want my help, that's an entirely different price. The old mage was furious at Victor's opportunism. Victor, what makes you so greedy? Victor tapped the table lightly. I have a sister. She's a merchant. I don't care how dire your situation is, but if you want my help, bring me my benefits. The old mage remained silent for a long time, then finally sighed heavily, giving up his resistance. Victor, what do you want? The angry voice of the old mage, Heim Horn, echoed through the apparition. A council member's position? That's impossible. The council can have no more than 12 members at a time, and you don't have the credentials to become one. Before Heim could finish, a fierce blaze erupted behind Victor, the intense heat making the air ripple and tremble. The flames roared like an enraged lion, climbing up Victor's form with a menacing growl. Vagar perched silently on his shoulder, a flash of blue light flickering in its eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Despite the distance, Heim could feel the overwhelming power radiating from Victor, as if it would engulf him completely. The searing heat made his skin tingle as if it had been scorched. Such formidable magical pressure shook Heim to his core. He was relieved he hadn't underestimated Victor. Victor's voice emerged, carrying a hint of a dangerous smile. Mr. Heim, remember, in this negotiation, you are the one who needs me. If there's no vacant seat on the council, I don't mind making room myself. Heim Horn fell into a prolonged silence, contemplating whether it was wise to invite Victor into the Mage Council. But having already dangled the bait, it was too late to retract it. He had to brace himself and said, the position of a council member is not mine to grant alone. Victor, your aggressive stance makes me suspect you are declaring war on the Mage Council. Heim continued, explaining that the minimum standard for a council member was to be an outstanding fourth-rank mage, highly respected in their region. He doubted Victor alone could challenge the entire Mage Council. Victor's demeanor suddenly softened. I apologize, Mr. Heim. I may have frightened you. Tomorrow, I will visit the council in person, and we can discuss this further. He pulled an invitation from the envelope, detailing the coordinates of Endymion. Victor tapped his fingers on the table, and flames ignited again, reducing the letter to ashes that drifted out the window, taking Heim's apparition with them. Vagar took the opportunity to sever its connection with Victor. Puzzled, it asked, I don't understand. Things were going well before. I thought this could be resolved peacefully. Why did it suddenly turn into a confrontation? Vagar looked at Victor, perplexed by his seemingly reckless actions that appeared to provoke the other side intentionally. Victor glanced at the invitation in his hand, which clearly recorded Endymion's current location. As a city floating in the sky, Endymion constantly moved, its position ever-changing. He began to explain his reasoning. Those who become council members are generally of high moral standing. Take Rachel Blue, for example, the old dean. Though not of noble birth, he founded the Magic Academy single-handedly and served the nation selflessly, dedicating his life to the academy. Despite potential controversies, he remains true to his conscience. Victor continued, so, even if I act aggressively, the Mage Council won't wage war against me. The strength I displayed will make them recognize my value. The council is a highly principled organization, likely aligned with law and good. Someone as chaotic as me doesn't fit their mold. But through these negotiations, I've demonstrated my worth. Besides, those were just words. I didn't strike first, so they have no reason to attack me. Vagar was still confused. You haven't answered my question. Why did you intentionally provoke them? Victor calmly explained. I wanted them to believe I desperately want that council position. They'll think I'm willing to do anything to become a member, making them feel they can control me. Because in their eyes, I now have a clear need. With a need, everything is negotiable. These mages might even be secretly pleased, thinking they can secure a powerful ally who can defeat calamities and demons just by offering a council seat. What a bargain! Victor's laughter was filled with calculation. Vagar remained puzzled. I still don't get it. What's the benefit of becoming a council member for you? Though it's a prestigious position, you don't seem to care about it that much. Victor spread his hands, speaking indifferently. The true prize is Hyjal, the city of mages. Only council members can access the core of this magical city, and only I know its true nature. Strictly speaking, it is indeed a tree planted by a deity. However, it was stolen by ancient mages. His voice lowered, as if revealing a colossal secret. That is the core essence of the wood calamity, Druaga. As dawn broke over the capital, the first rays of sunlight began to illuminate the city, and the red sun slowly peeked over the horizon. Aurelian stood early in front of the grand mansion of the Cravenna family, accompanied by a small, well-equipped escort. Each guard was clad in cold steel armor, wielding heavy blades, and carrying unusually large shields that seemed cumbersome to handle. This squad had been sent by the Emperor to protect Aurelian. Upon seeing a member of the royal family arrive, a maid hurriedly ran towards the mansion. "Your Highness, I'll go inform the master right away." "No need," Aurelian suddenly spoke. "It's not proper for a student to wait for the teacher to visit. I'll go find the teacher myself." The maid stopped in her tracks, clearly troubled, but under the royal authority, she slowly opened the mansion gates. Aurelian turned to one of her guards. "Celia,
Yes.
if you wish to come in with me, then you must not be as disrespectful as last time when you see the teacher." Celia nodded in agreement. "Understood." The two walked into the Cravenna mansion. The maid led them to the study on the second floor. Aurelian was filled with anticipation, thinking about how to greet the teacher. However, the scene before her left her stunned. In front of Viktor stood a girl in a large robe. Despite her plain attire, her beauty and a certain delicate aura were unmistakable. Aurelian's eyes widened as she watched Viktor gently pat the girl's head. The girl smiled contentedly, then seemed to come to her senses, blushing as she bowed to Viktor. "Thank you, Professor. I need to go to work now." She then hurriedly ran towards the staircase, nearly stumbling as she passed by Aurelian, but still managed a polite bow. Aurelian stood frozen, even forgetting to return the gesture. By the time she regained her composure, the girl had already run downstairs and left. "Aurelian," Viktor's cold voice rang out. Teacher." Aurelian instinctively looked at Viktor. Viktor glanced at her indifferently before turning and walking into the study, leaving the door open as an invitation. Aurelian, feeling a bit apprehensive, walked in, with Celia closing the door behind them. Viktor sat in his chair, engrossed in the book he was holding, while a raven on the desk dozed peacefully. Aurelian stood before him, her heart racing. Without looking up, Viktor extended a hand, and a chair materialized behind Aurelian. "Sit," he commanded tersely. Aurelian sat down gracefully, intending to ask about the girl she had just seen, when a heavy book suddenly fell from above. She caught it quickly and noticed it had no cover or author name. As she opened the book, Aurelian was amazed to find detailed records of various monsters, their behaviors, and weaknesses. Even more surprising was that some of the creatures she had seen herself were described here with unparalleled detail, including their attack patterns and intervals. Just yesterday, Aurelian had spent a significant amount of time in the royal library studying books on monsters to better prepare for Viktor's lessons. However, she now realized that those materials paled in comparison to the meticulous notes in this journal. It was a comprehensive encyclopedia of monsters. Filled with curiosity and intrigue, Aurelian couldn't help but be drawn to this mysterious journal. Did Viktor prepare this just for me? Aurelian wondered silently, her gaze falling on the notebook in her hand. Viktor's voice floated over gently. "Remember to read it thoroughly. Take notes, it will be helpful in the future." With that, he fell silent and continued to read the book in his hands. Seeing this, Aurelian quietly sat down and opened the notebook. After just a few glances, she was deeply engrossed in the content, losing track of time. She was brought back to reality by Viktor's voice breaking the silence. "It's time to go." Aurelian looked up to see Viktor closing his book and standing up, with the crow that had been dozing off now perched on his shoulder, flapping its wings. She hurriedly packed up her notebook and stood up. "Just when she thought today's lesson was about to begin," Viktor said, "today, I'll take you to a special place." "A special place?" Aurelian hadn't fully processed his words when the teleportation circle beneath them began to glow faintly. Celia, seeing the teleportation magic on the ground, became anxious. "I need to go with the princess." As the princess's personal guard, she couldn't be left behind by Viktor again. However, Viktor's cold voice had already sounded. "Sorry, only one can go." With a humming sound, the mystical power of the teleportation array burst forth. The two of them turned into blue light and shot out of the study window, flying towards the horizon. Celia was left alone in the empty study, staring blankly out the window, seething with anger. Damn Viktor, taking the princess away again. As the light gradually faded, Aurelian and Viktor found themselves standing atop a towering cliff. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and lightning occasionally streaked across the sky. The howling wind made Aurelian's hair stand on end. She looked down at the deep abyss below, where a chilling wind seemed to carry the wails of countless spirits. Before the cliff lay a vast, turbulent black ocean. Aurelian's breathing became labored, her legs weak, barely able to support her. She thought, "Is this the special place Viktor mentioned? Are we supposed to have a lesson here?" Viktor, unfazed by the cold wind billowing his coat, spoke. "This is the Terran Abyss, the Empire's borderland." With difficulty, Aurelian asked, "Teacher, why are we here?" Viktor took out an invitation letter, lightly pinching it before tossing it into the sky. The envelope, seemingly guided by some force, drifted upwards. Suddenly, a brilliant light pierced through the sky, gradually expanding to reveal a floating island Endymion, the city of mages. Endymion appears in a different location every day but never within any nation's borders, Viktor explained. We have to wait until its coordinates appear at the Empire's border, then use the teleportation array to get here. The array we prepared overnight was for this moment. A beam of white light descended, enveloping Viktor. He extended his hand, saying, "Your Highness, please take my hand." Aurelian blinked and took Viktor's hand. As the light flashed, she closed her eyes. Their bodies began to rise, and Aurelian felt as if she were a free spirit soaring through the sky, feeling incredibly light. She reveled in this sensation of freedom. When the bright light faded, Viktor's voice sounded, "You can open your eyes now." Aurelian slowly opened her eyes, and the sight before her left her in awe. Rune-covered rings hovered above the island, with floating buildings made of rock constantly breaking apart and reforming, balanced on the edge of order and chaos. The structures occasionally collided, sending massive rocks flying. Castles were entwined with bizarre plants, like flowers with lion heads and leopard-headed grass drooling over them. Winged pigs flew through the air, bumping into colorful bubbles. Entranced by this peculiar scene, Aurelian reached out to touch the bubbles, but Viktor quickly warned, "If you pop one, you might be teleported somewhere unknown." She hastily withdrew her hand, silently praying for the safety of the flying pigs. Soon, a mage riding a white cloud approached to greet them. It was a long-geared elf, who rubbed her sleepy eyes and ran her fingers through her long green hair. Pink petals floated around the cloud, and the elf extended her slender, pale legs from within. She started to speak, hesitated, and finally said, "You must be Viktor. We've been waiting for you all day." Viktor scrutinized the drowsy elf before him, the image in his memory gradually aligning with the person in front of him. Yade, a nature elf, belonged to a race more adept at manipulating elemental forces and better suited to becoming mages. Her identity was even more extraordinary, a queen who preferred sleep over her throne, fleeing alone to the nearly untraceable city of magic to evade her people's pursuit. Viktor raised an eyebrow slightly. "Counselor Yade, I didn't expect you to greet me." Kokoti opened one weary eye, dark circles pronounced. She yawned, her voice tinged with drowsiness. "Oh, interesting. When Hai mentioned it, I didn't pay much attention. Now it seems you really do know everyone in the council." The fact that Viktor even knew her surprised this lazy elf who usually spent her days either napping in the garden or dozing off elsewhere. Kokoti squinted her sleepy eyes and glanced at the human princess hiding behind Viktor. She lazily teased, "Lord Viktor, you certainly have an interesting taste, bringing a lover to Endymion." Viktor's body tensed slightly, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. He said coldly, "If I can burn Heim's letter, I can certainly burn your garden." Kokoti immediately sat up straight, still sleepy but forcing a strained smile, and said to Aurelian, "Welcome to the city of magic, little sister." Viktor interrupted icily, "Consider your age before choosing your words." Kokoti pouted, thinking Viktor sure held grudges. She adjusted her expression, no longer forcing a smile, and simply nodded. "Welcome to the city of magic Endymion, young lady. You can call me Kokoti. Today, I'll be your guide through the chaotic magical rifts of our city." Kokoti explained that Endymion was called the city of magic for a reason. The air here was saturated with high concentrations of magic, which, when compressed within a certain range, created chaotic collapses. The colorful bubbles floating in the air were products of this magical chaos. Therefore, new mages needed guides to find the correct paths. Aurelian took a deep breath, feeling the endless magic enveloping her body. She had to stop absorbing the magic from the air to prevent her body from bursting. Her initial plan to expand her magical reserves in the city of magic was thus thwarted. Nonetheless, she bowed to Kokoti in gratitude. Kokoti led the way on a floating cloud, her mode of transportation. Seeing Aurelian's surprised look, Kokoti merely smiled without further explanation. Along the way, Kokoti incessantly introduced the city of magic. The city of magic is divided into 7 layers, each with a different degree of magical saturation. The higher the layer, the greater the demands on mages. A weak mage recklessly ascending to a higher layer could lose a limb at best, or be completely cut off from magic at worst. As Kokoti spoke, she secretly observed Aurelian. Her instincts told her that this girl was highly unusual. Despite being only a first-tier mage, she could easily handle the chaotic magic of the first layer, which defied all logic. Viktor noticed Kokoti's reaction, but wasn't surprised. After all, no one would expect Aurelian to possess such extraordinary magical talent. At that moment, Aurelian felt like an exotic animal on display, subject to Kokoti's scrutiny, but she didn't mind. Finally, Kokoti added, "Endymion, known as the city of magic, isn't really a city at all. It's merely a collection of extremely fragmented rock structures." The three embarked on a strange journey, with the scenery around them constantly shifting like a kaleidoscope. Starry skies, forests, cliffs, each step brought a new visual impact. Suddenly, Aurelian found herself alone, standing on a floating rock, surrounded by an endless void. She cautiously extended her foot and unexpectedly felt solid ground. Looking down, she saw a swirling galaxy beneath her, and the island behind her had vanished. The starry sky was breathtakingly beautiful, making Aurelian feel dizzy, as if enveloped by countless wonderful wishes. She forced herself to stay alert and took a difficult step forward, breaking the spellbinding beauty of the illusion. After a moment of disorientation, the scene changed abruptly. Lightning, like writhing serpents, darted through the dark clouds, and a solitary stone bridge hung in the air, creating a chilling atmosphere. Cocotte began to introduce the place. This is the Valley of Magic, known in human stories as the Rhea Gorge. Aurelian was shocked to hear this. The legend she had heard as a child had become reality before her eyes. She recalled the story about the trial of the seventh sky, which now seemed to have an answer. Cocotte continued to explain that this was the path every mage must take to reach Endymion, and it was the first test by the sentient Sky City for all visitors. Viktor knew this place well, having visited it many times in the game. He was aware of every lurking danger ahead, and even remembered the presence of the Lord. The valley was filled with turbulent magic currents, with lightning and hurricanes swirling around the narrow passage. The seemingly fragile stone bridge looked like it could collapse at any moment. Cocotte lazily warned Aurelian, "Listen to Viktor from now on, and don't make any sudden moves. Otherwise, you might end up as fireworks." This sent a shiver down Aurelian's spine. Cocotte lounged on a cloud, thoughtfully observing Viktor. "All you need to do is cross the gorge," Cocotte said, "and in about 2 hours, you'll reach the end. If you're worthy, you will arrive at the legendary seventh sky." Viktor knew that this place was not just a spot for grinding in the game, but also a perilous trial ground. Ordinary mages might lose their magical abilities here, and even fourth-tier mages would find their magic severely restricted. But for him, this path was second nature. The three stood at the entrance of the gorge, facing the unknown challenges ahead. Aurelian followed closely behind Viktor and Cocotte, ready to confront any dangers that might arise. Although the Valley of Magic usually posed no significant threats, none of them dared to let their guard down. Slowly stepping onto the path leading to the enchanted canyon, Viktor's gaze was fixed on the lone bridge in the distance. Deep within the canyon, various elemental magical energies surged like boiling lava, causing bizarre plants to grow wildly under their influence. Despite the surface calm, Viktor knew all too well the unimaginable dangers lurking in the depths of the canyon. Aurelian followed closely behind, her breath becoming unusually heavy as soon as she entered the canyon. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to keep up with Viktor's pace. In contrast, Viktor walked on the bridge as if it were solid ground. Even though the magical aura around them was terrifying, his expression remained calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the canyon. Viktor abruptly stopped, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, staring ahead. In the blink of an eye, a gray figure charged at them with astonishing speed. It was a massive beast, resembling a fox but covered in a hard stone shell with eerie black flames flickering in the gaps. Aurelian instinctively tried to cast a spell, only to find herself unable to summon any magic. The chaotic magical energies in the canyon completely restricted her abilities, rendering her as helpless as an ordinary person. Just as the beast was about to pounce, Viktor moved with lightning speed. A silver flash shot from his waist. It was an intricately designed silver card. The card sliced through the beast's throat, causing blood to spurt out. A moment later, a fiery red glow flashed across the card, and the beast's entire body was engulfed in flames, quickly turning to a pile of black ashes that fell into the abyss. Aurelian watched in stunned silence. In a place where she couldn't even muster her magic, Viktor had effortlessly dispatched such a formidable creature. What was that mysterious card? Is this the true way a mage fights? Cocotte, however, seemed utterly unfazed. She lounged lazily on a cloud, yawning. "Encountering beasts at the canyon's entrance is pretty normal," she said nonchalantly. Although Viktor's methods don't quite resemble those of an ordinary mage. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, Cocotte's expression gradually turned puzzled. Viktor seemed unusually familiar with the path, not even needing her guidance. What was even more perplexing was that the number of beasts didn't decrease but instead increased, all of them madly charging at Viktor. Initially, it was just a few scattered beasts, but it quickly escalated into a staggering scene. Countless beasts surged towards Viktor, trampling over each other, completely disregarding their fellow creatures' lives. The narrow bridge was crammed with all sorts of grotesque and fearsome beings, some even falling into the abyss, but the ones behind kept coming. Flying beasts soon joined the fray from the sky. Fong-mouthed mantises, green acid-spewing flies, and green bats with 4 pairs of compound eyes swarmed the skies, all diving towards Viktor. This is practically a small-scale beast tide, Cocotte muttered, unable to hide her shock. As a council member, she should have stepped in to help. But when she looked at Viktor, she realized there was no need for her to intervene at all. Viktor was surrounded by dozens of spinning iron cards, forming an impenetrable barrier. Any beast that dared to touch it was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no remains. Whether it was the beasts on the ground or the insects in the air, they were as fragile as paper in front of Viktor. With his hands in his pockets, Viktor walked forward unhurriedly, leaving a barren path in his wake. This scene made Cocotte question her century-long mage career. She had never seen such a unique and powerful fighting style. Could this still be considered the work of a mage? It's as if he was born for battle. Viktor's combat style isn't limited to monotonous spellcasting, and Cocotte could see that at a glance. He skillfully uses iron sheets made of special materials, requiring only a minimal release of magic to control them precisely. This intricate manipulation is like a machine running a well-calculated program. Every move is meticulously planned. The group moved forward in silence through the canyon, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Aurelian dared not get too close to Viktor, afraid of distracting her teacher and causing him to lose focus. She understood that in such a dangerous environment, even a minor mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. Although Viktor could constantly revive her, he didn't have the same guarantee for himself. Aurelian always remembered that she was there to learn, not to be a burden. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the surrounding vegetation gradually disappeared, replaced by increasingly violent lightning and raging black flames. The lightning, like restless vipers, hissed and threatened the group, driven by the booming thunder. The sky was filled with lightning, drowning out the low-hanging black clouds, making it seem like endless bolts of electricity were all that remained. Cocotte gently stroked the floating clouds beside her, soothing their uneasy emotions. She explained to Viktor, "This is the Stormlands, a place of constant thunderstorms, one of the more dangerous areas in the Magic Canyon. Further ahead, the creatures are no longer ordinary monsters. They are more like elemental entities." Viktor didn't respond, as he had known this information from the start. Suddenly, a creature crackling with lightning emerged nearby. Before it could make a move, Viktor's flaming iron plate tore through the air, transforming into a fiery arrow that sped towards the elemental creature. In mere seconds, the iron plate had slashed the creature hundreds of times. Unable to withstand the immense cutting force, the elemental creature disintegrated into wisps of smoke and vanished. The usually languid elf Cocotte straightened up, marveling at Viktor's extraordinary technique. She thought to herself, even the creatures here can be obliterated in an instant? How powerful! She still couldn't comprehend why Viktor possessed such terrifying strength. In the Magic Canyon, even she felt her magic was restricted, making it difficult to use complex and powerful spells. If she were in Viktor's place, she doubted she could achieve the same feats. Perched on Viktor's shoulder, Vega pretended to be an ordinary but slightly unusual crow. After all, regular crows couldn't enter the Magic Canyon. Feeling the chaotic magic in the canyon, Vega mused, "What a monster." Despite thinking this countless times before, Vega was always awestruck by Viktor's formidable combat abilities. As they advanced, Viktor suddenly stopped. Cocotte, puzzled, asked, "Viktor, why did you stop?" The storm raged around them, unleashing torrents of lightning. Viktor gazed at the blue lightning streaking across the sky and said calmly, "The spoils from the creatures killed in the Magic Canyon are mine, right?" Though they didn't immediately understand Viktor's words, Cocotte thought for a moment before replying, "Yes, there's no issue with that." She hadn't grasped Viktor's meaning, but the next moment, her eyes widened in amazement. Unnoticed until now, the red patterns on Viktor's coat began to glow, as if molten lava was flowing through them. A repressive and intense aura burst forth from Viktor. Cocotte rubbed her eyes, struggling to believe what she was seeing. The aura emanating from Viktor made her even more certain of her feelings. It felt like a colossal demon beast was about to awaken, ready to emerge into the world. The elf stood frozen, suddenly realizing something. From the moment they entered the canyon, whenever Viktor attacked, his coat's red patterns would flash. Initially, she hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was just a special mage's robe. But now, she understood the mystery behind it. Cocotte suddenly grasped the situation. Why do the canyon's creatures flock to Viktor? Creatures have territorial instincts, and the stronger they are, the less they tolerate others invading their territory. She didn't understand how Viktor mimicked such a terrifying aura, but to her, Viktor's presence felt like a cataclysmic fire beast. Cocotte hurriedly composed herself, questioning inwardly, is he really human? What human emits the scent of a monster? As an elf, Cocotte could sense things beyond ordinary perception. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the aura felt more like pure, violent fire energy than a beast. No wonder Heim's letter got incinerated. Now it all makes sense. Cocotte thought, finally understanding the truth behind the previously inexplicable events. She seemed to realize something, pondering the reason behind Viktor's sudden display of ferocity in the Stormlands and the meaning of his earlier words. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the heavens and earth. The surrounding lightning seemed to come alive, transforming into countless writhing serpents. Boulders began to fall in the Stormlands, and a powerful gale surged up from the valley floor. A colossal, pale hand slowly emerged from the depths of the valley, gripping the surrounding mountains. Instantly, the sky was filled with dust. Amidst the swirling debris, blue lightning crackled incessantly, gradually revealing the outline of a gigantic head. A bolt of lightning illuminated the monstrous creature before them, exuding an aura of devouring power. Cocotte's eyes widened. The fatigue she had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness and concern. The Storm King Dragon? Why on earth did you provoke it? The raven on Viktor's shoulder suddenly spoke, its voice only audible to Viktor amidst the storm. Viktor, hearing Vhagar speak, Viktor understood its meaning. A magical link. But Viktor shook his head and replied, no need. He intended to face this terrifying boss with his peak strength. The Storm King of the Magic Canyon, the master of the Stormlands. It was the ultimate magical entity formed from raw magic, not a true dragon. Facing this terrifying creature, Viktor suddenly said, Aurelian, Aurelian, her robes billowing in the fierce wind, snapped back to reality. The chaotic magic in the canyon made it impossible for her to speak, so she strained her ears to catch Viktor's words amidst the storm. This is your lesson for today. Remember to write a report afterward. Viktor flicked out 2 cards, and in an instant, 108 iron cards swirled in the sky, forming a towering card storm. The red and green hues stood out vividly against the dark clouds. Immediately after, a blazing red energy enveloped Viktor. His body was gradually covered by a sturdy shell of interwoven lava. His coat seemed to sprout the eyes of a giant beast, with 2 beams of light as bright as the sun piercing through, resembling the sun breaking through the stormy clouds. Viktor radiated light, like a divine being descended upon the earth. The lightning and gales in the Stormlands began to subside, replaced by a burning red sky and searing heat that could melt anything. The intense heat engulfed Viktor, causing molten lava to ooze from the ground beneath his feet. Aurelian, her face flushed, covered her mouth as she gazed at Viktor. Teacher, he's so cool. Cocotte was stunned for a few seconds at the sight. The perpetual chaotic magic of the Magic Canyon had been altered by Viktor. Such environmental altering magic was a power no human could possess. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and in a daze, she cried out, Calamity? The valley's floor began to churn with searing lava, and beneath the dark clouds, the dragon's head appeared particularly terrifying. Yet the overwhelming pressure exuded by Viktor seemed to transform into an even more dreadful beast of calamity, sending chills down one's spine. On both sides of the canyon, blazing flames rose continuously, intertwining with lightning to create a breathtaking spectacle. Pillars of fire clashed with thunder, evenly matched, as if staging a battle between the elements. Cocotte stood frozen, staring wide-eyed at the bizarre phenomena around her. As a nature spirit, she knew the true nature of calamities. They were not ordinary monsters but amalgamated embodiments of the world's natural elements, having gained consciousness and the ability to alter the environment. Wind, thunder, earth, and water. Each element had its corresponding embodiment. Cocotte was bewildered. How could Viktor wield a power so similar to that of the calamities? Could he be their offspring? Nature spirits had always revered and feared nature, as their magic depended on the natural environment. Calamities, which could influence nature, could be considered the ancestors of nature spirits in a way. She suddenly realized her previous behavior might have offended Viktor. Nervously fidgeting with her fingers, she pondered whether she should be more respectful towards him. At this moment, Cocotte noticed Aurelian watching from a distance. She gently kicked the cloud beneath her and floated towards the princess. Reaching Aurelian's side, Cocotte, now wide awake, awkwardly struck up a conversation. Hey, can I ask, what's the deal with your teacher? Aurelian merely glanced at her without answering, instead stepping a few paces away. Cocotte then remembered the girl couldn't speak, feeling embarrassed and unable to sleep soundly. Frustrated, she turned back to continue watching the epic battle. Every mage of Endymion knew the power of the Storm Dragon King. It had long slumbered in the depths of the Great Canyon of Storms, the most formidable presence in the region. Even a 4th-tier mage would not dare to challenge it lightly. Its threat was immeasurable, especially under the natural boost of the Stormlands. In fact, the Stormlands existed because of the Storm Dragon King. The chaotic flow of magic within the magical canyon further restricted the mages. Cocotte hadn't expected the Storm Dragon King to appear, as it usually did not clash with mages. Mages could traverse the magical canyon without interference from the beasts there. The dragon merely slept, embodying powerful magic, with no conscious intent. However, Viktor's appearance and the violent aura of calamity he emitted had alerted the Storm Dragon King. The environment and terrain altered, and the dragon perceived Viktor as an intruder. Yet, in the face of this human-shaped calamity, the Storm Dragon King was nothing more than a gigantic insect. Kikit shook her head, realizing that the calamity could alter all chaotic auras. This time, the dragon might be in trouble. Feeling the scorching lava on its giant claw, the Storm Dragon King let out an earth-shattering roar and charged at Viktor. Its massive claws, crackling with countless bolts of lightning, descended with the force of a storm. In mere seconds, the claws were upon Viktor. Kikit exclaimed, "Oh no! Too fast!" She wanted to warn Viktor, but it was too late. The Storm Dragon King's speed surpassed her expectations. However, to Viktor, the dragon's movements were as slow as a snail's crawl. He could clearly see the constant trembling of the lightning around the claws. With his hands in his pockets, Viktor stood still as if the world had been slowed down by hundreds of times. A second later, the giant claw above Viktor's head had only descended by a centimeter. Sensing the imminent danger, Viktor's iron cards suddenly shot out. Kikit and Aurelian, standing together, watched the sky intently, unaware that the cold gleam had already approached the massive dragon claw. In an instant, the flying cards multiplied into 100, slicing through the Storm Dragon King's limbs and embedding themselves into its joints, completely severing its magical limbs. As a collection of magic, the Storm Dragon King had no physical body. Its form was merely a product of concentrated magic. The 100 cards burst into dazzling light, red and green intertwined. Flames wrapped around the Storm Dragon King, their searing heat intensifying as the massive vines followed, binding the dragon's movements. The scorching heat made the greenery smolder, while a barrage of flying cards sliced through the dragon's body like a magical meat grinder. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the massive magical entity had no time to counterattack before the Storm Dragon King's body began to shrink rapidly, eventually vanishing. Aurelie stood in stunned silence, her eyes shining with admiration. She thought to herself, "Teacher is incredible. Even the mighty Dragon King is no match for Viktor." Cocotte was even more shocked. Her dark-circled eyes stared at Viktor in disbelief, her legs nearly giving out beneath her. However, the Storm Dragon King was not truly dead. Just as everyone thought the battle was over, the sky darkened again with thunder and lightning. The magic-infused lightning began to rapidly reassemble the dragon's body. In an instant, a Dragon King wreathed in lightning reappeared, even more formidable than before. In Viktor's eyes, the Dragon King's health bar and level were clearly visible, LV 40. He knew that the true peculiarity of the Storm Dragon King was its ability to infinitely resurrect using boundless magical power, rather than its sheer strength. Cocotte had once said that the Storm Dragon King was unkillable, as no mage in Endymion had ever seen it completely destroyed. But Viktor knew this all too well. As a former player, he had repeatedly slain the Storm Dragon King every time he passed through the Magic Canyon. To him, it was nothing more than an oversized experience farm. He was intimately familiar with the dragon's resurrection timing and behavior patterns. "So, I just need to kill you until you can't regenerate anymore," Viktor thought to himself. As the 100 iron cards returned to Viktor's side, hundreds of magic circles formed instantly behind him. The circles, like the surface of a lake, began to tremble, filled with countless runes and patterns. Suddenly, a torrent of fire magic poured out like a breached dam. Cocotte noticed that Viktor was using only second-tier magic, but its power reached the level of third-tier spells. She exclaimed, "Is this the catastrophe of fire?" Seeing the terrifying fire magic about to engulf the entire canyon, Cocotte hurriedly pulled Aurelie into the clouds to avoid being caught in the blast. In an instant, blinding white light filled the entire Rhea Canyon, the heat softening the rocks and even causing spontaneous combustion. The newly reformed body of the Storm Dragon King was shattered once again under this fierce attack, without any chance to retaliate. Cocotte watched in stunned silence, her mind racing. How long has it been? The Storm Dragon King is so fragile? It doesn't stand a chance. However, the battle was far from over. The Storm Dragon King reformed its body once more, but Viktor was ready. Before the dragon could fully regenerate, the iron card struck again, shattering its body once more. This cycle continued, a third time, a fourth time. The dragon's resurrection slowed, and the canyon began to crumble under Viktor's relentless bombardment. The valley fell silent, save for the trembling heat waves in the air. Cocotte witnessed Viktor's unparalleled destructive power and finally understood why he dared to challenge the Storm Dragon King. Throughout the hours-long battle, the dragon had no opportunity to use any skills, completely overwhelmed. Under Viktor's relentless assault, the dragon was torn to pieces every time it revived. Countless times the magic gathered, countless times the dragon resurrected, in a never-ending cycle. An hour, 2 hours passed. but the result remained unchanged. The canyon was reduced to rubble, collapsing under the relentless attacks. The iron cards continuously sliced through the dragon's half-formed body. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning exploded, as if something had finally broken. As the dust settled, the Storm Dragon King showed no signs of revival. Dead? Is the Storm Dragon King really dead? Cocotte couldn't believe it. She had never seen such an effortless battle. Viktor seemed to know the exact location and the necessary amount of force to kill the dragon each time. Cocotte cautiously peeked out from the clouds, immediately feeling the suffocating heat around her. The temperature was beyond what any normal person could endure. She concluded that Viktor's fire magic was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary mages, likely connected to the catastrophe of fire. In fact, Cocotte was half right. The ferocious fire magic indeed came from the catastrophe of fire, but it wasn't acquired through a deal. Viktor had forcibly extracted it from Gul'dan. After all, he had sealed the catastrophe of fire once before. As the battle ended, the fierce lightning gradually subsided, condensing into a core that sparkled with blinding white light. Viktor reached out, and the core floated into his palm as if recognizing its master. Viktor examined the core with satisfaction, silently reciting the description of the Storm Dragon King's gene. A mysterious gene containing the power of ancient dragons, potentially combinable with ancient dragons. The lava cloak on his back also calmed down, the red patterns fading, and the eyes of the giant beast on it concealing themselves once more. Unable to contain her curiosity, Cocotte approached Viktor cautiously and asked, "Do you have something to do with the catastrophe?" Viktor turned to her with a calm gaze and replied, "I killed a catastrophe once. Would you believe that?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.